Lin Mu, originally a straightforward man, found himself in an unexpected predicament after sacrificing his life to save another. He awoke on a bed, only to realize that he was not alone. There was another person beside him, a man, and it appeared that they had engaged in some indescribable activities. Together, Lin Mu, what on earth is happening? System, complete the task to return home. Lin Mu, what task? System, marry Gu Ziyi. Once you present the engagement ring, you can go back. Lin Mu, what? Is he straight or gay? System, straight. Lin Mu, no way, I need to change the task. If Gu Ziyi marries a woman, I'll consider it accomplished. System, very well, given that this was our error, as long as Gu Ziyi gets married, you may return. 1 year later, Lin Mu, damn it, who told me that Gu Ziyi turned out to be gay? Moreover, who can explain why he is persistently pursuing me for marriage? A straight man's journey through an unexpected romance, entangled with a charming little system 009. Should he return home or choose to stay? Chapter 1. The Bedside Shock. As consciousness returned, Lin Mu was first engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. It was not the scent of antiseptic from hospital, nor the cold, fishy aroma of river water. Instead, it was a refreshing yet rich woody fragrance, reminiscent of a sunlit pine forest after snowfall, subtly sweet as it filled his nostrils. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids, revealing the soft glow of cream-colored floor-to-ceiling curtains, gently illuminated by the sun. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the collar of his garment, which felt exquisitely smooth, certainly not the faded cotton t-shirt he was accustomed to. Damn, Lin Mu muttered under his breath, his head throbbing painfully, his body feeling as if it had been crushed by a vehicle, every muscle aching. He struggled to sit up, the blanket slipping away to reveal a sharp collarbone and a loose, rosy silk nightgown. The color felt inexplicably shameful on a man. The nightgown's neckline was slightly too wide, sending a chill down his neck. The unfamiliar size and fabric made him feel tense. This was not his body. The thought exploded like thunder in his mind, and Lin Mu quickly looked down at himself. His physique appeared slender, his skin much fairer and smoother than he remembered, his wrists delicate, yet his waist and abdomen were surprisingly well-defined. The muscular build from years of basketball had faded, leaving only a thin layer of muscle texture, with prominent wrist bones gleaming pale. He fumbled for the phone beside the bed, instinctively swiping the screen to open the front camera. His features were still familiar, yet they appeared impeccably refined. His brow was more pronounced, lashes long and thick, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned, pupils a brilliant black, filled with astonishment and glistening. His nose was straight yet not harsh, lips thin with a natural rosy hue. His skin was a cool white, now tinged with a blush from embarrassment and shock, spreading from his cheeks to the base of his ears, even staining his neck with a faint pink, accentuating his sharp collarbone. The tousled hair on his forehead lay softly against his full brow, and as he instinctively ran his fingers through it, the messiness only added to the disarray. What is going on? His heart raced, and his gaze darted around the room. It was an absurdly large space, with dark hardwood floors. In one corner stood a massive floor lamp, sunlight filtering through sheer curtains, highlighting scattered clothes on. The floor, a neatly pressed white shirt, a silver cufflink, and a pair of black trousers casually tossed over the arm of a single sofa beside the bed. Wait, what? Lin Mu's gaze abruptly froze beside him. On the other side of the bed lay another person. It was a man. His soft black hair fell gently across his forehead, and his long lashes fluttered as he lay on his side. Back turned to Lin Mu, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, clad in a slightly open black nightgown, revealing a tantalizing collarbone and a patch of sun-kissed skin. His breathing was steady and deep, clearly still in slumber, his profile sharp and smooth, with a high nose and tightly pressed lips. Lin Mu's mind short-circuited. He distinctly remembered being caught in a torrential downpour, saving a drowning child. The river was cold and swift, and he had exerted all his strength to push the child to safety, only to be engulfed by the swirling waters, his strength waning as he glimpsed the overcast sky and the blurred figures on the shore. He should be dead. How on earth was he lying in an unfamiliar bed? And with a stranger? The scattered clothes, the lingering scent of intimacy, the closeness of sharing a blanket. A multitude of fragmented memories surged in his mind, and an unsettling thought emerged uncontrollably. Let go of me. I'm dying. Struggling, helpless, intimate, weeping, fragmented memories flooded his brain. These were the memories of this body, the chaotic recollections of the previous night. Lin Mu's face turned crimson, the heat spreading from his cheeks to the base of his ears, his breath growing rapid. The unfamiliarity of his body was slowly dissipating, and he instinctively wanted to distance himself from a man beside him, but even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through his entire being. Is this really happening? Damn, it hurts. Was I? He lowered his voice, trembling with disbelief. I'm a straight man, a staunch straight man. How could I be sharing a bed with another man? What on earth did we do? His agitation caused his body to sway, accidentally nudging his elbow against the man beside him. The man seemed disturbed, his long lashes fluttering, slowly opening his eyes. Those were deep, dark eyes, still clouded with sleep. His voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper gliding over wood, carrying an inexplicable magnetism. What's all the noise about? Lin Mu jumped at the unexpected sound, every hair on his body standing on end. He stiffly turned his head to meet those profound eyes, his heart feeling as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, leaving him unable to articulate. Who? Who are you? Where exactly is this? Why are we together? The man furrowed his brow, seemingly still not fully awake, lifting a hand to rub his temple, his movements languid yet exuding an unspoken elegance. His gaze lingered on Lin Mu's flushed cheeks for a few seconds, then swept over his frantic hands, his thin lips parting to speak in a concise and direct manner. Don't you remember last night? Don't say another word. Lin Mu interrupted him sharply, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covering his ears with his hands, his cheeks nearly bleeding from embarrassment. I don't care what happened last night. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Tell me, what's going on? His reaction was so intense that it only deepened the man's confusion. He sat up, the blanket slipping from his body, revealing a smoothly contoured back, which bore faint traces of red marks. Lin Mu inadvertently glanced over, quickly averting his gaze, his heart racing, his mind a chaotic mess. What kind of hellish situation is this? Dying while saving another, then awakening in this bizarre scenario. Why must he endure such an absurd twist of fate? Couldn't he simply be reincarnated? If he had to come back, couldn't it at least be in the body of a well-built man? This weakling, who would want him? At this moment, he felt as if he wanted to die again. No one should stop him. Lin Mu's mind spiraled through this melodramatic situation, contemplating whether he should assist this poor soul who had unwittingly become his vessel. While he may be weak, he felt a sense of responsibility. After all, he had come this far. Wouldn't it be somewhat unjust to leave without making an impression? If he had to face death once more, he might as well leave a mark before departing. Room 518. Isn't that Mr. Gu's chamber? Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Assistant Zhang Yuan replied. Ever since the charity gala yesterday, he had not received any communication from Mr. Gu. Initially, he assumed it was due to Mr. Gu's indulgence at the event. However, it now appeared to be a more complex situation. Remarkably, someone had infiltrated Mr. Gu's room last night. A man, no less. Truly an unexpected breach of security. It was only when the hotel surveillance footage reached Zhang Yuan's computer that he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Is this truly a man? Could it be a case of a woman masquerading as one? Or perhaps a young male model? His suspicion of the latter arose from the individual's stature. Noticeably taller than the average woman, approximately 175 to 180 centimeters. Mr. Gu, I have received the details about this individual, Zhang Yuan announced as he entered Gu Ziyi's office. Lin Mu, age 22, standing at 178 centimeters, hailing from the capital city. He is the son of the Lin family's third branch. Following the death of his mother last year, his father succumbed to vices, leading to his return under the guardianship of Mr. Lin. However, the investigation revealed that his uncle, seemingly benevolent in taking him in, was primarily drawn to his striking beauty. Zhang Yuan hesitated to use the term. It was undeniable that Lin Mu possessed an extraordinary allure, even bordering on mesmerizing. The records indicated that after bringing him into his fold, Mr. Lin had paraded Lin Mu at 7 lavish events over the course of 8 months. each occasion stirring considerable attention and indirectly facilitating 5 partnerships for the Lin Group. Such effectiveness was astonishing. Even the finest sales and public relations professionals might struggle to achieve comparable results. Last night, Gu Ziyi inquired, noticing that the report did not mention the events of the previous evening. The circumstances from last night had only recently been uncovered. Previous collaborations had been relatively modest. With Lin Mu's striking appearance and a few drinks, agreements were typically reached without much resistance. However, at the gala last night, Mr. Lin intended to negotiate a deal exceeding 1 billion with Mr. Sunday. Without tangible benefits, Mr. Sun would likely remain unyielding. Thus, Mr. Lin resorted to administering a drug in Lin Mu's drink, aiming to completely surrender him to Mr. Sunday unexpectedly. After consuming the substance, Lin Mu did not entirely lose consciousness. Perhaps Mr. Sun, finding an utterly incapacitated individual unentertaining, allowed Lin Mu to escape. Both parties had searched tirelessly throughout the night, yet their efforts proved fruitless. Despite their relentless pursuit, no one dared to alert Gu Ziyi, allowing Lin Mu to narrowly avoid his fate, albeit in a different guise. Nonetheless, Mr. Sun, being over 50 and portly, could hardly be deemed a fortunate encounter for Lin Mu. Chapter 4. Little did he know how exhausting it was to be a pawn. Lin Mu slowly organized the fragmented information swirling in his mind, realizing he could only return to his original guardian, Mr. Lin Da-Hong, the president of the Lin Group. What a dreadful predicament to find oneself without a proper refuge. He lamented, caught between wolves, a lamb in a den of predators. Exhausted, Lin Mu slumped onto the curb, observing the bustling traffic, and let out a long sigh. What shall I do now? Xiao Mu, what are you doing here? You have a mission to accomplish. Why are you sitting here, sighing instead of devising a strategy to win over Gu Ziyi? The sudden voice echoing in Lin Mu's mind startled her, as she was still unaccustomed to the presence of this new system within her head. Strategy? How do I go about that? Why don't you enlighten me? Lin Mu retorted with a hint of irritation. There's no need for such agitation. Did you not proclaim that your expertise lies in matchmaking? As a professional matchmaker, shouldn't you hasten to introduce Gu Ziyi to a suitable partner? My profession is matchmaking. Are you not aware of what I did in my previous life? Lin Mu expressed her disbelief, questioning how such an advanced system could be oblivious to her past endeavors. Mechanical engineer. The system responded somewhat reluctantly. Indeed, a quintessential STEM enthusiast who has never even held a woman's hand. And you expect me to act as a matchmaker? Lin Mu exclaimed in exasperation, nearly collapsing to the ground, just as the system was about to offer some comforting words to its host, who appeared on the verge of a breakdown. A voice interrupted, "Young master." A vehicle came to a halt beside Lin Mu, and a young man in his 30s emerged from the driver's seat. "Third young master, you are truly here. President Lin was worried sick about you yesterday and searched for you all night. Why are you here instead of returning home?" The young man scrutinized Lin Mu, failing to discern any visible injuries. However, his eyes seemed to glisten more than before for some inexplicable reason. "Third young master, please return with me. President Lin is quite anxious." The young man mentioned President Lin several times within a short span. This President Lin must be the original character's uncle. Whether it was Lin Da-Hong or the collaborating son that was truly anxious remains uncertain. Return? Lin Mu assessed the newcomer but did not recognize him. Noticing the unfamiliarity in Lin Mu's gaze, the young man smiled slightly and introduced himself. "Third young master, I am Di Ming, assistant to President Lin. I have met you before." Lin Mu had a vague recollection. He was a shrewd individual who had been assisting her uncle for the past year, managing many unsavory tasks. "The assistant y apologise. I was sitting here enjoying the breeze this morning, and my mind has become rather muddled." Lin Mu responded with a forced smile. "Since third young master recognizes me, shall we return? President Lin is waiting for you to have breakfast together." Di Ming respectfully opened the car door. "Oh, at this hour? Uncle has not yet had breakfast? It seems I have genuinely caused him concern." Lin Mu replied, half in jest, as she stepped into the vehicle. She was indeed getting into her uncle's assistant's car. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyi sat behind his desk, his eyes devoid of emotion as he gazed at Zhang Yuan. Indeed, our personnel witnessed him getting into the car of President Lin's assistant, Di Ming. The two conversed for quite some time before he boarded. It begs the question, was last night merely a coincidence, or a conspiracy orchestrated by the Lin and Sun families? President Gu, should we investigate further? Zhang Yuan inquired. Looking at Gu Ziyi reminisced about the scenes of the previous night. Despite harboring numerous questions regarding the events, one cannot deny that it was the most delightful night of his 26 years, leaving him with a lingering fondness for the warm touch and unparalleled joy. Be cautious and follow closely, Gu Ziyi instructed succinctly. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Yuan replied, but as he was about to leave, Gu Ziyi called him back. Ensure his safety while following. The need to safeguard Lin Mu struck Zhang Yuan, instantly recalling the events of last night. And he nodded in understanding. Was our encounter last night mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? A subtle warmth flickered across Gu Ziyi's otherwise stern visage. Third young master, Lin is awaiting you in the study, Di Ming said respectfully. Isn't my uncle waiting for me to dine? Is he having dinner in the study? Lin Mu remarked. Continuing up the stairs, Di Ming observed the figure that vanished at the staircase, sensing a notable change in Lin Mu today compared to before. Previously, while Lin Mu was undeniably beautiful, he exuded an aura of harmlessness and timidity, his doe-like eyes complemented by an exceptionally handsome face, often stirring desires in others. However, today, while Lin Mu retained his striking visage, he now resembled a rose with thorns, sharp and capable of inflicting wounds at first touch. Uncle, Lin Mu announced upon entering, addressing Lin Dahong, who sat behind the desk. Lin Dahong furrowed his brow. Lin Mu typically referred to him as General Lin. Little Mu, where were you last night? We couldn't find you when we returned, and it greatly worried your uncle. You should drink less if you can't handle alcohol. Look at your clothes, they're wrinkled. Where did you sleep last night? Lin Dahong's words carried an undertone of scrutiny, recalling that he had insisted on sharing a drink with that so-called Mr. Sun at the banquet. The wine had been personally handed to him by Di Ming. He was not oblivious to the underlying intricacies. I had a bit to drink and lost track of time, went to a bar for the night. Lin Mu replied with a smile directed at Lin Dahong. A bar? How could you go to such a place? Is that where you should be? Lin Dahong's anger surged instantly, suspecting that Lin Mu might have had an encounter with some unruly youth at the bar. From a moment Lin Mu entered the room, Lin Dahong had noted his gait. His legs appeared slightly unsteady, and his walking seemed labored. With years of experience, Lin Dahong could discern that Lin Mu had undoubtedly undergone some experiences the previous night. Oh! Lin Mu smiled faintly at Lin Dahong, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. After drinking, I felt quite hot and sought a cooler place. The bar was conveniently located diagonally across from the hotel, so I thought I might as well enjoy the lively atmosphere. Perhaps it would relieve the heat. Then you have taken advantage of that yellow-haired boy, haven't you? Lin Mu, I brought you here not to let you indulge in self-degradation. After all, you bear the Lin surname. You're the third young master of the Lin family. If this matter were to leak out, where we place our family's dignity? Lin Dahong scolded loudly, filled with anger. What do you mean I took advantage of that yellow-haired boy? I do not comprehend. Lin Mu inquired playfully. Are you still quibbling? You drank so much last night. How could you be so clear-headed today? Lin Dahong felt a moment of hesitation, unable to express his thoughts so bluntly. Oh, is that what you are referring to, uncle? I was indeed quite uncomfortable yesterday due to the heat, feeling as if my insides were in turmoil. If I did not relieve myself, I would have been utterly distressed. Lin Mu intentionally paused at a crucial moment, finding amusement in Lin Dahong's wide-eyed anticipation for his next words. So, I ordered a duck. It was my first time ordering, and I had no idea that ordering a duck could be so exhausting. Alas, it nearly drained me. After speaking, Lin Mu stretched lazily, as if he truly had spent an entire night in fatigue. You. Lin Dahong was infuriated, nearly losing his composure. Gazing at Lin Mu's unabashed demeanor, he could not help but see the reflections of his debauched father and beautiful mother. It was a perfect amalgamation of those two individuals' genes. Chapter 5. Moving out, what do you say? Gu Ziyi asked Zhang Yuan. I've heard that the third young master of the Lin family has a penchant for ordering ducks. Zhang Yuan felt a tingle of anxiety as he regarded his superior. But this information was indeed gathered from the second young master of the Lin family. Is the information reliable? Gu Ziyi's fingers were nearly crushing the pen on the table. This Lin Mu, at that moment, appeared so innocent, weeping incessantly beneath me. This is also what I heard from the second young master of the Lin family. He spends his days in revelry, losing money at the gambling table until his eyes turn red. I sought out an unfamiliar individual to gather information regarding young Master Lin Mu's circumstances within the Lin family. Now, he is almost inclined to install surveillance in every corner of the Lin residence, fearing that even the slightest valuable information may slip away from us. That does seem plausible. When did this occur? Do you know? Gu Ziyi pressed, struggling to contain his curiosity. It had only been 2 days since he had left his bed, and already he could not restrain himself. Zhang Yuan calculated that he had only contacted his source yesterday, and the news had arrived this morning. It must have happened last night. Observing Gu Ziyi's increasingly dark expression, he sensed trouble brewing. If he could not resist after just one night of rest. It seemed I had been overly tender-hearted that day. Gu Ziyi's demeanor soured entirely, reminiscent of a frigid winter, causing Zhang Yuan to rub his hands together for warmth. Bring him to me, Gu Ziyi commanded. Zhang Yuan felt conflicted. After all, Lin Mu was the third young master of the Lin family. Even if Lin Da disregarded him, it would still be inappropriate to simply drag him over. Gu Ziyi discerned Zhang Yuan's hesitation and knew he was attempting to deceive him. Cunningly, do not cause too much commotion, and absolutely do not harm him. The final statement made by Gu Ziyi sounded somewhat awkward. He slightly turned his head and coughed quickly. Indeed, Zhang Yuan acknowledged and exited the office. Why does my second brother follow me every day? Lin Mu glanced back at the sneaky figure behind him. Cough, cough. Who is following you? This is my home. I can be wherever I please. It is you, a mere opportunist, who lingers here, daring to pose as a master. Lin Su felt somewhat embarrassed after being caught eavesdropping and immediately adopted an air of superiority. Oh, so in my second brother's eyes, I am merely a freeloader? In that case, I shall take my leave. Lin Mu had already contemplated finding a reason to move out of the Lin residence. However, he hesitated to voice anything too abrupt, fearing that Lin Da might suspect him of having ulterior motives. At this moment, Lin Su was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Mu to agree so readily to move out. In truth, he had never considered expelling him. Firstly, bringing him in had been Lin Da's suggestion, and he dared not act independently. Secondly, he still hoped to utilize Lin Mu's information to settle his gambling debts. Driving him away would complicate that matter. No, Lin Mu, do not be ungrateful. What I meant was, Lin Mu interrupted Lin Su. I understand. You wish for me to be self-aware, which is precisely why I have decided to move out. I shall leave today. Without granting him the opportunity to explain, Lin Mu ascended the stairs. He did not possess many belongings. He estimated that a single suitcase would suffice. Hey, Xiao Mu, are you really going to leave? The system, which had been silent for 2 days, finally resurfaced. Now you find yourself without money or a place to stay. Where do you plan to sleep? Are you considering seeking out Gu Ziyi? Stop right there. I will not seek him out, Lin Mu quickly retorted. However, upon reflection, he realized that he still bore the responsibility of overseeing Gu Ziyi's marriage, and an encounter was inevitable. Yet, he would need to prepare himself beforehand. Rest assured, my little assistant, I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Ever since that day when Lin Mu signed that humiliating contract with the system, he had affectionately dubbed it Little Assistant. The system had lodged multiple protests against this title, declaring, I am the illustrious 009, the ninth system. How dare you give me such a name? It is a grave insult. Change it. I shall not change it. You may choose not to respond. You know very well that until you complete your tasks, I am bound to follow and protect you. How can you say such things? You are utterly ungrateful. Oh, am I unaware of any debts of gratitude between us? What is there to repay? Is it for your meddling with my soul or the absurd tasks you assign me? Tasks are inevitable. If I had not opened a back door for you, would you have been able to sign such a straightforward task? How is it straightforward? Pray, elaborate. Lin Mu found his time at the Lin residence unbearably dull and sought to amuse himself by teasing the little system. Of course, arranging Gu Ziyi's marriage. Look, most people in this world get married. I provided you with such an easy task. Is that not a favor? Should you not express gratitude instead of harboring resentment? The system lamented. Moreover, on that day, you stated that the only permissible spouse for Gu Ziyi must be a woman. I granted you the authority to amend that. Yet you continue to torment me. For this, I must thank you. Had I not been vigilant, you might have demanded that I find a man for Gu Ziyi to marry, deeming the task incomplete. In this world, where do so many coincidences arise? If Gu Ziyi were to remain unmarried, would I not be condemned to linger here for a lifetime? Lin Mu pouted, methodically packing his belongings into a suitcase. There was no shortage of clothing, likely acquired by Lin Dahong for social engagements. Merely duck feathers, lacking a polished appearance, they would hardly fetch a good price. Lin Mu, are you truly resolved? The system queried, incredulous that Lin Mu would forsake such a comfortable life to live independently. Of course. Have you not observed? My dear uncle is perpetually scheming to sell me off to some man. Yet he himself is incapable of fulfilling such a role. His abilities are woefully inadequate, leading him to dream of amassing wealth through duck farming. If I do not leave, I will surely be sold off in due time. And look at that one outside. My second cousin, indulging in vices and now aspiring to become a spy, monitoring even my trips to the restroom. Do you truly believe he harbors no ulterior motives? The system understood that the Lin family was a veritable cesspool. What now? Are you still opposed? Lin Mu inquired, observing the system's silence. Very well. If you wish to depart, then go ahead. After all, your stay in this world is destined to be brief. I wonder if I will grow fond of your absence. How do you know my time here is limited? Lin Mu asked, somewhat taken aback. I have guided countless individuals before you, and it is evident that perhaps next month I will be assigned another. The system expressed a hint of melancholy. Chapter 6. The favorable dish earns money. Did you not suggest that I arrived here due to a miscalculation of the system? How could there be so many errors? Lin Mu seized upon a flaw in the explanation. That was indeed a mistake, yet there are certain unique circumstances. Alas, I shan't elaborate. My experience is ample enough to handle a novice like you. The system boasted with confidence. Spare me your boasts. Be cautious lest you find yourself in trouble. Should I require your assistance in the future, I hope you maintain this level of confidence. Lin Mu concluded packing his suitcase and stepped outside. Lin Su was crouched by the door, ear pressed against the panel, attempting to eavesdrop. Unfortunately, the communication between Lin Mu and the system primarily transpired through silent contemplation, leaving him empty-handed after a prolonged vigil. What are you doing here? Lin Mu asked, nearly causing Lin Su to strain his back as he opened the door. This is my home. I can be wherever I please. Lin Su Thito Defianti. Very well, then remain there. Would you like me to close the door so you may continue? Lin Mu replied, eyeing Lin Su, who was rubbing his back. You. Lin Su was about to unleash a tirade, recalling that when Lin Mu resided in his home before, he had scarcely dared to utter a word. Now, he had learned to retort. And what of it? Step aside. Lin Mu pushed forward, causing Lin Su to stumble and nearly fall. Such a feeble creature, yet still daring to boast. Throughout his life, Lin Mu had revered strength in his previous existence. He was a muscular man with an impressive 8-pack and biceps, rivaling those of an Australian kangaroo. Now, in this frail state, he felt a deep sense of melancholy, astonished that his cousin was even weaker than himself. If you dare step outside this house, don't bother returning. Let me tell you, it isn't as comfortable out there as it is here. You'll have plenty to lament. Lin Su retorted, swaying behind him. Very well. I await the day to see who will cry. This was not a mere threat from Lin Mu, with Lin Dahong absent upon his return. If he discovered Lin Mu had left, it would be a wonder if he didn't reprimand Lin Su. I'm leaving right now, Lin Mu declared, swaggering out of the Lin family residence with his suitcase in tow. Do you have any money? Right now? Just as he stepped out, the system chimed in. No. Lin Dahong had provided him with numerous clothes and accessories, but not a single coin, a measure to keep him in check. Then why didn't you take some accessories? At least you could exchange them for cash. Now, without a penny to your name. Are you prepared to sleep on the streets? Perhaps a bar. In my current appearance, I should still be quite appealing in such an establishment. Lin Mu mused, stroking his smooth chin. What? You plan to become a gigolo? I must warn you, Lin Mu, even if you don't regard this body as your own, you will still feel the repercussions. Are you truly certain about this path? 009 exclaimed in protest. My dear child, how could you descend into such depravity? What nonsense! Who said I intend to become a gigolo? Lin Mu replied, his frustration palpable. Then why the bar? 009 countered. Of course, it's to fulfill a mission. Lin Mu retorted, exasperated. Complete a mission? 009 was skeptical. Your task is to assist Gu Ziyi in finding a spouse. Thus, your current objective should be to introduce him to potential partners, not to frequent bars. Alas, Lin Mu sighed deeply. I wish I could. But do I possess any romantic experience? Do I know any young ladies? Am I aware of whom might marry Gu Ziyi? His triple inquiries left 009 momentarily speechless. So, what do you propose? 009 asked cautiously. Naturally, I'll find a barmaid to introduce to Gu Ziyi. No, Gu Ziyi is the president of the Gu Corporation. How could you introduce him to a barmaid? With his looks, he might be acceptable, but what of his other qualities? Wouldn't introducing him to a proper young lady be a disservice? Am I capable of such an act? Absolutely not. Lin Mu dismissed the objections and made a firm decision. Ibar, this place looks promising. Lin Mu observed the dazzling lights at the entrance. Have you made your decision? Indeed. Lin Mu raised his chin and strode inside. It was rare to see someone dragging a suitcase into a bar, and the security guard was about to intervene, but under the dim lights, he caught sight of a breathtakingly handsome face. Sir, may I ask who you are? The guard inquired, eyeing the suitcase in Lin Mu's hand. In dire straits financially, I sought a place to earn some income. Is there part-time work available here? Indeed. Without hesitation, the young man made a phone call. There's a stunning individual at the entrance looking for work. Absolutely. Even more impressive than that idol group. A few moments later, a young man with vibrantly dyed hair emerged from the bar, striding directly towards Lin Mu with a mischievous grin. Ah, stunning beauty. No, wait, handsome lad. I'm Eli. You're seeking part-time work? What can you do? I can't do anything, and I can't even drink. Lin Mu replied candidly. Eli's expression faltered momentarily. Then what are you capable of? Sitting there and watching the performance. What do you think? Lin Mu gestured towards the front of the bar's dance floor. You must spend quite a bit to sit there. Do you have the funds? No. Lin Mu winked at him, leaving his words unspoken. Eli felt a rush of excitement. This was the undeniable allure of beauty. All right, I'll trust you this once. Come with me. If something comes up, you can call for me. Great, I'm Mu. And what has to pay? 20%. Sell one bottle. Earn on one. Fine. Let me store my luggage. Lin Mu casually tossed his hair and walked over, plopping down on the sofa without a greeting or beckoning anyone to buy drinks. Under the flickering lights, many inebriated patrons passing by the stage found themselves utterly captivated. Where did this gorgeous person come from? So handsome. Hey, handsome. Why are you alone? Want to sit with me? I'm sorry, but I'm not leaving this table. Lin Mu replied with a smile. Damn it. Why are there no women approaching? Why is it all men? Lin Mu silently cursed. Xiao Mu, just sitting here, you can earn without lifting a finger. 009 marveled as waves of customers arrived, ordering bottle after bottle, leaving the servers in disbelief. The gentleman orders the drinks, but it seems he is just here to send money to Lin Mu. This guy hasn't taken a sip in 3 hours. Hey, brother, you're impressive. Eli squeezed in, observing Lin Mu effortlessly collecting money, utterly in awe. The public relations staff here would drink to the point of gastric bleeding just to encourage patrons to order more bottles. And now, Lin Mu merely needed to sit there, pour drinks, abstaining from consumption, and still earned a considerable sum. What is the commission like now? Lin Mu shifted slightly, his back aching. About 30. Eli gestured with his hands. That should suffice. This amount would sustain him until after Gu Ziyi's wedding, at which point he could depart from this world. Not yet. Look at all these patrons lining up for drinks. Eli was reluctant to see Lin Mu withdraw. All right, but look at how many customers are about to get drunk. If they continue, trouble is inevitable. And Lin Mu certainly didn't want to be entangled with a bunch of men. Settle the bill for me. I'm heading home. As Lin Mu rose to settle his wages, he was abruptly halted by Alii. There's no need for you to go in person. The bar supervisor has already mentioned that whenever you decide to leave, your earnings will be directly transferred to your account. Alii waved his phone, displaying the recent expenditures from the table, all attributed to Lin Mu's commission. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mu's phone chimed, signaling the arrival of funds to his bank card. He glanced at it briefly, confirming everything was in order, and smiled, nodding at Alii. Alii replied with a grin. You don't strike me as someone who relies on this line of work. To be candid, I also earned a 2% referral fee from the sales tonight. So I must say, I've benefited quite a bit from your presence. Alii's honesty was appreciated by Lin Mu, who fully understood. Stay a little longer. Just to greet everyone before you leave. If you ever find yourself in need of money and wish to return, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Alii clapped Lin Mu on the shoulder, preparing to attend to other patrons. At that moment, a group of waitstaff approached in unison, each carrying a bottle of wine, which they ceremoniously placed on Lin Mu's table. Alii's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could be so extravagant? However, Lin Mu did not share Alii's enthusiasm. Someone capable of ordering such a quantity of alcohol was likely not to be trifled with. Most probably another wealthy heir seeking a lavish night out. Brother, are you staying a bit longer? Alii pressed, his hand resting on Lin Mu's shoulder. Such a substantial commission could not be squandered. Lin Mu hesitated. He had already earned enough for now and had no desire to attract the attention of any affluent young master. Completing his task and returning home was his primary goal. This order is yours, Lin Mu stated firmly. Though Alii was eager to take the order for himself, he understood that those who ordered so much alcohol typically had a specific clientele in mind. If he were to abandon his post without caution, it could lead to dire consequences. Alii swallowed hard, summoning all his courage to lean towards Lin Mu and whisper, Brother, the money is right here. There is no need to turn it down. Listen to your elder brother. Just stay a little longer. Just as Lin Mu opened his mouth to respond, a cold voice sliced through the air behind him. Who are you to be so familiar with him? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mu immediately recognized his adversary had arrived. What do you mean familiar? Can two men use that term? He turned to confront Gu Ziyi, but before he could utter a retort, a powerful hand suddenly clasped his shoulder, pulling him into an embrace. The grip was so strong that Lin Mu struggled to breathe. Who is this? Alii was taken aback, puzzled by the imposing figure radiating an air of hostility. Did you coax Lin Mu into coming here? Gu Ziyi inquired, casting a half-lidded glance at Alii, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Want to make some money? Drink up. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alii understood that Gu Ziyi's intentions were far from benign. This was no longer merely a matter of whether he felt like drinking. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the Lin Mu, who was ensconced in Gu Ziyi's embrace. Little ancestor, to whom have you summoned this crowd? Could you possibly lift your head and assist me? El desperately blinked, hoping Lin Mu would notice him. Lin Mu's face was pressed against Gu Ziyi's chest, and after much struggle, he finally managed to escape. Upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of Ail's eyes twitching. Why are you still here? Do I owe you money? Lin Mu gasped, exhaling heavily. Ail immediately understood the signal and quickly donned a conciliatory smile towards Gu Ziyi, saying, Young master, I am merely a friend of Mu, coincidentally here to say hello. Quite coincidentally. While speaking, he attempted to squeeze through the crowd. Since you are friends, we must indulge in a few drinks. If I fail to entertain a friend of little Mu, he would surely be upset upon returning. Gu Ziyi was unyielding, as a throng of bodyguards encircled the bar, leaving no room for escape. Ail felt utterly despondent, trembling as he raised a bottle of liquor to his lips, drinking voraciously. Lin Mu remained trapped in Gu Ziyi's embrace. Motionless. What are you doing? Lin Mu exclaimed in astonishment at Ail's reckless drinking. Although he had only known Ail for a day and was aware that Ail was drawn to him for his potential to earn money, Ail had not engaged in any harmful behavior. Watching Gu Ziyi force liquor down Ail's throat, particularly because of him, was simply unbearable. Let him go. Lin Mu glared angrily at Gu Ziyi. Am I restraining him? Gu Ziyi chuckled lightly, his hand gently caressing Lin Mu's neck, his fingertips gliding over his Adam's apple, sending a shiver coursing through Lin Mu's body. His heart felt as if it had constricted violently with that fleeting touch. You must let him go. Lin Mu's heart raced, his cheeks burning with heat, feeling as though he were igniting, the pounding of his heart reverberating in his ears. Very well. Whatever you say, I shall comply. Gu Ziyi leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Lin Mu's ear, causing the fine hairs within his ear canal to tingle uncomfortably. Lin Mu inadvertently stumbled forward, his balance wavering. Gu Ziyi waved his hand, and the bodyguards parted to create a path. El cast a grateful glance at Lin Mu, offering a look of helplessness. Observing the small public relations agent still lingering, Gu Ziyi frowned, extending his long arms to pull Lin Mu back into his embrace, ready to unleash his anger. El quickly escaped from the crowd, fleeing like the wind. Young master? Zhang Yuan glanced at Lin Mu, who was once again struggling in Gu Ziyi's grasp. Return. Find someone to see if that little duckling is attempting to lead me astray. Understood. Zhang Yuan nodded in response. You are the little duckling. Your entire family is a flock of little ducklings. After much effort, Lin Mu finally broke free and contemplated fleeing. I am wealthy and idle. Why should I be a duck in your company? Is that not a sign of insanity? I did not refer to you. Gu Ziyi frowned, questioning why Lin Mu spoke so coarsely. Lin Mu was fully aware that he was not the target of Gu Ziyi's words. Yet he could not tolerate the condescending tone with which he addressed others. Today's matters have yet to be settled, so do not presume it is over. Gu Ziyi glanced around, seemingly reminded of his purpose for being here. What matters? My luggage is still stored here. Retrieve it for me. Chapter 8. Gu Ziyi, release me. Gu Ziyi hoisted Lin Mu onto his shoulder and strode out. Release me. Lin Mu was promptly tossed onto the large bed, which bounced slightly upon impact. Disoriented, Lin Mu attempted to rise, but found himself lost in the softness surrounding him. The buttons of his shirt popped open with a sharp crack, scattering in all directions. Lin Mu stared at his bewildered self, exclaiming, Do not tear your own clothes at the slightest provocation. This shirt is evidently expensive, and you've ruined it. What a waste. What shall I do? Gu Ziyi chuckled lightly. Of course, it is about you. Just a moment ago at the bar, did you not feel something? What? Having second thoughts now? What the hell? When did I ever feel anything? Do not slander me. Lin Mu adamantly refused to acknowledge that a grown man like himself could harbor feelings for another man. What feelings? The stench of sweat? That was merely your suffocating presence. Do you not realize? In the future, do not use your height to suffocate others indiscriminately. I do not. Spare me your self-adoration. Lin Mu resolutely defended his principles of heterosexuality. Whether you did or not, we shall see. Gu Ziyi reached out and swiftly stripped Lin Mu of his shirt. The fair, jade-like skin was suddenly exposed. As he struggled, a thin sheen of sweat glistened on Lin Mu's torso, appearing even more translucent under the light. Beneath the slender neck lay a sharply defined collarbone, revealing the tension of its owner. So, are you nervous? Do not be afraid. I was infuriated at that time. Lin Mu was about to retort, If I am foolish, it is entirely your fault. Finally catching his breath, he struggled to escape Gu Ziyi's grasp. Do not move. We have yet to begin. The man upon him chuckled softly, prompting Lin Mu to secretly exhale in relief. However, this relief was short-lived as it quickly surged back. What do you intend to do? Is this insufficient? Gu Ziyi lifted his head from Lin Mu's chest, his gaze imbued with masculine dominance. Lin Mu stared blankly at the exceptionally handsome face before him, inexplicably reminded of one word: seductive. Incredibly seductive. As Lin Mu became entranced in this uncontrollable wave of masculinity. Gu Ziyi, I'm going to die. Lin Mu murmured softly, his eyes devoid of life and spirit. To die now seemed rather premature. Indeed, the night deepened. Yet the temperature within the room grew increasingly oppressive. The servants, sensing the tension, discreetly retreated from the master bedroom, returning in small clusters to rest. Scoundrel! A thunderous voice echoed from the master suite. How am I a scoundrel? Gu Ziyi rubbed his ear and gestured for Lin Mu to glance at the floor beside the grand bed. There lay a crumpled collar, carelessly discarded. Indeed, during the latter part of yesterday, Gu Ziyi had feared that Lin Mu's hands, constrained for too long, would become uncomfortable, prompting him to loosen the binds. Yet, in this moment of clarity, Lin Mu refused to acknowledge that account. Had it not been for Gu Ziyi's coercive allure, would he have been reduced to such a state? "You are abusing your power," Lin Mu exclaimed, his face a mask of defiance. "I was saving you." Gu Ziyi leaned back against the headboard, observing the figure before him with a bemused expression. "Saving what? When did I ever ask for your salvation?" Lin Mu retorted disdainfully, asserting that even trickery must have its limits, and this was mere fabrication. The liquor at the bar contained something. Had you not gone, you would have been inebriated before you knew it, vulnerable to anyone's whims, Gu Ziyi asserted gravely. "What?" Lin Mu was taken aback, quickly countering, "But last night, I did not consume a single drop." This revelation caught Gu Ziyi off guard. Although he had not detected any scent of alcohol on Lin Mu, the effects lingered in the air. Such substances, when inhaled in excess, yield similar effects. Gu Ziyi replied with a sly grin. Lin Mu found himself momentarily speechless. In his past life, he had seldom frequented bars. Even during the few visits, he had been accompanied by friends, remaining blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved. Furthermore, the bars in these two worlds might well differ in nature. System, little system, are you there? After a night of silence, 009 finally came online. "What is it? Did little Mu summon me for something? Is Gu Ziyi speaking truthfully?" Lin Mu questioned, his skepticism evident. Well, 009 hesitated, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation. "What is going on? Aren't you the system? Shouldn't you know this?" Lin Mu's anger surged. How could this system be so inept? Chapter 9. Aftermath of affection. The bar had been overwhelmingly crowded the previous night, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. After Gu Ziyi's arrival, he had proceeded to open 10 bottles without hesitation. "And yet, you didn't drink. Don't claim to have been overcome by the fumes." "That is precisely what happened," 009 admitted sheepishly. "What?" Lin Mu nearly questioned his own hearing. "A system incapacitated by alcohol? Are you jesting with me?" "Not so, Xiao Mu, listen to me. Our system has its flaws, and mine is that I cannot drink. Too much exposure makes me dizzy. On the day I arrived, I did consume alcohol, yet you remained remarkably clear-headed." Lin Mu remained skeptical. "I can activate the defense mechanism to isolate myself." "Then why didn't you do so yesterday?" "I was unaware that Xiao Mu would encounter Gu Ziyi. I merely wished to share a moment of joy with you." "Who could have anticipated that you would be whisked away by him?" 009 attempted to defend himself, only to be interrupted by Lin Mu. "Stop. Enough of this embarrassing matter. I do not wish for it to be revisited repeatedly. Nevertheless, Xiao Mu, this incident is not entirely unfavorable. How can it be considered good? You were exposed. Is that a positive outcome?" Lin Mu felt an urge to retreat into her own mind to reprimand the system for its absurd reasoning. "Do not be so hasty. Consider this. Your task is to win over Gu Ziyi for marriage. Previously, you found it challenging to even meet him, and now he is right here in your bed. Is that not a fortuitous turn of events?" 009 explained, shaking its head. Lin Mu found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Meeting him twice in 4 days hardly constitutes regular encounters, let alone using her bed as a venue for introductions. "Didn't you say Gu Ziyi is not interested in men? What is this about?" Lin Mu shifted slightly, wincing in pain. Gu Ziyi observed Lin Mu kneeling before him, admiring his striking features, muscular chest, and defined abs. Suddenly, the sight stirred memories of their previous night's encounter. "I'll show you more in the future. No need to be so excited. You can look any time you wish." Gu Ziyi gently lifted Lin Mu, pressing her against his chest, one hand soothingly trailing down her spine. Lin Mu's face pressed against his chest, contorted in discomfort as she mentally chastised 009 1,000 times over. "Stop scolding me. The data indicates that Gu Ziyi is not interested in men. None of his past relationships have involved male lovers. This cannot be incorrect." 009 protested, feeling wronged. "Then who are his female companions? I will visit them one by one." I refuse to believe that there is not one who could reignite old flames. Lin Mu resolved to seek out a former lover. This 009 hesitated. What? Is it confidential? The tone suggested that if 009 were to confirm, Lin Mu might react explosively. It is not a matter of confidentiality. Gu Ziyi has never had a female lover. Never had a female lover? Nor a male one? Is it possible that Gu Ziyi is inclined towards beasts? If that is the case, it complicates matters. Were there any stipulations in the contract regarding this? If not, does that not tread on the edge of propriety? What does Gu Ziyi favor, cats or dogs? Lin Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment at her inquiries. Well, there are no records regarding that, 009 admitted, struggling to keep pace with Lin Mu's line of questioning. Why do you ask? He likes neither men nor women. Could it be that he has an affinity for transgender individuals? I find it rather improbable. Thus, I surmise that he must have a fondness for animals and interspecies romance. Although it may not garner blessings, I believe I could accept Gu Ziyi's actions in this regard. Of course, it would be even better if I could ascertain which creature he favors. For once Gu Ziyi is wed, I shall be able to return. After that, in this world, having a CEO with an unconventional view on love should not affect me in any significant way. I think you are overthinking it. While Gu Ziyi may have limited romantic experience, he is certainly not inclined towards the peculiarities you imagine. 009 stated decisively. Are you certain? Lin Mu expressed skepticism. Absolutely. 009 reiterated with determination. I still find it unlikely, Lin Mu conceded, abandoning his rather absurd notion. Don't feel too pressured, now that you can approach Gu Ziyi. It is undoubtedly a positive development. Proximity often leads to success, and I sense that this task will be accomplished in no time. I have a premonition that you will become the shortest-lived host in my tenure. 009 reassured him. Really? Lin Mu perked up at this delightful news. You are indeed quite blunt. Such directness may leave me heartbroken. 009 said with a hint of melancholy. How could that be? One side apart. You will welcome a new arrival. A constant influx of fresh faces keeps things interesting. Lin Mu smiled to comfort him. Why has my little Mu remained silent? Are you shy? Or perhaps a bit weary? Gu Ziyi inquired, observing Lin Mu, who lay motionless against his chest, the blanket having slipped down to barely cover his long legs, exposing his rounded curves and smooth, delicate back to the air. Lin Mu's ears suddenly twitched and flushed crimson. How could he forget that he and Gu Ziyi were in bed, unclothed? Lin Mu instinctively tried to rise to dress. Do not move around. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Gu Ziyi's arms encircled Lin Mu's waist, preventing him from getting up. I need to get dressed. Let me go. The more Lin Mu struggled, the more shy he became, his entire form suffused with a soft pink hue. You are truly beautiful, little Mu. Gu Ziyi's fingers danced along Lin Mu's back, eliciting shivers. So little Mu can change colors. How lovely it is. Gu Ziyi leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear, his warm breath stirring sensations within. Lin Mu's palms instinctively clenched, his nerves making him stammer. Stop saying nonsense. I need to get dressed. I'm cold. The final word cold resonated with uncertainty, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to Lin Mu's genuine chill or something else entirely. To Gu Ziyi's ears, it carried a somewhat tremulous note. All right, get dressed. I shall help you. Gu Ziyi, like a doting guardian, swept Lin Mu into his embrace, one hand cradling his bare bottom as they descended to the floor. What shall you wear, my little Mu? Gu Ziyi found himself on the brink of despair as he overheard Lin Mu's incessant ramblings. What utter nonsense! Heaven, strike this person down with a bolt of lightning. I refuse to return. Chapter 10. The first object of affection, a May-December romance. Lin Mu, armed with a substantial sum of 300,000, successfully took up residence in Gu Ziyi's villa. Little Tong Tong, come forth, Lin Mu proclaimed, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. It's 009. The system replied reluctantly. Oh, 009. Lin Mu casually adjusted his tone. What is it? The system, ever diligent, was generally at his beck and call. I intend to introduce Gu Ziyi to a romantic partner. What do you think? Who? Lin Mu had been living in Gu Ziyi's villa for a couple of days and had yet to meet any women. so this seemed rather sudden. I've observed that the housekeeper is particularly attentive to Gu Ziyi, well-versed in his dietary habits and daily routines. I believe that finding a partner fundamentally hinges on finding someone who genuinely cares for and cherishes you. Of course, given Gu Ziyi's formidable nature, locating a woman who could protect him might prove challenging. Thus, I plan to focus on the aspects of love and care. So, you have your sights set on the housekeeper, Zhang Ma. 009 was somewhat incredulous. Do not judge a person by their appearance. Lin Mu frowned. That is Miss Zhang. Very well. But do you truly believe that the 46-year-old Miss Zhang is a suitable match for the 26-year-old Gu Ziyi? 009 could hardly fathom the convoluted reasoning of its host, which seemed both eccentric and wildly imaginative. Which do you find more perplexing, a 26-year-old man falling for another man, or him developing feelings for a 46-year-old woman who still possesses charm? Lin Mu inquired with a serious demeanor. 009 found itself momentarily at a loss for words. Now, if this man were exceptionally handsome, it might not be entirely incomprehensible. Handsome? Nonsense. With a face as large as the autumn moon, who could possibly find that appealing? Lin Mu erupted in indignation. I was actually referring to you. 009 interjected, unable to contain itself. I am aware, which is precisely why I am irate. Anyone who dares to covet me shall face my wrath. Lin Mu seethed with frustration. Having spent merely a week in this world, he had already faced the indignity of being bedded twice. What man could endure such humiliation? 009 was tempted to retort that Gu Ziyi had shared a bed with him. Yet Lin Mu had not retaliated. Instead, he merely bullied this weak system. Thus, the matter is settled. When Gu Ziyi returns, I shall orchestrate an opportunity for them, Lin Mu declared, his mood plummeting to an all-time low as he made his decision. Master Lin, our young master instructed that you should have breakfast upon waking. Would you prefer I bring it to you? Or would you like to dine in the restaurant? Zhang Ma inquired, noticing Lin Mu lost in thought on the sofa. Lin Mu had been engaged in a verbal spar with the system, but upon seeing Zhang Ma approach, he perked up. Zhang Ma, how long have you been working in the Gu household? I have been here for nearly 10 years. When I first arrived, I was just in my 30s, and the young master was still a boy, attending school. How time flies. Zhang Ma reflected wistfully. Is your family residing in the capital? Are they also in the Gu family? Lin Mu inquired cautiously. My spouse passed away when young, leaving me with a son who is currently attending university and will graduate next year, approximately the same age as you, young Master Lin, came the response. Oh, a widower. A son in university without burdens. This introduction to Gu Ziyi is truly a match made in heaven. Lin Mu mused internally. Upon hearing Lin Mu's thoughts, the entity known as 009 felt an overwhelming urge to chant. My host, your reckless behavior will delay the fulfillment of your long-cherished task. When we return home, though I am reluctant to part with you, at least exhibit some reliability. Does young master wish to know more about our esteemed master? In truth, he possesses a gentle temperament and is quite amiable, Zhang Ma said, smiling as she shared some of Gu Ziyi's habits. You will come to understand this as you spend more time together. Our master is indeed a wonderful person, Lin Mu thought to himself. Such repeated emphasis on someone's amiability often indicates the contrary. Noticing Lin Mu's expression, Zhang Ma assumed he had grown weary of the conversation and busied herself with preparing breakfast for him. No need, Zhang Ma. I can dine in the restaurant. Lin Mu replied as he stood up. Just then, Gu Ziyi's car returned. The young master has returned, likely unable to leave young Master Lin's side. In recent days, since Gu Ziyi brought him back from a bar, he had scarcely left the villa, constantly lingering in Lin Mu's vicinity. This made it challenging for Lin Mu to find a suitable opportunity to escape. It seemed that Gu Ziyi was intent on keeping a close watch on him. As the car keys were always under strict supervision, Lin Mu wandered through several rooms, yet not a single key was to be found. Even when the servants needed to go out, they used a designated vehicle for grocery shopping. Yesterday, when Lin Mu suggested accompanying the butler on an outing, he was politely declined, with the reasoning that the vehicle was not clean. The young masters could take another car. The problem was, Lin Mu would still need the keys for those vehicles. Gu Ziyi was clearly intent on confining him. relying solely on his own two legs to venture out. He realized that the nearest subway station was 7 or 8 kilometers away. In his past life, he could have easily carried a suitcase and made the journey. However, in his current frail state, that seemed implausible. "Xiao Mu, have you not had breakfast yet?" Gu Ziyi asked, observing Lin Mu sitting motionless at the table. Lin Mu held a spoon in his hand, yet the porridge in front of him remained largely untouched. I just can't seem to eat." Lin Mu sighed deeply. "What is it? Are you unwell? Or has someone wronged you?" Gu Ziyi's tone inadvertently turned serious. "Not at all," Lin Mu replied, putting down the spoon and looking at Gu Ziyi. "There is nothing wrong. Why the sigh?" Gu Ziyi stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Lin Mu's shoulders and leaning down to plant a kiss upon his lips. The kiss was not particularly deep, evoking a sense of a husband returning home to find his wife unable to contain her emotions. Lin Mu was startled by her own feelings and quickly redirected her thoughts. Her gaze wavering. "Why are you back?" she inquired. "There was nothing significant at the company, and I couldn't bear to be away from you, so I came to check on you." Gu Ziyi responded casually, pulling out a chair beside Lin Mu and sitting down. "Have you not eaten?" Lin Mu asked, observing Gu Ziyi, who was typically brimming with energy. Despite their acquaintance being relatively brief, their 2 previous encounters had left Lin Mu utterly exhausted, while Gu Ziyi appeared vibrant and refreshed the following day, showing no signs of fatigue. "I have eaten. I had breakfast after you didn't get up this morning. I even tried to wake you, but you wouldn't budge." Gu Ziyi seemed to be in high spirits. "Next time, I won't wake you. It's nice to sleep in a bit longer. When you finally rise, I'll have Zhang Ma prepare breakfast for you, but you mustn't skip it," Gu Ziyi said with a smile, entirely unperturbed. Chapter 11. Marriage Introduction. Dining is but a trivial matter. Lin Mu contemplated. Is there something on your mind? Share it with me. I can assist you. Gu Ziyi could easily discern that Lin Mu had something she wished to discuss. "Can you cook?" The topic shifted abruptly, catching Gu Ziyi off guard. "What?" he replied, momentarily confused, before realizing that Lin Mu might want to prepare something for him herself. While he had no objection to this notion, he had never set foot in a kitchen throughout his life. "What would you like to eat?" "I can make it for you at noon," Gu Ziyi offered, eager to learn if Lin Mu had a craving. "Oh, anything is fine, just something simple." Lin Mu looked up at Gu Ziyi, understanding that this endeavor was about nurturing their relationship. What she consumed was of little consequence. What mattered was that Gu Ziyi could experience love and care while cooking alongside Zhang Ma. That was the essence of it. Something simple? Gu Ziyi mused, gently pressing his fingers to his forehead, realizing Lin Mu indeed wished for him to take it easy. Yet, he had no clarity on what constituted a simple dish. For someone who had never entered a kitchen, the notion of simplicity was clearly beyond his grasp. Lin Mu anxiously watched Gu Ziyi sit silently in his chair, fearing he might refuse. Every beginning is difficult. A good start is half the success. If Gu Ziyi declines to learn cooking with Zhang Ma, what else could possibly enhance their relationship? Her mind raced. Honestly, for a CEO of the Gu Group to step into a kitchen is quite an anomaly. Perhaps you should consider other options? Reminded 009. What other options are there? Why doesn't your system provide some reliable suggestions? Is it my system that lacks reliability? Or is it you, the host, who is more unreliable? 009 felt utterly wronged, yet there was no remedy, for it was a choice made by oneself. Just as the thought lingered, an interruption came in the form of a voice. Gu Ziyi, deep in contemplation over what constituted a simple dish, glanced up to see Lin Mu gazing sternly at the bowl of plain congee. Not only had he not taken a bite, but his expression also suggested a mix of disappointment and anger. Was he upset? Gu Ziyi could not help but exclaim, "What would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you. However, may I seek assistance from Zhang Ma for guidance, as this is my first attempt?" His tone was laced with caution. Enlisting external help to cook for one's beloved felt somewhat insincere. What if Lin Mu could not perceive his sincerity and affection? At that moment, Lin Mu, engaged in a mental spar with 009, was startled by Gu Ziyi's call. He had missed much of the conversation, yet the words about asking Zhang Ma for help resonated clearly. The preceding context faded into insignificance. Those words alone sufficed. Of course, Gu Ziyi, you are most considerate. Lin Mu responded with an appropriately warm smile. There is no need for such formality. I have already said you may call me Ziyi. Gu Ziyi's expression darkened slightly. Lin Mu had always been polite, leading him to wonder if his affections had gone unnoticed. This time, he was determined to prepare a dish that would unequivocally convey his feelings. All right, Ziyi, he replied, the words feeling somewhat awkward, yet necessary to fulfill his intent. Lin Mu encouraged himself inwardly. Very well, I shall wait here. I will present you with a dish you adore by lunchtime. Gu Ziyi promptly rose and summoned Zhang Ma to the kitchen. Indeed, love instills a sense of urgency. Gu Ziyi wasted no time in his pursuit. Could this endeavor not succeed? Lin Mu mused internally, sharing a thought with 009. It seems to me that Gu Ziyi's focus is on the phrase the dish you like. 009 remarked, somewhat exasperated. Is that so? I did not perceive it. Lin Mu replied. Sometimes love engenders shyness. Gu Ziyi is merely seeking an excuse. He asserted firmly. 009 listened to Lin Mu's resolute defense with a hint of disbelief. Using shyness as an excuse with a man? It's quite the imaginative thought. If they truly were to be together, would you not feel discomfort? 009 pondered aloud. Discomfort? What discomfort? Lin Mu exclaimed, suddenly animated. 009. There is indeed something I must discuss with you. Observing Lin Mu's serious demeanor, 009 promptly inquired, what is it? While the mission remains unchanged, I can still assist with various matters. If I were to return, would it be directly to the moment of rescuing someone from the water? Or to the hospital? Lin Mu questioned anxiously. This was a topic he had refrained from broaching. If upon returning, he found himself still in the water, would he not face the risk of drowning again? Would that not lead him back here, trapped in a relentless cycle with no end? You are overthinking it. Our system is not as ineffective as you perceive. If you truly return, you should effortlessly drift back to the shore, even with a massive stone tied to you. You shall not sink. Is that so fantastical? What do you imagine? To drown once more upon returning, completing the task only to return again, in an endless cycle? I did not entertain such notions. I merely sought confirmation. Lin Mu spoke somewhat bashfully for the first time. You indeed think that there is no need for denial. 009 stated candidly. However, should you have the opportunity to witness all that we possess, you will realize that I am not exaggerating in the slightest. I doubt I shall have that honor. Once I return, I will certainly not have the chance to witness such supernatural powers. Lin Mu responded with a smile. 009 regarded his peculiar host, harboring a feeling. He is remarkably intelligent and quite stubborn, despite sensing that their bond was fleeting, only a year or two at most. Why did he not perceive the distance typical of otherworldly realms in Lin Mu? Can he truly return? 009 felt an inkling of uncertainty. This is good. The grand endeavor is already halfway completed. You see, are you still doubting my methods? Lin Mu gestured for 009 to glance toward the kitchen. In the semi-open kitchen, Gu Ziyi was attentively listening to Zhang Ma, his demeanor exceedingly serious and meticulous. It is premature. 009 resolutely closed his eyes. This foolish idea must not be revealed to other systems. Otherwise, one would be subjected to ridicule. Jealousy. You are envious of my observational skills and decisiveness. Lin Mu exclaimed, striking his thigh in indignation. Indeed, your decisiveness is commendable, as you can leave the Lin residence on a whim. However, your observational skills leave much to be desired. Xiaomu, what are you up to? Are you anxious? Gu Ziyi poked his head into the kitchen, observing Lin Mu seated at the dining table, striking his thigh. Does it not hurt with such force? Chapter 12, the first introduction fails. Where? Ha ha ha. Lin Mu feigned a laugh. I am merely exercising a bit. See? I am just keeping active. With that, Lin Mu exaggeratedly stood to perform a few less than standard squats. After all, in my previous life, I was a fitness enthusiast, having attempted various exercises. A few squats were merely warm-ups in my past life. Yet now, my legs ache, my waist is sore, and my backside is nearly in pain. Gu Ziyi watched Lin Mu perform those squats in the dining room. His slim waist, shapely rear, and long legs, with every downward motion seemingly enticing him. It was as if he could hardly resist the urge to lift him up and indulge in some playful torment. The eggs he was whisking slowed down considerably. Young master, that is enough. Pour it into the pan and let it cook slowly into a pancake. Keep the heat low to avoid burning. Zhang Gu marked. Noticing that Gu Ziyi was whisking the egg mixture into a froth, Lin Mu observed the kitchen. It seemed Zhang Ma had said something, prompting Gu Ziyi to turn back. Xiao Mu, do you truly believe those two can manage? 009 observed Lin Mu, who had once again slumped onto the sofa. I do not know, but I must try. Mustn't I? From the inside out, I shall begin with Gu Ziyi's companions. If that proves futile, I shall venture out to seek alternatives. Lin Mu lay on the sofa, leisurely munching on an apple as he spoke. Very well then, I have never encountered such an unplanned host. Should you require assistance, do summon me. I am inclined to take a brief respite. 009 seemed bereft of solutions and decided to retreat to slumber. Unplanned? Who lacks a plan? Which benevolent soul inquires about the marital status of others without a semblance of strategy? Lin Mu, incensed, sprang to his feet, intent on chastising 009. But it was evident that 009 had already succumbed to the so-called sleep, entirely oblivious to his outburst. After a brief tirade, Lin Mu grew weary and was instead met with an acrid odor wafting from the living room, painfully pungent. What is that smell? Is there a fire? Lin Mu leaped to his feet, contemplating whether to call out to 009, pondering if he were to perish in flames. Would his mission still hold? Yet, he was soon overwhelmed by the thick smoke, erupting into a fit of coughs. Almost immediately, the smoke alarm of the villa blared to life. Best to flee. Even if death awaits, I cannot choose such a harrowing demise. Perishing in flames is far too agonizing. Lin Mu rose, vaulting over the sofa, and as he reached for the door to escape, he saw the kitchen door flung open, and Gu Ziyi emerged, his visage smeared with soot. What transpired? Lin Mu could hardly fathom the notion that Gu Ziyi might have ignited the fire himself. The kitchen was ablaze. This simple revelation rekindled Lin Mu's memory of his efforts to unite Gu Ziyi and Zhang Ma. But where is Zhang Ma? Did she not escape? Panic surged within Lin Mu as he prepared to rush back to rescue her. The fire is out. We must leave now. We cannot linger, for it is unsafe. Gu Ziyi encircled Lin Mu with one arm, enveloping him against his chest, while with the other, he yanked open the door, urging them to flee. You go first. You shall fetch Zhang Ma. In that moment, Lin Mu felt as though he had returned to a past life, standing by the shore, powerless to avert the tragedy of a child drowning. Zhang Ma is not in the kitchen. There is no one there. We must exit. Gu Ziyi had already whisked Lin Mu away. Typically, when Gu Ziyi and Lin Mu were home, the main building of the villa saw little activity from the staff. With the alarm blaring, the butler was directing the other servants to prepare the fire hoses for firefighting. It is all right. No need for hoses. There is no open flame. Gu Ziyi shouted after emerging outside. The butler hurried over, seeking clarification on the situation. Gu Ziyi cleared his throat and provided a brief account. It turned out that after listening to Zhang Ma's repeated instructions, Gu Ziyi had felt confident enough to attempt making an egg pancake without her guidance. However, issues arose. It was uncertain whether he had used too much oil, which splattered and ignited the entire pan. Ultimately, in his flustered state, Gu Ziyi recalled Zhang Ma's advice to turn off the main gas valve, extinguishing the flames once the oil had burned away. At this very moment, Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. Was it that Gu Ziyi was exceedingly foolish, or was it his own ineptitude that led a young master to cook, resulting in his own suffering from the smoke? As long as the young master was unharmed, he would summon some help to tidy up the mess. Upon hearing this, the butler summoned several servants to clean up the aftermath. Gu Ziyi, how are you feeling? Lin Mu intended to inquire about Zhang Ma's well-being as well, but it appeared that no sparks of romance had ignited between the two. In fact, Gu Ziyi nearly set the house ablaze. How's it going? Were you frightened? Even now, Gu Ziyi's arm remained tightly around Lin Mu. I'm fine, but you should wash your face, Lin Mu remarked, observing the smudges of black soot on his handsome visage. Gu Ziyi then reached up to touch his face, saying, I'll go wash my face first. If you weren't too scared, why don't you rest upstairs? The first floor will take a while to clean. With that, Gu Ziyi lifted Lin Mu into his arms and carried him to the second-floor bedroom before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. What did you feel when you saw that huge cloud of smoke? Weren't you going to sleep? You woke up quite quickly, Lin Mu questioned, recalling how he had been unable to call for anyone just moments before. I did intend to sleep, but if you encounter danger, I will awaken and assist you in assessing your surroundings, he explained. But when I was with Gu Ziyi earlier, why didn't you awaken? Lin Mu pouted, curious. That wasn't he considered dangerous. Then what is? Lin Mu presedon. To be precise, your personal safety was at risk. However, even in danger, I could only offer you psychological support. Whether a solution could be found depends solely on you. So you're saying that if I had perished in the fire, you would have merely stood by? To put it bluntly, yes. And what would happen to the mission if I died? It would conclude. If you were to perish, the mission would naturally come to an end. 009 spoke solemnly. Did you not hear the terms of our contract regarding rewards and penalties? If you fail to complete the mission, you will remain in this body until natural death. Conversely, should you die in this body, it signifies mission failure. Having been a system for so long, I have encountered hosts who have failed, yet I still hope for your successful return. As Lin Mu listened to 009's words, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. He longed to probe further, asking about the fate of those failed hosts. But then he reflected that his own mission could only be deemed a failure upon his death. Thus, that hosts who had not completed their mission must have met their demise as well. Chapter 13. A wish unwanted to fulfill. Lin Mu was unsure how to console him. At times, he felt that 009, as a system, lacked emotion, yet at other moments he sensed that 009 was rather sentimental. Perhaps, in this strange world, 009 was the only entity with whom he could truly share his innermost thoughts. Do not worry about me, Xiao Mu. My foremost task is to look after you. So, I need you to strive a bit harder, understand? Strive harder? Are you implying that I should return sooner? Lin Mu asked, perplexed. Of course. The sooner you return, the more perfectly I can fulfill my duties, and thus I can save face. 009 reverted back to its previous teasing tone. Oh, yet you claim to quite like me. It seems you are eagerly anticipating my departure. Lin Mu remarked with a smile at the now spirited 009. Once you leave, I can also visit you. Do you think our system is incompetent? 009 rolled its eyes. Not incompetent, but if I return, you must refrain from coming. I do not wish to constantly remember my experiences here. Lin Mu silently added, particularly the memories of being hurt by Gu Ziyi. 009 understood Lin Mu's thoughts, but chose not to confront him. The two continued their light-hearted banter. Xiao Mu, do you want to wash your face? Gu Ziyi emerged from the bathroom after a shower. Lin Mu, who had been lounging on the bed with one leg dangling, raised his head slightly at the sound of a voice and beheld Gu Ziyi, who was clad only in a towel. Water droplets clung to his strong, muscular chest, and his damp black hair, hastily dried with a towel, appeared somewhat tousled. As Lin Mu gazed at the disheveled hair, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. It was surprising that a man's hair, without styling or curling, could evoke such a feeling. Hey, are you mesmerized? 009 kindly reminded him. Of course not. Lin Mu retorted, flustered. Does Xiao Mu fancy my towel? Gu Ziyi asked with a mischievous smile, feigning ignorance. It is quite nice. The pattern is lovely. Lin Mu nearly bit his tongue. Why praise the towel's design when he could have chosen something else? Is it a pattern you've seen before? I quite like this design too. Gu Ziyi approached with a smile, while Lin Mu reclined on the bed, gazing up at the man standing over him. To Lin Mu's eyes, the towel appeared devoid of any pattern. Was Gu Ziyi providing him an out? Yes, I did see in the bathroom earlier. But what shall we have for lunch today? The kitchen was a disaster after Gu Ziyi's cooking. But this vast villa should still be capable of whipping up a meal, right? Are you hungry, Xiao Mu? Gu Ziyi chuckled as he attempted to climb onto the bed. Not really, Lin Mu replied, though he was not entirely devoid of hunger. Breakfast had been delayed. However, he needed a distraction from their earlier conversation. If you're not hungry, would you like to see the pattern on this towel? Back to that topic again. Just when he thought Gu Ziyi was giving him an opening, it seemed he had been mistaken. What are you looking at? I don't want to see. Lin Mu decided to gaze directly at the ceiling. The chandelier exuded a sense of design that suggested it was quite expensive. The curtains were equally appealing, their colors perfectly aligned with his taste. Gu Ziyi, observing Lin Mu's eyes wandering elsewhere, couldn't help but tug at him, resuming their previous conversation. "Do you want to take a look?" "No," Lin Mu firmly replied, certain that nothing good would come of it. The bath towel, devoid of any patterns, was obvious to Lin Mu. If there were any claims of designs, it undoubtedly meant Gu Ziyi was up to some mischief. Yellow mischief seemed particularly prevalent. "I refuse to look," Lin Mu thought resolutely. Gu Ziyi appeared like a 6-year-old, seemingly unwilling to relent unless he was satisfied. "Just take a look." All right. Lin Mu, worn down, reluctantly acquiesced. What was there to fear in viewing something he had already used? Lin Mu thought defiantly. In his mind, 009 gave Lin Mu a thumbs up, acknowledging his bravery. Gu Ziyi cautiously lifted the corner of the bath towel, revealing an embroidered pattern of a gray wolf at the tag S position. "What do you think? Is it nice?" Lin Mu was taken aback. He expected Gu Ziyi to choose something so plain. Isn't this the main character from an animated series? How peculiar. I rarely watched animated shows as a child, but once, at a classmate's house, I stumbled upon this particular series, and the character captivated me. It lingered in my memory for quite some time, Gu Ziyi recounted as he climbed onto the bed, leaning beside Lin Mu. "You don't enjoy watching animations?" After uttering this, Lin Mu felt it was improbable. If he didn't enjoy them, why would he remember them for so long? Conversely, if he liked them, why did he watch so few? "Actually, I never watched them as a child, or rather, I was completely unaware that such animated shows existed for children. My mother was quite strict during my childhood. She would not allow me to engage with what she deemed frivolous." Is watching animated shows deemed useless for children? Perhaps wealthy individuals have a different perspective. Lin Mu queried, intrigued. "What did you watch then as a child?" "I watched the news, finance programs, and other topics that adults tend to enjoy." Gu Ziyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "And what else?" Lin Mu fell silent for a moment. "Study. I had to learn various languages, piano, sports, and so forth. Essentially, those skills and social competencies that adults deemed valuable. In comparison, watching animations seemed indeed like a trivial pursuit." Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. One must bear the weight of a crown if they wish to wear it. Thus, he could not impulsively declare that Madame Gu's educational approach was flawed. However, he recognized that Gu Ziyi had missed out on many experiences, which made it difficult for Lin Mu to simply state that loss was merely loss. "We should take the time to watch them together. I also loved them as a child. My mother, while allowing me to watch, often nagged me to finish," Lin Mu blurted out. "All right, from now on, you shall accompany me." Gu Ziyi smiled, reaching out to embrace Lin Mu, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "My little Mu, you truly possess a kind heart." Lin Mu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a wish he did not wish to fulfill. What should he do? Naturally, he had to comply with the wish. 009 murmured in his mind. "Were you just now? Did you not say you would provide assistance at crucial moments?" Lin Mu was nearly infuriated. Was that really a crucial moment? It was merely an embarrassing moment. As a system endowed with thought and compassion, how could I possibly disturb my esteemed host during such a time? Lin Mu nearly bit his own tongue. This useless and talkative system would eventually provoke him to vent his frustrations. Chapter 14. Fate or Fleeting Affection. Xiaomo had finished watching the cartoon Grey Wolf. Should he watch something else now? Gu Ziyi wore a mischievous smile. What? Lin Mu thought it might be another childhood trauma and leaned forward to take a look. Suddenly, Gu Ziyi yanked the towel from his waist. In an instant, Lin Mu's mind exploded, followed by a furious shout echoing from the master bedroom on the second floor. "Gu Ziyi, you scoundrel!" The butler, directing the servants to tidy up the kitchen on the first floor, paused momentarily upon hearing the commotion from upstairs. He then muttered to himself, "Next time, I must remind the young master that this villa needs some renovations, perhaps a bit of fireproofing, waterproofing, and soundproofing." The servants diligently attended to their tasks, paying no heed to the butler's remarks. "Gu Ziyi, you cannot behave like this in the future." Lin Mu turned his back on Gu Ziyi, initiating a cold war. "All right, I will listen to you. Whatever you say is fine." Just turn your face around, so I can see. Gu Ziyi placed a hand on Lin Mu's shoulder, attempting to coax him to face him. However, ever since Gu Ziyi's rogue behavior, Lin Mu had resolutely kept his back turned. Of course, Gu Ziyi could forcibly turn him around, but since they were merely quarreling, it was essential to reconcile. Turn your face around. Why do you keep staring out the window? Gu Ziyi shook Lin Mu's shoulder again. Not a muscle moved. I won't turn. Lin Mu pouted defiantly. Turn. I was wrong, Gu Ziyi insisted. Just turn. Can't you forgive me just this once? Gu Ziyi continued to gently shake him. No. Lin Mu's tone softened slightly. Gu Ziyi, sensing Lin Mu's wavering resolve, intensified his efforts. Lin Mu felt as if he were about to be shaken into pieces. Take it easy. What do you think you are shaking? Lin Mu exclaimed. All right, I will be gentle, but you mustn't be angry anymore. Look, I am already dressed. Just take a look behind you. Gu Ziyi continued. Truly a big child. Do you need coaxing to get dressed? Must you be praised for wearing clothes? Fine. You look splendid. Keep it up. If I catch you running around naked again, I'll drag you back. Unable to withstand it any longer. Lin Mu turned around to take a glance. He had to admit that even in pajamas, Gu Ziyi had an impressive physique, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with long legs stretched out on the bed, evoked envy in Lin Mu. In this lifetime, everything seems satisfactory, except for my height and physique. Tears well up. Why couldn't I have crossed over into the body of Gu Ziyi instead? Lin Mu glanced down at her delicate frame. If only this frail figure could be left for Gu Ziyi. Just wait and see how it would torment him. If I don't make him cry every day, it would be a disservice to the time I've spent in this body. Stop, stop, stop. My dear Mu, you are overthinking. The voice of 009 abruptly interrupted Lin Mu's daydreaming. Perhaps you should focus on completing your mission instead. It seems you've strayed quite a bit lately. Time for some reflection. Lin Mu pondered for a moment and realized that due to Gu Ziyi's incessant distractions, she often failed to achieve her goals. But this was not her fault. I understand now. It's time to push forward with the mission. Lin Mu silently recited this in her mind as a response. Gu Ziyi, don't you think it's a bit dull for us to stay in the villa all day? Lin Mu began setting the stage. Dull? Not at all. The moment I arrive at the company, all I want is to return home. How could it be boring? Gu Ziyi played with a tuft of hair atop Lin Mu's head. This hair is so adorable. It has a mind of its own. Press down. Up. Press down. Up. After several repetitions, even Lin Mu, who had been deep in thought about her strategies, began to feel it. What are you doing? Am I your pet? Lin Mu lightly punched Gu Ziyi's firm chest. Goodness. Quite springy. The sensation is delightful. Why? I merely noticed a rebellious tuft of hair on your head and was helping to tame it. Gu Ziyi chuckled, leaning in to plant a kiss on Lin Mu's forehead. Lin Mu quickly raised her hand to block him. How could he tease a respectable woman under broad daylight? Seeing Lin Mu's fierce rejection through her expression, Gu Ziyi laughed and pulled her into his embrace. Mu, I've come to realize that I like you more and more, and I wish to be with you always. What should I do? Absolutely not. Lin Mu struggled to free herself. You have a destined partner. Making reckless wishes now will lead to regret later. What is a destined partner? Don't we qualify? Gu Ziyi asked with a teasing smile. Certainly not. Lin Mu replied bluntly. How can we be destined partners? That requires one man and one woman. Then what do we count as? Gu Ziyi's gaze dimmed slightly. We are, at most. Lin Mu chuckled softly, contemplating that they were two people from entirely different worlds, seemingly unconnected. Yet they had indeed shared a night together. It should be considered a fleeting romance. Lin Mu ruffled her hair, now even more disheveled from Gu Ziyi's playful antics. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Gu Ziyi momentarily felt a strong urge to confess to her in his arms. I have no destined partner, and if I did, it would be you. However, years of experience in the business world tempered his words, leaving him restrained. This person, though he cherished her deeply, seemed to harbor no such feelings for him. Sigh. Lin Mu reached out to nudge Gu Ziyi beside her. We are so bored. Gu Ziyi momentarily lost his train of thought and inquired, where would you like to go? I will accompany you. I have no particular engagements today. The notion of having the CEO accompany him on a shopping excursion felt like an extravagant privilege. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had never been one to indulge in shopping sprees. However, he was compelled to ask, "Do you not frequently attend balls, cocktail parties, and birthday celebrations? When the opportunity arises, would you be willing to take me along?" As Gu Ziyi observed the eager gaze of the person beside him, he found himself momentarily entranced. Those beautiful eyes, filled with anticipation, made it seem impossible to refuse any request. Indeed, such events do exist. Yet I typically refrain from attending unless absolutely necessary. How remarkable it was to deem attendance as non-essential. Surely, there were not many gatherings in the capital that could compel Gu Ziyi's participation. It was no wonder he remained single. However, if you're interested, there is an event tonight, and I can take you with me, Gu Ziyi continued, encouraged by Lin Mu's hopeful expression. But there is one condition you must agree to. His tone turned serious, and Lin Mu, discerning the gravity in Gu Ziyi's demeanor, realized that should she refuse, he would not take her along. "What is it? Speak. You must refrain from drinking while we are there." "Agreed." Lin Mu consented with remarkable decisiveness. This was of little concern. She believed her current physique could hardly tolerate much alcohol, and 009 was particularly prone to becoming dazed at the mere scent of it, making abstinence the wisest choice. Chapter 15. I must find him and ensure his ruin. In the capital, at the Lin residence. "Are you saying that Lin Mu left on his own accord?" Lin Da-hong inquired, casting a glance at his second son, Lin Su. Lin Su had always perceived his father as a timid creature, trembling like a mouse before a cat. The reason was simple. Lin Su was the only acknowledged illegitimate child of the Lin family, and although his mother resided there, her voice was seldom heard. Indeed, I even implored him for quite some time, yet he refused to listen and insisted on leaving. I strained my back in an effort to stop him. Lin Su ziplit sopti. Lin Da-hong observed his youngest son, who still walked with a peculiar gait, and found himself at a loss for words. On one hand, he wanted to believe that Lin Mu had been well behaved during his year at the Lin residence, hardly daring to speak, let alone contemplate moving out. Yet, the memory of their encounter in the study lingered in his mind. Was that truly the obedient and sensible Lin Mu he remembered? "Father." Lin Su timidly called out to Lin Da-hong. Lin Da-hong lifted his gaze to regard his seemingly inept son. "What is it? Have you incurred more gambling debts?" This ineffectual son spent his days either courting women or playing cards, proving to be of no use. Perhaps it would have been better had he never acknowledged him back into the family. Not all. Lin Su dared not confess the truth to Lin Da-hong. Yet the pressure from outside was mounting, and he found himself unable to produce the necessary funds. Originally, there had been someone interested in purchasing information about Lin Mu's whereabouts, which promised to be a profitable endeavor. However, just as he sold the first piece of information, Lin Mu had vanished. It felt as if the young man were deliberately opposing him. Could it be that Lin Mu had aligned himself with someone influential, granting him the audacity to move out on his own? One cannot fault Lin Su for harboring doubts, given the exorbitant sum involved in purchasing information, which inevitably leads him to suspect foul play. Who might Lin Da-hong have associated with? He pondered deeply. When did Lin Mu undergo such a transformation? Just a week prior. At the charity gala, he intended to present Lin Mu to Mr. Sun, yet Lin Mu vanished for an entire night. The following day, when questioned, he claimed to have spent the evening at a bar, even ordering duck. Was it possible he met someone significant there? What prominent figure would forego the charity gala for a night at a bar? What extraordinary fortune must Lin Mu possess to encounter such an individual? Nevertheless, Lin Mu's striking appearance indeed possesses an allure that is hardly surprising. Lin Su observed Lin Da-hong, whose furrowed brow indicated his continued perplexity, and quietly suggested, "Could it be that Lin Mu has taken on the role of a male escort? With his looks, he would surely earn quite a sum." Lin Su had always held disdain for Lin Mu, who, in the hierarchy of the Lin family, held the lowest position. He was often chastised by the legitimate Lady Lin and reprimanded by his elder brother, who had established himself abroad. This was already quite humiliating, and when a cast-off from the third branch was brought to their home, Lin Su believed his status would rise. However, upon Lin Mu's arrival, his astonishingly handsome visage astounded the entire Lin household. Even Lady Lin treated him with unexpected courtesy. Her gaze no longer filled with disdain as it was when directed at Lin Su. Regardless, Lin Su considered himself a legitimate young master of the Lin family, while Lin Mu could only be deemed a temporary resident, lacking any grounds for comparison. What did you say? Lin Da-hong seemed not to have comprehended his younger son's words. I said, could it be that Lin Mu is indeed engaging in escort work? His mention of ordering duck clearly concealed something more scandalous. With each assertion, Lin Su felt increasingly convinced of the veracity of his claims. Given his looks, what else could he possibly do but take on such a role? He dared to ridicule Lin Su brazenly before him, displaying an utter lack of shame. You, a wastrel who knows nothing but indulgence. I have allowed you to remain at home, yet you squander your days gallivanting about, and now you spout such nonsense? I ought to teach you a lesson. Lin Da-hong erupted in anger, for it was trivial whether Lin Mu chose to debase himself. However, he had hoped for Lin Mu to serve as a bridge for the Lin family. If Lin Mu were to tarnish his reputation, the value of his connections would diminish significantly. The billion-dollar contract with Mr. Sun had yet to be secured, and today, Lin Da-hong, accompanied by Di Ming, would meet with Mr. Sun once more. Mr. Sun had made his position abundantly clear. While the contract was not off the table for the Lin family, it was imperative that a member of the Lin clan be present to spearhead the project's initial phases. Otherwise, the contract would never be granted to the Lin family. Originally, Lin Da-hong and Mr. Sun had agreed that Lin Mu would act as the public relations representative for the Lin family on this project, stationed within Mr. Sun's organization until its conclusion. This was, of course, a facade, yet the agreement had faltered during the gala, leading to the project's near collapse. However, Lin Su, this prodigal son, continued to speak recklessly. If Mr. Sun were to discover that Lin Mu might be engaging in disreputable activities, would there be any hope left for the project? Truly a simplistic mind, Lin Da-hong bellowed, sending Lin Su away in disgrace. Emerging from Lin Da-hong's study, Lin Su felt utterly humiliated. I refuse to believe that the lad possesses such fortitude. I am determined to ascertain whether he truly has resorted to such disgraceful means. Should he indeed be involved in such activities, I shall ensure he receives ample publicity. Lin Su, in his folly, remained oblivious to his father's intentions. Had Lin Da-hong been aware, it would have been a wonder if he did not break a leg in his fury. Hello, Dawu, where are you? Are you available lately? Lin Su pondered before dialing a childhood friend, one he had known before returning to the Lin family, a circle consisting primarily of small-time delinquents. Naturally, having matured, they had evolved into genuine ruffians. Lin Xiao, what prompts you to think of me? Wu Tianshi, reclining in a bar while embracing two young women, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Spare me the pleasantries. If you have some free time, keep an eye out for a fellow named Lin Mu. I need to know what he is up to, Lin Su instructed. Having spent considerable time in the underworld, Wu Tianshi understood that individuals like Lin Su, born into privilege, were not of their ilk to forge brotherly bonds. Hence, leveraging their childhood acquaintance, he had naturally assumed the role of Lin Su's subordinate. Of course, if you need something, I will certainly make time. However, I must confess, I have no idea what this Lin Mu looks like or where he typically frequents, so I cannot send my associates to scour the city without more information. Lin Su promptly sent a photograph of Lin Mu to Wu Tianshi. Examining the image under the dim bar lights, Wu Tianshi exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Xiao, where did you find such a celestial being? Have you taken a liking to him? Wait, Lin Mu, that name bears a resemblance to yours. Momentarily taken aback, Wu Tianshi wondered if this was another illegitimate child of Lin Da-hong. He is the son of my third uncle, Lin Su replied succinctly. Wu Tianshi understood that familial ties in affluent circles often amounted to little more than nonsense, and thus refrained from further inquiries. All right, I will have my associates keep an eye out. However, I am curious where this Lin Mu prefers to spend his time, so I can locate him sooner. He might be at a bar. He could very well be involved in dubious activities there. Lin Su Vito, Isapata. Once I find him, I shall ensure he is utterly disgraced. Chapter 16. Lin Su seeks out Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianshi set his drink down, incredulous at the notion of such a young master engaging in such affairs. The depths of the elite's depravity were truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Recognizing the sensitivity of the matter, he promptly agreed to assist. Rest assured, my brother, I will send someone to check the bars in the capital. If this lad is indeed working there, he certainly won't remain inconspicuous. Lin Mu, somewhat perturbed by Wu Tianshir's admiration for Lin Mu, even if it was in the context of his disgraceful pursuits, retorted, let us locate him first. Once found, do not raise any alarms. Our family has its own protocols for handling such matters. With that, Lin Mu abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Wu Tianshi shared Lin Mu's photograph among his acquaintances who frequented various bars. After witnessing the young master of the Lin family, everyone expressed their astonishment. If such a person truly frequented the bars of the capital, it would have long been the subject of whispered conversations. Some were skeptical, while others sought to investigate further. Just as Wu Tianshi was about to finish his drink and return to ensure he hadn't overlooked any establishments, a flamboyantly dressed bar promoter approached him. Ye. Il greeted him. Are you leaving so soon? The show is just about to commence. He gestured towards the stage, indicating that the most thrilling part of the performance was yet to unfold. I have matters to attend to. I'll return another time. Wu Tianshi, having accepted a task from Lin Shui, dared not linger longer in the bar. Wu Xiao is departing already. It seems unfortunate, as just 2 days ago, a celestial being graced your table, selling an impressive number of bottles in merely 3 hours. At that moment, another promoter approached, sporting a similar hairstyle, but lacking the charm of ale. Xiao Wei, what nonsense are you spouting? You shouldn't speak carelessly about the guests. Xiao Wei, noticing Ale's rising status in the bar, felt a twinge of rivalry, especially since Lin Mu's visit had granted Ale a substantial introduction fee due to a fortuitous oversight by the security at the entrance. Oh, what guest? I didn't notice anyone, Xiao Wei replied dismissively. It's evident he's merely a promoter like us. There are plenty of part-timers in this place. I can discern a guest from a promoter. Who ever heard of a guest needing a commission to purchase drinks, let alone a brother lining up to serve drinks to a guest? Growing weary of the petty competition between the two promoters, Wu Tianshi prepared to leave when Xiao Wei called out, 3 hours, and your introduction fee must be in the tens of thousands. Such a person is rare in the entire capital. Aren't you worried he might jeopardize your position as the premier promoter here? 3 hours. Tens of thousands in introduction fees? How much alcohol would need to be sold for that? Wu Tianshi recalled the face in the photograph. If it were him, it could indeed be accomplished. Have you seen that person? Wu Tianshi turned to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, initially intent on causing trouble for Ale, knew that Wu Tianshi wasn't exactly a scion of a wealthy family, but he had heard rumors of his connection to the young master of the Lin family. Thus, Wu Tianshi had managed to establish himself quite well. Ale, being adept at socializing, always welcomed Wu Tianshi, leading Xiao Wei to seize this opportunity to unsettle Ale while attempting to lure Wu Tianshi as a client. Indeed, Wu Xiao seeks that young man. Take a look and see if it's him. Wu Tianshi promptly retrieved his phone, revealing a recent photograph sent by Lin Shui. The image was candid, capturing Lin Mu as he exited his home and approached a vehicle, taken from a distance that rendered the subject relatively small in the frame. Xiao Wei enlarged the image, scrutinizing it closely while recalling the events of that evening. It is he, Xiao Wei affirmed confidently. When a person possesses an extraordinary beauty, it evokes an unmistakable sensation. When Xiao Wei beheld the photograph, it felt as though he were standing in the very position of the photographer, the scene captured appearing as if it had transpired before his very eyes. Are you certain? Wu Tianshi exhaled a sigh of relief, astonished at how effortlessly he had found it. Indeed, on that day, the men at the bar were practically all eager to approach and take a look. The more Xiao Wei spoke, the more convinced he became that this was the individual in question. Ali stood across the way, initially hesitant to intrude upon the dialogue between Xiao Wei and Wu Tianshi, but upon hearing this, he realized that Wu Tianshi was indeed searching for a Mu. However, a Mu's commanding presence that day, coupled with a man who had ultimately escorted him away, led Ali to believe that a Mu was not the sort to frequent such establishments. Perhaps he had quarreled with that imposing figure and had come out of spite. Ali, was that man you introduced that day? Wu Tianxi's gaze turned toward him, indicating that Xiao Wei had already divulged the events of that day. Let me see. Alai reached out to Wu Tianchu's phone. After a mere glance, Alai confirmed, "It is indeed that young man. How do you know him? Where is he now? Is he still working part-time at the bar?" Wu Tianchu bombarded him with questions. Alai, momentarily dazed, realized that even if he remained silent, Xiao Wei would likely have shared everything, and besides, his own knowledge was not significantly greater. He came to the bar on his own that day. I only introduced him after receiving a call from the security at the entrance. As for his name, what he is called, I have no idea if he is still around. Wu Tianchu scrutinized Alai closely, recognizing the sincerity in his words. "You say his name is Mu?" "Yes, that is how he introduced himself. However, Wu Xiao, you know that most patrons use aliases. We don't typically concern ourselves with such matters," Alai attempted to clarify. Thinking to himself, that foolish lad wouldn't have used his real name, would he? He spoke the truth. With those words, Wu Tianchu strode out decisively. Alai felt a jolt of surprise. Mu was indeed his real name. What could this mean for the situation? He contemplated following, but what would he accomplish? Wu Tianchu was not someone he could confront. He was merely a bartender, and what could he possibly do? Perhaps he should call Mu to inform him. But beyond what he had learned that day, he truly knew nothing. "What is the matter? Are you worried about that kid?" Xiao Wei mocked from behind with a smirk. The man who took him away that day was likely his benefactor. He looked like a young master, probably someone who was being kept. You realize that the man who left with him could very well be Mu's patron, and you still dare to stir trouble? That is nothing short of courting disaster. With that, Alai turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Wei standing there, dumbfounded. He was so preoccupied with teasing Alai, fixating on the handsome young man who seemed like a celestial being, that he overlooked the significance of the man who had made a final appearance. Observing the man before him, it was evident that he was exceptionally fond of Mu. If he were to discover that it was his own actions that had caused Mu trouble, would he ever let him off the hook? Chapter 17. Why is his waist so slim? "Are you ready, Xiao Mu?" Gu Ziyi inquired from outside the dressing room, gently tapping on the door. "Ready." The door creaked open. Just as Gu Ziyi was about to tease him for taking so long to prepare, he was taken aback by Lin Mu, who emerged in a simple yet elegant navy blue suit that fit him impeccably. His extraordinarily long legs accentuated his remarkably slender waist. The unadorned outfit appeared stunning when donned by Lin Mu. "The trousers are a bit loose. I adjusted them earlier," Lin Mu admitted, feeling a tad embarrassed. As a grown man, he had taken quite some time to change. Gu Ziyi must have grown impatient waiting for him. "Let me see." Gu Ziyi lifted the hem of Lin Mu's suit jacket, revealing that the waistband was indeed a bit slack. "Why not wear a belt? Don't you have one in the dressing room?" Gu Ziyi frowned, noting just how slim Lin Mu's waist was. Even the brief glimpse of skin ignited a flame within him, a relentless yearning. At that moment, Gu Ziyi regretted agreeing to take Lin Mu to the banquet. He wished he could hide Lin Mu away in a place where only he could see him. "I have one, but it's too long. Tying it up looks a bit awkward," Lin Mu murmured softly. "Let me take a look." Gu Ziyi rummaged through the dressing room for a soft leather belt. He bent down to encircle Lin Mu's waist, attempting to secure it. What seemed to be the issue? Gu Ziyi quickly realized that the belt was excessively long, wrapping around Lin Mu's waist almost twice, rendering it quite impractical. "What is your waist size?" Gu Ziyi, who had little concept of such matters, had never been in a relationship and had overlooked this detail while shopping for Lin Mu. He should have had a tailor craft a custom fit for him. "I've never measured it. It should be." Lin Mu glanced at the two defined abdominal lines and the delicate curve of his side waist, finding it impossible to estimate. "Never mind. I'll arrange for someone to custom make you clothes when we return today. I feel terrible for this." Gu Ziyi fastened the excessively long belt around Lin Mu's waist. "If you need to use the restroom of the banquet, just call me. I'll help you with the belt." Gu Ziyi adjusted Lin Mu's suit once more and gently caressed his face. He yearned to kiss him right then and there. "I'm not a child. I don't need someone to accompany me to the restroom." Lin Mu's expression darkened, feeling belittled by the remark. "This isn't a jab at you. It's a consequence of my negligence. I should have been more mindful of your waist size. I apologize." Gu Ziyi had already apologized twice. In truth, this meant little to Lin Mu, as the fabric and craftsmanship of the suit were evidently of high quality. It was likely that the designer had not anticipated Lin Mu's slender waist given his height. Lin Mu secretly glanced at Gu Ziyi's waist, contemplating the need for some rigorous training in the future. Although not particularly robust, he had witnessed a formidable and solid waist, unlike his own, devoid of even a single abdominal muscle, not to mention 2 defined lines. It was astonishingly slender, bordering on disgraceful for a man. What is the matter? Xiao Mu is curious. Gu Ziyi noticed Lin Mu stealing glances at him, and his mood instantly brightened, for he perceived a glimmer of admiration in Lin Mu's eyes. Envy often marks the inception of affection. It seemed he was indeed favored by Xiao Mu. Lin Mu's face flushed slightly, but then a thought struck her. Wait. In his past life, despite being a tech enthusiast, he had indulged in the pursuit of physical fitness during overtime hours. He frequently visited the gym and occasionally engaged in discussions with trainers about muscle training methods. And at that time, he would not have blushed so easily. What was happening? Why was he so flustered in front of Gu Ziyi? Xiao Mu, why is your face so red? Have you thought of something? Are you feeling something? Perhaps we shouldn't go. Gu Ziyi, having just assisted Lin Mu with her belt, now found himself blushing under her unabashed gaze. His heart was stirred like turbulent waves, and the so-called Lin family banquet suddenly seemed unappealing. What was he thinking? They had planned to leave, yet here he was, mired in these trivial thoughts. Lin Mu, feeling a bit miffed, quickened her pace, giving Gu Ziyi's long legs. Catching up to her should have been a mere matter of a few strides. However, he discerned Lin Mu's embarrassment. Having upset his beloved, he felt compelled to soothe her. So, Xiao Mu, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Gu Ziyi deliberately lagged behind, feigning exhaustion. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Ziyi call out, Lin Mu halted, adopting a look that suggested she was being kind by waiting for him. Seeing Lin Mu paused ahead, Gu Ziyi's lips curved upwards. Xiao Mu still cared for him. With swift strides, he caught up, grasping Lin Mu's hand, playfully squeezing it a few times as he said, "Thank you for waiting for me, Xiao Mu." Lin Mu, observing the few strides Gu Ziyi had taken to catch up, realized he was merely pretending. What did he mean by not being able to keep up? Their legs were perfectly capable. If they were so long and he still couldn't keep pace, perhaps he should simply have him amputated. Xiao Mu, Gu Ziyi is just trying to placate you. Do not entertain such malicious thoughts. 009 interjected. What malice? He is mocking me. Lin Mu would not concede. A man should not require comforting from another man. If anyone were to comfort him, it ought to be a young lady. The notion of men comforting each other was utterly distasteful. Stop being disingenuous. Why are you waiting for him? Why not just walk on your own? Nola deviate ruthlessly exposed Lin Mu's facade. Do I possess the car keys? Am I aware of where the banquet is taking place? Without an invitation, can I simply enter the venue? Another barrage of 3 questions left 009 momentarily speechless. No, I mean, Xiao Mu, your tongue is truly insufferable. It is far too sharp. This is what they call a sharp tongue that conquers the world. I have already lost the muscles I once took pride in. Must I also relinquish this eloquence? How could one not be bullied in such a situation? Lin Mu retorted. 009 was at a loss for words. He realized that his host possessed a rather sharp tongue, lacking the gentleness he had hoped for. Very well. Xiao Mu is indeed correct. 009 conceded defeat. It is not that I am correct. I am inherently right. You, as a system, ought to evolve with the times. Remaining in this ethereal space, detached from human interaction, how can you comprehend the nuances of human relationships? However, I simply cannot emerge. 009 lamented. Yet, I can perceive the world through Xiao Mu's eyes. Given the chance, I could also introduce Xiao Mu to our system's realm, which is equally captivating. I shall not go. I wish to return home now. Lin Mu asserted resolutely, unwavering in his stance. It is perhaps for the best that Xiao Mu remains here in comfort. 009 sighed, understanding the futility of the situation. I knew it. It would surely lead to no good. Lin Mu scoffed, still skeptical of any persuasion. Chapter 18. What will I do if you face a predicament? Gu Ziyi observed Lin Mu walking beside him, his small face contorted in displeasure, eyebrows furrowed enough to crush a fly. Is Xiao Mu still angry? I apologize. The CEO's contrition was overwhelming. Lin Mu had intended to give Gu Ziyi a piece of his mind. However, upon reflection, he thought it unbecoming for a man to be easily provoked. A true man should exhibit magnanimity. How could one become irate over trivial matters? I am not angry. Please refrain from teasing me in the future. Lin Mu responded, somewhat sulkily. All right, it is my fault. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Let's share a smile. Gu Ziyi, with one arm around Lin Mu's waist and the other protecting his head, guided him into the car. Lin Mu dismissed the condescending tone, casting a pointed glance at Gu Ziyi. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. He reiterated internally. Sit a bit closer. Be cautious of your head during turns. Gu Ziyi gently pulled Lin Mu, pressing his head against his shoulder. I was perfectly fine sitting here. Cease your unnecessary movements. Lin Mu protested, struggling slightly. Zhang Yuan, driving ahead, appeared oblivious to the unfolding antics in the back seat, maintaining his focus on the road. Gu Ziyi tugged at Lin Mu a few more times, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had to settle for second best. A large hand enveloped Lin Mu's, gently kneading it. Is this akin to kneading dough? Lin Mu's brow furrowed deeper, yet he understood that causing a scene in the car would only invite ridicule from Zhang Yuan. Though Zhang Yuan was loyal to Gu Ziyi and would not dare mock him, the aftermath outside the car was uncertain. Even if he did not intend to remain here permanently, he would eventually return to his own world. Nevertheless, it was prudent to consider his reputation before departing. One must preserve their dignity. He resolved internally. I must endure. Xiao Mu, it seems Gu Ziyi is quite fond of you. If you do not put forth greater effort towards your task, it may remain indefinitely unfulfilled. 009 reminded him in his mind. I understand that Gu Ziyi has been rather idle lately, and I feel compelled to introduce him to someone who can show him the beauty that still exists in the world. Lin Mu endeavored to ignore the hand that Gu Ziyi was slowly trailing down to his waist, resolutely deciding to take action. As long as you know. The unease within 009 intensified, sensing that this task could turn awry. Lin Mu might just end up injuring himself while signing the contract. Gu Ziyi's hand was now making its way toward Lin Mu's chest, and Lin Mu could no longer tolerate it. What are you doing? He whispered, firmly grasping the rogue hand that was now entangled within his shirt. Caught in the act, Gu Ziyi showed no sign of panic. Should Lin Mu make a scene, it would provide him the perfect opportunity to retreat. After all, he had no desire to attend that so-called banquet. I was merely checking if your belt was loose, considering your trousers fit somewhat poorly. Such a grandiose excuse. Speaking nonsense with a straight face. Is it loose then? Lin Mu asked, suppressing his irritation. No, but Xiao Mu, your figure is truly remarkable. The shirt fits so well that I could slip a hand inside. What do you mean by a good figure? I'm merely a bag of bones. Why don't I have an 8-pack? Lin Mu scoffed, forcefully extracting the mischievous hand from his shirt and tossing it aside. Do you want it, Xiao Mu? Gu Ziyi nonchalantly rubbed his fingers together, still warm from contact. Leaning closer, he whispered into Lin Mu's ear, I have a solution. You? Lin Mu was somewhat taken aback. Did Gu Ziyi's solution involve enrolling himself in a fitness class? With his current physique, it would likely require 3 trainers working in shifts to achieve any semblance of hope. However, while trainers could rotate, what about himself? 24 hours of exercise would turn him into a fitness-obsessed corpse. Even if he were to exhaust himself, achieving an 8-pack seemed utterly unattainable. Yes, it's me, Gu Ziyi declared confidently. He seized Lin Mu's hand, planting a warm, moist kiss on the back of it. How do we train? Lin Mu found himself unable to resist the temptation, asking the question. Naturally, once you have a husband, you'll have everything I possess, for all that is mine is yours. The words, whispered softly and warmly, only served to infuriate Lin Mu further. He knew well that Gu Ziyi had no intention of offering any genuine compliments, yet clung to the hope of something sweet. You truly have no shame. How is it that today, you haven't managed to thin your skin despite the water? How thick can you be? Lin Mu was practically fuming, yanking his captured left hand free and delivering a firm blow. Take that, you scoundrel. Ah! Gu Ziyi let out a dramatic cry. Zhang Yuan, seated in the driver's seat, raised an eyebrow, unsure whether Gu Ziyi was genuinely in pain or merely feigning it. Stop pretending. How can a mere tap cause such agony? Lin Mu regarded Gu Ziyi, who was hunched over and groaning incessantly. That strike couldn't he possibly have hurt you so badly? Lin Mu was left in a state of disbelief. Young Master Lin, it seems the young master may be injured. We should return to the villa and have a private doctor examine him. Lin Mu was acutely aware that Gu Ziyi's injury was of utmost importance at that moment. Yet, how could such a slight action cause such harm? Zhang Yuan observed Lin Mu's furrowed brow in silence, mistakenly believing he still yearned for the Lin family banquet. Young Master Lin, we can attend the Lin family banquet at a later time. If you truly miss home, you can ask the young master to take you back. However, how could the situation be so severe now? I merely struck him once. Lin Mu found it hard to fathom. If I'm not mistaken, this pain must be localized to that area. That area? Which one? Lin Mu pondered, suddenly widening his eyes in realization. That area? Between the legs? Indeed, apart from this. Where else could a man be so vulnerable? Quick, to the hospital. Hurry! Lin Mu exclaimed urgently. If Gu Ziyi were to suffer lasting damage there, how would he ever find a partner? Without a partner, how could he marry? If he could not marry, how would he return home? This was a significant matter. Whether this incident led to Gu Ziyi's inability to have children was trivial. The real concern was to ensure it did not sever his path back home. Sweat beaded on Lin Mu's forehead as he attempted to cradle Gu Ziyi's face, eager to assess his pallor. Were it not for Zhang Yuan's presence in the car, Lin Mu would have impulsively removed Gu Ziyi's trousers to examine the injury personally. Feeling the damp hands caressing his cheek, Gu Ziyi sensed a tremor in the fingers, and his cries of pain diminished considerably, invoking a pang of conscience. Initially, Zhang Yuan had been uncertain whether Gu Ziyi was feigning his discomfort, but upon hearing the reduction in his cries, he was nearly convinced of the gravity of the situation. Young master, let us return to the villa. The young master has a private physician. Some matters are better kept confidential. Yes, yes. You affluent individuals must maintain discretion, but will a private doctor not delay treatment? What if it is truly severe? What if it cannot be cured? Would that not leave one hopelessly unable to return home? Why act so impulsively? A mere touch would not be fatal. Why strike him? If one must strike, why there? Gu Ziyi, you cannot be harmed, can you? Lin Mu's voice quivered, nearly tinged with tears, as he clutched Gu Ziyi's head, the dampness of his palms betraying his anxiety. Gu Ziyi, you cannot be harmed. What will I do if something happens to you? Lin Mu's frail form clung tightly to Gu Ziyi, filled with regret deep in his bones. Zhang Yuan, witnessing this scene, could hardly bear it, his lips twitching as he refrained from uttering a word, instead turning the car around, preparing to return to the villa. Chapter 19. Forcing a cow to drink water by pressing its head? Xiao Mu, I never anticipated your concern for me would be so profound. Zhang Yuan, there is no need to return. Let us proceed to the Lin family as planned. Xiao Mu has been yearning for a respite, and I cannot dampen his spirits. Xiao Mu, fret not, I am fine. I merely wish to rest in your embrace for a while. Gu Ziyi spoke with a hint of weakness in his voice. After finishing his words, he leaned into Lin Mu's embrace, his large hand clasping Lin Mu's palm, which was slick with anxious perspiration. It's so cold. Let me warm you up. Come, place your hand in my embrace. With that, Gu Ziyi guided Lin Mu's hand beneath his clothing, pressing it firmly against his taut abdomen. The warmth of his skin instantly enveloped Lin Mu's palm, soothing the urgency that had clouded his mind. Was Gu Ziyi truly unharmed? As reason began to reclaim its hold, Lin Mu observed the complexion of the person nestled against him, seemingly devoid of serious affliction. Xiao Mu, 009, tentatively called out in his mind. 009, is Gu Ziyi all right? Lin Mu's voice trembled slightly. Yes, fine. 009 hesitated momentarily. Are you certain? The fear that had gripped Lin Mu dissipated, replaced by a blaze of fury. It became clear that Gu Ziyi had merely been toying with him. And I, 009, did I embarrass myself just now? Lin Mu inquired, his expression stiff. Not at all, 009 replied cautiously. Though your emotions were rather raw, it certainly wasn't too embarrassing. Not embarrassing, huh? Lin Mu pressed through gritted teeth. Not embarrassing. 009 whispered back. It was embarrassing, wasn't it? Why didn't you warn me? Were you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Lin Mu's inner turmoil was nearly a tempest, though his exterior still bore a veneer of concern. I did try to warn you, but you were so consumed by worry that you couldn't hear me. Besides, this task revolved around you. With me, in a supporting role, I can only provide assistance passively. You must recognize when there's an issue before you can ask for my help. Otherwise, with my capabilities, I could have arranged for Gu Ziyi to marry. Would there have been any need for you to undertake this mission? Lin Mu took a deep breath, acknowledging that 009 spoke the truth. Let me show him how it's done. 009, feeling a twinge of guilt for having stirred the pot, silently prayed never to provoke Lin Mu again. Gu Ziyi, are you truly all right? Perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital. After all, this is no trivial matter. It concerns the continuation of the Gu family line. If something were to happen to you, I might find myself hunted by the Gu family. Lin Mu whispered softly into Gu Ziyi's ear. Gu Ziyi, still basking in Lin Mu's presence, was reluctant to move. Upon hearing those words, a chill crept down his spine. Surely, Xiaomu couldn't think he was truly incapacitated. I'm fine. I've told you, just need a moment to rest. And if you don't believe me, feel for yourself. I can become firm again right now. Gu Ziyi hurriedly clarified. Truly, no one could rival Gu Ziyi's audacity. Lin Mu rolled his eyes in disbelief, deciding to charge forward once more. Since you're fine, let us strive to settle our matters today, shall we? His tone was exquisitely gentle, as if he were caressing Gu Ziyi's heartstrings with the softest of feathers, stirring an irresistible yearning within. Settle what? Our affairs? Gu Ziyi felt the warm sunlight streaming through the car window, enveloping him in a gentle heat. Of course, it's your affair, Lin Mu replied with a soft smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze in March, her gaze effortlessly capturing Gu Ziyi's heart. Zhang Yuan, driving ahead, overheard the lively banter from the back seat and ultimately decided to head to the Lin residence, piqued by curiosity. He glanced in the rearview mirror just in time to catch Lin Mu's radiant smile directed at Gu Ziyi. In that fleeting moment, the entire vehicle seemed to bask in brightness. It was astonishing how captivating her smile was. Gu Ziyi was utterly entranced by that enchanting expression. Today held an abundance of surprises. First, Lin Mu's profound concern for his injury, followed by the sight of her joyful smile upon realizing he was unharmed. Each moment tugged at his heartstrings. He truly likes me, Gu Ziyi mused internally, resolute not to squander her affection. Today, you would discuss this matter with Lin Da-Hong at the Lin residence. Regardless of Lin Da-Hong's response, this person shall be mine. With determination, Gu Ziyi gently clasped his hands, caressing them as if cherishing a priceless treasure. I shall introduce a young lady to Gu Ziyi at the banquet. Lin Mu firmly resolved in her heart, addressing 009. What if he disagrees? 009 felt a pang of doubt. Was Gu Ziyi truly so easily swayed? After all, he was the heir of the capital, the president of the affluent Gu group. If he were so compliant, would he still be Gu Ziyi? This matchmaking was decidedly unilateral. Lin Mu stated plainly. 009 was left bewildered. As long as the young lady agrees, I shall consent on Gu Ziyi's behalf. But he would be the one marrying her in the end. You can't force someone to drink water, can you? Force them? How could I possibly resort to such tactics? Lin Mu replied with a cold smile. I shall ensure he drinks it willingly. 009 shuddered at that notion, thankful that the host could not harm the system. Otherwise, he would hastily request a transfer back. Have you prepared how to accomplish this? 009 inquired cautiously. Do you need my assistance? Within my capabilities, I am eager to serve. He immediately pledged his loyalty. You? Lin Mu expressed her skepticism. I am reliable. After all, who else can I assist in this world besides you? 009 stood firm in his position. Very well, I shall trust you this once. We'll discuss it further at the venue. When the time comes, I'll seek your help. What about the drinking matter? 009 was genuinely worried about the host potentially facing dire consequences. Do you recall how the original host met their demise? Lin Mu remarked, her excitement slightly overwhelming. Was it due to alcohol? To be frank, even if the original host was somewhat feeble, It seemed implausible that they could perish from a single drink. What could that have been? 009 had not closely followed the original host's fate. Of course, it was because that drink contained poison. I suspect either someone had tampered with it, or the original host had an allergic reaction, leading to their untimely end. The poison was prepared by Lin Mu. The likelihood of it being fatal is minimal, thus the most probable cause is an allergic reaction. What does this have to do with flooding the chat? I still don't understand. 009. You truly are a simple-minded entity, unable to comprehend this? Lin Mu cast a disdainful glance at 009. Then 009 was genuinely struggling to keep up, awaiting orders. Lin Mu glanced at Gu Ziyi, who was still nestled in his embrace. Gu Ziyi, you deceived me first. Young master, young master, the Lin family has arrived. Zhang Yuan adeptly brought the vehicle to a halt. Only then did Gu Ziyi reluctantly rise from Lin Mu's embrace, straightening his attire. Lin Mu's gaze wandered to Gu Ziyi's crucial area, noticing no changes. No need to worry. All is well. I shall not disappoint you in the future. Gu Ziyi smiled warmly, drawing Lin Mu closer and tenderly adjusting his clothing. Chapter 20. Both appeared to emanate a radiant glow. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu, and the third young master have arrived. Ming hurriedly entered the venue, whispering into Lin Mu's ear. What? Lin Mu nearly fumbled his wine glass, hastily using his other hand to stabilize it. What did you say? Mu and Mr. Gu Ziyi are together? Indeed. The two just parked in the front yard. Zhang Yuan was driving, and after disembarking, Mr. Gu spent quite a while adjusting the third young master's clothing. They appeared very intimate. Ming recalled the scene below, noting that not only was he astounded, but the other group presidents and young masters present were equally taken aback. Lin Mu effortlessly descended from Gu Ziyi's vehicle. Gu Ziyi quickly patted down his clothing before hastily stepping forward to grasp Lin Mu's arm, bending down to smooth out the creases in his suit. Your attire is not yet arranged properly. Lin Mu pointed to the turned-up cuff, concerned about the potential embarrassment of entering the banquet in such a state. Gu Ziyi glanced down at himself, yet his hands continued their meticulous work. As he reached the waist, he intentionally whispered, "Are your trousers loose? Is the belt too tight?" No. The two engaged in affectionate interaction in plain sight of the crowd. As Gu Ziyi smoothed out the final wrinkle in Lin Mu's outfit, he glanced at his own cuff and muttered, "Xiao Mu saw my cuff was turned up and didn't he help? How thoughtful of me to assist you so thoroughly." Lin Mu, somewhat disinterested in his public display of affection, thought, "Couldn't you have arranged your clothing in the car before getting out? Does adjusting your clothing require your hands to travel from waistband to trouser leg?" The moment Gu Ziyi looked up, he caught a roll of Lin Mu's eyes, utterly unashamed. Suppressing a chuckle, he reached out to tousle Lin Mu's hair, smoothing his sleeve and clasping Lin Mu's hand. Thus, hand in hand, they entered the venue, immediately met by a myriad of gazes. Gu Ziyi calmly accepted the gazes directed at him from all corners, having grown accustomed to such attention since his teenage years. However, today's scrutiny felt slightly different. It was tinged not only with admiration and respect, but also with a hint of jealousy and astonishment. The jealousy stemmed from Gu Ziyi's gentleness. Who could possibly be deserving of such tender care from the formidable and unyielding CEO of the Gu Corporation? The astonishment was directed at Lin Mu's beauty. Despite mingling in various circles, all present could not help but marvel at her stunning appearance. Her brows and eyes resembled a painting. Her skin was as pure as snow, and most importantly, true beauty always evokes an indescribable sensation, one that feels unattainable and sacred. Such a person belongs to me. Gu Ziyi secretly rejoiced within, his hand instinctively tightening. This extraordinary individual is mine. Lin Mu murmured softly, her hand gently struggling. Gu Ziyi's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his gaze to see if she was hurt. Does it hurt? Let me take a look. Almost immediately, he brought her delicate hand before him, gently rubbing it. Lin Mu, expressionless, watched as he kneaded her fingers in full view of everyone. Does it hurt a lot? Should we go to the hospital? Gu Ziyi raised his eyes to meet hers, filled with concern. Indeed, love can cloud one's judgment. Her hand hadn't even turned red, let alone warranted a visit to a hospital. No, I'm fine. Lin Mu's cool voice seemed to further stir Gu Ziyi's heartstrings. In that moment, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, wishing fervently to leave this place and return to the comfort of his spacious bed in the villa. However, this outing was at Lin Mu's request. To turn and walk away now would surely dampen her spirits. Xiao Mu, as long as you're all right, let us go greet President Lin. Gu Ziyi nearly suggested they simply say hello and leave, for under normal circumstances, his presence would already have been a significant gesture towards the Lin family. A mere greeting and departure would not have been a matter of consequence. But now he had to consider Lin Mu's feelings. Very well, let this be a pleasant outing for her. All right, Lin Mu replied softly. Gu Ziyi took her hand once more, cradling it in his palm, careful not to exert any pressure. Uncle, Lin Mu greeted Lin Dahong softly. Xiao Mu. Lin Dahong momentarily felt compelled to inquire how she came to be with Gu Ziyi. Yet, the question was swallowed back, as he deemed it inappropriate. Such inquiries may mean little to Gu Ziyi, merely a lover, as men and women often engage in flirtation for amusement. However, for Lin Mu, such words could lack respect. Just moments ago, everyone had witnessed Gu Ziyi's demeanor towards Lin Mu, leaving Lin Dahong uncertain of her true status in Gu Ziyi's heart. He had originally intended to present Lin Mu to General Sun, who was also among the invitees today. As Lin Dahong pondered this, he glanced over to find General Sun's expression was already one of deep displeasure. However, if Lin Mu could align herself with the towering Gu group, it would be incomparable to the likes of 100 or even 1,000 Mr. Sunday Xiao Mu. You have arrived. Come here, let your uncle have a look. Lin Dahong's face radiated with a tender smile, reminiscent of a daughter returning home after marriage. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something. In truth, during Lin Mu's year at the Lin residence, Lin Dahong had never taken the time to inquire about her culinary preferences, and now, faced with a moment, he found himself momentarily at a loss. I'm not hungry. Uncle, you need not trouble yourself, Lin Mu replied with a gentle smile, graciously accommodating Lin Dahong's hospitality. Satisfied, Lin Dahong nodded, then turned his gaze to Gu Ziyi beside Lin Mu. Mr. Gu, your presence today truly elevates our Lin family stature. In the future, who knows? Perhaps our Lin and Gu corporations might collaborate. I hope, at that time, you will not underestimate our Lin family. Gu Ziyi, having previously gathered information through Zhang Yuan, was aware that Lin Dahong often used Lin Mu as a socialite for business networking. In the capital city, Lin Dahong's social circle was rather limited, which meant that although Lin Mu consistently dazzled, she still failed to capture the attention of the upper echelon. This was largely due to the Lin family's frail standing. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for Lin Mu to encounter the right opportunity. Not at all. In the future, Xiao Mu will often return, so I hope Mr. Lin will take good care of her. Gu Ziyi firmly grasped Lin Mu's interests, as if visiting the Lin household would merely be akin to visiting relatives. Indeed, Mu is my beloved nephew, far more well-behaved than my two boys, Lin Dahong quickly interjected amiably. Listening to the banter between the two men, Lin Mu felt as though she was being auctioned off right before her eyes. It was infuriating, yet she had a mission to fulfill. Now is not the time to dwell on their insincerity. Chapter 21. Well, how is he? Is there a young lady at the venue? Preferably one interested in a marriage alliance? 009 had already received Lin Mu's instructions before entering the venue. Yes, there are over 30 distinguished guests invited by Lin Dahong, most of whom have brought their children along. The attendees, aside from Mr. Sun, whom Lin Dahong wished to ingratiate himself with, and the unexpectedly present Gu Ziyi, were primarily familiar faces. Thus, many brought their own young masters and ladies. Do you know if any of them have taken a liking to Gu Ziyi? The series of actions upon entering the venue had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Mu, designed to position Gu Ziyi as the center of attention at the banquet, allowing him to publicly showcase his gentler side and shed the rigid demeanor of a cold CEO. This would ideally make him more appealing to the young ladies present, facilitating Lin Mu's efforts to encourage them to pursue Gu Ziyi. You two were simply the focus of the entire venue, not to mention the ladies. Even a cat or dog would have been watching you. Moreover, I observed that the gazes directed at you exceeded those aimed at Gu Ziyi. How am I to discern who fancies him? 009 felt somewhat aggrieved. Having initially thought it would be a simple task, only to find these two stealing the spotlight. Yet, both seemed to radiate an almost blinding glow, making it difficult for him to ascertain the situation. Lin Mu silently reminded herself not to harbor excessive expectations for 009. I wish to visit the restroom, she whispered, tugging at Gu Ziyi's fingers. Since their arrival at the venue, Gu Ziyi had steadfastly held Lin Mu's hand, making it quite challenging for her to seek out potential candidates. With no other recourse, she decided to employ her skills of subtle evasion. I shall accompany you, Gu Ziyi declared, instinctively reaching to intercept a wine cup approaching them, intent on guiding Lin Mu to the restroom. No need, this is the Lin residence. I'm quite familiar here. I can manage on my own, Lin Mu interjected, halting Gu Ziyi's advance. Your belt. Gu Ziyi's thoughts lingered on the matter of fastening her belt, feeling responsible for not having prepared appropriately fitting trousers for Lin Mu. He resolved to serve her well that evening to atone for his oversight. Be quiet. This is not the appropriate setting. Even if we are speaking softly, this is no place for lewd remarks. Lin Mu's ears flushed slightly with embarrassment. Gu Ziyi felt a stirring in his heart, realizing his words had been rather indiscreet, and he decided to refrain from further comments. Lin, Xiao Mu wishes to visit the restroom. Please have a servant guide her. Gu Ziyi addressed Lin Dahong, his expression softening momentarily. It was quite absurd to require assistance in his own home, but Gu Ziyi was adamant about protecting Lin Mu from any discomfort. Very well, I shall summon a servant to escort a Mu, ensuring she encounters no inconvenience, Lin Dahong replied, choosing not to comment further. The more Gu Ziyi cared for Lin Mu, the greater the benefits for the Lin family in the future. Lin Mu extricated her hand from Gu Ziyi's grasp and followed the servant backstage. Upon their arrival, she turned to the servant and said, Xiao Zhang, you may return. I am well acquainted with the layout here. I can manage on my own. Xiao Zhang had previously assisted the Lin family and was familiar with the third young master. However, during his tenure, few servants regarded him with any significance. Now, under Lin Ziyi's orders, he had no choice but to comply. Unaware of Lin Mu's association with the esteemed Gu group, Xiao Zhang nodded and proceeded to the front. 009. How many young ladies are present at the venue, and what are their backgrounds? Lin Mu inquired, leaning against the wall adjacent to the restroom. Today, 6 young ladies attended. Though some may not be suitable, 3 already have boyfriends. Of the remaining 3, 1 is rather young, only 16 years old, while the other 2 seem quite suitable, 009 reported. Finally delivering some commendable news, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction, intending to approach these 2 and explore any potential for development. One is Miss Lin, a distant cousin of yours, a year older than you, so she can be considered your elder sister. Her family background is quite ordinary. She is here solely due to her connection as a relative of Lin Dahong, 009 added, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu could ascertain that this Miss Tang must possess a certain appeal. Otherwise, with Lin Dahong's mercenary nature, he would not have favored any relative. It appeared that Miss Tang was indeed present to seek a partner, which suited Lin Mu perfectly. There is also the niece of the Sun family, who is somewhat stepping into the social scene. The Sun family? Niece? What is her name? Lin Mu felt an odd familiarity with this. It's that General Sun, the one your uncle is keen to curry favor with. Hence he wishes to bring her along. Lin Dahong would hardly refuse. Her surname is Sun, and her name is Sun Ku, roughly the same age as you. At this, Lin Mu's expression shifted multiple times. If one were to say that Lin Mu had become a different person, he had no intention of seeking vengeance against General Sunday. However, the thought of introducing potential suitors to that Sun General's niece was utterly unappealing. It would be wiser to first seek out Miss Lin. Lin Mu pondered aloud. I feel the same. After all, one should not allow good fortune to go to waste among outsiders. What good fortune? Once I depart, all matters of this world will bear no relevance to me. Moreover, Lin Mu had been dead for nearly a month. Why should he concern himself with the affairs of the Lin family? He scoffed at the notion. Very well. How do you plan to meet Miss Lin? I will first attempt to establish rapport and ascertain whether she has any interest in this direction. Introducing suitors is not a matter to be approached lightly. Lin Mu spoke with great conviction. Not a matter to be approached lightly? Are you not going to consider Gu Ziyi's opinion? Murmured 009 softly. His opinion holds no weight. Lin Mu outright dismissed Gu Ziyi's role in this matchmaking venture. Greetings. Lin Mu spotted Lin Xin at the edge of the banquet, indulging in a small cake. Are you hungry, cousin? With a perfectly crafted smile, Lin Mu showcased his harmless demeanor. Who are you? Lin Xin looked up to see a strikingly handsome young man standing before her, gazing intently. I am Lin Mu. Lin Mu introduced himself with a smile. The son of General Lin's younger brother. By all accounts, I should be your cousin. Lin Xin felt somewhat flustered. Her family's circumstances were not particularly affluent, and her parents were merely wage earners. Given her decent looks, Lin Da-hong had always extended an invitation to her for his banquets over the past year or two. Her father had once declined, but since he worked for Lin Da-hong's company, the family had to rely on him for their livelihood. Her mother had warned her, subtly suggesting that her uncle's intentions were not entirely benevolent, advising her to be cautious. Lin Xin understood that her appearance was somewhat exceptional. It was unlikely to catch the eye of those in high society. Therefore, she attended without concern, merely lingering at the edges of the banquet, avoiding social interactions. Is there something you need, Mu? Did Uncle send you? Lin Xin could only think that Lin Da-hong had instructed Lin Mu to come. No, Gassen. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Mu asked directly. No. Lin Xin ziplit Li. Then what about him? Lin Mu pointed toward the man in the center of the gathering. Chapter 22. The banquet, who is that? Lin Xin was one of the few at the banquet who had not noticed Gu Ziyi and Lin Mu. That is Gu Ziyi, the president of the Gu Corporation. Lin Mu provided a brief introduction. He is 26 years old, unmarried, and without a girlfriend, possessing a pleasant personality and a caring nature. So, does my cousin have feelings for him? Lin Mu smiled warmly, resembling a matchmaker introducing potential partners. Lin Xin Astonitz wondered how such an exceptional individual could seek her approval. Did the president of the Gu family truly require an introduction for a romantic interest? It all seemed somewhat farcical. Was this request from her uncle? Lin Xin could only ponder this notion, as her family belonged to a lower social echelon. Though she had heard of Gu Ziyi, she remained largely unaware of the stark disparities between them. She could only speculate whether Lin Da-hong had sent Lin Mu to facilitate this match. Not from President Lin, but I asked. Lin Mu scoffed inwardly, considering Lin Da-hong as standing too insignificant to arrange a meeting for Gu Ziyi. The likelihood of Gu Ziyi even acknowledging him seemed exceedingly slim. Can you truly make this introduction? Lin Xion's voice dwindled, evidently pleased with Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu smiled gently. If my cousin deems him suitable, I could assist in orchestrating this union. What do you think? After contemplating, Lin Xion found herself devoid of any reason to decline and shyly nodded in agreement. Wonderful. If you find Gu Ziyi appealing, when do you plan to marry? This month. Perhaps. Isn't that a bit hasty? Within 6 months might be more appropriate. Lin Mu mused, nearly bursting into laughter at Lin Xion's nodding response. It felt as though the desire to return home was about to materialize, invigorating her spirit. What do you mean by might be? My consent alone is insufficient. After all, Gu Ziyi is the president of the Gu Corporation. My approval alone won't suffice, Lin Xion thought to herself, unaware of her concerns. Lin Mu continued to extol Gu Ziyi's virtues. He resides in a magnificent villa. Once married, there is no need to worry about household chores, as staff are employed. His temperament is quite gentle, devoid of the typical tyrannical demeanor. And as for his appearance, he is rather handsome, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, with an impressive physique and abundant energy. Listening to this, Lin Xion began to feel perplexed. When did the Lin family and the Gu family become so closely intertwined? How could they be privy to such intimate details about President Gu? Could it be that this marriage proposal was not instigated by Lin Da-hong, but rather a suggestion from Gu Ziyi himself? Xiaomu. Lin Xin softly interrupted Lin Mu's enthusiastic introduction. Lin Mu, engrossed in her praise of Gu Ziyi, realized she had discovered numerous admirable traits about him that she had never noticed before. What is the president's intention behind this? Lin Xin felt her heart race. If this truly came from Gu Ziyi, she might genuinely have a chance to marry into the Gu family. Well, he feels a bit shy, so I'll take the lead, Lin Mu articulated with great delicacy. Take the lead? Lin Xin was taken aback, wondering when Lin Mu's relationship with the president had grown so intimate that she could make such decisions. Was there something about President Gu that was unspeakable? The earlier introductions could be perceived by outsiders, yet one particular detail stood out: his abundant energy. Who would introduce a partner by stating their vigor? If he did not speak of it himself, who would know of his vitality? Would Lin Mu be aware? Surely not. Could it be that the esteemed president of the Gu family found interest in this humble girl, and thus, regardless of any marital discord that might arise, it would bear minimal consequence? Uplatonique homasi. Is it something I can embrace? Lin Xion's mind was a whirlwind, and before she realized it, she had followed Lin Mu to the heart of the gathering. Gu Ziyi kept a watchful eye on the restroom, anxious that Lin Mu might encounter some form of distress. However, upon seeing Lin Mu emerge from the restroom, she made a beeline for a rather attractive young lady at the edge of the banquet, engaging her in conversation for quite some time. Gu Ziyi's hands clenched tightly, a desire to intervene beckoning within him. Was Lin Mu attracted to this woman? If that were the case, Gu Ziyi was uncertain whether he could refrain from causing Lin Mu embarrassment in public, perhaps even whisking her away. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he observed Lin Mu, animated and laughing, leading this woman to the center of the gathering. Gu Ziyi, not lacking in social acumen, discerned that Lin Mu appeared to be conversing politely with the woman, devoid of any hint of flirtation. Perhaps they were relatives, he mused. After all, this banquet was hosted by Lin Da, and it was not unusual for some relatives of the Lin family to be present. It seemed Lin Mu wished to introduce this woman to the world, and if she held significance for Lin Mu, then he would naturally extend her some courtesy. Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu called out as she approached him, stopping a few paces away. Gu Ziyi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unfamiliar distance in Lin Mu's demeanor. Where Gu Ziyi was present, attention invariably gravitated toward him. Xiaomu. He thought to reach out to Lin Mu, but she deftly evaded his hand. This is my cousin, Miss Lin Xin. Lin Mu smiled as she made the introduction. Gu Ziyi understood that if Lin Mu wished to elevate her cousin's status, the best way was to present her to him, as the presence of the Gu group would ensure that no one would dare to underestimate her. Miss Lin. Gu Ziyi glanced at Lin Xin, offering a greeting that was already a significant acknowledgement of her status. Lin Xin regarded the somewhat austere Gu Ziyi, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. Such a handsome man. Why must he be so unapproachable? Should she display enthusiasm or maintain decorum? Cousin? Lin Mu whispered a gentle reminder. Hello, Mr. Gu. Lin Xin suddenly regained her composure. Her lapse in etiquette did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, particularly Lin Da, who was seething with frustration. This foolish girl, unable even to offer a proper greeting. And what was Lin Mu thinking, bringing her here? Could it be that Mr. Gu would find her appealing? While Lin Xin possessed a modicum of beauty, the notion of captivating Gu Ziyi was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Xiaomu, come here. Gu Ziyi paid little heed to Lin Xion's faux pas. He was still willing to extend some measure of respect to Lin Mu's cousin. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps my cousin can keep you company, Mr. Gu. Lin Mu intended to create an opportunity for the two of them. Not feeling well? Gu Ziyi's tone was tinged with urgency. What do you feel unwell? Let us head back. He was about to grasp Lin Mu's hand to return, pondering why it had taken so long in the restroom. If he was unwell, he could have at least sent a message. What do you feel unwell? Should I hold you? With so many people around, Gu Ziyi was concerned that Lin Mu might be embarrassed, hence he inquired softly. He had already wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Mu, scrutinizing him closely. Let go, there are too many people watching. Lin Mu's face flushed crimson, and he struggled a bit. Chapter 23. It felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Gu Ziyi understood that Lin Mu was particularly concerned about appearances in public. He drew Lin Mu closer, examining his complexion with great care. Lin Mu's face was pale, showing no signs of discomfort. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Please tell me. His eyes were filled with worry as he gazed down at the person before him, feeling a deep sense of concern. I told you I'm fine. Lin Mu felt a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny, aware that everyone at the venue was watching him, even Lin Xian across the room. If this continued, it would be a small matter of losing face, but a grave one if it jeopardized Gu Ziyi's prospects. Let go. Lin Mu anxiously tugged at Gu Ziyi's arm, giving him a subtle wink. How can you be so foolish and yet be a president? Gu Ziyi seemed to grasp Lin Mu's intention. He realized that Lin Mu wished for him to elevate Lin Xian's status. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, Gu Ziyi relented and released his arm. Clearing his throat, he addressed Lin Da-Hong. Mr. Lin, is there a lounge available? Xiao Mu is tired. I'd like to take him a rest. Lin Da-Hong was utterly taken aback, perplexed by this turn of events. Are you sending your own partner away? Yes, Xiao Mu has his own room. If you don't mind, Mr. Gu, you can accompany Xiao Mu to rest. Lin Da-Hong smiled, waving for Di Ming to lead Mr. Gu and Xiao Mu to their respite. Di Ming had already instructed the housekeeper to refresh Lin Mu's room upon seeing him arrive with Gu Ziyi, ensuring that even the bed linens were newly changed. Therefore, the visit could not be deemed too unsightly. Mr. Gu, third young master, please upstairs. Di Ming purposefully glanced down, noticing that their hands remained firmly intertwined. I'm going up to rest. Why are you coming with me? Lin Mu whispered, worried about Lin Xian's situation. Gu Ziyi felt a twinge of discomfort, aware that Lin Mu was urging him away, yet he had no desire to be with any other woman, not even for appearances. I'll take you up first. Gu Ziyi's sense of grievance was palpable. He would figure out how to regain his standing once they returned. Allowing his partner to be sent away was a testament to Lin Mu's generosity. Gu Ziyi felt utterly distressed, yet he could neither express his frustration nor afford to act upon it. Mr. Gu, third young master, we have arrived. Is there anything else you require? Di Ming inquired. Looking at Gu Ziyi cast a frosty glance at Di Ming, his eyes brimming with discontent. Was Master Lin Mu truly so overlooked within the Lin family? It is but a minor discomfort for Xiao Mu, and I am merely here to accompany him. Why do you inquire about my needs instead of his? Gu Ziyi's tone grew increasingly frigid. Even if the Lin family showed him indifference, it mattered little. However, to neglect Xiao Mu was an insult that warranted no further attempts to curry favor with him. Di Ming's eyelids fluttered, realizing he had misspoken. He had not anticipated that Lin Mu held such a significant place in Gu Ziyi's heart. Immediately, he donned a conciliatory smile, stating, "This is the residence of the third young master. If there is a need, one should simply instruct the servants. Mr. Gu is a guest, and we must not be remiss." Gu Ziyi sneered, recognizing Di Ming's adeptness with words. By declaring himself a guest and Lin Mu a member of the family, Di Ming effortlessly diffused the earlier slight. "You may leave now. I will summon someone if necessary." Lin Mu interjected, eager to avoid wasting time on trivial matters. Understood. Third young master. Di Ming promptly withdrew, sensing the atmosphere. What are you planning? As soon as the door closed, Gu Ziyi seized Lin Mu, gripping his shoulders with intensity. What do you think I'm planning? Surely, you must know. Lin Mu replied with deliberate nonchalance. Are you intending to elevate that woman's status? Gu Ziyi's brows furrowed, nearly knitting together. What woman? That is Miss Lin. Lin Mu corrected him. Very well, Miss Lin. If you wish for her to gain a respectable position in society and find a suitable partner, I can employ other means to enhance her status. Although she is your cousin, my association with her may lead to misunderstandings. Gu Ziyi had always assumed Lin Mu sought his assistance in raising his cousin's social standing, only to realize that she was the match Lin Mu intended to introduce to him. What of misunderstandings? If others wish to misconstrue, let them. Zimu mattered softly, settling onto the bed, which was considerably softer than before, evidently a last-minute arrangement. Are you not concerned about misunderstandings? Gu Ziyi appeared deeply aggrieved, inhaling slowly to regain his composure. Even if you disregard my grievances, do you not care for your cousin's honor? Gu Ziyi could not fathom that Lin Mu could be so indifferent to a young woman's reputation. What grievance does she have? If there are rumors, simply declare that you are in a romantic relationship. What could be simpler? If that does not suffice, an engagement or even a marriage would quell the gossip. I have already spoken with her. She holds you in high regard. You two could indeed be a couple destined for each other. What is there to be aggrieved about? Lin Mu's lengthy discourse was nearly enough to infuriate Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi felt his temples throb, his fists clenching involuntarily. Initially, he had believed Lin Mu merely wished to elevate the status of that Lin Xin in society, but it was now clear that he had been gravely mistaken. What are you saying? Do you even realize what you are suggesting? Are you trying to set me up? No. Are you directly seeking a spouse for me? Gu Ziyi was practically grinding his teeth in frustration, wishing he could slap this pretender awake. Hadn't he treated him well enough? Yet here he was, engaging in such antics, only to hurt his own feelings. Indeed, Lin Mu's eyes held a serious glint. He wasn't introducing any potential partners, nor was he searching for one himself. Truly, the emperor was not in a hurry, yet the eunuch was. Ugh, how absurd! Lin Mu thought to himself. Why not ask me if I agree? Or do you presume you have the authority to decide for me? Gu Ziyi sneered. I would indeed like to ask you. Who gave you the right to play me today? Lin Mu thought, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Speak up. Why the silence? Are you feeling guilty? Or have you realized your mistake? As he uttered the last sentence, Gu Ziyi deliberately softened his tone. Little Mu was merely a spirited child, prone to making slightly outrageous jokes. He should be more forgiving. Perhaps his earlier tone had been a touch too harsh. He couldn't help but wonder if he had frightened the boy. In his heart, Gu Ziyi felt a pang of sympathy. The child, merely trying to have a bit of fun, had been scolded too harshly. Little Mu, please stop the antics. If there's something you'd like to play with, we can do so when we return, but this joke cannot be repeated. Otherwise, I might truly become upset, Gu Ziyi said gently. After speaking, he noticed Lin Mu had lowered his head, silent and unresponsive. He thought to himself, it's over. I've gone too far. He quickly pulled Lin Mu into his embrace, tenderly stroking his back and soothing. I was wrong. I was a bit hasty earlier, but please don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. You can scold me if you wish. I won't retort. You can even hit me, just not in the face. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines will be about the CEO of Gu Corporation, Gu Ziyi, having a spicy little pepper as his lover. In that case, you would be the one to face the ridicule, Little Mu. Please don't be upset, all right? Gu Ziyi exuded utmost tenderness, and for a brief moment, Lin Mu felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if his heart skipped a beat, only to be overtaken by irritation soon after. Chapter 24. Pretending to be mad with drink, how could a straight man like him remain lost in such gentleness? It felt as though he had lingered too long in a different realm and started to forget himself. He needed to return swiftly. With newfound resolve, Lin Mu lifted his head and said to Gu Ziyi, I want a drink. What kind of request was this? Drowning his sorrows in wine. Darling, if you want a drink, let us head back right now, shall we? I'll accompany you. I happen to have a few good bottles at home, Gu Ziyi replied, rising and taking out his phone to call Zhang Yuan, intending to leave immediately. He had longed to escape this place. Returning was the better option. I want a drink now. Lin Mu tru atentram. There's alcohol downstairs. I want a drink right now. Gu Ziyi furrowed his brows. If he recalled correctly, Lin Mu's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. Their first meeting had involved Lin Mu getting utterly intoxicated and ending up in his bed. Such behavior might be playful at home, but he truly wished to avoid it in public. I want a drink. Lin Mu shrugged, turning his face away in anger, displaying a demeanor that suggested he would not relent until he had a drink. In truth, Gu Ziyi could easily carry him back, but since he was his beloved, it was only fitting to coax him gently. All right, I shall go fetch you a bottle of wine. We'll drink in a room. If you happen to get drunk, you must rest here and not wander off. Gu Ziyi, with a mixture of exasperation and affection, tapped Lin Mu's nose and prepared to seek out a bottle of lighter alcohol. Okay, I'll wait for you. Make sure to choose a sweeter one. Zin Mu smiled, turning his head to look at Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi, taken aback by the swift change in his lover's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Lin Mu was rather childlike, recovering so quickly. All right, just don't run off. With a reluctant sigh, Gu Ziyi rose and descended the stairs. As soon as he reached the bottom, Lin Mu dashed out, taking another staircase to find Di Ming. Third young master, what brings you here? Di Ming inquired, somewhat surprised. Lin Mu should have been in the room. Even if he was not sharing intimate moments with Gu Ziyi, he ought to have been chatting. Is there any of that wine left from last time? Lin Mu asked directly. What? Di Ming's temples throbbed. What last time? That wine from the charity gala. The one I shared with manager's son. Lin Mu fixed his gaze on Di Ming, unyielding. But didn't you drink it at that moment? Does the third young master still wish to indulge in that particular wine? I fear it has long been consumed. Di Ming's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly. Lost in thought. How could it be gone? I distinctly remember enjoying it, feeling hot and restless, as if something within me yearned to break free. If I didn't find an outlet, I might truly lose my mind. Then, I unknowingly made my way to Gu Ziyi's room, and after that, I can recall nothing. Lin Mu's gaze bore into Di Ming's, his once gentle eyes now sharp as a sword. How would I know? I wasn't there. Surely, the third young master remembers? Di Ming replied. That wine was personally brought by Assistant D. Do you truly not recall what it was? I want to pursue this further. I simply desire a glass identical to that one. You understand, while Gu Ziyi appears to treat me well. The intricacies of a romantic relationship are often known only to the lovers themselves. When feelings run deep, sometimes a little something extra is needed for it to flourish. Don't you think, Assistant D? Lin Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile, concealing any ulterior motives. Was it possible that the bond between Lin Mu and Gu Ziyi was not as intimate as it appeared to outsiders? No wonder Lin Mu wished to introduce Lin Xin to Gu Ziyi. It all made sense now. That wine need not be exclusively for the third young master. President Gu would enjoy it just as well, Di Ming remarked, gazing at Lin Mu. This is not acceptable. Gu Ziyi frequently undergoes physical examinations. If any residue is discovered later, it would spell doom for you, me, and the Lin family. The wine appears utterly unremarkable, merely ordinary grape wine. You are being overly cautious, third young master. My level of caution is irrelevant. The crucial matter is whether you dare to act against Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu remarked with a smile, gazing at Di Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Di Ming acknowledged that nothing in this world is infallible. If Gu Ziyi were to uncover the truth, it would only lead to self-inflicted trouble. Very well. I recall that the third young master has a fondness for a particular wine glass. I shall have it brought to him shortly, Di Ming stated. Excellent. That was precisely what I was contemplating. Lin Mu responded with a smile, turning back to his room. Shortly after, Gu Ziyi ascended the stairs, carrying a bottle of wine. Xiao Mu, I searched high and low, but the Lin family possesses no fine wines. Shall we indulge in a little? If we desire more, we can enjoy it at home, where we have an abundance of exquisite wines. Gu Ziyi chuckled as he uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for Lin Mu. Lin Mu observed the crystal-clear red wine in his glass and smiled faintly. This glass is my favorite. I shall drink from this. A cup that was not intended for red wine appeared in Lin Mu's hand, resembling an ordinary ceramic water cup. Drinking red wine from this? Gu Ziyi slightly furrowed his brow before breaking into a fond smile. Very well. Allow me to pour you a bit more. He proceeded to fill the bottom of the cup. Is this all? Lin Mu seemed quite dissatisfied. Are you being stingy? Are you still upset from earlier? Not at all. How could I be angry with you? Did I not say we could enjoy more at home? Just a taste for now, be good. Gu Ziyi affectionately tapped Lin Mu's forehead and poured himself half a glass. You have so much, yet I receive so little? Lin Mu pretended to be quite displeased, shaking the cup from side to side. Be good, we'll drink more at home. Gu Ziyi chuckled and clinked his glass with Lin Mu's, downing the contents in one gulp. Lin Mu, too, reluctantly drank his portion. Well, we've had our drink. Shall we return home? Gu Ziyi stepped forward to wrap his arm around Lin Mu's shoulders, drawing him close as he intended to leave. Just a moment longer. Lin Mu squirmed slightly. Tired. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly yawned a few times. How about sleeping in the car on the way down, my dear? Gu Ziyi attempted to lift Lin Mu, this little lazybones who wanted to sleep right after finishing his drink. Thankfully, he hadn't consumed too much. Otherwise, he would surely cause a ruckus. He was not worried about any commotion, but rather concerned about Lin Mu feeling unwell when the effects wore off. I don't want to. I want to sleep. Lin Mu seemed to be feigning drunkenness at this point. Gu Ziyi pressed and prodded him from various angles, but could not manage to restrain him. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to the situation. Very well, then. Rest here until you're fully awake, and we'll leave, as if returning to your family home. Gu Ziyi smiled with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 25. Last words before death. Do not leave. Lin Mu's mind swirled in dizziness, his vision a blur. A firm grip on Gu Ziyi's sleeve restrained him. Don't go, came a low voice, tinged with the weariness of impending slumber. All right, I shall not depart. Gu Ziyi intended to step away momentarily to call Zhang Yuan. Yet the sight of Lin Mu clutching his sleeve rendered him immobile. He leaned down, gently pressing his forehead against Lin Mu's. One hand clasping Lin Mu's tightly, while the other prepared to send a message to Zhang Yuan. However, Gu Ziyi was met with an unusually feverish forehead. Why is it so hot? He pondered, furrowing his brow, fully aware of the state of inebriation. He slipped his hand beneath Lin Mu's clothing, finding his skin equally ablaze. The slightest touch seemed to awaken a flurry of goosebumps. What was happening? Anxiety gripped Gu Ziyi, for he had never witnessed anyone intoxicated to such a degree from a mere sip of wine. Xiao Mu, Lin Mu. Wake up, do you feel unwell? Gu Ziyi urged, anxiously patting Lin Mu's cheeks, enveloping him in his arms, as if to rouse a flicker of consciousness through gentle shaking. Yet all was in vain. Lin Mu's complexion grew increasingly flushed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Mu, a voice in his mind, 009, exclaimed, You won't endanger yourself, will you? If you perish, you cannot return to your original body. That would signify a failed mission, and a failure equates to oblivion. 009 expressed growing concern. I shall not die. Lin Mu's voice quivered in his mind, the physical agony still tethering him to the corporeal realm. With Gu Ziyi by his side, how could he succumb? In this advanced world of medicine, timely intervention would ensure survival. He reassured himself. You're certain? 00 no questioned, skepticism evident. Uncertain, but it is a gamble worth taking. Lin Mu replied boldly. This is a wager on your life. If you cannot be saved, you will perish. 009 exclaimed in exasperation. Thus, my dying wish is for Gu Ziyi and Lin Xin to marry immediately. Tell me, if they exchanged rings in my final moments, would I not succeed in my mission? Lin Mu inquired. Indeed, 009 replied, astonished by Lin Mu's audacity to stake his life. That is satisfactory. Even in death, Gu Ziyi shall fulfill Lin Mu's final wish. Lin Mu spoke contemplatively. Do you truly wish to hurt him so? You must see that he cares deeply for you. Otherwise, you would not act thus. I have perceived it. Lin Mu slowly lifted his head, gazing at the blurry figure of Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi, a faint voice emerged from Lin Mu's lips, surrounded by silence. Are we in the car? Xiao Mu, do not fear. We are heading to the hospital. It will be all right, I promise. Gu Ziyi's voice quivered with emotion, for at that moment, Lin Mu was reluctant to visit the hospital, deeming it a waste of precious time. I am fine, Gu Ziyi. I merely indulged in too much wine. Lin Mu forced a faint smile, his once rosy complexion now drained of color, vitality rapidly diminishing. After a brief moment of distraction, his gaze finally focused on Gu Ziyi's face. Gu Ziyi, I seem to. Lin Mu gasped several times, as if the air within his chest was dwindling, insufficient to sustain his very breath. Gu Ziyi, please marry me. At last, after a series of labored breaths, Lin Mu uttered a complete sentence. What? Gu Ziyi tilted his head, straining to hear Lin Mu's words. Why should I get married? Xiao Mu, do not indulge in such wild fantasies. If I were to marry, it would certainly be you. Rest assured, you will recover, and we shall hold a grand wedding. What style of wedding do you desire? Tell me, and I shall make it happen. How does that sound? Gu Ziyi grasped Lin Mu's hand tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, he felt as though Lin Mu was truly slipping away from him. Though they had known each other for less than a month, the depth of their feelings was profound. Just that morning, they had playfully bantered under the sun, and now he faced the risk of losing him. You will be fine, as long as you recover. I promise to grant you anything you wish, all right? Xiao Mu, please do not leave me. His voice trembled with unrestrained emotion. And Gu Ziyi wiped the wetness from his cheek. I cannot bear to part with you either, but it seems I must watch you marry. Lin Mu appeared resolute in his desire to witness his own happiness. Yet without him, how could he ever find joy? Please? Promise me. Gu Ziyi gazed into Lin Mu's earnest, tear-filled eyes, unable to utter a word of refusal. All right. He finally nodded. I promise you. Gu Ziyi took Lin Mu's hand and gently pressed a kiss upon it. Lin Mu sighed in relief, having finally accomplished his goal. Now, he merely had to endure until the time when Gu Ziyi would place a ring upon his finger and he remain alive. Xiao Mu, you are truly heartless. 009 interjected in Lin Mu's mind, wiping its eyes. What? Heartless? Is this not cleverness? Cleverness? You are exploiting Gu Ziyi's feelings for you. 009 replied indignantly. You are being too harsh on him. Are you not a system, devoid of emotions? Why you then show sympathy for humans? Besides, if there is sympathy to be had, it should be for me, your host. Look at me, my body is trembling. I am enduring immense suffering. System, can't you shield me from my feelings? I am in agony. Lin Mu protested vehemently. In this performance, Gu Ziyi was indeed heartbroken, yet he was the one suffering physically. His body was on the verge of collapse, and 009 was still sympathizing with others? Was this truly his system? It felt more like Gu Ziyi's system. I could indeed assist you in masking your pain, yet I cannot bear to witness your bullying of Gu Ziyi. Such a heartless scoundrel deserves punishment, so endure this. For once, 009 displays remarkable fortitude. Until now, Lin Mu had assumed that this system was as pliable as dough, easily molded. Apparently, it possesses quite a distinct character. Very well, I shall reluctantly persevere for a while longer. After all, I am on the verge of returning home. A man ought not to fear a modicum of discomfort. Then let it torment you. 009 remarked with disdain. As the sensory feedback adjusted, Lin Mu felt a peculiar alleviation of his suffering. Could it be that he was acclimating? Or perhaps he was nearing death, and his senses were deteriorating? Surely it could not be so swift. He hadn't even reached the hospital yet. What if Gu Ziyi had not yet donned the ring? There was no time to waste. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, he heard 009 in his mind say, I've already suppressed half of your painful sensations. It cannot all be masked, for if it were, you would not even know when you passed away. 009 was evidently still sulking, with a tone that left much to be desired. Chapter 26. Left hand touching right hand. Thank you. 009. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude with rare sincerity, leaving 009 momentarily speechless. No need to thank me. Simply refrain from committing any more unscrupulous deeds. Just this once, a man of honor keeps his word. Lin Mu replied with a smile. The vehicle halted before the hospital entrance, and Gu Ziyi swiftly carried Lin Mu towards the emergency room. Will I perish? Perhaps influenced by 009's accusations. Lin Mu experienced a fleeting pang of conscience, realizing he had indeed wronged Gu Ziyi. He had not properly vetted his partner before departing, and he wondered if Gu Ziyi and Lin Xin would become estranged lovers. You will die, 009 retorted, clearly still upset. Really? It seems there is no turning back. Lin Mu contemplated. Not necessarily. 009 seemed unable to tolerate Lin Mu's callousness. Can't you see that Gu Ziyi is weeping in the chair outside the emergency room? I cannot see. I am not the system. With such a thick door, how could I possibly see? Lin Mu replied innocently. You truly are a heartless host. Gu Ziyi is genuinely worried about you. I understand, and thus I feel a twinge of regret for not having sought a suitable partner for him. Alas, but there is little I can do now. Lin Mu lay in the emergency room, awaiting the doctor's declaration of futile rescue. What if I do not survive to leave a farewell message for my family? Lin Mu lamented his impulsive gamble. Of course, 009 muttered sullenly. What? Lin Mu was taken aback. Could the system foresee the future? I said of course, because I can rewind time. I can turn back the clock to 24 hours prior. So you wouldn't have consumed that drink, and thus you cannot die. 009's tone remained less than amiable. Would that be detrimental to you? Lin Mu pondered and inquired. Why do you ask such a question? Why would you think it would harm me? Intuition, this skill is truly extraordinary, Lin Mu exclaimed. You are indeed both lovable and infuriating. Were it not for the system, I would strike you down and then resurrect you. 009 remarked with a hint of whimsy. So, what now? Lin Mu persisted in questioning. Nothing. I am the illustrious ninth system. This trifling matter of time reversal is insignificant. That is reassuring. Lin Mu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet if I were to fail, do not attempt to reverse time. Why? My skill is nothing short of miraculous, capable of bringing the dead back to life. 009 inquired incredulously. Yet life and death are governed by the heavenly laws. Who can defy such laws unscathed? Lin Mu chuckled, closing his eyes to fully immerse himself in the essence of revival. No one can achieve such a miraculous feat without consequence. 009 remarked. Creak. The door to the emergency room swung open. How is he? Gu Ziyi felt his voice tremble. He has been stabilized, but it was perilous. Caution is advised henceforth. A bespectacled doctor stated. What happened? Gu Ziyi felt the tension in his chest dissipate, his heart settling. Allergic reaction to medication. The doctor scrutinized Gu Ziyi for a moment. The young man may seek excitement, but his body is ill-suited for drug-induced stimulation, posing a risk of cardiac arrest. Quite dangerous. What? Gu Ziyi was taken aback. Having always believed that Lin Mu's condition stemmed from alcohol, not medication. The image of that small glass of red wine suddenly flashed in his mind. But I drank it too? The cup. That is my favorite cup. I used that. Lin Mu mused to himself with a smile. Could that beloved porcelain cup be the cause? Zhang Yuan, bring Linda home from the Lin family and Di Ming to the villa. I have matters to discuss with them. And also retrieve the ceramic cup from Lin Mu's room, the one adorned with a teddy bear design. Gu Ziyi hung up, formulating a hypothesis in his mind. When I first met Lin Mu, he seemed somewhat disoriented. Could it be that he was also under the influence of drugs then? This makes sense. Such an innocent person as Xiao Mu could hardly wander into the wrong room and inadvertently end up in someone else's bed. It appears that Lin Dahong sought to solidify the Lin family's position and resorted to his old tactics, but unexpectedly, Lin Mu had an allergic reaction. Truly reckless. Gu Ziyi clenched his fists. In the hospital room, Lin Mu was enveloped in deep frustration. Why did I not perish? Wasn't I supposed to have died last time? Will Gu Ziyi still honor my dying wish? Honor my wish, my foot. 009 rarely swore, clearly displeased with Lin Mu's self-destructive behavior. You did not die. He is likely to marry, and it seems that it may be with you. Just wait for Gu Ziyi to propose. Just when one wave recedes, another rises. What I desire is for Gu Ziyi to marry a woman, not another man. Lin Mu lamented, pounding his thigh in frustration. This is what you get for being so clever. 009 mocked. Had you not insisted on adding conditions back then, it would have been resolved. Isn't it what you said? You mentioned that Gu Ziyi was not the same, and that was why I joined. Lin Mu exclaimed. This is unacceptable. I wish to file a complaint. This system has misled me with false information. Frustrated, Lin Mu began to argue with 009 in his mind. After all, it wasn't yet time to awaken, and he found himself bored. Complaints were futile, and protests were in vain. 009 stated matter-of-factly, we are in a single-line communication. You cannot reach my superiors. Lin Mu was taken aback. What if your service is inadequate? He inquired. Naturally, we would eliminate the host and return to report. 009 transformed from a meek rabbit into a formidable wolf. How sinister. What kind of organization are you? Lin Mu pondered, perpetually intrigued by the nature of this supernatural system. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken of. 009 replied enigmatically. Lin Mu chose to ignore him, aware that 009 was merely engaging in playful banter out of boredom. Little Mu. 009 called again. What? Lin Mu, with his eyes closed, was trying to relax. Do you not feel anything for Gu Ziyi? Do you feel your left hand in relation to your right? Lin Mu opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at 009. However, my left hand has not treated my right as kindly. Today, I am genuinely touched. 009's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, perhaps having shed a tear upon witnessing Gu Ziyi's sorrow. No wonder you were so irritable earlier. Lin Mu mused. In truth, I too feel a hint of emotion, yet sentiment cannot compel me to forfeit my return home. You see, our relationship is quite good, but can I accompany you back to your system's homeland? It seems not. Thus, I shall cherish Gu Ziyi's kindness and carry it back to my original world. But that does not imply I will abandon everything to remain here. Lin Mu's thoughts were remarkably clear. Very well, it is my fault. Today I should not have scolded you. I, 009, apologize to you, my host. 009 spoke somewhat bashfully. All right, I forgive you. Lin Mu replied with a smile. Do you truly believe it is my error? Shouldn't you say 009, you are blameless. It is I, Lin Mu. Who is at fault? Do you think I am such a modest person? Lin Mu retorted unapologetically. Certainly not. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Dark Spirit Young Master. We have brought him back. Zhang Yuan whispered, leaning towards Gu Ziyi's ear. Lin Mu glanced at the still unconscious Lin Mu, receiving in 4, and gently nodded, signaling Zhang Yuan to leave. I shall return shortly. Wait here. I will have the butler stationed at the door. If you need anything, simply call for him. Gu Ziyi leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Lin Mu's slightly cool lips, studying him intently for a moment, almost tracing the contours of his face with his gaze. The fair complexion, delicate nose, and somewhat pale lips, along with the faintly visible blue veins on his hands, captivated Gu Ziyi to the very core. I will be back soon. Gu Ziyi silently vowed before stepping outside. Upon hearing the door click shut, Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes. 009, has he left? Lin Mu pondered inwardly. He has left, and you didn't inquire earlier, now that he has opened his eyes. You choose to ask. 009 found Lin Mu's question rather unprofessional. I can hardly contain myself. Tell me, why do I not feel faint at all this time? It defies logic. Last time I was incapacitated, yet now I have awakened so swiftly. Lin Mu's large eyes darted around the room, observing everything intently. They had returned to the villa, which indicated that Gu Ziyi had learned from the doctor that he was not in any peril. Allergies, after all, often stem from issues with one's immune system. With my presence, it is certainly not a grave illness. 009 elaborated. So, are you implying that my survival this time is due to your influence? Lin Mu inquired, frowning. You could say that, but it is not entirely accurate. Allergic reactions do not yield the same results each time. Sometimes the situation is mild, and other times it is severe. 009 observed Lin Mu's face contorting in concern. If you had ignored me, would it have been possible for Gu Ziyi to heed the last words, potentially allowing me to return to my original world? Lin Mu continued to grapple with this dilemma. It is indeed possible. However, you must understand that this potential is fraught with unpredictability. For the time being, let us set aside the question of whether you could endure until Gu Ziyi wears the ring. Even if you could, can you be certain that Gu Ziyi would listen to you? In the end, if you were to perish, nothing would remain. 009 was nearly exasperated. Lin Mu recognized that today's endeavor was laden with risk and a high probability of failure. Even if Gu Ziyi had feelings for her and was willing to comply, she questioned whether she could endure until that moment. If Gu Ziyi acted upon her advice and ultimately met with death, it would be undeniably cruel. It is good that you understand. Refrain from concocting your own reckless plans in the future, and do not even inform me. 009 said somewhat plaintively. Lin Mu glanced at 009, realizing that he too was concerned, having revealed even his most secretive strategies. Very well, I shall proceed with greater caution. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. What about Gu Ziyi? Has he gone to see Lin Da-hong? Lin Mu queried, Herr Bro Furoit. Lin Da-hong was genuinely wrong this time. However, the original owner's life had been entrusted to him, so a bit of hardship was warranted, judging by Gu Ziyi's expression earlier. It would be surprising if he did not thoroughly confront Lin Da-hong. Deeming wouldn't implicate you, would he? 009 asked, somewhat apprehensively. That is certain. Yet, Gu Ziyi is unlikely to believe him. Lin Mu contemplated before responding. On the first floor, there was a small recreational room, typically used for singing and playing cards. thus ensuring good sound insulation. "Mr. Lin, please explain what is happening," Gu Ziyi inquired, fixedly gazing into the eyes of the person before him while seated in the primary position on the sofa. Lin Da remained utterly perplexed. Lin Mu's sudden illness and subsequent hospitalization had left him bewildered. He still presumed that it was the result of Lin Mu and Gu Ziyi engaging in some sort of passionate game that went awry. "Mr. Gu, what do you mean by this? Even if it was merely a game, one cannot place the blame solely upon me." Lin Da was beginning to exhibit signs of irritation. Even though he held Lin Mu in disdain, it was undeniable that Lin Mu had grown into such a figure. If the Lin family chose not to pursue the matter, should they then be held accountable? What nonsensical accusations! Gu Ziyi abruptly splashed the tea from his cup towards Lin Da, causing him to shiver from the scalding liquid. His mind cleared considerably. He was acutely aware that he was within Gu Ziyi's domain, and should he offend him, he could only speculate on the nature of the retribution that might follow. Yes, Mr. Gu, I acknowledge my fault. However, I must understand the nature of my error in order to amend it in the future." Lin Da expressed his predicament, still perplexed by the unfolding events. Was it Lin Mu's excessive sensitivity that had provoked Gu Ziyi, or had other unforeseen incidents occurred during the course of the day? He needed clarity on the cause and effect to effectively guide Lin Mu. "I have preserved evidence of the drug you administered to Lin Mu's drink. That substance induces both hallucinations and heightened desires. However, it possesses a fatal flaw. It can lead to sudden cardiac arrest. Do you comprehend what cardiac arrest entails? It can result in death within mere minutes. Truly a lethal poison. The audacity to use such a drug, Mr. Lin, reveals a blatant disregard for life. One must question your intentions." Gu Ziyi stepped closer, leaning in to whisper menacingly in Lin Da's ear, gripping his collar and forcefully yanking him from the sofa, slamming him to the ground. Lin Da, weighing nearly 200 pounds, hit the floor with a heavy thud. "I did not," he protested, rolling a few times before managing to rise, disoriented. "I did not. Today we all witnessed you with Lin Mu. I was merely trying to ingratiate myself. Why would I resort to drugging her? That would only create trouble for myself. If not you, then who? Moreover, at the charity gala, when I first met Lin Mu, you claimed you had not administered any drug either. Yet, it seems the intended target was Mr. Sun from the Sun Group, correct? Your collaboration has lingered without progress, which piques my curiosity. What intrigues me more is how a mere third-rate enterprise like the Lin family could secure a partnership worth 10 billion. Are they truly underestimated by the industry, or is there some other obscure matter at play? I have managed the Gu family for 4 years and have never encountered such methods of collaboration. Perhaps I should consult with you, Mr. Lin, on this matter?" Gu Ziyi leaned down, gripping Lin Da's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Lin Da faltered. "What method? The business world is not always so pristine." It was evident that Gu Ziyi had developed an interest in Lin Mu. If he were to confess that he had essentially sold Lin Mu to Mr. Sun to gain such an opportunity, would Gu Ziyi allow him to escape unscathed? "Speak. Why remain silent?" Gu Ziyi's cold smirk deepened, resembling a specter from shadows, sending chills down Lin Da's spine. Chapter 28. The Unparalleled 009. "I truly did not. I merely wished to find a good person to care for him." At this moment, Lin Da was at a loss for words. It seemed that any utterance could incite the wrath of the furious man before him. His hands were clasped helplessly, as if attempting to shield his head. Did he hope to evade the situation? "Today, even if you choose silence, I possess ample means to compel you to elucidate everything. If you wish to safeguard the Lin family, wake up and reflect. Should you fail to clarify matters, the Gu family in Jing City is not to be trifled with." Gu Ziyi seized the teapot from the table, pouring the steaming tea directly over Lin Da's head. Whether it was the heat of the tea or not, Lin Da writhed on the ground, clutching his head and lamenting, his pleas for mercy echoing incessantly. He understood that, given the Gu family's influence, ensuring he spent the remainder of his days imprisoned would be a trivial task, especially considering the Lin family's numerous dealings that could not withstand scrutiny over the years. Wasn't Gu Ziyi fond of Lin Mu? After all, I am Lin Mu's uncle. If the Lin family were to crumble, it would not bode well for Lin Mu. Who would respect him then? Lin Dahong struggled to grasp Gu Ziyi's pant leg. Disrespect? With me, Gu Ziyi, who would dare to look down upon him? I tell you, I cannot marry Lin Mu. Once that occurs, he will belong to the Gu family, and what connection will he have with yours? Gu Ziyi scoffed, attempting to intimidate him with such notions. Marry him? Lin Dahong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Gu Ziyi, unable to fathom such a thought. Even in collaboration with President's son, Lin Mu would merely play the role of a lover to maintain the relationship. No successful individual would wed a man as their partner, even if they harbored affection for him. Even Lin Dahong himself had once engaged in a same-sex relationship, but ultimately married a highborn lady. A tacit understanding among the upper class. Yes, I shall marry him. I promised him during his critical illness. As Gu Ziyi spoke, a faint smile finally graced his lips. It was evident that marrying Lin Mu was a sincere decision for him. Yet, how could it be? Lin Dahong remained skeptical, not doubting Gu Ziyi's feelings for Lin Mu, but rather the depth of his affection. This was largely due to today's events. Otherwise, I would not have realized the extent of my feelings for Xiao Mu. After today, I shall only marry him. In the dimly lit depths of the basement, Gu Ziyi expressed his heartfelt intentions. No longer wishing to linger in this underground entanglement, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Gu Ziyi, it truly isn't me. Lin Dahong shouted with all his might from behind. It truly isn't me. Witnessing you together today exceeded my expectations. Why would I engage in such thankless endeavors? I admit the last time it was indeed my doing, but this time, it is genuinely not me. You may choose not to believe me. Yet at this juncture, my inaction is indeed the most beneficial course for the Lin family. You should be aware of this. It matters not that you have wrongfully accused the Lin family. However, this individual, upon witnessing your kindness towards Lin Mu, has taken action. This is no longer merely an affront to the Lin family, but also to the Gu family, and it is highly probable that Lin Mu herself is the target. Gu Ziyi, this person is likely aware of Lin Mu's allergy to such substances, which explains their actions. Having presided over the Gu group for 4 years, you ought to comprehend the gravity of this situation. It is imperative that you recognize that neglecting this individual could prove fatal for you. Lin Dahong, seasoned from years in the business arena, knows precisely how to strike at Gu Ziyi's vulnerabilities. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi departed in silence, his expression beyond mere displeasure. Young master, his words cannot be trusted, Zhang Yuan remarked, trailing behind. Gu Ziyi understood that Lin Dahong was eager to absolve himself. Thus any statement could be uttered. Nevertheless, there was merit in his claim. There exists no conclusive evidence implicating him in administering poison to Lin Mu. However, the sheer coincidence of Lin Mu experiencing an allergic reaction is a matter that cannot be overlooked. If someone truly intends to bring harm to Lin Mu, he must not afford them leniency. What has become of Xiao Mu? Gu Ziyi glanced at his trousers, now stained by Lin Dahong's grip, realizing he needed to change before checking on Xiao Mu. Young Master Lin is likely unharmed. The steward has been stationed outside the door, and there has been no commotion. Zhang Yuan informed him. I must hasten to see for myself. With that, Gu Ziyi swiftly changed into a fresh outfit. Alas, how have I failed again? 009. Lin Mu lamented. Having spent nearly a month in this world, she pondered whether anyone in her previous life missed her. If she did not return soon, she feared she might forget the habits of her former existence. Do not be disheartened. 009 consoled. It is not about my discouragement. If Gu Ziyi does not marry soon, I fear he may end up marrying me, and then I would surely be doomed. Lin Mu tossed and turned on the bed, lamenting how the narrative had veered so far off course. She was no fool. She could discern the way Gu Ziyi regarded her, as if she were already on the brink of death. It seemed Gu Ziyi had shed tears, warm and torrential, and even now, Lin Mu could feel her heart quaking in response. Goodness, if this continues, I shall transform into something else. Lin Mu grasped her hair in exasperation, exclaiming, Is Xiao Mu worried about becoming something else? Or about Gu Ziyi? 009 interjected sharply. Is there a difference? Is there a difference? Lin Mu retorted. Her ton est irritable. Of course there is a difference. If it were you, it would be akin to sacrificing yourself for love. But if it were Gu Ziyi, 009 teased, leaving the statement hanging. What? If it were Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu inquired urgently. Naturally, it would align with your own saying. If one does not act decisively, one cannot stand firm. 009 smirked. Have you not always criticized me for being too excessive in this matter? Lin Mu expressed with a hint of disbelief. That is because I feel you still have choices. If it came down to choosing between the two of you, I would undoubtedly choose you. 009 responded somewhat bashfully, his gaze fixed on the ground, his toes tracing circles. I knew it. Xiao Tong Tong would never abandon me. Lin Mu exclaimed joyfully. Of course. However, I must insist. Do not call me Xiao Tong Tong. Refer to me as 009. Lin Mu, intrigued for the first time, pondered 009's persistent objection to being called Xiao Tong Tong. Is it because there are many systems, yet there's only one 009? Indeed, 009 replied simply. Very well, from now on, I shall call you 009. Zin Mu smiled. The one and only 009. Chapter 29. If in your future life, someone accompanies you, then even if I were to perish, I would rest in peace. A creak of the door interrupted Lin Mu and 009's conversation. Xiao Mu, are you awake? The voice was gentle as Gu Ziyi approached the bedside, gazing at the pale face that resembled a sculpture of ice. Lin Mu wished to feign sleep, but suddenly felt an itch on his neck that he could no longer ignore. Just as he attempted to stealthily scratch it, Gu Ziyi caught his hand perfectly. Xiao Mu, if you are awake, open your eyes and let me see. Gu Ziyi leaned down and kissed Lin Mu's fingers, rubbing his palm continuously. You are the culprit behind the itch on my neck, aren't you? Lin Mu, unable to bear it any longer, opened his eyes to meet Gu Ziyi's gaze, filled with warmth. I missed you. I wanted to see you. Gu Ziyi's sweet words flowed forth effortlessly. Haven't you been watching me all along? What more do you wish to see? Lin Mu felt a bit bashful under his gaze and pulled the quilt up, attempting to cover his head. Do not move. Let me see you. Gu Ziyi insisted. You know, human eyes are remarkably beautiful. He gently traced Lin Mu's eyelids, as if caressing a rare treasure. I adore gazing into your eyes. They are as dark and luminous as two exquisite jade stones. I cherish the way you observe everything around you. Just like now, with that mischievous glimmer in your eyes, looking at me. Gu Ziyi continued. You are so captivating, yet when I see you with your eyes closed, it feels as if my world is shrouded in darkness. Lin Mu looked at Gu Ziyi, astonished by his heartfelt declarations. It seemed as if a clearer understanding had emerged between them. But why do you find my eyes so appealing? Lin Mu lowered his gaze, his fingers fidgeting with the corner of the blanket, his heart in disarray. They are truly beautiful. Just trust me and take a look, Gu Ziyi said, attempting to help Lin Mu out of bed. I won't go. Lin Mu protested, struggling briefly, then suddenly glanced up at Gu Ziyi before quickly lowering his head again. If you don't wish to look, then I shall content myself with admiring you. Gu Ziyi chuckled at the sight of Lin Mu's bashful demeanor. Why are you so shy, unable to even glance at yourself? How is my uncle Lin Da-hong? Lin Mu inurit, lifting hergaze. At the mention of Lin Da-hong, Gu Ziyi's expression turned icy for a fleeting moment before returning to its gentler demeanor. I just had a conversation with him. He claims he is not responsible for it. Do you believe him? Lin Mu asked, her tone tinged with caution. Fear not. I did not confront him harshly. We merely exchanged words. However, whether I trust him hinges upon the findings of the investigation, Gu Ziyi replied, gently clasping Lin Mu's hand, his palm still somewhat cold, yet warming under her touch. Are you still intending to investigate? Lin Mu was taken aback. If Gu Ziyi were to discover her involvement, it could jeopardize her future, especially regarding his marriage. Do you think I'm the type to take matters into my own hands? I'm a legitimate businessman, Gu Ziyi explained with a smile. Lin Mu pondered privately. How had she not perceived this? The Gu Group had always been a significant taxpayer in the capital, with annual contributions that were indeed staggering. Will the investigation take long? She asked, hoping for a delay, yet simultaneously wishing for a swift conclusion. Gu Ziyi's words carried a hint of mischief. Have you uncovered something? Alarm bells rang in Lin Mu's mind. Nothing at all. I merely wish to see the investigation's outcome, she replied, playfully deflecting. Indeed, the investigation. But do you recall what you said before you lost consciousness? Gu Ziyi shifted from his chair to the bed, intently observing Lin Mu's expression. What did I say? She feigned ignorance. I remember now. You mentioned your intention to marry Lin Xin, did you not? Lin Mu exaggerated her response. What? Gu Ziyi was taken aback, exasperated. How can you misremember the crux of the matter? I clearly stated that I intended to marry you. Lin Mu silently cursed in her mind. Marry you indeed? No. I distinctly remember you promised to marry Lin Xin. She insisted. It was you. Gu Ziyi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a matter be mistaken? No. Lin Mu stubbornly denied, adamant in her stance. You said you would marry Lin Xin. I even wished you well. That doesn't count. I was referring to you. Gu Ziyi insisted, growing increasingly frustrated, perplexed as to why she would push him towards another. Not all. Lin Mu was now irritated, pulling a cup over her head, effectively shutting down the conversation. Xiao Mu, Gu Ziyi sighed, exasperated by her stubbornness. Do you not see that I wish to marry you? In the enveloping darkness, Lin Mu was urgently signaling for 009. 009, come quickly. What should I do? Hurry. What now? Just chill. 009 had not anticipated Gu Ziyi's forthrightness in expressing his feelings. Calm down, Xiao Mu. He merely mentioned wanting to marry you back then. It does not mean he feels the same now. You were on the brink of death. Perhaps he was simply offering comfort. That makes sense. Lin Mu suddenly found her resolve. She threw off the covers, locking eyes with Gu Ziyi. Originally, Gu Ziyi was filled with self-reproach, feeling it was excessive to argue with Lin Mu right after he had just awakened. However, the notion that Lin Mu would question his sincerity was something Gu Ziyi found utterly intolerable. Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu spoke first. You declared your intention to marry me that day. I stepped back to advance, progressing gradually. That day, I also promised to go to Lin Xin with you. The two spoke almost simultaneously, leaving both momentarily stunned. Lin Mu internally rejoiced, yet felt a tinge of regret for not being patient enough to wait a few more seconds. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Gu Ziyi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Why did he always bicker with Lin Mu? Couldn't he just acquiesce a little? After all, he had his own feelings too. Gu Ziyi, do you remember? Lin Mu asked cautiously, studying Gu Ziyi's expression. I remember, Gu Ziyi replied, reluctantly pursing his lips. Are you still willing to fulfill your promise? Lin Mu climbed up, preparing to flee at the slightest hint of Gu Ziyi's wrath. Gu Ziyi repeated in his mind several times, do not argue. Yet he could not help but feel the veins on his forehead throb. What? Does little Mu enjoy the thought of me marrying someone else so much? Gu Ziyi turned his face away, striving to suppress his emotions. Not at all. Lin Mu said cautiously, you see, you have not experienced life and death. This time, I truly brushed against the gates of hell. It made me realize that one should seize the flowers while they bloom, lest they be left with only empty branches. In this life, one should harbor as few regrets as possible. Gu Ziyi, do you know? At that moment, my greatest wish was to see you married. If there is someone to accompany you in life, then even if I were to die, I could do so with peace. Are you serious? Gu Ziyi felt his face flush, his eyes gazing deeply into Lin Mu's. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the situation. He thought Gu Ziyi wanted him to marry, while Gu Ziyi had interpreted it as Lin Mu wanted to marry him. 009 whispered into Lin Mu's ear. Lin Mu instantly jolted, realizing the misunderstanding. Gu Ziyi had already grasped Lin Mu's hand, declaring, I will never let you down, little Mu. Trust me. No. Lin Mu was about to clarify, don't misunderstand. But Gu Ziyi had already pulled him into an embrace, holding him tightly. Little Mu, do you know? In my 26 years of life, I have never been so afraid. I never realized that one could be so terrified of losing another person. Until that moment. As I watched your breaths growing weaker in my arms, and your face growing paler, I realized I could no longer live without you. Say something. If this continues, we'll be planning the wedding tomorrow. 009 reminded. Lin Mu abruptly struggled in Gu Ziyi's embrace, using all his strength to break free. What's wrong? What do you want? Gu Ziyi maintained his half-embrace, his face close to Lin Mu's, asking in a teasing manner. Festi. Lin Mu spoke with a hint of struggle. All right, I have been prepared for this. Shall I have a sip of warm water first? Gu Ziyi reached for the thermos on the bedside and poured a cup of warm water, offering it to Lin Mu. After mechanically drinking it, Gu Ziyi gazed at Lin Mu, whose lips still bore a trace of moisture, and affectionately inquired, "Would you like more? I need to use the restroom." Lin Mu urgently expressed, seeking a moment of solitude to sort through his thoughts. "I shall carry you there." With that, Gu Ziyi wrapped his arms around Lin Mu's waist, lifting him effortlessly and striding toward the bathroom. "Put me down. I can go by myself," Lin Mu exclaimed, a hint of impatience in his voice. "I'll place you by the door. I will wait for you outside." Gu Ziyi, understanding Lin Mu's shyness, chose not to press him further. Inside the restroom, Lin Mu turned on the tap and despondently sat on the toilet, pondering, "What should I do? I feel as if Gu Ziyi is under some spell." 009, feeling somewhat at a loss, remarked on the task that had inexplicably reached a dead end. "Perhaps you should maintain a distance from Gu Ziyi for the time being? And then what? Can you fall in love with someone else?" Lin Mu raised his gaze toward 009, seeking answers. "I do not know, but I suspect that if you two remain entangled, the flames of passion will only grow fiercer." In frustration, Lin Mu kicked the area beneath the sink, producing a dull thud that echoed in the restroom. "Xiao Mu, is everything all right? Do you need me to come in?" Gu Ziyi's voice came from outside, laced with concern and urgency. "No, I accidentally kicked something," Lin Mu shouted back, gazing wearily at his reflection in the mirror. He was struck by the beauty of his own face, almond-shaped eyes, and red lips. No wonder Gu Ziyi was so enamored. "Perhaps I should consider cosmetic surgery," Lin Mu suddenly suggested. "Surgery? With a visage like yours, what could possibly need altering?" 009 looked around, unable to identify any flaw in Lin Mu's appearance. "If the surgery fails, Gu Ziyi might abandon me, wouldn't he?" Lin Mu mused. Such a harsh thought. 009 contemplated silently. "Xiao Mu, do you truly find it necessary to put yourself through such turmoil?" Even 009 felt a twinge of sympathy for the task at hand. "What should I do then? He loves me for my looks." Lin Mu gazed at his reflection, feeling both alienated and introspective, contemplating whether this exquisite face was a blessing or a curse. "Do not act impulsively," 009 urged, hoping Lin Mu would reconsider. "In truth, if I were to leave, this face would decay within a month. It might not even take that long. Everything is consumed by flames nowadays. One spark, a handful of ashes, and all is lost. You see, no matter how beautiful this face is, what is its worth?" Lin Mu's spirits dipped slightly as he gently touched his reflection's face, as if speaking of someone unrelated. "Do not be like this. When you first arrived, you were so optimistic." 009, influenced by the somber atmosphere, frowned. "I shall not do that." After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Mu addressed his reflection. "Thank you for allowing me to experience so much and to meet so many people. What do you intend to do?" "Do? Indeed, I shall refrain from speaking until Gu Ziyi can no longer tolerate my presence." Lin Mu resumed had playful demeanor, gazing into the mirror and mischievously snapping her fingers as if greeting an old friend. "Xiao Mu, are you not yet out? Shall I come in to assist you?" Gu Ziyi awaited outside the door. "Hurry, hurry. Are you dawdling in there? Do you require a schedule for a simple visit to the restroom, or are you a miser?" As the door swung open, Lin Mu, with an icy demeanor, scolded, "No, Xiao Mu. I merely feared you might slip in the restroom. That's why I inquired. If you're not finished, I shan't press you further." Gu Ziyi, towering at over 6 feet, resembled a beleaguered spouse, daring not to meet Lin Mu's gaze. "If I haven't finished my business, can I just continue?" Lin Mu offered no warmth to Gu Ziyi, turning over in bed and pulling the covers over her head in one swift motion. "Xiao Mu, I admit my fault, yet please do not shroud your head. You'll suffocate." Gu Ziyi cautiously approached, attempting to gently tug at the blanket, his movements tentative. "Do not touch." Lin Mu snapped, sending Gu Ziyi retreating, started. It seemed that after her brief excursion to the restroom, Lin Mu's temper had intensified considerably. "Xiao Mu, Shall I prepare some snacks for you? Is there anything in particular you desire? Silence was the only response, as Lin Mu's back remained resolutely turned. After waiting in vain, Gu Ziyi finally exited. Is this truly acceptable? 009, with a twinge of sympathy, interjected. What shall we do if things worsen? Allow him to continue his descent into despair? Lin Mu felt utterly helpless. Never had she been so unreasonable in her life. Ironically, it was Gu Ziyi who had always treated her kindly, yet here she was, repaying his kindness with disdain. Reclining on her bed, Lin Mu contemplated her ungratefulness and the potential repercussions of her actions. Surely, I shall not face retribution, she reassured herself. Indeed not. 009, mirroring her position on the floor, echoed her sentiments with resignation. Gu Ziyi, Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu murmured repeatedly. Ah, I truly must make haste. Surprisingly, 009 did not question her motives this time. Mr. Lin, this time it was Lin Mu herself who requested the medication, Deming informed Lin Da-hong within the Lin residence. What? Lin Da-hong, just emerging from a bath, was drenched and utterly disheveled, a sight that did little to preserve his dignity. What on earth is happening? Deming cautiously recounted the events surrounding Lin Mu's request for medication, inspecting the study for any potential eavesdroppers. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Da-hong bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Had I known that little brat requested the medication herself, I would not have allowed Gu Ziyi to humiliate him so. Even if I had spoken up earlier, would Gu Ziyi have believed me? If he did not, I feared provoking him further into more extreme actions. Deming replied, glancing at Lin Da-hong. This matter has grown rather perplexing. Does Lin Mu even realize that he is allergic? Lin Da-hong pondered deeply. Mr. Lin, we previously administered this medication to him. If he had been allergic then, how did he avoid complications? His current symptoms appear quite perilous. Deming muzed. Lin Da-hong acknowledged that had Gu Ziyi not intervened in a timely manner, Lin Mu's life might very well have been in jeopardy. This situation is rather perplexing. If this young man is indeed aware of the circumstances, he truly possesses a remarkable daring. However, should his intentions merely be to entice Gu Ziyi, it would be considerably more comprehensible. Deming also sensed that Lin Mu was unlikely to be aware. After all, allergic reactions to medication do not occur with every instance and could simply be a coincidence. Xiao Mu, could you step out for a moment? I wish to show you what I have prepared, Gu Ziyi said, squatting beside the bed, gazing at a small bulge under the covers. Xiao Mu. As Gu Ziyi reached out to lift the blanket, he observed the covers gently undulating, gradually revealing a round, doughy face. What is it? Lin Mu asked, as he hid beneath the blanket, consulting with 009 regarding a plan. You haven't eaten anything. Come down and have a bite. Gu Ziyi chuckled, attempting to coax Lin Mu from his cocoon. Little sloth, rise and shine. With hands tucked under Lin Mu's armpits, he lifted him into an embrace, intending to carry him to the washroom for a splash of water on his face. I can manage on my own, Lin Mu retorted, slightly irritated by being treated like a child, all because of Gu Ziyi's height advantage. I shall attend to you, my little princess. Gu Ziyi replied with a doting smile, weighing Lin Mu in his arms and noting his lightness. What are you doing? Cooking beans? Lin Mu grasped Gu Ziyi's collar, wriggling to flip over, yearning to descend. Don't move. Gu Ziyi tightened his grip. Of course I will move. Amusingly, you think I will obey your command? If you say not to move, I shall do just the opposite. Lin Mu continued to squirm, defiantly challenging Gu Ziyi. Do not move. This time, Gu Ziyi's voice was unexpectedly hoarse. You infuriate me. How dare you issue commands? Lin Mu exerted strength, inadvertently stepping on something. What is that? Tentatively, Lin Mu prodded with his foot a few more times. What on earth was going on? He wanted to look down, but found it impossible due to Gu Ziyi's firm hold. Gu Ziyi, what was it you prepared for me? Is it this? Lin Mu inquired, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Gu Ziyi's face, which had turned a shade reminiscent of a ripe peach, his lips twitching as if he were enduring some discomfort. Upon hearing his name, Gu Ziyi slightly lifted his gaze, revealing eyes glistening with unshed tears, fringed with a hint of pink. What's wrong? Lin Mu was taken aback, alarmed by Gu Ziyi's expression. Who had wronged him? Why did it appear as though he were on the verge of tears? Strangely, Gu Ziyi's arm around Lin Mu's waist tightened, compelling Lin Mu to find a sturdy foothold to alleviate the pressure. Gu Ziyi seemed to be experiencing some distress, his complexion taking on a purplish hue, with tears threatening to spill. Lin Mu hurriedly interjected, "If you're feeling unwell, please set me down. Go take care of it. I promise I won't eavesdrop. What do you think I need to resolve? Do you have any idea?" Gu Ziyi replied through gritted teeth. "What?" Lin Mu felt a rush of anxiety. How was he to respond? "If you're constipated, hurry and go. You wouldn't want to soil yourself after eating, would you? Is this how one expresses themselves elegantly? This time, I shall heed your words, my Xiao Mu Mu." Gu Ziyi's voice had an unsettling quality, sending shivers down Lin Mu's spine. It was a sound that seemed to prick at the very essence of his being. As he pondered this unsettling sensation, Lin Mu felt Gu Ziyi return, swiftly collapsing onto the bed. The man, as if possessed, began to burrow into Lin Mu's body, his hands frantically groping at Lin Mu's chest. In an instant, Lin Mu's clothing was in disarray, and the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Just moments ago, he'd been treading a dangerous line. Oh my goodness, I am doomed. No wonder Gu Ziyi was in such a state. "Let go, I didn't mean to," Lin Mu exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Gu Ziyi's head in an attempt to push him away. However, he found himself utterly overpowered, unable to muster any strength against the weight pressing down upon him. In a desperate struggle, Lin Mu executed a maneuver akin to a carp leaping from the water, thrusting his back with force before lunging forward in an attempt to reclaim control. Yet, he had underestimated the disparity in their strength. Instead of dislodging Gu Ziyi, his efforts only drew him closer, like a lamb to the slaughter. Gu Ziyi savored the unexpected treat that had fallen into his lap. "Let go, or I shall be drained." The overwhelming allure sapped the last vestiges of Lin Mu's strength. In the recesses of his mind, he issued a silent plea for help. Unbeknownst to him, 009 was cowering, hands over its eyes, trembling in fear. "I am but a child. A child. What is improper must not be seen nor heard." Engaging sensory shutdown. Success. This useless 009. Lin Mu cursed under his breath, yanking Gu Ziyi's head up and pressing his lips against his. A kiss was far preferable to the alternative. Struggling, chaos, fervor, warmth, madness, rhythm, all eventually subsided into tranquility. Lin Mu lay atop Gu Ziyi, panting heavily, one hand dangling over the edge of the bed, a long, pale leg entwined with Gu Ziyi's thigh, their bodies entangled. "Are you trying to kill me?" Lin Mu finally managed to catch his breath and reprimanded him. "If I must perish, let be in little Mu's embrace. How could I bear to depart from little Mu for another fate?" Gu Ziyi, languid and sated, tenderly caressed Lin Mu's back, soothing his aches with gentle strokes. "What you just did is sheer debauchery," Lin Mu exclaimed, exasperated, raising his left hand to strike Gu Ziyi's arm. The arm, still flushed from the vigorous activity, glistened with sweat, and both were damp and uncomfortable. "Shall we take a shower?" Gu Ziyi inquired, leaning down to touch Lin Mu's warm cheek. "Yes, let us," Lin Mu replied, his voice slightly hoarse, clearing his throat softly. "A drink of water." Gu Ziyi extended his arm, pouring a cup of warm water from the thermos and gently offering it to Lin Mu's lips. With the cup in hand, Lin Mu drank eagerly, finishing it off completely. Chapter 32. Remarkably, he bore such a resigned expression as Gu Ziyi observed Lin Mu drinking. He noticed the gentle motion of his Adam's apple and the way his lips appeared even more alluring after being moistened by water. An involuntary flutter coursed through his chest, which did not escape Lin Mu's awareness. "If you move again, just go ahead and end me," Lin Mu exclaimed, pressing against Gu Ziyi's muscular chest, intent on rolling away from this perilous territory. "Stop talking about life and death. I can't bear it," Gu Ziyi responded, encircling Lin Mu's waist and securing him against his chest. He leaned down to kiss Lin Mu's earlobe, delighting in the sight of Lin Mu's ears turning a vivid shade of crimson. "Then let me go." Lin Mu continued to struggle. "Not a chance. I could serve as your human cushion, and where else could you find such a comfortable mattress?" Gu Ziyi's hand, which was wrapped around Lin Mu's waist, pressed gently. "Does your waist hurt?" Allow me to massage it. Just remain still. I won't do anything else. My waist does not hurt. Lin Mu protested, furrowing his brow as he wriggled. Then what is uncomfortable? Let me help you. Gu Ziyi whispered closely to Lin Mu's ear, his warm breath tickling the delicate skin. My stomach hurts a little. Lin Mu's face flushed entirely, his mind becoming slightly muddled as he echoed Gu Ziyi's words. Your stomach hurts? Let me see. Gu Ziyi furrowed his brow slightly, one hand still around Lin Mu's waist, gently lifting his upper body. The other hand rested on Lin Mu's abdomen, inquiring, is it here? Lin Mu felt as though he were a mere puppet at the mercy of another's whims. Amidst the tugging, the discomfort in his stomach seemed to fade into obscurity. No. Where is it? Is it here? Gu Ziyi shifted slightly higher, puzzled. Is it really that far? Gu Ziyi himself was becoming somewhat flustered. Not really, Lin Mu responded, feeling a ticklish sensation on his belly. Where is it? Point it out for me. Should we go to the hospital? Gu Ziyi, anxious about the possibility of an internal injury, gazed at Lin Mu with concern. At that moment, Lin Mu struggled to articulate precisely where his stomach ached. He had felt a palpable pressure during intense physical exertion earlier. It doesn't hurt now, Lin Mu admitted, somewhat embarrassed. As long as it's not painful. That's a relief. Gu Ziyi sighed, grateful that there were no injuries. He realized he had acted rather recklessly. Have you suffered? Little Mu, shall we rest a bit before eating, or should we go now? Gu Ziyi cradled Lin Mu's face and planted a firm kiss on his lips. Let us wait a bit until my legs feel stronger, Lin Mu replied. All right, I'll hold you. Gu Ziyi was reluctant to release him, wishing to embrace him forever. Lin Mu lowered his eyelids slightly and inquired, Didn't you mention you had something prepared for me earlier? Yes, I spotted a car that suits you perfectly. If today proves too tiring, we can wait until tomorrow to secure it. Once it arrives, you can drive it out. Weren't you just complaining that I hadn't given you the car keys? It appears that there is no car suitable for you at home. I have been keeping an eye out, and upon seeing this one, you immediately came to mind. How do you feel about it? Are you pleased? Gu Ziyi expressed, a hint of joy evident as he playfully tapped Lin Mu's forehead, reminiscent of a child boasting about acquiring a new toy. Not good. Lin Mu lazily turned over, finally rolling off Gu Ziyi. With his back to him, he traced small circles on the bed with his fingers. Don't turn your back on me. Gu Ziyi found it difficult to endure Lin Mu's distraction during such a tender moment. I'm not turning my back on you, Lin Mu retorted softly. What's wrong with it? Gu Ziyi, somewhat stubborn regarding the inadequacy of his gift, pressed on. If you dislike the car, then what do you wish for? A watch? A house? Or perhaps you would like both? If you want both, we can explore options together. I will grant you any brand or location you desire. No, the house here is just fine. There is no need to purchase another. As for the watch, it's unnecessary. My phone can tell time just as well. Lin Mu replied languidly, gazing at the ceiling. What do you want then? Do you like this villa? I adore it as well. I have lived here since I was 16, for 10 years now. Initially, I had planned that after our marriage, if you had no other preferences, we would reside here. If you like it, I can add your name to the deed right now. From then on, it will be our home. How does that sound? This response seemed to resonate deeply with Gu Ziyi, who began to envision their future together, holding Lin Mu's hand and showering it with kisses. Don't. Lin Mu paused, sensing Gu Ziyi's unease. After a deep breath, he continued, I actually have a small request for you. If you agree to it, I will suddenly... Lin Mu turned and gently pressed his lips against Gu Ziyi's. Gu Ziyi, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, momentarily froze, a man of business acumen. He understood this was no trivial request. Nevertheless, he promptly reciprocated the kiss, his hands firmly cradling Lin Mu's head, continuing until Lin Mu was breathless. I agree to your request, Gu Ziyi declared, his amber eyes reflecting sincerity. I've agreed, so don't be upset. He tenderly caressed Lin Mu's forehead, its smoothness akin to jade, radiant and translucent. How could someone be so beautiful? Gu Ziyi mused internally. Aren't you going to ask what it is? Lin Mu inquired. No need to ask. I will agree to anything you desire, Gu Ziyi replied with a smile. And please, don't keep it all to yourself. If there is something you wish for, bring it up soon, so I can help you achieve it. Very well, when I want something, you must assist me in making it a reality. For some reason, Lin Mu felt reluctant to disclose his wish just yet. Shall we go out for a meal then? Gu Ziyi casually suggested. Sure, Lin Mu replied, struggling to rise and dress. Also, about that car, there is no need to buy it. I noticed a line of cars parked below the villa, and one will suffice for me. It is not a villa, but a home. Gu Ziyi corrected. All right, a home. Lin Mu replied with a smile, gracing his lips. Yes, I shall heed your words regarding matters at home. Gu Ziyi stepped forward, assisting Lin Mu in donning his clothes piece by piece. This nightgown, I have only worn it for a day. Lin Mu complained, observing the few remaining buttons on his sleepwear. There are plenty more. We have enough for a different set each day. He then carried Lin Mu to the wardrobe, selecting a sky blue nightgown for him. This garment complements your complexion beautifully, making you appear fairer. Gu Ziyi remarked, appraising the person before him. Fair? I might as well turn into a fairy. Lin Mu retorted, pouting, in my past life, I was a strikingly handsome bronze-skinned man with 8-pack abs. Who could have anticipated that in this life I would possess such a meek appearance? Chapter 33. What a prince! What is wrong with being a fairy? Henceforth, you shall be my little fairy, and you are forbidden from causing mischief elsewhere. Gu Ziyi playfully poked Lin Mu's nose and adjusted the collar of his nightgown. Who is the little fairy? Mind your words, less of such risque talk. Lin Mu exclaimed, only to find Gu Ziyi stifling laughter, clearly teasing him. When did the Grand CO become so childish? Of course, it is when one is in love. Gu Ziyi naturally took Lin Mu's hand as they descended the stairs. Upon seeing the table laden with an array of dishes, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables, Lin Mu noticed the absence of any spicy offerings. Why are there no spicy food? A meal without chili lacks zest. Despite voicing his thoughts, Lin Mu sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Glancing up, he noticed Gu Ziyi conversing with Aunt Zhang. What is it? Lin Mu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Could Gu Ziyi have instructed Aunt Zhang to prepare a spicy dish? He had merely mentioned it casually, not wishing to impose. Gu Ziyi seemed to sense Lin Mu's unease and placed a pair of chopsticks filled with food into Lin Mu's bowl. I did not ask Aunt Zhang to make any. I merely instructed her that we shall still keep our meals light tonight. What? Was I being overly sensitive? Lin Mu pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Whatever happened to the pampering from the domineering CEO? Now it seemed to be solely about his authoritative nature. With the affection lost, is Lin Mu upset? Gu Ziyi chuckled, serving Lin Mu a bowl of soup. Drink more soup. Keep yourself hydrated. Hydrated? Hydrated. Lin Mu's face flushed, glancing at the array of dishes on the table. No spicy food, a light meal tonight. Now it made sense. Gu Ziyi, with a smile, placed the deboned fish meat into Lin Mu's bowl. Have some fish. It will replenish your protein. Lin Mu could hardly bear to look at his bowl, bewildered by its contents. Yet, he realized he might indeed be slightly dehydrated. Having just consumed a large glass of warm water, his mouth felt parched. Whatever little Mu desires, I am willing to provide, but I fear I may have to slightly deprive you of your cravings in the future. Such nonchalant words, what could they possibly mean? Did it imply I would no longer be able to indulge in spicy foods daily? Cursed Gu Ziyi, return to me my spicy, extra spicy, explosively spicy dishes. Mr. Gu, someone has sent you a letter. Zhang Yuan stepped in and announced. A letter? Lin Mu was somewhat astonished. In this day and age, who still writes letters? Hand it over to me. Zhang Yuan nodded. It arrived at the company this morning. The letter employs a double envelope format. Besides the outer envelope, there is another one inside, inscribed with Lin Mu. Zhang Yuan gestured for Gu Ziyi to open it. Gu Ziyi reached for the correspondence and settled onto the sofa in the living room. As he casually opened the letter, he discovered a small inner envelope bearing the words, Gu Ziyi has slept with Lin Mu. Who is this? Such a message clearly carries a threatening undertone. What does it say inside? Lin Mu leaned over to take a look. Gu Ziyi cast a quick glance at Lin Mu, noting that he displayed no aversion to the words. How can he be so composed? Lin Mu, oblivious to Gu Ziyi's thoughts, would surely feel wronged if he knew. Am I calm? How could I possibly be calm? What am I to do? As a staunchly masculine man, having lost my dignity, I must at least preserve my face. If this matter becomes widely known, then that would truly be a cause for alarm. Is there a secret? Lin Mu inquired, raising his head. Could it be that a business rival has learned of this and is attempting to extort us? Well, that wouldn't be too bad. Even if exposed, people would primarily discuss Gu Ziyi, and I would likely be perceived merely as a handsome face. There's nothing confidential, but aren't you concerned? Gu Ziyi voiced his thoughts. Concerned, Lin Mu exclaimed incredulously. I am absolutely terrified. Since it's not a secret, let us open it and see. Zhang Yuan took a few steps back and left the living room. Gu Ziyi opened the inner envelope and unfolded a small piece of paper, which seemed to contain a photograph. This person, even if extorting us, must be rather inept. The meagerness of this blackmail note reveals that much. Let me see. Lin Mu leaned closer, resting his head on Gu Ziyi's shoulder as he peered in. Mr. Gu, your little lover, Lin Mu, is actually a PR at High Bar. Or rather, just a mere escort. You may have been enchanted by his alluring exterior, but at heart, he is nothing but a mercenary. If you wish to keep this matter under wraps, deliver 500,000 in cash to the dumpster behind High Bar, and this secret shall remain forever concealed. Gu Ziyi extracted the photograph. It depicted Lin Mu in the bar, captured from a distance. Yet, the dim lighting revealed him as a prince seated at the center of the sofa, holding a bottle of red wine, pouring for a person before him who cradled a glass. The crimson liquid, illuminated by the lights, accentuated the beauty of the person, whose face resembled that of a blossoming peach. From the profile in the photograph, it was evident that the one pouring wine was indeed Lin Mu. The photograph is quite well taken. Lin Mu rarely scrutinized his own visage, despite being aware that his appearance was rather appealing. He always felt as if it were akin to a character's skin in a game, something to don temporarily and later replace. Thus, he never paid it much heed, not even a fraction of percent. Gu Ziyi was evidently somewhat displeased. Yet Lin Mu remained unperturbed, resting his chin on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, one hand languidly playing with the crease of his trousers. Now, that is rather subjective, although the lighting in this photograph leaves much to be desired. The composition is rather commendable. Moreover, in this dim ambience, it indeed possesses a hint of medieval European charm. Medieval? Europe? Gu Ziyi retorted. Lin Mu felt a pulse at his temple. Could it be that this world lacks a medieval Europe? 009 interjected as Lin Mu began to speak. Indeed, this world bears a striking resemblance to yours, so there is no need for trepidation. Oh, Lin Mu exhaled in relief. That is reassuring. He had envisioned a European prince. But what about the preceding figure? A eunuch? Ah, so that was the crux of the matter. Lin Mu finally felt a sense of ease. You can claim it as whatever you wish. What is there to be angry about? Does Mr. Gu believe it? Lin Mu tilted his head, resting on Gu Ziyi's shoulder. Of course not, but sometimes perhaps. However, why do you now refer to me as Mr. Gu instead of just Gu Ziyi? Has little Mu grown reluctant to use my given name? Jealousy reared its head. What name is that? Let me hear it. If it's difficult to pronounce, I shan't use it. Gu Ziyi, upon hearing this, sighed. Did his name's appeal truly depend on the other's whim? Nonetheless, he replied, my parents used to call me Ziyi, and if you call me that, it should suffice. It's not difficult to pronounce, is it? There was a hint of grievance in Gu Ziyi's voice, as if the worth of his name hinged on the listener's affection. Truly, he was a prince. Chapter 34. I hope you can, in any case, be a good person. Ziyi, Gu Ziyi, they're quite similar. Lin Mu mused, resting on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, nonchalantly observing the slightly crumpled letter in his hand. Gu Ziyi took a deep breath, choosing not to linger on the matter of names and reverting to the subject at hand. However, his tone had taken on a tinge of coldness, just a clown, hardly worth fearing. Lin Mu reached out to pinch Gu Ziyi's ear, asking, who? Do you know? I can't deduce it just yet, but it certainly isn't a business rival. Gu Ziyi chuckled, removing Lin Mu's mischief-prone hand and placing a kiss upon his lips. This scheme is rather juvenile, akin to a child's play. Is it truly that childish? Lin Mu regarded the threatening letter, failing to discern the childishness therein. Little Mu had been threatened too infrequently to possess any experience in such matters. In the business realm, or rather, throughout my life, such occurrences could be counted on both hands, each meticulously orchestrated. This childish game is a first for me. Perhaps little Mu should contemplate whether he has offended anyone during this time. Gu Ziyi spoke as he pulled Lin Mu into a warm embrace. Don't. Lin Mu felt somewhat uncomfortable perched on Gu Ziyi's lap, struggling to adjust his position while reclining in Gu Ziyi's arms, deep in thought. Who have I offended? How can it possibly be me? This letter was addressed to you. There was no hush money. Gu Ziyi leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Mu's lips. Saying what? With one arm wrapped around Lin Mu's neck and the other hand picking up the letter, he pointed at the paper, remarking, "Look, here it says your little lover Lin Mu." The addition of little lover was intended to clarify our relationship, although I don't agree with it, believing we are lovers in the truest sense. I suppose it shows some insight on his part. The public relations of the bar, or what one might call a little duck. This phrase and the subsequent remarks are all meant to tarnish your reputation. If my business rivals were to catch wind of such information, they wouldn't dare to defame you. They would simply leverage it against me. 50,000 in cash is laughable. It's like tossing coins to a beggar. They would either demand a piece of land or require me to withdraw from a certain industry. Thus, I say this is child's play. However, if he dares to insult you, and I catch him, he shall not escape unscathed. Gu Ziyi continued to playfully rub Lin Mu's hand while uttering these words. This person enjoys treating himself like clay to be molded. Lin Mu, feeling somewhat displeased, withdrew his hand and examined the letter, reflecting intently. In truth, there weren't many matters to recall, as the events in question were not of his doing, making it difficult to remember. Unless the original owner could return, he pondered. Whom could he have offended during this time? The most significant person would likely be Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu glanced up at Gu Ziyi, thinking it unlikely to be him. Xiao Mu, let me know who it is. How about I chop off his hand? Gu Ziyi seemed displeased by Lin Mu's suspicion, darkly murmuring from above. Aren't you a businessman? Lin Mu was somewhat startled. How had he transformed from a businessman into a gangster? Since ancient times, there's been a saying that no merchant is without deceit, and another that merchants collude with thieves. Either way, it suggests that those who can be merchants are seldom virtuous. Doesn't Xiao Mu understand this? What on earth? Or have I offended him? How could that be? I have only heard of being trustworthy and skillfully strategizing. Don't misinterpret. Lin Mu felt a headache coming on. Not only had he yet to find any leads on the threatening letter, but Gu Ziyi had also begun to throw a childish tantrum. Upon hearing Lin Mu's half-hearted attempt at consolation, Gu Ziyi tightened his embrace, provoking Lin Mu's displeasure. Lin Mu shifted restlessly and said unhappily, "Let us discuss serious matters. If you continue to act spoiled, I'll leave right now." All right. The clouds cleared, and once again, it was sunny in Gu Ziyi's world. Xiao Mu, have you considered who might have been envious of you during this time? Or who attempted to bully you but failed? Jealous? Someone trying to bully him unsuccessfully? It felt like just one person, Lin Su. It couldn't possibly be him. Lin Mu found it hard to believe that he had not seen him for quite some time. Ever since moving out of the Lin family, he had not encountered the second young master of the Lin family. But was their rift truly so profound? Yet, apart from him, Lin Mu could hardly think of anyone else. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had visited only a handful of places and had not met many individuals. Initially, Lin Mu suspected it might be that Mr. Sunday. However, Gu Ziyi had indicated that he was likely not an astute person, leading Lin Mu to conclude that if it wasn't Mr. Sun, the possibility of it being Lin Su was considerably higher. It certainly shouldn't be Lin Da-hong. Although his business acumen wasn't exceptional, he wasn't entirely foolish either. He wouldn't stoop to the level of hurling insults for no benefit. Lin Su. Gu Ziyi was evidently unfamiliar with his second young master of the Lin family. My second cousin, the son of my uncle, Lin Mu briefly explained. Do you have a grudge against him? Gu Ziyi was genuinely unfamiliar with Lin Su and decided to have Zhang Yuan investigate thoroughly. It's not exactly a grudge. His mother is my uncle's mistress, so he is not favored in the Lin family. As for me, I can only be considered a lodger, so he holds a slightly higher status than I do in the Lin household. The only incident I can recall is that on the day I moved out, I made a sarcastic remark at his expense. It seems he even hurt his back because of it. Lin Mu reminisced about that day, asserting, while my sarcasm was genuine, his injury was purely due to his own incompetence. I bear no responsibility. Lin Mu looked up at Gu Ziyi and continued, upon arriving in this alternate world. I never intended to foster enmity. My sole desire has always been to return home. Yet now, I feel an inexplicable distance growing between myself and home. No matter what, you are not to blame. Gu Ziyi embraced Lin Mu, offering comfort. Why must you tread so carefully with your own people? If it were him, he might indeed commit such a thoughtless act, but the solution seems straightforward. Simply inform Lin Da-hong, and he will take care of it himself. Handle it himself? Is it truly that simple? Those who insult me cannot simply walk away unscathed. There was a hint of fierceness in Gu Ziyi's tone as he spoke. Do not say that. Lin Mu tugged at Gu Ziyi's sleeve. I hope you can be a good person. Lin Mu silently supplemented the latter half of his thought. Even if I were to leave, and this world's Lin Mu were to perish, life would continue unabated. Therefore, I earnestly wish for you to always strive to be a good person. Chapter 35. Do you dare to challenge me again? All right, Gu Ziyi replied, glancing at the hand that grasped his sleeve. I will heed your words. That was more like it. Lin Mu realized that his own boldness had grown over time. Hearing this, Gu Ziyi broke into a wide grin, his hands mischievously roaming Lin Mu's waist. Remove your hands. Lin Mu could hardly endure his incessant teasing. Ah, Su, has your little uncle's son been dealt with? Wu Tianshi inquired, observing Lin Su seated in the center of the bar's private booth. Indeed, he is merely a reckless youth, and I could no longer bear to watch him tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. If I did not intervene, would it not be a disgrace to allow him to ruin our esteemed name? Lin Su reclined with one leg crossed over the other, cradling a glass of whiskey in his left hand while his right arm encircled the barmaid, his fingers incessantly pinching her cheeks. Oh dear, young Master Lin, please refrain from such antics. My makeup is smudging. The barmaid chuckled nervously, attempting to evade his grasp. What is the matter? I've summoned you, and I can't even touch you a little. Don't be so ungrateful. Startled, she realized that such a brazen temper was indeed rare among patrons of such establishments. However, the barmaid, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly smiled and remarked, Your hands, young Master Lin, are destined to earn great wealth. How could they be misused on trivial matters? Upon hearing this, Lin Su recalled what Wu Tianshi had mentioned, the fact that Lin Mu had earned 300,000 in merely 3 hours at the bar. While such an amount was trivial to him, it was nevertheless Lin Mu's own achievement. Throughout his life, Lin Su had yet to earn a single penny, and with the prospect of his father's passing, the bulk of the inheritance would likely go to his elder brother. It remained uncertain how much of the estate a mere illegitimate son like himself might inherit. Damn it, why does the old man have to sire so many children? Look around. How many families only have one child? In the future, family wealth will belong solely to the only son. Where does that leave us? As Lin Su voiced these sentiments, he seemingly forgot that should Lin Da-hong have fewer offspring, it would still have no bearing on his own relationship with the family. Wu Tianshi, aware of Lin Su's character, more likely to sabotage than to succeed, realized he could not ingratiate himself with this circle of wealthy heirs. Yet he maintained a tenuous connection due to Lin Su's awkward position. How has the Lin family been faring lately? I've seen in the news that the Lin Corporation is set to collaborate with the Sun Corporation, with project funding likely exceeding 100 million. Will you be too busy for your brothers and me? Wu Tianshi poured another glass of liquor for Lin Su, raising his glass in a toast. Lin Su took a sip, bitterness creeping into his voice as he remarked, The old man seems oblivious, parading that boy around at banquets every day. One might think he is his real son. Wu Tianshi fell silent, contemplating the underlying reasons, even without knowing all the details. He surmised it was likely because Lin Mu was undeniably handsome. Hence, Lin Da-hong preferred to bring him to such events. It was evident that Lin Su had not fully grasped this, which explained Lin Da-hong's disdain for him. Initially, Lin Su's mother had also been quite beautiful, and Lin Su had inherited a blend of traits from his parents, yet he had evidently received none of Lin Da-hong's intellect nor the beauty of Lin's wife. Lin Mu must be unable to endure staying at your home anymore, right? What will he do next? Come to the bar? Wu Tianshi inquired casually. Who knows? That kid has already run off. attach himself to a wealthy benefactor, and now he is living a life of luxury, Lin Mu replied. A couple of days ago, my father held a banquet at home, and to my dismay, I was not permitted to attend. Yesterday, at the Lin family's gathering, Lin Mu, as an illegitimate child, was similarly barred from participating. This incident has sparked considerable outrage, leading him to indulge in 2 days of drinking at the bar, concealing one's talents and biding time. Wu Tianxia observed Lin Mu's increasingly irritable demeanor and felt a tinge of disdain. Apart from relying on the meager financial support from the Lin family, what redeeming qualities does he possess as a young master? It's no wonder Lin Dahong forbids him from public appearances. I know. When I learned that the young man was working as a gigolo at a bar, I promptly informed Gu Ziyi, curious to see if he would still want him. To be a gigolo, and even at the residence of a prominent figure, is an extraordinary circumstance. The more Lin Mu spoke, the more aggrieved he appeared, as if he could devour Lin Mu whole. What? Gu Ziyi? The very Gu Ziyi? Wu Tianxia was taken aback. Could it be the same person he knew? The Gu Ziyi of the Gu Corporation. Who else could it be? I wonder how that fool managed to associate with him. What extraordinary luck. Lin Mu continued to vent his frustrations, while his younger sister froze momentarily upon hearing Gu Ziyi's name. Are you saying that your cousin is now with Gu Ziyi, the Gu from the Gu Corporation? Wu Tianxia's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Although he was unaware of Lin Mu's actions, he had personally uncovered Lin Mu's presence at the bar. If Gu Ziyi decided to settle scores later, I sincerely hope I am not implicated. Wu Tianxia mentally berated Lin Mu 1,000 times over. This fool lacks common sense. How dare he provoke someone associated with Gu Ziyi? Indeed, this young man, with his delicate features, somehow managed to ascend to Gu Ziyi's bed. One could only wonder what it was like to be with him. Allowing Gu Ziyi to bring him to my family's banquet yesterday. Weren't you absent from home yesterday? Wu Tianxia inquired. Just because I wasn't home doesn't mean I am oblivious. It is said that the young man and Gu Ziyi even displayed affection in public, which was utterly blinding. The more Lin Mu spoke, the more incensed he became, lamenting how every fortunate occurrence seemed to fall upon Lin Mu while he faced continual setbacks. No, Wu Tianxia swallowed hard, stating, being associated with Gu Ziyi is indeed enviable, but Lin Mu's situation, well, that's a different matter entirely, one that we cannot covet. Who said I envied him? Lin Mu wanted to retort, I am jealous. Regardless, I am simply vexed by that young man. I do not wish for him to have it easy. Lin Mu concluded with a swig of his drink. You can be vexed all you want, but why drag me into it? Wu Tianxia felt utterly exasperated, barely able to remain seated. So, what exactly did you do to him? This was the question Wu Tianxia was most concerned about. He desperately wished to avoid any repercussions. I sent an anonymous letter to the Gu Corporation. Gu Ziyi should have received it by now. I want him to see what kind of person Lin Mu truly is, and I suspect by tonight, he will find himself homeless. Today, I will return and inform my father that I will no longer harbor this ingrate. Where else can he go in the future? Would he dare to challenge me again? Chapter 36. How could I have such a foolish son? Wu Tianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon realizing that anyone who dared to provoke Gu Ziyi would not be able to escape unscathed. Regardless of Gu Ziyi's affection for Lin Mu, those who dared to take action against him would face severe consequences. Moreover, Lin Mu's appearance was undeniably captivating, possessing an innate ability to ensnare hearts. Ah Su, Wu Tianxia called out in a moment of impatience. Lin Mu shot him an annoyed glance, feeling disgruntled that he interrupted her scathing rebuke. Ah Su, you haven't returned home for 2 days. Aren't you going to check in? What's the point of going back? The thought of the situation brought Lin Mu considerable embarrassment. Lin, having just hosted a banquet, might need Ah Su's assistance. This was the perfect opportunity for a father-son bonding moment, and Ah Su must not let it slip away. Wu Tianxia could barely contain himself, suggesting it might be prudent to lay low for a few days before returning to the capital. You raise a valid point. My father has wrapped up his major affairs, and there are bound to be some leftover tasks. Furthermore, returning allows me to inform him about Lin Mu and perhaps bring him some joy. Wu Tianxia's eyes darkened. The most pressing matter was to avoid the brewing storm. Ah Su, I have some affairs to attend to out of town and may be away for a few days. We shall gather later. With that, Wu Tianshi summoned the waiter, settled the bill, and hastily exited. Lin Su watched Wu Tianxi's retreating figure, a twinge of displeasure in her heart, feeling as if Wu Tianshi was deliberately avoiding her. When was it that she was left behind? She sighed, finding herself quite bored. And after brushing off her clothes, she returned home. Though the Lin family was not excessively affluent, they possessed a modest villa in the capital and had a fair number of servants. However, upon her return today, Lin Su sensed something amiss. The villa was eerily quiet, and the few servants seemed to tread carefully. Second young master, President Lin is waiting for you in the study. Di Ming called from the stairway. Lin Su Fao Wen, feeling a sense of disdain at Di Ming's failure to descend the stairs. Father. Lin Su entered the study, with Di Ming closely following, standing by the door. Where have you been these past few days? Lin Dahong's face displayed no discernible emotion, yet there seemed to be a hint of bruising present. I was discussing matters with friends, Lin Su replied, lowering her head. Discussing matters? Lin Dahong scoffed, tossing a photograph and a piece of paper towards her. Lin Su's eyes widened as she recognized it to be the letter she had sent to Gu Ziyi. This letter, father, how did it end up in your possession? She asked, astonished. Could it be that Gu Ziyi had seen the letter and, realizing he had been deceived, came to express his gratitude to the Lin family? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Su's breath quickened. Was her father about to commend her? Slap! A resounding sound echoed through the study as Lin Su instinctively covered her face in shock. Father! Slap! Slap! 2 more strikes nearly sent Lin Su reeling. Father! Lin Su cried out in desperation. What is this about? Why? Lin Dahong's face was clouded with disappointment. How could he still be unaware of the reasons? This letter was sent to the Gu group by you, wasn't it? Yes, but I did it to inform President Gu not to be deceived by that brat Lin Mu. Shouldn't he be grateful to me? Lin Su felt utterly wronged. Grateful? Are you foolish or just plain dim-witted? Tell me, what is your surname? What is Lin Mu's surname? Speak up. What are both of your surnames? Of course, I am surnamed Lin, and Lin Mu is also Lin. Lin Su's Dam. Ah, so you're aware? At home. If there are conflicts between you two, I won't interfere. If you wish to discipline him, I can turn a blind eye. But now that he is on good terms with Gu Ziyi, that means the Lin family and the Gu group are on friendly terms. Yet you outside do not maintain the appearance of brotherly camaraderie. You even dare to call Lin Mu a duck in front of President Gu. Have you lost your mind? What are we, if Lin Mu is a duck? Speak. Lin Dahong, infuriated, struck Lin Su twice across the face. Lin Zong, please stop. The second young master is dazed. Di Ming attempted to intervene. Dazed. If he is rendered foolish, that would be better. It provides a good explanation to Gu Ziyi. A fool can act without concern, and a fool's words will not be taken seriously. Lin Su, upon hearing this, was almost paralyzed with fear. He clutched Lin Dahong's leg tightly. Father, please. You cannot abandon me. I am your only son. No. I am one of your 2 sons. You cannot forsake me. One of 2? Are you certain? If I wanted a son, I could have many. If I relent now, the young masters of the Lin family would not merely be you 2. Had it not been for your mother's striking beauty, thinking you might inherit even a fraction of it, do you think I would have taken you back? Who would have imagined you would be so devoid of wit and dignity? Truly, you are utterly useless. I thought raising 1 or 2 more would suffice. Yet you continually bring me trouble. Father, you cannot cast me aside. Lin Su was genuinely terrified. If Lin Dahong were to disown him, where would he and his mother go? Over the years, he had developed no survival skills. If Lin Dahong no longer acknowledged him, he would be less than Wu Tianshi. At least Wu Tianshi was making a modest living outside. But he, apart from the title of second young master Lin, possessed nothing. You will go to President Gu's villa shortly, bearing gifts and apologies. If President Gu does not forgive you, do not return, even if you perish outside. Lin Dahong gazed at Lin Su and stated, Father, but Di Ming will take you there. But even if you are beaten to death, Di Ming will not care. Lin Dahong felt powerless. Gu Ziyi had sent the letter and photos through someone, and upon seeing them, Lin Dahong nearly collapsed from rage. One crisis had barely settled, and another had arisen. "Father, you cannot send me like this. That brat will incite President Gu to kill me." Lin Mu was crying, his nose dripping and tears streaming down his face. "You know?" he asked. "Then how dare you provoke him?" Lin Dahong sometimes truly wondered if Lin Mu's mind was filled with nonsense. How could he possibly engage in such actions? At that moment, I thought that President Gu would abandon him. Lin Mu's dam. Abandon him, so you can ascend? Lin Dahong inquired, somewhat astonished, wondering if his foolish son was genuinely contemplating such things. He should consider his own appearance. Could he ever captivate President Gu? Impossible. Father, I am a man. How could I ever be President Gu's, his lover? Lin Mu gazed at his father in shock. Suddenly, he understood why, at previous banquets, his father only brought Lin Mu along and never him. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Mu's forehead. So that's it. Chapter 37. Always desiring to know the fate of certain characters in the book Mu. How about you stay here with Gu Ziyi? I'll head back. 009 remarked as Gu Ziyi placed a kiss on Lin Mu's lips before departing. You're the one who should stay with Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu said, feeling utterly dejected as he collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed. Now, being with Gu Ziyi often left him with a profound sense of disconnection. On one hand, his rational mind insisted he return to his original world, which was his true self. On the other hand, he found himself often lost in a haze, continually entangled in Gu Ziyi's relentless charm and sweet talk. I wish I could, but I can't even see Gu Ziyi, Lin Mu lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration on the sofa. What? 009 asked. You like Gu Ziyi? Lin Mu suddenly seized upon the crux of the matter. What? Are you feeling jealous? 009 asked with a tinge of seriousness. How could that be? If you like him, go ahead, no need to thank me. Lin Mu reclined back on the sofa, his eyes darting about restlessly. 009, he exclaimed, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. What is it? 009 felt a bit irritable. We are good brothers. You mustn't betray me. I won't betray you, Lin Mu replied, somewhat speechless. I just wanted to ask, are you male or female? What kind of question is that? Why do you want to know? 009 grew increasingly cautious. Come on, tell me. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Male. 009 scrutinized Lin Mu warily, anticipating any mischief. Lin Mu lay back down, feeling quite disappointed. What are you planning? 009 became curious. If you're female, you should just marry Gu Ziyi. After all, you both have mutual affection. 009 nearly spat water all over Lin Mu in shock. You actually want to sell out your partner. Not to mention, I am system. You are 009. Didn't you say you were 009? Lin Mu corrected him. Well, I am indeed 009, but I am also a system. Mu, let me formally tell you, systems like 009 cannot marry Gu Ziyi. It's against the rules. So stop entertaining such absurd notions. All right then. Lin Mu's disappointed gaze was impossible to conceal. The car at home is now available for use. Tomorrow I shall drive out for a blind date. Not for myself, but for Gu Ziyi. One of Lin Mu's legs swung restlessly at the edge of the sofa as he spoke helplessly. Do not be disheartened. I am here to accompany you, 009 encouraged. Why is life so difficult? Lin Mu sighed deeply. By the way, Mu, didn't Gu Ziyi promise you a request? Why not ask him to find a woman to marry? Lin Xin a good match? This thought made Lin Mu irritably scratch his head. He truly did not wish to answer 009's question, for he himself was uncertain why he did not seize the opportunity to have Gu Ziyi agree to marriage. Can such words be trusted? If I were to ask him to hand over his entire fortune, would he consent? One must possess self-awareness, you know? The little rascal. Ha ha! Lin Mu chuckled dryly, enduring an entire afternoon amidst 009's indignation. Young master, someone from Lin Dahong's side has sent Lin Sun over, stating that we are to handle the matter. Zhang Yuan remarked to Gu Ziyi. Handle it? Are we a police station? Why should we handle this? Gu Ziyi replied without lifting his head. Send him to the police station and gather evidence of all his years of debauchery and bullying. Let us see how many years he deserves behind bars. Lin Mu had asked him to be a good person, and of course he would comply. Understood. Zhang Yuan exited. I did nothing wrong. No, I must see Lin Mu. I must see Lin Mu. Lin Sun incessantly shouted, struggling to meet Lin Mu. Why had he previously escaped unscathed after so many wrongdoings? Each time he bullied Lin Mu, no one stood up for him, but this time, not only had his father abandoned him, but even Lin Mu, whom he had always looked down upon, had someone backing him. See, young Master Lin? Now our assistant Zhang is sending you to the police station. Behave yourself. Several bodyguards twisted Lin Sun's arms, dragging him into the car. The police station? Lin Sun was somewhat astonished, but he understood that with Lin Dahong no longer supporting him, he would likely not emerge unscathed this time. Hurry! The vehicle roared to life and departed. Lin Mu stood by the villa's window, observing the scene, knowing that he would likely not see Lin Sun for a long time. Perhaps he wouldn't even see him before he left. Life is indeed unpredictable. What are you looking at? A pair of warm hands encircled Lin Mu from behind. He relaxed his shoulders and leaned back. Gu Ziyi rested his chin on Lin Mu's shoulder and softly inquired, "What are you watching?" "Watching Lin Sun," Lin Mu replied simply. "What is there to see about him?" Gu Ziyi's lips brushed against Lin Mu's smooth forehead, a flurry of delicate kisses causing Lin Mu to squirm with discomfort. Instinctively trying to evade. "Do not move. Let me kiss you properly." Gu Ziyi appeared quite domineering, turning Lin Mu's face toward him, bringing their faces close together. "My waist." Lin Mu protested as his waist twisted uncomfortably. "It's all right. I know how soft your waist is. It won't tea break." Gu Ziyi gently kissed Lin Mu's eyes, his warm breath enveloping her, an undeniable fervor that left Lin Mu somewhat at a loss. "I just wanted to take a glance. After all, we are acquainted, and this might possibly be our last meeting," Lin Mu said, reluctantly tilting her face upward to meet Gu Ziyi's gaze. "Acquainted? Last meeting? Have I misunderstood Xiaomu's intentions?" The alluring atmosphere had drifted to her ears, and before she knew it, her earlobe had been drawn into his mouth, causing Lin Mu to squirm in response. "What are you doing? We just did this morning, but I can't help but think about it. What should I do? Darling, I don't want you to let me go." Lin Mu struggled slightly, her cheeks flushing a brilliant hue reminiscent of the last rays of sunset. Gu Ziyi let out a long sigh, forcefully pulling Lin Mu's head into his embrace, holding her tightly. "You truly have stolen my soul. All right, let us not do anything. Just let me hold you. A mere embrace will suffice." Lin Mu nestled in Gu Ziyi's arms, feeling the intense rhythm of his heartbeat and the strength of his embrace. Her cheeks gradually regained their pale complexion. "What will happen to Lin Su?" A muffled sound emerged from his chest as Gu Ziyi loosened his grip. "You really care about him, don't you? If you care about me, you might grow jealous. Perhaps you'll even find someone to keep an eye on him." "It's not that I care about him. I was merely reflecting." Lin Mu emerged from his embrace, gazing into his eyes as she spoke. "I have never had the power to influence anyone else's life. So today, witnessing Lin Su being taken away, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment, as if reading a novel, always curious about the fates of certain characters. It's purely curiosity." "Really?" Gu Ziyi seemed slightly skeptical. "Indeed." Lin Mu gently removed his arm from around her waist and stretched her shoulders. "What kind of dream did you have?" he teased. "So, my little darling, are you curious about our ending?" Gu Ziyi inquired with a low chuckle. "Us?" Lin Mu looked at the servants bustling about the courtyard and replied, "Of course, you will marry a beautiful and charming lady, continuing your life as a wealthy CEO, and I." She paused with a light laugh before continuing, "And I shall return home." Regarding Lin Mu's jest about marriage, Gu Ziyi surprisingly displayed less resistance this time. After all, when Lin Mu was on the brink of death due to an allergic reaction, she was still contemplating her future happiness. Yet, the mention of going home seemed to resonate with Gu Ziyi, as if he had heard it multiple times before. Why was Lin Mu so fixated on returning home? Which home did she wish to return to? The Lin family's estate, or the third branch of the Lin family? Regardless of which, neither seemed a pleasant place. Why such insistence? Does Xiaomu not like the home we share? Gu Ziyi asked, somewhat displeased, as he playfully nibbled at Lin Mu's neck, causing her to lean back repeatedly. "I knew it. Your waist is incredibly soft. Gu Ziyi evidently did not take Lin Mu's words about returning home to heart. Gu Ziyi, I wish to take a drive tomorrow. If you have matters to attend to, you need not concern yourself with me. Lin Mu remarked after evading Gu Ziyi's lips once more. Tomorrow, I truly must visit the company. Perhaps I could have Zhang Yuan accompany you? Gu Ziyi expressed his unease. No, I can manage on my own. I merely wish to wander aimlessly. Very well, but you must not go to any bars, especially that high bar. Gu Ziyi readily agreed. And after speaking, he scooped Lin Mu into his arms, heading towards the bedroom. Why go to the bedroom so early? Lin Mu felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of being alone with Gu Ziyi, anticipating no good could come of it. I miss you, Gu Ziyi exclaimed. Just a kiss, nothing more. Moments later, the bedroom echoed with Lin Mu's flustered shouts. Gu Ziyi, stop kissing me, it hurts. Then shall we engage in other activities? After a brief silence, Lin Mu's voice returned. No, just kiss me. Gu Ziyi tenderly caressed Lin Mu's slightly swollen lips, hesitating at the sight of his pleading, tearful eyes. All right, no more kisses, he consoled. My lips hurt. Lin Mu's eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Ziyi seemed to awaken to his conscience, suggesting, shall I fetch some ointment for you? The burning sensation on Lin Mu's lips and the discomfort from the swelling were unbearable. He reluctantly nodded in agreement. A short while later, Gu Ziyi returned with a tube of ointment. Just as Lin Mu reached out to take it, Gu Ziyi playfully twirled it in the air, evading Lin Mu's grasp. What are you doing? Lin Mu asked, irritation creeping in as his lips throbbed painfully. Calm down. Let me apply it for you. Can you see the area? I can't see it, but I can certainly use a mirror. You're just making trouble. Fine, you do it. Realizing it was futile to argue over such trivial matters, Lin Mu acquiesced. He watched as Gu Ziyi gently unscrewed the cap of the ointment and brought it to his own lips. What are you up to? Is your mouth hurting too? Not at all. However, I can't help but notice how smooth and plump your lips are. They seem as if they might burst at any moment. If they were to truly crack, I would be heartbroken. Therefore, I devised a plan. I shall utilize the softest part of my body to help apply the ointment to yours. This way, you won't feel any pain. What do you say? Instinctively, Lin Mu wanted to refuse, aware of what was to come. He had already seen Gu Ziyi grasp his cheeks, using his tongue to delicately trace his own lips. Gu Ziyi seemed increasingly entranced, holding Lin Mu's head for a full 10 minutes before finally releasing him. At that moment, Lin Mu's lips could no longer endure any further torment. All right, a good night's rest will suffice, Gu Ziyi said with a smile. It would be better to let him have his way. Lin Mu felt a twinge of regret within, realizing that the consequence of her descent had left her lips nearly raw. How infuriating! Fatigue enveloped her, as she was thoroughly exhausted. All right, Gu Ziyi declared, cradling her rebellious little head and gently pressing her closer, whispering in her ear, if you feel stifled, just kiss me, and I shall release you. Lin Mu let out a heavy hum against his chest. You lecherous old man, you want let me go. Don't expect me to take the initiative and kiss you. As night descended, weary souls gradually slipped into slumber, the city's clamor slowly yielding to tranquility. Sweet dreams served as the finest reward for these fatigued individuals. To share dreams with a beloved companion would be an even greater divine blessing. Observing the tender scene on the bed, 009 felt an increasing sense that Lin Mu was finding it difficult to return home. The sound of rushing water filled her ears, and Lin Mu struggled to open her eyes, the air in her chest barely sustaining her. Where was she? So cold, so dark, so suffocating. She gently waved her arms, only to touch the icy liquid instead of the warm presence beside her. It was water, river water, the very water from the day she saved someone. The world blurred as she recalled the moment she plunged into the water. Everything after that became ethereal and frigid. She had rescued that child, and then what? Swept away by the raging river, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself gazing at Gu Ziyi's enviably perfect face. Yet now, wasn't she in the villa, sleeping beside him? How had she returned to the river? Could it be that 009 had utilized some ability of his system to bring her back? Unexpectedly loyal, she mused. Had she known, she would have treated him better. Now that she was back, she might never see him again. With renewed determination, Lin Mu flailed her arms and legs, striving to swim towards the shore. Home was within reach. However, the air in her lungs dwindled, her arms grew heavier. Was she destined to drown once more? Suddenly, it felt as though a pair of large hands reached out from the water. A water ghost? So be it, death awaited. Legend had it that a water ghost needed to drag someone down to ensure its own rebirth. If it pulled her, what would become of her? Would she remain in the river, or would she have to ensnare another? The turmoil did not last long, for the chest behind that arm was warm, the heartbeat strong. He was not a water ghost. He was a living man. Lin Mu opened her eyes to behold the man whose arms securely encircled her. A light stubble gracing his chin, unconsciously nuzzling her head as he slept. His handsome visage no longer bore the teasing demeanor he exhibited during the day. Yet it was evident that in this moment, he was blissfully content in his dreams. What kind of dream could he possibly be having? Chapter 39. Encounter at the marriage agency the following morning. When Lin Mu opened his eyes once more, he found the other side of the grand bed already vacant. It seemed that Gu Ziyi had departed for work. After a brief morning routine, Lin Mu made his way to the dining area for breakfast before heading out in his car. Just before his departure, the butler respectfully inquired at the door, "Young Master Lin, will you be returning for lunch?" Lin Mu glanced at the time and, estimating he would not be back, replied with a smile, "I likely want tea return for lunch, so there is no need to prepare a meal for me. I shall manage with a light bite outside. Please drive safely." "Young master," the butler said with a smile as he watched Lin Mu leave. Following the navigation, Lin Mu arrived at the largest marriage agency in the capital. Aptly named Encounter of Good Fate. What a charming name. Encounter of Good Fate. Indeed, a harbinger of auspiciousness. "Hello," Lin Mu greeted as he stepped inside, addressing the receptionist. "Good day, sir. Are you seeking a partner?" The receptionist inquired with a warm smile. Lin Mu chuckled, "Not for myself, but for a friend. I'm here to inquire on their behalf." "Oh, a friend. Do you have any photos?" "If convenient, we can discuss the fundamental details. You may also relay your friend's preferences, and we can create a preliminary profile. If we find a suitable match, we will arrange a meeting," the receptionist replied amiably. "That sounds good, but I have one stipulation. My friend wishes to marry promptly, so I hope we can focus on that aspect." "Of course, sir. I will arrange for a professional matchmaker to provide one-on-one service. How about you take a moment to rest in the reception area? A specialist will be with us shortly." Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. A few minutes later, a young lady dressed in a professional suit entered, introducing herself. "Hello, sir. I am your dedicated matchmaker, Luo Ran. I hear we're helping a friend find a partner. Could you please share your friend's basic information? We will conduct a thorough registration, and if a suitable match arises, we will arrange for them to meet." "Certainly. My name is Lin Mu, and my friend is Gu Ziyi, a company owner, 26 years old, a graduate of Columbia University with dual degrees in economics and management, standing at 186 centimeters tall." Lin Mu relayed what he knew, describing Gu Ziyi's gentle personality and his calm demeanor. He concluded by mentioning that if the girl was willing to marry soon, he would be happy to present her with a generous gift. Lin Mu contemplated, realizing he had 300,000 in hand, which had yet to find a purpose. If he were to leave this world, such wealth would be rendered meaningless. Should the girl have additional desires, he would strive to fulfill them, even if it meant spending a few days working in a bar to earn a dowry for Gu Ziyi's future bride. "Oh, so you were saying that you have no particular requirements regarding the girl's height, education, family background, appearance, or character, and your sole request is for her to be willing to marry promptly?" Lin Mu pondered for a moment before adding, "Try not to be consumed by infatuation. As for a marriage into a wealthy family, I cannot guarantee that there won't be any issues in the future." He considered the possibility that if Gu Ziyi were to throw a tantrum later and suddenly demand a divorce, the young lady would need to possess the fortitude to let go when necessary, avoiding the perils of being overly enamored. After all, Gu Ziyi's charm, physique, and family background were all impressive. Should a love-stricken individual enter the picture and cause turmoil after departing, it would not bode well. "Oh, I see." Luo Ran nodded in understanding and said, "This is quite manageable. Marriages into affluent families are generally well understood. However, I have two final questions. May I inquire? Lin Mu nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. The first question was, Mr. Gu's circumstances typically lead to commercial unions. Even if that is not the case, he would undoubtedly have admirers. Why does he opt for blind dates? Lin Mu had already contemplated this inquiry and replied with a smile, although Mr. Gu presents himself as a commercial genius to the outside world, he is somewhat straightforward or perhaps not particularly skilled in matters of romance. He has always been a bit shy, so he seeks a relationship that can be directly confirmed, allowing him to bypass the awkwardness of ambiguous phases. Luo Ran nodded in comprehension, interpreting that Mr. Gu was simply too busy or perhaps lacked the energy to pursue someone, thus choosing to enter a relationship directly. Nevertheless, his intentions were sincere, as he openly expressed a willingness to marry, which could not be deemed irresponsible. The second question arose. Mr. Lin mentioned he could represent Mr. Gu. What is Mr. Lin's relationship with Mr. Gu? Luo Ran needed to ensure that Lin Mu was not speaking carelessly. I am Mr. Gu's assistant, managing his personal affairs. Managing personal affairs? Such a young and handsome steward? Fortuitously, Mr. Gu was not inclined towards the same sex. Otherwise, Luo Ran might have suspected that the individual before him was Mr. Gu's boyfriend. From the earlier conversation, it was evident that Lin Mu was quite knowledgeable about Mr. Gu. Very well, we will need to verify this with Mr. Gu himself, as we must be accountable to our members, Luo Ran reflected and stated. How shall we verify? Must he come in person? Lin Mu thought that would be somewhat challenging, as Gu Ziyi would certainly raise a fuss. That won't be necessary. Individuals like him are typically quite busy. Instead, we will make a phone call tomorrow, and it will suffice for Mr. Gu to confirm then. Lin Mu smiled and nodded, saying, I will remind Mr. Gu to be attentive to the call. Is Mr. Lin married? If not, we could introduce a few young ladies to Mr. Lin for free. Luo Ran was taken aback by Lin Mu's striking appearance upon entering the reception room. His looks were truly exceptional. As for me, no need for that just yet. Thank you. Lin Mu politely declined and exited. The introduction fee amounted to a staggering 19,800, a hefty sum. And that was at a discounted rate due to Gu Ziyi's circumstances. He would need to request reimbursement from Gu Ziyi upon returning. Lin Mu pouted in thought. Lin Mu wandered around the capital again, and at noon, he found himself sitting by the roadside enjoying a serving of grilled cold noodles and a hand-torn pancake. The flavor of the original world remains largely unchanged. I had anticipated some novelty. What are you thinking, Xiaomo? Aren't these two worlds inherently similar? 009 sprang forth, bouncing around in Lin Mu's mind, evidently in high spirits. What is the matter? Did you win something today? Not at all. I merely returned to the system world while you were asleep yesterday. Chapter 40. Spend freely. I'll reimburse you when you return. 009 remarked, toying with a doll in Lin Mu's mind. What? Is your system world about to explode, granting you liberation? Lin Mu chuckled, basking in the sun by the roadside and teasing 009. If it were to explode, I would be the first to blow up your mind. And then let us see how you find it amusing. Huh? Blow me up? Are you a bomb? You don't even have a physical form. Yet you wish to explode me. Lin Mu expressed disbelief, continuing to tease 009. In response, 009 flailed its arms in exasperation, the doll in its grasp swaying back and forth. Lin Mu glanced over. It depicted an ancient bride. Where did this come from? 009. Don't you find it frightening to look at this at night? A friend gifted it to me. But let us not change the subject. How can you introduce it like that? 009 expressed skepticism towards Lin Mu's abrupt methods. Feelings develop through nurturing. Love grows over time. Lin Mu pondered 009's words, sensing that this little system had become mischievous, but felt reluctant to question the childlike 009 directly. I'm currently an assistant. If an appropriate opportunity arises, I will certainly make room. You're meddling in affairs of the heart, 009 reiterated, but upon realizing Lin Mu was ignoring him, changed the topic. Xiaomu, do you still miss home? Of course. How could I not? Lin Mu replied casually. Sigh. 009 mimicked an adult sigh. A fateful entanglement, indeed. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Coming back this time? Lin Mu stood, dusting off his hands as he gazed at the setting sun, preparing to drive back to the villa. Xiaomu, you're still so fierce. 009 retorted, wiggling back. Before the grand entrance, Lin Mu spotted a figure standing at the door. It was Gu Ziyi. What could prompt the esteemed president to personally greet him? Was he here to confront him? Had today's events been exposed? Was he to be interrogated? As he approached the door, Lin Mu rolled down the car window and inquired, Gu Ziyi, what are you doing standing there? If he had truly committed a grave error, he could still speed away. The sound of dogs barking accompanied the evening as Gu Ziyi's eyes sparkled brightly in the twilight. It seemed unlikely he was there to accuse him. But what was it? What is it? Lin Mu asked, stepping out of the car in astonishment. A nearby servant stepped forward to take the car keys and drove the vehicle inside. I was waiting for you, Gu Ziyi replied. Gu Ziyi smiled as he wrapped his arm around Lin Mu's shoulders, drawing him into a warm embrace that provided Lin Mu with a sense of relaxation. Why are you standing at the door? You could have waited inside, he remarked. Although the weather was not particularly cold, being in a wealthy neighborhood, it seemed inappropriate for the esteemed president of the Gu Corporation to be standing outside at night. I merely wished to experience the scene of you returning from afar. Lin Mu replied. And now, how is it? Gu Ziyi inquired. It's wonderful and heartwarming. It perfectly embodies the happiness I envisioned. As Gu Ziyi took Lin Mu's coat, revealing a light blue shirt that complemented his figure, his eyes darkened momentarily. He took a deep breath to steady himself and asked, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Let's eat. After washing their hands, they sat at the dining table together. I just went out for a stroll, to take in the splendor of the capital and its people, Lin Mu responded simply. Splendor? You should let me take you around. When I have time, I will show you the true magnificence of the capital, Gu Ziyi declared. Lin Mu understood that the places Gu Ziyi intended to take him were likely beyond his previous experience. However, he felt a sense of detachment from that world. Since he was destined to leave, he should not cling to illusions. I was merely looking around, he said with a smile as he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of food. It's delicious. Gu Ziyi chuckled and added some to Lin Mu's bowl. What were you watching? Are we still on that topic? Lin Mu pondered for a moment before responding. I observed the ebb and flow of people, bustling about for their dreams, their lives, and their loved ones. There's so much happening. I used to be very busy myself, rarely taking the time to sit by the roadside and watch people all day or to contemplate what we are all so diligently striving for in life. Have you come to any conclusions? Gu Ziyi asked, amused. So you spent the day pondering the meaning of life? Not at all, Lin Mu replied decisively. Not a single thought clarified, not even a bit. Then let's enjoy our meal. I studied psychology in college, and it seems you have too much leisure time. I will make sure to take you out for some fun soon, and you won't have time to ponder philosophy anymore, Gu Ziyi remarked, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was meant to be on a blind date. By the way, Gu Ziyi, I spent 20,000 today, and you owe me reimbursement. Lin Mu suddenly recalled. This money was intended for Gu Ziyi, and he would not play the fool. All right, I'll transfer it to you shortly. Gu Ziyi responded without questioning how the money had been spent. He looked up to find Lin Mu gazing at him with a hint of curiosity, as if he were a prize to be won. What? Is there something else you desire? Don't you want to ask what I spent it on? Lin Mu challenged. The CEO spends money so casually, not even concerned about 20,000. Did you eat that much for lunch? Gu Ziyi was genuinely surprised, not having anticipated that Lin Mu was troubled by the expense. 20,000 for lunch? What on earth did you eat? Lin Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Ziyi's gaze swept across the table adorned with Australian lobster, steamed grouper, braised goat leg, and several plates of sautéed greens, complemented by a bowl of rock sugar red dates and bird's nest soup. It was not inconceivable to spend 20,000 on such a feast. What was the purpose of this? Gu Ziyi appeared utterly nonchalant. My private stash. Lin Mu shot a glance at him. Oh. Gu Ziyi set down his chopsticks and reached for his phone to make a transfer. Ding. Lin Mu's phone chimed with an incoming message. He casually opened it to read. Gu Ziyi, I mentioned 20,000. Why are you sending me 200,000? Private stash. The three words returned to silence him. Typically, private funds are discreetly hidden. When did it become so brazen? Lin Mu felt somewhat speechless. From now on, you can proudly conceal your private funds. He added, also Xiaomu, I previously provided you with a bank card containing money you can utilize. You must have overlooked that. Gu Ziyi gestured for Lin Mu to glance towards the bedroom, where that card might still rest on the table. Fine. Lin Mu reluctantly acquiesced to Gu Ziyi's domineering behavior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gu Ziyi, are you going to the company tomorrow? I have some matters to attend to. If you find yourself bored, feel free to go out and enjoy yourself like today. Spend as you wish, and I will reimburse you upon your return. Oh, all right. Chapter 41. Introducing prospects having a busy CEO is not necessarily a good thing. The marriage agency will be calling tomorrow to verify details. Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with a scheme. The following morning, Gu Ziyi discovered his personal phone trapped beneath Lin Mu's body. Last night, Lin Mu insisted on using Gu Ziyi's phone to play games. Although Gu Ziyi's personal phone had no games, Lin Mu had downloaded several, playing late into the night without relent. Presumably, it was the depletion of the phone's battery that had lulled him to sleep. Gu Ziyi attempted to extricate his phone, but Lin Mu remained motionless, pressing down firmly. Forget it. I rarely make calls on my personal phone. My dear, sleep a little longer. Gu Ziyi leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Lin Mu's forehead, tinged with a hint of reluctance, before exiting the room. As soon as Gu Ziyi stepped out, Lin Mu opened his eyes, staring at the closed door. That was close. Had he not been accustomed to checking on me before getting up, I might have slept soundly. Lin Mu retrieved the phone trapped beneath him, plugged in the charger, and prepared to answer Gu Ziyi's call. Xiao Mu, you're up early today? Asked 009, rubbing its eyes. I have matters to attend to. Does your system also require sleep? Lin Mu inquired curiously. Previously, when he wasn't familiar with 009, it would hide away when not addressed. Now, having grown accustomed to each other, 009 could comfortably slumber in Lin Mu's mind. Indeed, our system is quite similar to humans, merely possessing a touch of extraordinary abilities. 009 yawned widely, observing that Lin Mu had already dressed and was ready to leave. Where are you going? Aren't you waiting for the call? A dual approach. Lin Mu succinctly replied. What? 009 momentarily failed to comprehend. I shall pay another visit to my cousin, Miss Lin Xen, to ascertain whether she still harbors aspirations of joining the affluent circles. If so, I might be able to facilitate her endeavors, which could prove swifter than engaging a matchmaking agency. This indeed is a splendid idea. Gu Ziyi remains blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts that have occupied my mind throughout the day. Were he to find out, he would likely be infuriated. 009, seated on the ground, remarked to Lin Mu. At present, Lin Mu's imagination had conjured a small room within his mind, complete with a bedroom and a living room, as if he were preparing to settle down there. If he were to be enraged, so be it. It would be preferable to my own drowning. Lin Mu was still preoccupied with memories of his past life, where he had been submerged in water, and he feared that if he lingered any longer, he would surely succumb to decay. At the entrance of a comprehensive office building, Lin Mu dialed the number he had exchanged previously. Hello, cousin, this is Lin Mu. He greeted succinctly. When might you be available for us to meet? Lin Xian was taken aback, having glimpsed the scene on that fateful day and subsequently gleaned some whispers. She had surmised a modicum of the relationship between Lin Mu and Gu Ziyi, adhering to a principle of not offending anyone. Lin Xian had resolved not to disclose any details regarding Lin Mu's intention to matchmake between herself and Gu Ziyi. Even upon hearing that Lin Dahong had been taken for investigation several times, she refrained from speaking out. Yet today, Lin Mu's initiative to call came as a profound surprise. I am free at the moment. You may come whenever it suits you. Lin Xin Ziplit Sukin Tin. I am presently at the base of your office building. Shall we meet? Lin Mu proposed. All right. Lin Xen, devoid of any astonishment, understood that Lin Mu's visit must bear significance. She briefly excused herself from her supervisor and stepped outside. Xiao Mu, what brings you here? Lin Xian inquired, clearly anxious, having emerged in less than 10 minutes after their conversation. Lin Mu observed the woman before him, slightly breathless, and opened the car door, saying, Cousin, please get in. Let's find a place to sit and converse leisurely. Within a private room of a high-end tea house in the capital, Lin Xian regarded the well-dressed young man before her and the vehicle he drove. contemplating that these must be the provisions of the esteemed Mr. Gu. Indeed, he was a man of wealth. She thought to herself, surely, neither the car nor the attire is my own purchase. Lin Mu took a sip of tea and remarked, cousin, you need not worry. I can assure you, I did not acquire either. Lin Xin felt a twinge of awkwardness at his bluntness. To be honest, I cannot afford them, she responded, taking a sip of her tea to ease the tension. Does my cousin still harbor intentions? Lin Mu inquired. What does that imply? Lin Xin pondered, caught between the notion of allowing others to encroach upon her aspirations or conveying that she should not dwell on a man who is unattainable. She found herself at a loss for words, her response faltering. Cousin, there is no need for hesitation. My inquiry the other day was sincere, and my purpose today remains unchanged. However, I must also extend my apologies. As Lin Mu spoke, she rose to refill Lin Xin's cup with tea. After slowly settling back down, she said in a measured tone, that day, I acted rather impulsively, and in my haste, I overlooked many considerations, thus only shared the more palatable aspects of the situation. I sincerely apologize if I misled my cousin. Lin Mu adjusted her attire and took on a serious demeanor as she continued. The circumstances I described were indeed truthful. However, the marriages within affluent families are far less stable than those of ordinary households. In such unions, the balance of power often tilts towards the party with greater wealth. Do you comprehend my meaning, dear cousin? Lin Xin understood that wives in wealthy families often bear numerous grievances. In typical marriages, decisions are usually made collaboratively. But in affluent circles, neglect, indifference, and even tolerance are far more common. I understand, Lin Xin replied, gripping her cup tightly. So, dear cousin, are you still willing? Lin Mu refrained from excessive persuasion, for she genuinely desired this outcome. And besides, Lin Xin was an adult who needed to take responsibility for her choices. I am willing. But, Lin Xin hesitated, pondering whether her willingness truly mattered, as the crux of the issue lay with Mr. Gu. Lin Mu gente interrupted head uns poquientos, taking a sip of tea and stating, I will find a way. Very well. That is reassuring. Lin Mu responded nervously, but ultimately could not contain her curiosity and asked, are you and Mr. Gu in a romantic relationship? Have you had a falling out? Lin Xin could only conjure such a rationale. The notion that he had introduced her to Gu Ziyi for the sake of the Lin family seemed implausible. Are Gu Ziyi and I considered to be lovers? Lin Mu pondered for a few seconds before articulating, our relationship may indeed resemble what you suspect. However, you needn't worry. I will not maintain ties with Gu Ziyi after your marriage. That's not what I meant, Lin Mu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. What does that imply? Can I truly sever ties with Gu Ziyi now? Chapter 42. It must be said, Gu Ziyi has become increasingly attentive. I have reasons I cannot articulate at present, but I swear that after your marriage, we will have no contact whatsoever. I would stake my life on that. Lin Mu was confident that the moment Gu Ziyi donned his wedding ring, she would retreat to her former existence. Then, Lin Mu would effectively cease to exist. How could a deceased person entangle herself with Gu Ziyi? No, Lin Xin said nervously. I did not intend for you to make such a vow. I just wonder why, if your relationship appears so strong, you are in such a hurry for him to marry, perhaps for the sake of a child? This seemed to be the only rationale Lin Xin could conceive, marrying her and having a child, all while maintaining an affair with Lin Mu. Perhaps it was the pressure from the Gu family that prompted Lin Mu's urgency. That is not the case. Lin Mu immediately refuted, absolutely not. I assure you, as I mentioned earlier, I will not interfere in your married life in any physical sense. I shall not even meet Gu Ziyi again. How can a deceased person meet? How can a deceased person intervene? In this regard, I am quite confident. As for whether you wish to have children, that is a matter solely between you two. Hence, the decision rests with you. Initially, Lin Xin contemplated whether she could accept such an unconventional marriage if it were solely for the sake of having a child. But it now appeared to be a false alarm. It seems I have no grounds for refusal. After all, in the entire capital, there are but a few women who are not enchanted by President Gu. Lin Xin stated with utmost seriousness. By the way, Does President Lin know about this? Lin Xin inquired, gazing at Lin Mu. I am unaware, but I believe if he were to know, he would likely not oppose it. After all, Lin Xin shares the Lin surname as well. If my cousin were to accept this, could I invite her to visit President Gu's home frequently? Wouldn't that be awkward? Lin Xion's face flushed with embarrassment. Cousin, given our current situation, as you have just mentioned, the issue lies with Gu Ziyi. To gain his consent, you must meet with him often, otherwise, all of this is mere talk. Lin Mu remarked, looking at Lin Xin. What? Then why did you even involve me? Lin Xin asked through gritted teeth. Do you still wish to? Lin Mu countered with a question. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Xion's mind. Although it felt like an eternity had passed, in reality, only a few seconds elapsed before she heard herself respond. I do. Very well. My intentions are not to pressure you, dear cousin. I merely want to convey that my efforts to introduce suitable candidates for Gu Ziyi are resolute and not just idle words. Lin Mu declared, setting down her teacup and calling for the bill. Lin Mu. Lin Xin called out from behind. Aren't you afraid that after I marry President Gu, I will reveal all this to him, letting him know you have been scheming behind his back? Lin Mu paused, stating, First, I am not scheming against him. After your marriage, aside from the money I've already spent, I will return everything he has given me. Second, how can introducing him to potential partners be considered scheming? After all, I seek nothing in return. This was the very point Lin Xin could never comprehend. If Lin Mu were to disclose that Gu Ziyi was marrying merely for the sake of a child, she would feel a sense of reassurance. However, the notion that she sought nothing at all was far more alarming. Xiaomu, she seems rather incredulous. 009 observed, looking at Lin Xin, who still stood before her seat. It is only natural to be skeptical. If this were your situation, would you believe it? It might not be entirely implausible. If Xiaomu were to tell me, there would be some credibility to it. 009 replied earnestly. Brains. Lin Mu, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to reach into her own mind and knock some sense into 009. Such a peculiar matter, to believe it would require either foolishness or sheer naivety. Lin Mu was rendered nearly speechless with exasperation. What do you mean? 009 persistently inquired. I mean 009. Lin Mu retorted with irritation. You dare compare me to a fool. Only then did 009 register the implication, his indignation flaring as he gestured animatedly. I shall transform into a monster and devour your brain. Go ahead, consume it. Once you do, I shall be rendered an imbecile, and you will be bound to accompany me for eternity. Lin Mu replied with a sinister chuckle. 009 was evidently incensed, his petite cartoonish form rising and falling with agitation until, after a few moments, he regained some composure, his expression sour as he queried, What comes next? If you manage to bring this Lin Xin to Gu Ziyi's villa, do not say I did not warn you. Should Gu Ziyi misconstrue her as your romantic interest, he will not merely transform into a monstrous figure. He may devour more than just your intellect. I am well aware, this is intended for Gu Ziyi. Would he truly become jealous of his own affections? Lin Mu replied, nonchalantly. That remains to be seen. 009 retorted, retreating to rest. Ding-ling-ling. Gu Ziyi's personal phone began to ring. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu Ziyi? This is he. Lin Mu responded without a hint of change in demeanor. Yesterday, a Mr. Lin entrusted us with organizing a matchmaking event for you, for which you have paid 19,800 yuan. Over the span of 1 year, we will arrange 5 ladies for you to meet. Is this arrangement clear to you? Quite clear. I hope to meet my destined partner at the earliest opportunity. Lin Mu asserted, his voice gravelly. Very well. We shall expedite the process of matching you with suitable candidates. Please ensure to reserve time for further arrangements. Understood. I maintain a busy schedule, and this number is quite private. Feel free to contact me here for any matters. Lin Mu provided his phone number. Thank you, Mr. Gu. We will reach out promptly with suitable matches. Lin Mu ended the call, promptly deleting the confirmation message and call log. With a dual approach, I am resolute that I shall not fail to assist you in finding companionship within a year. Lin Mu signaled his success and drove back to the villa. Uncle Zhang, has Gu Ziyi returned? Upon arriving at the villa, he noticed the butler busily tending to the planting of flowering trees in the yard. Not yet. However, the young master called earlier to inquire about young Master Lin's situation. He refrained from calling directly, fearing you might still be asleep. I informed him you had gone out for a drive. Oh, did he mention anything else? Lin Mu glanced at his phone, noting no missed calls. Nothing of significance. The young master likely wishes for you to enjoy yourself without the burden of constant calls, fearing you might feel constrained. The butler remarked. It must be said that Gu Ziyi has indeed become increasingly attentive, showing greater kindness towards himself. Chapter 43. It seems Lin Mu was merely attempting to placate himself. By the way, Uncle Zhang, if I wish to invite someone over as a guest, would that be permissible? Lin Mu inquired, observing the butler. That should be feasible. However, it would be prudent to inform the young master, to ascertain if there is anything specific needed for hosting guests. Uncle Zhang replied. Very well. Lin Mu chuckled softly before retreating indoors, reclining on the sofa while scrolling through her phone. Before long, the overhead light suddenly dimmed. A hand appeared above her head, shielding her from the light. Lin Mu looked up to find Gu Ziyi standing beside her, extending a hand to block the illumination. Why are you obstructing my light? Lin Mu expressed her dissatisfaction, shifting slightly to the side. Why the frown? Are you planning to invite a friend over? Gu Ziyi squeezed beside her on the sofa, lifting Lin Mu's head as he settled down. Why must you crowd me? Lin Mu, irritated, propped herself up, attempting to change her position. Gu Ziyi pressed her back down with a firm hand. Isn't it better to lie on my lap? In their moments together, Gu Ziyi oscillated between being domineering and tender. Tell me, what should I prepare for that friend visiting? Gu Ziyi gently inquired, stroking Lin Mu's hair. My cousin, and perhaps her friend as well. Lin Mu replied, shielding her eyes with one hand. What? Lin Mu felt the muscle in Gu Ziyi's thigh tense beneath her head. When did you become so close with your cousin? I must remind you, you both share the surname Lin, and although it has been 3 generations, it might still invite ridicule. Gu Ziyi's words came out in haste, seemingly agitated. For some reason, Lin Mu appeared quite taken with Lin Xin. What are you saying? She is my cousin. What could possibly happen between us? Marriage? Or something more intimate? Lin Mu exclaimed, her anger prompting her to rise. That's not it. I'm just a bit taken aback. If you like her, feel free to invite her, but it must be while I'm home. Gu Ziyi felt he had made a concession, managing to please Lin Mu while ensuring he could always keep her in sight. Very well, Lin Mu readily agreed. Why would I invite her over if you're not at home? That's utterly effortless. That's settled then. We have everything at home. If there are any special requests, just communicate with Uncle Zhang. Gu Ziyi expressed his satisfaction, considering a relative's visit inconsequential. This is what you said, and when she arrives, if you show her a sour face, I won't spare you. Lin Mu stated with a hint of playful arrogance. Gu Ziyi found her words quite endearing. Of course, who would dare to slight your family? Gu Ziyi affectionately kissed the tip of Lin Mu's nose. The damp sensation made Lin Mu twitch her nose in response. Still find it bothersome? Gu Ziyi playfully scratched her side, intentionally trying to amuse her. You dare to bully me. With the matter settled, Lin Mu perked up, feeling spirited, and suddenly leaped onto Gu Ziyi's shoulders, clutching his head and shaking it vigorously. Let go. What on earth are you doing? The two engaged in a playful scuffle on the sofa. The following morning, Lin Mu lay on her bed and dialed Lin Xion's number. Cousin, it's Saturday. Do you have time? Come over for a visit. Upon receiving the call, Lin Xion's heart raced intensely. Is that appropriate? Oh no, I mean, that sounds great. Lin Xion blushed and replied, all right, I look forward to my cousin joining us for lunch at my home. Lin Mu said with satisfaction. Okay. Lin Xion hurriedly ended the call and began preparing for the meeting. Xiao Mu, how about we go to the beach today? The door opened, and Gu Ziyi leaned against the bedside, observing Lin Mu, who was engrossed in her phone. Not going. I have something to do today. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. Something to do? Gu Ziyi asked, somewhat surprised. Didn't I tell you yesterday? My cousin is coming. Lin Mu stated carelessly. She is coming today. Gu Ziyi's expression darkened immediately. What is the point of coming on the weekend? Doesn't she know weekends are meant for lovers? Didn't I mention it yesterday? Why are you disagreeing? As she spoke, Lin Mu rose from the bed to get dressed. What are you doing? Are you planning to go out on a date with her? Gu Ziyi's face turned stormy. If you're unwilling for me to invite her to the villa, then I'll naturally leave. Lin Mu's expression also grew cold. Gu Ziyi was momentarily at a loss for words, having never encountered such a fiery temper before. However, it was absolutely unacceptable for the two of them to go out together. When did I say she couldn't come? Just call her, and I'll have Uncle Jean prepare for her arrival right away. Is there anything else you need? Gu Ziyi managed to maintain a forced smile. Lin Mu was suddenly swept back onto the bed by Gu Ziyi, and seeing the sulky face of the man before her, she couldn't help but find it amusing. So you've compromised? Lin Mu knelt on the bed, looking up at the man standing beside her. With his looks, it was no wonder Lin Xin was so determined. Wealth and beauty, truly a rare gem in the capital. Bow your head, Lin Mu commanded, gazing at the man before her. Why? Gu Ziyi's expression softened slightly, realizing he still needed to converse with her. It seemed his heart hadn't completely hardened. Bow your head, Lin Mu insisted stubbornly, tugging at Gu Ziyi's loungewear. Feeling the gentle pull on his clothing, Gu Ziyi's heart softened. Why was he quarreling with Lin Mu over such trivial matters? This was clearly her home as well. Inviting a few friends and relatives over in his own house shouldn't require his consent. I'll go find Uncle Jean to prepare lunch. Gu Ziyi feigned leaving, but as he took a step out, he was pulled back. His body spun around, his neck drawn down, and a soft pair of lips pressed against his, with a nimble tongue caressing him gently. Gu Ziyi lost himself in the kiss, his hands cradling Lin Mu's back and head. The sounds of their kisses lingered for over 10 minutes, ultimately concluding with Lin Mu breathless. I was wrong. I apologize. Invite whoever you wish, as I've said before. This is your home. You have the authority to make these decisions without needing to consult me. Gu Ziyi whispered in Lin Mu's ear, his warm breath tickling her. You should consult me. Lin Mu raised her large, watery eyes to look at him, pushing away the mischief of his hands. Xiao Mu, don't be upset. Gu Ziyi lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Mu's brows, lingering repeatedly. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. All right, if you continue to give me that look, I might just move out. Lin Mu mumbled. That won't happen. I promise it won't. Now please don't be upset. Lin Mu's head was nearly tousled into a mess by Gu Ziyi's playful ruffling. All right, I'm going to take a shower. My cousin will be here soon, and I can't let her see me like this. Gu Ziyi watched as Lin Mu slipped out from beneath him, then turned over to lie back on the bed, unable to suppress a smile. Just now, Lin Mu was trying to cheer me up, wasn't he? Chapter 44. Now that we are alone, if you are still angry, won't you take a few swings at me? You should tidy yourself up too. Wearing loungewear like that is quite unrefined. Lin Mu emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, as he dried his hair. What time is my cousin coming? Why must it be such a hassle? Gu Ziyi felt a twinge of annoyance at Lin Mu's preoccupation with Lin Xin, yet he thought it prudent to present himself well. He certainly didn't want to embarrass Lin Mu in front of his family. I'll change into something nice, but you mustn't dress too attractively. Approaching Lin Mu, Gu Ziyi seized him for a forceful kiss. Lin Mu turned his face away, conceding. Why should I dress up for the person you set me up with? Lin Mu casually donned an oversized gray loungewear, making an effort to provide Gu Ziyi ample room to shine. Gu Ziyi surveyed the array of clothes in the wardrobe. Wearing a suit at home was impractical. What should I wear? This one. Lin Mu returned with an armful of garments, draping them over Gu Ziyi one by one. They eventually settled on a light gray knitted sweater paired with a black coat. Isn't this a bit warm for home? Gu Ziyi inquired, glancing at Lin Mu. Warm? It's already late autumn. Lin Mu pointed towards the window. But our home maintains a constant temperature. Gu Ziyi swallowed hard at Lin Mu's gaze, choosing to hold his tongue. If it pleases you, then wear it. Let it be for your beloved. As noon approached, Lin Xin arrived punctually at the villa's entrance. She immediately spotted Lin Mu and Gu Ziyi awaiting her outside. Mr. Gu, you're dressed so formally. Is it for me? Lin Xin felt a flicker of delight within. It seemed this was not merely one-sided admiration. Although marriages in affluent circles often involve sacrifices, as long as appearances are maintained, all is well. Xiao Mu, you are both exceedingly gracious. Lin Xin stepped forward to embrace Lin Mu, igniting a fire in Gu Ziyi's eyes. However, due to her height, She remained oblivious to his irritation. Lin Mu discreetly kicked Gu Ziyi's calf, urging him to behave. "This is Mr. Gu. We met once before." Lin Xin Fa, attempting to convey that their relationship was not entirely unfamiliar. Yet, Gu Ziyi paid little heed to her trivialities throughout his life. He had been inundated with flattery from countless admirers, those he had encountered in reality, those he had only seen on television, and even those who had merely heard him speak at press conferences all claimed familiarity. "We met, we conversed. Miss Lin, should you have time in the future, do come by often." Gu Ziyi smiled warmly, expressing his good intentions. Lin Xin was pleasantly surprised to receive Gu Ziyi's invitation so promptly and graciously assured him that she would frequently visit Lin Mu. During his stay at Uncle Lin's, Xiao Mu was well-behaved but rather reticent, which is why their contact had been limited until now. "However, I am genuinely delighted that Xiao Mu can work at President Gu's company," Lin Xin remarked, lifting her wine glass with a smile. In the shadows, Lin Mu curled his lips in disbelief. He suspected that Lin Xin was feigning ignorance regarding the relationship between her and Gu Ziyi. It seemed that this cousin was determined to remain oblivious, as ignorance often proved to be more advantageous than knowledge in such matters, preserving face for both parties involved. Indeed, Xiao Mu is very diligent in his work, and I am thoroughly satisfied, so there is no need for you to remind me of that. Gu Ziyi appeared to have the demeanor of someone about to meet the parents. This thought led him to understand Lin Mu's intention in inviting Lin Xin. Could it be that he was willing to publicly acknowledge their romantic relationship? However, with his parents abroad, a meeting was not feasible at the moment. They would surely return for the new year, and he intended to make amends then, ensuring that no one felt slighted. "Cousin, you're welcome to visit frequently. After all, we are relatives and need not be overly concerned about other matters. If you require me to extend an invitation for you to come, that would be unexpected," Lin Mu remarked at the opportune moment. "Indeed, Xiao Mu speaks wisely. If you and President Gu have time in the future, I shall come to see you both." Lin Xin together.Lin. Even Gu Ziyi appeared quite pleased, as he preferred to have Lin Mu and himself at home when she visited, which would undoubtedly ease his mind. "Why refer to her as cousin?" Lin Mu expressed his discontent, feeling that the dynamics of their relationship were skewed. Gu Ziyi glanced at Lin Mu, implying that what else should he call her if not cousin? Does this not signify a closer bond? "How old are you this year?" Lin Mu could only mention Gu Ziyi's age. 26, Gu Ziyi replied succinctly. "There you have it. You are 26, while my cousin is only 23. Why should I call her sister?" Lin Mu retorted with a hint of sulkiness. Although Gu Ziyi did not touch upon Lin Mu's sensitive point, he continued to inquire. "So what should I call you then? Miss Lin? That should suffice, right? I called her cousin for your sake. Miss Lin? How distant is that?" Lin Mu appeared thoroughly displeased. Gu Ziyi, somewhat anxious, took note of their exchange. Lin Xin watched in astonishment. They hadn't even finished their meal, and already an argument had ensued. Xiao Mu said, "I should call her whatever he wishes. Please do not be angry. It is unwise to let anger spoil our meal. It can lead to stomach aches." Gu Ziyi reached out to gently touch Lin Mu's cheek, wishing to comfort him. But the presence of Lin Xin across the table restrained him from pulling Lin Mu close and soothing him. "Of course, I should call her Xin. Xin." Two voices exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xin truly did not anticipate such rapid progress in her relationship with President Gu. This simply would not do. Gu Ziyi's brows furrowed deeply. "What do you mean it won't do?" Lin Mu, emboldened by the presence of another, found Gu Ziyi's reluctance to act inappropriately diminished. However, she felt uncomfortable with such intimacy. Gu Ziyi's countenance darkened considerably, as he had not anticipated Lin Mu's firm resistance. "No, Xiao Mu, I do not mean to," he began, attempting to reach out and embrace her. "Show some respect. And by the way, did you not claim to lack the habit of such familiarity? From now on, address me as Lin Mu," she declared coldly. As Gu Ziyi began to utter Xiao Mu, Lin Mu forcefully slammed her chopsticks onto the table, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Lin Xin was thoroughly taken aback. She had assumed Lin Mu's matchmaking was merely a means to create an opportunity for them to meet. never expecting such a confrontational approach. If Miss Lin has matters to attend to, she may feel free to leave, Gu Ziyi said icily to Lin Xin, refusing to look at her further. Stunned, Lin Xin hastily gathered her belongings and departed, clearly anxious about provoking Gu Ziyi's wrath. Look, I'll let her go without hesitation. She shows no concern for your predicament. Is this the kind of relative worth arguing with me over? Lin Mu observed, fully aware of the dynamics at play, yet cognizant that she too was manipulating Lin Xin. Do not be upset. Now that we are alone, if you remain angry, why not take it out on me? Gu Ziyi seemed unfazed by Lin Mu's earlier outburst, lifting her into his lap and soothing her back with gentle strokes. Chapter 45. A burning pain radiated from her lower abdomen to her navel. Do not be angry, Gu Ziyi murmured, nuzzling against her cheek. What do you mean by that? Lin Mu retorted, feigning indignation, even aware of her own theatricality. If she were Gu Ziyi, she would undoubtedly have struck herself in disbelief at her own unreasonable behavior. I am your beloved. Seeing you defend others makes me unhappy, but I am not targeting her. Being your beloved means you cannot treat my family well. Lin Mu continued to press the matter. All right. I have already referred to her as cousin, have I not? Is that still not enough? I consider her as family, which is why I have acted thus. Shall I invite my father-in-law over tomorrow for a grand feast, to properly host him and offer him a drink as an apology from the son-in-law? Lin Mu's father, Lin Dahong's younger brother, was known as a notorious playboy, indulging in a life of excess without any change over the years. However, Gu Ziyi found himself unable to harbor disdain for this irresponsible father-in-law any longer. Do not invite him. Lin Mu's temples throbbed at the thought of that unfaithful, abusive man. What purpose would it serve? To aggravate the situation? Gu Ziyi was at a loss. Was he truly expected to invite Lin Dahong? The matter of the drugging was far from resolved. To sit at a table with him was tantamount to an insult. Then what should Xiao Mu suggest? Gu Ziyi, feeling cornered, resorted to playful defiance. With a firm grip, he lifted Lin Mu and carried her into the bedroom in just a few strides. Once on the bed, he began to caress her. What are you doing? I'm still angry. No worries. Once it's done, I shall no longer harbor any anger. I'll exert my strength to allow Xiao Mu a proper outlet for his frustrations. What is this, truly? Resolving disagreements in bed. Does this constitute a serious discussion? Xiao Mu, you must fend for yourself. I shall retreat for the time being. 009's shoes are nearly slipping off as he vanishes in the blink of an eye. Our conversation is far from finished. Lin Mu struggles, vying for ownership of the clothing with Gu Ziyi. Let us settle this first. Gu Ziyi is resolute, impervious to reason. We haven't even brushed our teeth yet. We've just finished our meal, Lin Mu exclaims amid their kisses. No problem. I simply wish to savor the flavor lingering on Xiao Mu's lips to compare it with what's on the table. Damn, I'm at my wit's end. Their lips and tongues create a delightful sound as they intertwine. Release me. Lin Mu, with both hands clutching Gu Ziyi's hair, desperately attempts to pull away. But the weight of the man upon him feels insurmountable. Gu Ziyi has lost several strands of hair in the process, and Lin Mu finally breaks free from the lips that clung so tenaciously to his own. What are you so clingy? Lin Mu pushes against Gu Ziyi's chest, attempting to escape. Little bunny, what the hell? Is this a man-eating rabbit? Little bunny, you're not exactly a vegetarian, always daydreaming. A little bunny can give birth to a litter every month, yet you haven't produced even one for me. Am I not trying hard enough? Their parted lips travel from his cheek to his neck, launching an assault along the collarbone. Lin Mu finds himself overwhelmed by Gu Ziyi's fervor. Realizing that to halt this fervent advance, only Gu Ziyi's retreat might suffice. A shower. Let us take a shower. This has become Lin Mu's bottom line. The city gates have already been breached 1, 2, 3 for times, so what is one more? Very well, as you wish. This request is one Gu Ziyi is more than willing to fulfill for Lin Mu. Shall we indulge in some bathroom play today? It seems we've never tried this in the bathroom before. Let us give it a go. Though it sounds like a question, it leaves Lin Mu no room to resist. Gu Ziyi swiftly pulls Lin Mu's waist closer, one hand slipping between his legs to grasp his backside. The loosely worn clothing teetering on the brink of slipping off. I'm not even wearing my pants? Lin Mu protests. What pants do you wear in the shower? Gu Ziyi responds nonchalantly. Not wearing any is fine, but what is this half-on, half-off situation? Lin Mu glances down. His pajama pants have slid to his knees, while Gu Ziyi's arm supports him from below. The top of his shirt remains fastened only by the last button, the rest either unbuttoned or torn open, with one shoulder fully exposed. Red marks from Gu Ziyi's earlier attentions grace his collarbones, and the warmth of Gu Ziyi's breath against his shoulder raises goosebumps across his skin. Are you cold? Gu Ziyi inquires, observing the tiny beads of perspiration on Lin Mu's shoulder. Not cold, just put me down, I can walk on my own. Lin Mu's voice trembles slightly, a reaction to Gu Ziyi's relentless teasing, as his hand repeatedly kneads Lin Mu's backside. Is that so? Gu Ziyi, seemingly in disbelief, playfully extended his tongue to lightly lick Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu gasped, trembling and at a loss for words, and with great difficulty they finally reached the bathroom. Gu Ziyi turned on the shower with one hand while the other slid down his half-draped trousers. At last, they stood before each other, completely bare. The warm water caressed their smooth thighs, turning them a delicate shade of pink, igniting an insatiable desire within Gu Ziyi's eyes. How about we do both while we wash? He leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear, his hand exploring the front delicately. No, back to the bed. Lin Mu insisted, trying to hold his ground. Back where? How do we go back? As Lin Mu attempted to reply, his legs gave way entirely, leaving him unable to move. Just 16 steps. If you can walk back, we'll return to the bed. What do you say? The warm breath tickled Lin Mu's ear, and he realized that even 6 steps were now beyond his capabilities. I can't stand anymore, he admitted. That's all right, just lean on me, take it slow, be good. It was only in such moments that Lin Mu's little mouth could truly be obedient, no longer defying him. I can't take it anymore. The heat of their bodies pressed against each other ignited a fire within Lin Mu. My stomach hurts, he murmured. Where? Let me check, Gu Ziyi said, reaching out to explore Lin Mu's abdomen. The skin was so thin, it was no wonder he often complained of pain. Such delicate skin could hardly withstand any pressure. Is it here? He gently pressed down, causing Lin Mu to gasp, as if desperately trying to contract his stomach to resist the sensation. The tension surged, and Gu Ziyi's forehead was adorned with prominent veins. Relax. Don't be so tense. Take your hand away. I'm just trying to see where it hurts. Relax. Where does it hurt? The entire area from his lower body to his navel felt like it was ablaze. In the misty bathroom, they engaged in a battle of wills. Chapter 46. Transforming into the beloved's favorite self, as the ultimate version of oneself. Does it hurt that much? Lin Mu turned and kicked Gu Ziyi hard. Having cleaned up, they returned to bed, having spent 2 hours in the shower, which was quite enough. Lin Mu still felt a tremor in his legs, a numbness in his lower abdomen that sent shivers through him with the slightest touch. Are you still uncomfortable? Gu Ziyi wrapped his arm around Lin Mu's head and planted a kiss, inquiring. What's wrong? If it hurts, will we stop? How could that be? Gu Ziyi thought to himself, but sweet words flowed from his lips. Such things require acclimatization. After a while, you'll be fine. Remember, during our first time, you were far more agitated than now. Afterwards, we can even challenge ourselves with more difficult positions. I guarantee that after trying them all, Little Mu will surely have a favorite. You deceitful big bad wolf. If we try them all, will I even survive? No, from now on, it can only be in bed. Did you hear that? Lin Mu tugged at Gu Ziyi's ear. Understood, your command. Gu Ziyi grinned, revealing a charming smile. Open the window, or we'll dismantle the house. Was this not a tacit approval from Xiao Mu? In the future, such occurrences in bed would become commonplace. A bit of decorum occasionally might not be too significant. Gu Ziyi mused quietly to himself. What are you thinking about? Lin Mu asked with narrowed eyes. I was contemplating my own lack of effort. Look at you, still so spirited, Gu Ziyi replied with a playful grin. What? Do you wish to make me faint? Your words are becoming increasingly crude. 009 quietly critiqued within his mind. Stop causing trouble, you little brat. Lin Mu chastised softly. Not at all. Gu Ziyi raised his hand in a gesture of protest, declaring that the reason the dear adult retained such vitality afterwards was due to good health and youthful vigor. By the way, do you have plans for tomorrow? Gu Ziyi raised an eyebrow, recalling that Lin Mu had posed a similar question before, which had led to Lin Xin's arrival. What for? Does my darling have something on her mind? Is it forbidden to inquire? Tomorrow is the weekend. Gu Ziyi intended to assess the situation for any engagements. Since it was the weekend, rest was surely in order, was it not? True, but there might be something. He trailed off, noticing the glint of coldness in Lin Mu's eyes, as if she was silently urging him to think carefully before speaking. There might be something that can be done on Monday. Gu Ziyi hastily amended his words. Oh, nothing then, that's good. Tomorrow, I will invite my cousin over for dinner. Lin Mu stated flatly. What? You are still inviting people? Gu Ziyi's temper flared, sitting up abruptly. What? Do you wish to change rooms for sleeping? Be my guest. Today. It was Gu Ziyi himself who had asserted that this villa allowed him to invite anyone he pleased. How could he forget such a statement mere hours later? After a moment of hesitation, Gu Ziyi relented, lying back down with a thud. As a president managing a corporation, how could I possibly be intimidated by a little girl? If she comes, then she comes. You can inform Uncle Zhang in the morning of what needs to be prepared. I intend to sleep in. Gu Ziyi sulkily buried his head in Lin Mu's shoulder, adopting an air of indifference. Very well, but as you said, tomorrow I am inviting someone to apologize. Today was truly impolite. If you scowl at them tomorrow, I will invite them again the day after. A blatant threat. Yet Gu Ziyi found himself compelled to heed her words. Although he owned numerous properties in the capital, any of which he could occupy at will, Gu Ziyi had long since considered places with Lin Mu as his home. You call the shots, he muttered, his voice muffled by irritation. Lin Mu found his behavior amusing. Even a grand president could exhibit childlike tendencies, revealing a side of himself unseen by others. She reached out, ruffling the soft tuft of hair atop his head. Closing her eyes. You still care about me, reluctant to see me upset, trying to soothe me. Gu Ziyi opened his eyes in the darkness, the sensation of her touch lingering on his hair. Xiao Mu, you little rascal, look at how you've managed to bully Gu Ziyi. I now wonder if he would turn dark if you were to ever leave. 009 expressed indignantly from within Lin Mu's mind. Turn dark? Have you been reading too many supernatural novels? This is a society governed by law. What more could he transform into? Should I leave? Would Gu Ziyi then paint his face black? Lin Mu pondered carefully, realizing that if it were truly the case, it would be a lamentable waste of a stunning visage. You are being utterly unreasonable, 009 elegantly retorted. Why is there no spirit creature? Have you ever encountered one? This piqued Lin Mu's curiosity. After the earlier exertion with Gu Ziyi, he was on the verge of exhaustion, barely able to keep his eyes open. Thankfully, due to 009's presence, he felt surprisingly invigorated. I have indeed seen one, 009 declared with an air of certainty. What? Really? What does it look like? Do tell. Lin Mu's interest was instantly rekindled. 009 regarded Lin Mu with an expression akin to that of someone observing a naive fool. What's the matter? Care to share? You just energized me. And now that I'm wide awake, you won't even entertain me with a story? It's not that I refuse you a story. I merely lament my own fate, burdened with such a disobedient host. And to top it all off, a fool. What did you say? You little brat. Lin Mu was nearly tempted to dive into his own mind to give 009 a good beating. You're courting death. I have undoubtedly encountered spirit creatures. I am one. 009 looked at his host, momentarily stunned and speechless. To be fair, even if the host was foolish, he was a remarkably beautiful fool. 009 calculated that it wasn't too embarrassing. At the very least, in a ranking of system hosts based on beauty, Lin Mu would undoubtedly claim the top position. Are you one? Lin Mu clearly struggled to accept this notion. Indeed, 009 affirmed. And I am a rather peculiar spirit creature. In what way is it peculiar? Lin Mu was not afraid of 009. I prefer not to divulge. I fear it may keep you awake. 009 refused to elaborate. You little rascal. Are you trying to deceive me? Lin Mu insisted, playfully tickling 009's sides, uncertain if the system had ticklish spots. Let go. Fine. I will reveal a little. Just a little. 009 relented, clearly intimidated by Lin Mu. Speak. If I am not satisfied, I shall. Haha. Lin Mu's fingers curled menacingly, pointing at 009's feet with a mischievous grin. 009, alarmed, quickly retracted his feet beneath his legs. Well, our system actually has the opportunity to transform once. I have yet to decide, so my appearance can be anything I desire. What? It can be like that? Lin Mu felt this was reminiscent of Cardcaptor Sakura. How splendid. Yes, indeed. Thus, many of our systems ultimately transform into the form most favored by their beloved, embodying their final appearance. 009 whispered. So, you do not have a beloved yet? Lin Mu inquired curiously, noting that 009 always seemed to hide whenever he was with Gu Ziyi. Indeed, Lin Mu could practically sense the flush on 009's face. Chapter 47. Xiao Mu, I will cherish you for a lifetime. The following morning, Lin Mu once again dialed Lin Xian's number. Lin Xian could hardly believe it. Merely a day had passed, and the phone rang again. Rubbing her palms together, she cautiously answered the call. Hello, is that you, cousin? Lin Mu smiled gently and asked, Xiao Mu, is there something you need? Lin Xian intentionally refrained from mentioning the previous day, and Lin Mu, understanding the unspoken agreement, continued with a smile. Yesterday, Gu Ziyi mentioned that he plans to have spicy boiled fish for lunch today. This morning, I saw the butler purchasing a hefty 10-pound black fish. Since it's just the two of us, would you like to join us for a taste? Lin Mu's invitation was quite subtle, and naturally, Lin Xian took the opportunity. That sounds great. I've been wanting to eat boiled fish for a while, but Haven Tea had the time. I'll be there at noon. After hanging up, Lin Mu turned around to find Gu Ziyi's face dark with displeasure. Another phone call, and she had stepped on 2 landmines. Are you sure you can handle spicy boiled fish? Gu Ziyi's gaze wandered between Lin Mu's lips and waist. Why do you care whether I can eat it or not? Lin Mu's cheeks flushed slightly. She did feel a bit unwell. Yet it had been ages since she last savored something spicy. She thought to herself that she would only have a small taste. Absolutely no more. I have a headache. Let your cousin enjoy it alone today. If it comes to that, I'll call Zhang Yuan to accompany her. Gu Ziyi feigned a childish reluctance, lying in bed and refusing to get up. You can go if you want. I'll go by myself. Lin Mu was not inclined to indulge Gu Ziyi's whims. With a reluctant grunt, Gu Ziyi climbed out of bed, not bothering to change his clothes, merely donning a deep blue loungewear, and followed Lin Mu closely like a devoted shadow. Once Lin Xian arrives, if you cause any trouble, you can just leave. Lin Mu asserted with the authority of the villa's owner. Oddly enough, Gu Ziyi seemed unfazed by her commanding tone. Instead, he pulled her close, playfully tousling her hair before planting a deep kiss upon her lips. Lin Mu had grown accustomed to such juvenile antics. After spending time together, she had learned how to manage Gu Ziyi's behavior. I'll do whatever you say. Do you need to dress up? Gu Ziyi inquired, gazing into Lin Mu's eyes. Isn't this just like dealing with a troublesome little brother? Surely I can handle this. In truth, Gu Ziyi did not mind dining with either Lin Xian or Li Xian as long as his beloved stood by his side. He had attended countless business gatherings before. Let us go with this, Lin Mu said, tugging at Gu Ziyi's sleeve. We're family. There is no need to fuss over formalities. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet again. With a smile, Gu Ziyi called Uncle Zhang to inform him that they would be having spicy boiled black fish for lunch, ideally around 10 pounds, and requested that the peppers be mildly spicy, just enough to enhance the flavor. Lin Mu felt a flutter in her heart as she observed Gu Ziyi's attentive instructions. When we return, just make sure you don't overindulge. Is there anything else you'd like to eat that I should mention to Uncle Zhang? Gu Ziyi turned to Lin Mu, asking. No, just something simple will do, nothing extravagant. Gu Ziyi nodded with a smile, giving a few more instructions before ending the call. As he turned around, he suddenly embraced Lin Mu, pressing him onto the bed, his large head nuzzling against Lin Mu's chest, causing the hem of his shirt to flutter uncontrollably. What are you doing? Is it starting again? No, just say you love me. Gu Ziyi lifted his head to gaze at the person before him, his large, watery eyes, with their faint amber hue, strikingly beautiful. Say you love me, and I'll let go. Lin Mu struggled from side to side, but Gu Ziyi's strong grip held him tightly at the waist. "I love you," Lin Mu, feeling quite helpless, exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi appeared immensely satisfied, leaning forward to capture Lin Mu's protesting lips, the friction of their mouths igniting a fervent heat between them. Just as the passionate atmosphere threatened to engulf them both, Gu Ziyi abruptly extinguished it. Your soft voice emanates from Lin Mu's throat, laced with an alluring charm. "Are you uncomfortable? Shall I assist you?" Gu Ziyi lifted Lin Mu effortlessly, his left hand tightening around his waist while his right reached to tug at Lin Mu's pants. "No." Lin Mu's cheeks flushed with heat, a semblance of rationality returning. "There's no need. I'm just a bit warm." "Really? You're already feeling it." "Really? I don't want to." Lin Mu forcefully pushed away Gu Ziyi's mischievous hand. "You're already weakened, and yet you continue." "Weakened?" Gu Ziyi was momentarily taken aback. Typically, no man would admit to such a thing. "Then don't proceed." "Don't." Gu Ziyi released his grip, brushing against Lin Mu's pants a few times before lifting him up and helping him fasten his trousers. "You should be more careful in the future." Lin Mu tightened his waistband and playfully punched Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi seemed still entranced by the word weakened. "Shall I take you to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup?" "For what?" Lin Mu slipped on his slippers, methodically fastening the buttons of his loungewear. "To see if any supplements are needed. There's nothing to fear." Lin Mu turned, pondering for a moment, and then it dawned on him. "Why supplement him? Is it useful for me?" His series of 3 questions left Gu Ziyi momentarily speechless. "How could it not be useful? Do you still intend for me to utilize it?" Lin Mu looked up at Gu Ziyi, questioning. Would he willingly lie down and allow himself to be at the other's mercy? "No, Xiao Mu, it's exhausting on top. I can't bear to see you like this." Gu Ziyi explained. "If that's the case, whether it's useful or not doesn't matter. In his previous life, he had not been so, this lifetime. Perhaps due to the influence of this body and external factors, led him to experience sensations at certain times. However, once he returned to his true self, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. Xiao Mu, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Whatever you desire, I will provide." Gu Ziyi vowed. I believe you. Life is fleeting." Lin Mu reflected, realizing that his own life was even shorter, as he had already completed it long ago. At noon, Lin Xin arrived punctually at the villa, taken aback by the sight of the two reconciled as if nothing had happened. "Cousin, please take a seat." Lin Mu smiled as she pulled out a chair, deliberately intending to sit beside Lin Xin. Gu Ziyi seized the opportunity and sat down swiftly, leaving Lin Xin momentarily stunned. However, sitting next to Gu Ziyi was precisely what she desired. Chapter 48. I won't force you, but you should occasionally take the initiative. Is Xiao Mu sitting here with me? Lin Xin feared that the two might argue, and she would be left utterly embarrassed. "No need, I'll just sit here." Gu Ziyi positioned himself to Lin Mu's left, while Lin Xin cautiously took a seat with a gap between them. Gu Ziyi squinted with satisfaction. This woman had some sense. "Gu Ziyi, why don't you greet us?" Lin Mu remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly in discontent as she gazed at him. Lin Xin had pondered the dilemma of death all night after returning home, and had finally devised a solution. "Xiao Mu, Lin Xin Hu Di Den In De Vu." Lin Mu turned to Lin Xin, bewildered. "Actually, I'm only a year older than you. Calling me Tanju feels too distant. From now on, just call me Xiao Xin." Lin Xin spoke while subtly glancing at Gu Ziyi, apprehensive that the esteemed president might suddenly erupt in anger. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu internally marveled. How clever! Truly astute. "All right then, I shall call you Xiao Xin from now on." Lin Mu responded with a smile, her eyes curving with delight. Gu Ziyi's hand trembled slightly as he picked up a slice of fish, splattering a few drops of red oil. "Gu Ziyi, you should call me that too." Lin Mu insisted, tugging at his sleeve. "Xiao Xin," Gu Ziyi reluctantly uttered. "That is more like it." Lin Mu stood up to pour each of them a glass of juice, freshly squeezed by her own hand before the meal. "Let us toast to move past what happened yesterday, shall we?" "What happened yesterday? I felt nothing at all." Lin Xin raised her glass first. Lin Mu turned to Gu Ziyi. "I was the one who was rude yesterday." Gu Ziyi clinked glasses as he spoke. "Then it's settled. Xiao Xin should come often and feel at home. Lin Mu said as she placed a piece of fish in a Lin Xian's bowl. Gu Ziyi's eyes burned with jealousy, following the path of her chopsticks until he was finally appeased when Lin Mu served him with the next piece. Finally, it's over. We wasted 2 whole days. In the afternoon, after sending Lin Xian off, Gu Ziyi lay back on the sofa, grumbling in dissatisfaction. I had originally planned to go to the beach with Xiao this week for some sunbathing. Everything has been delayed. How can that be a waste? Haven't we been together all this time? Lin Mu replied, gleichzeitig lerning on Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi rolled over to face upward, gazing at Lin Mu's face, and smiled. Indeed, being with you makes everything delightful. You always know how to cheer me up. You just spoke your heart. Lin Mu playfully pinched his cheek, commenting on his striking good looks. I was referring to Lin Xian. You even let me call her Xiao Xian, and you're not jealous? Gu Ziyi grumbled, reaching out to tug at Lin Mu's hands, pulling them toward his shirt. Ah, I bear no jealousy, yet you seem displeased. Is this not convenient for you to indulge in revelries outside in the future? I would never. Do you doubt my sincerity? Gu Ziyi expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Whatever discontent. What can you do to me? Would you dare to retaliate? A pair of hands playfully tugged at Gu Ziyi's skin, eliciting a wince from him. Do not touch me. It hurts. Lin Mu retreated with a smile, teasingly exclaiming, Ah, are you attempting to murder your beloved husband? Ultimately, Gu Ziyi could not bring himself to retaliate against Lin Mu, fearing that their playful banter might escalate into something more serious. However, he could not ignore the discomfort of being so roughly handled. It truly hurts. You have not eased your grip at all, Gu Ziyi lamented, finally encircling Lin Mu's arms within his embrace. What a useless thing you are. If you wish to pull, then pull away. Lin Mu pouted. So you have been waiting here? Are you truly concerned about your own inadequacies? I already promised to take you to see an old physician tomorrow. I assure you, you will feel invigorated. Yet still, it felt like a futile endeavor. In his past life, he had never experienced a romantic relationship, and in this lifetime, even holding hands seemed a distant dream. Aside from that, your word is law. Gu Ziyi attempted to entice Lin Mu with promises of wealth and material pleasures. Very well, I concede, Lin Mu replied, resigned. After all, the original had already perished. What significance did it hold if he surrendered? You are truly kind to me. Gu Ziyi pressed a kiss to Lin Mu's lips, causing a faint blush to rise to Lin Mu's cheeks. How many times must you kiss me in a day? He wiped his mouth, gazing at Gu Ziyi with mild discontent. This position is precarious. It could easily lead to something indescribable. No amount of money could suffice. I would rather not part ways. Gu Ziyi shamelessly declared. Get down, you will crush me. Lin Mu pushed him away. Gu Ziyi obediently slid off. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Earlier, Gu Ziyi had mentioned taking Lin Mu to see a doctor, and Lin Mu wondered if they might encounter a few young ladies at the hospital to assist Gu Ziyi in broadening his horizons. No plans. Your matters are of utmost importance. He turned Lin Mu onto his back, settling him on the sofa. Very well, but do not look at me as if I were a criminal tomorrow. Do you hear? How could that be? When have you ever regarded me as a mere miscreant? Aren't I always the one overseeing you? Gu Ziyi laughed as he stood, adjusting Lin Mu's posture. The two enjoyed a tender afternoon together. Little Mu, I must say, your progress seems rather sluggish. 009 interjected. I cannot help it. Do you not see? Gu Ziyi remarked. I must stroke his ego, otherwise he will not listen. Lin Mu replied, looking somewhat innocent. Stroke his ego? Listen? I think he listens to you a bit too well. Do you genuinely believe he could marry someone else? What should I do? Lin Mu's brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps maintain a slight distance. 009 sighed, observing his host. Does distance create beauty? What? I meant the distance of the heart. Why not consider studying abroad? How long would that take? I plan to return home for the new year. Look outside. It is already autumn. Lin Mu gazed at the red maple tree in the yard, now stripped of its leaves, recalling that the summer's heat had accompanied him during the rescue. How perplexing. 009 remarked incisively. What are you looking at, Xiao? Gu Ziyi emerged from the bathroom and found Lin Mu leaning against the window, staring outside at the villa. Why are you showering so early? I'm not coming. Lin Mu jumped in surprise and turned to Gu Ziyi, saying, Not coming? Not coming. Gu Ziyi wrapped his arm around Lin Mu's waist and settled beside him at the window, gently stroking his back. It appeared that these past days had indeed unsettled him. No wonder he seemed a bit down today. I want to force you in the future, but you must take the initiative sometimes. Do you hear me? Chapter 49. Kidnapping 1 in the male department of the Central Hospital of Jing City. Lin Mu never anticipated that he would accompany a man to consult this particular department. Are we supposed to be seeing a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? What are we doing in a place like this? Moreover, it's a hospital. If we go together, we end up trending on social media tomorrow. Lin Mu's cheeks flushed crimson, his masked face resembling that of a thief as he walked cautiously. Don't worry. We'll take the staff elevator straight up. No one will know what department we're visiting. Gu Ziyi seemed determined to coax Lin Mu, who, despite being an adult, still exhibited shyness. Aren't you the one seeking treatment? You should be composed. In truth, Lin Mu felt no real anxiety. His previous words were merely a ruse to make Gu Ziyi behave more obediently. Initially, he had intended to drink some herbal medicine, which posed no significant issue. However, he had not anticipated needing to consult this department. Will I have to remove my trousers? After much deliberation, he finally voiced this concern. No need. Gu Ziyi promptly rejected the idea, which he had not considered. Seeing Gu Ziyi waver, Lin Mu seized the opportunity. How about we leave? I've heard that not only do you have to remove your trousers, but there is also a requirement for manual examination to accurately assess the condition, which is too embarrassing. Lin Mu began fabricating stories, knowing full well that Gu Ziyi had never encountered such matters before. Thus, anything he said could be taken as truth. Gu Ziyi appeared increasingly uncertain, on the brink of igniting a fire of reluctance. Lin Mu, intending to hail a taxi, grasped Gu Ziyi's hand, his fingertips caressing his palm. Let us just take a quick look. If any inappropriate examinations arise, we can leave, all right? As he tightened his grip, Gu Ziyi hesitated, still concerned about Lin Mu's health. Fine. This Gu Ziyi was indeed like a weeble. No matter how much pressure was applied, he remained upright. I'll make it up to you later. Gu Ziyi playfully flicked Lin Mu's nose before leading him toward the elevator. Wait, I need to go to the restroom. As they exited the elevator, Lin Mu halted and grabbed Gu Ziyi's arm. I'll accompany you. Gu Ziyi turned to Lin Mu and offered. No need, just wait here. It would look good if someone saw us. Lin Mu bit his lip. Are you planning to run away or something? Gu Ziyi expressed skepticism. What are you talking about? Why would I run away? Besides, if I wanted to leave, would I even need to sneak out? Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance at Gu Ziyi. Given the current intimacy between them, if Lin Mu insisted on not going, Gu Ziyi would likely acquiesce. Be quick, and if you get lost, just give me a call. Gu Ziyi admonished with concern. So nagging, Lin Mu retorted as he made his way towards the restroom. This was the 9th floor of the hospital, the top of the outpatient department. Since it housed some less common specialties, the foot traffic was relatively sparse. Lin Mu wound his way through the corridors until he finally reached the restroom. It was such a convoluted route. He wondered if he would be able to find Gu Ziyi upon his return. Sighing, he thought if he lost his way, he would just call. Upon entering the restroom, he was greeted by the strong scent of recently applied disinfectant. Lin Mu mumbled to himself as he pushed against the restroom stalls. To his surprise, after attempting to open 3 doors in succession without success, he discovered that only one of the 6 stalls bore a sign indicating it was a maintenance room. How busy could it be? I hardly see anyone around. Finally, he reached the last stall, which was unoccupied, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He truly preferred not to encounter anyone on this floor. It felt as though anyone he saw would remember that he was there for urology. If someone recognized his face and the news spread, it would be disastrous. He could sacrifice his life upon returning, but he hoped to at least preserve some semblance of dignity. After finishing his business, Lin Mu casually fastened his belt, listened for any sounds outside, and prepared to push the door open. With no one around, the embarrassment was avoided. It feels as though I'm sneaking about, he chuckled to himself. As he reached for the door handle, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He had entered last among the stalls, yet even after completing his business, there had been no footsteps outside. What was going on? Were all the other stalls occupied? Or were those 4 other stalls truly empty? Reflecting on the situation, Lin Mu recalled that aside from the maintenance stall, The other 5 bore signs indicating they were in use. His stall was centrally located, suggesting that there should be individuals on either side of him. What, then, was the situation on his left and right? His legs began to tremble unsteadily. Listening intently, he realized the restroom was rather secluded. Aside from the flushing sound, there was no other noise. He instinctively pressed the button again, and the sound of water echoed once more. Cautiously, he crouched down and peered through the gap beneath the door. What he saw startled him. On the ground outside his stall, to the left, there was a vague shadow resembling a person. But what about the right side? Was there someone else waiting for him to emerge? Lin Mu glanced up at the overhead light. The illumination indicated that any shadow cast on the right side would not fall in front of his door. This meant that at least one or possibly more individuals were standing just outside. Why? What were their intentions? Revenge? Kidnapping? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Mu's mind. The sound of the flushing ceased once more, and Lin Mu understood that there was no turning back. If he did not leave now, the individuals outside would surely force their way in. What to do? He decided to send a message to Gu Ziyi, hoping he could come to his rescue. Lin Mu retrieved his phone, opened the chat with Gu Ziyi, and swiftly typed a line to inform him of his predicament. However, upon clicking send, the message continued to circle, indicating it was not going through. No signal. Lin Mu glanced at his phone, realizing that this location must be equipped with a signal jammer, rendering him completely cut off from communication. Just how extensive was this jammer's reach? Was it confined to a mere restroom, or did it encompass the entire floor, or even a whole hospital? No. When he had last parted ways with Gu Ziyi, he had checked his phone and confirmed there was a signal. Thus, the likelihood of a floor-wide blockade seemed slim. What to do now? 009. Lin Mu mentally called out several times, but received no reply. Could these individuals even jam the system? How formidable? No, wait, was it the alcohol? Had 009 been rendered unconscious? What a useless thing. Lin Mu quickly surveyed his surroundings. There could be someone to his left or right. The only safety lay behind him against the outer wall of the hospital, which bore a small window for ventilation. The window was open, but it was the 9th floor. There was no way he could jump down. A plan formed. Chapter 50. Kidnapping 2. Lin Mu's eyes brightened. He would take a gamble. If nothing came of it, he would simply lose a phone. He hastily typed out his intended message to Gu Ziyi in the chat box. Then, rising onto his toes, he gently extended his hand out the window, pressing send at the last moment before releasing the phone, letting it fall. Now, he could only hope that the phone remained intact and that the message was sent before it hit the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of the phone being thrown startled those outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu swiftly twisted open the partition door and kicked it wide, stepping out. As he took his first step, a hand shot out from his right, delivering a swift blow to his neck. Dizziness enveloped him instantly, and he barely caught a glimpse of the worn sneakers worn by his assailant. Gu Ziyi stood at the stairwell, waiting for over 10 minutes without seeing Lin Mu return. Silly boy, had he gotten lost again? Gu Ziyi turned his phone, contemplating whether to call and inquire, yet hesitated, fearing Lin Mu might find him bothersome for checking up on him while he was merely using the restroom. Never mind, he would wait a bit longer. Gu Ziyi flipped through his photo album, glancing at a picture of Lin Mu, who was captured in profile, seated on a sofa, engrossed in his phone. In the photo, his features appeared soft and his expression serious, as if he were at a particularly tense moment. The afternoon sunlight bathed his hair, casting a warm glow over his light brown locks, which shimmered with hints of gold. Ding dong. A message notification chimed. It was from Xiao Mu, even while using the restroom. He had sent a message. Could he truly be lost, prompting Gu Ziyi to search for him? Gu Ziyi let out a gentle laugh and insisted on accompanying him, leaving me with no choice but to seek him out. Now, it seems I must find him after all. As I swiped open the message, Gu Ziyi's expression darkened considerably. The restroom. He swiftly headed in the direction Lin Mu had taken earlier, all the while making a phone call. Zhang Yuan, quickly bring a few people to the Central Hospital in Jing City, the 9th floor. Yes, it's possible that by the time you arrive, we may no longer be on the 9th floor, but keep the tracking device with you and bring extra men. If necessary, call the police. After succinctly conveying his instructions, Gu Ziyi's left hand remained firmly grasping the edge of his phone, which housed a compact destruction mechanism. Pressing it for 5 seconds would incinerate the device and obliterate its contents, ensuring confidentiality. Lin Mu bore no grudges in Jing City. It was likely that the assailants were targeting him. Gu Ziyi understood that the best course of action was to find a populated area to safeguard himself while awaiting rescue. As long as he was not captured, Lin Mu would be largely safe. However, the thought of allowing Lin Mu to be taken away was something Gu Ziyi could not accept. Perhaps he could indulge in a moment of recklessness. Life and death are fated. Upon reaching the restroom, Gu Ziyi noted the 5 open stalls, all vacant. Cautiously, he entered one of the stalls and spotted a piece of toilet paper that had been torn off and shoved back in. Scrawled upon it were several characters scratched with a fingernail. Gu Ziyi dialed Lin Mu's number, but the mechanical voice informed him that the phone was turned off. The automated female voice confirmed his worst fears. Something had indeed happened to Lin Mu. Awakening amidst excruciating pain, Lin Mu felt as though his neck had shattered, causing his head to spin. Where am I? A strip of cloth bound over his eyes rendered him unable to see anything. He carefully attuned his senses to his surroundings. Was he in a speeding car? Damn, this fellow woke up remarkably quickly. It had only been a few hours. A gruff male voice resonated nearby. Did you not use enough force? Another voice emerged from the passenger seat. Less chatter. This is our prized possession. If it gets damaged, it will lose its value. The driver seemed somewhat more refined, yet, given his company, it was evident he was not a person of virtue. Hey, kid, do you want some water? If you do, I'll feed you a few sips. If you need to relieve yourself, you'll have to wait a bit. We specifically waited for you to finish in the restroom before making our move. Just hold it in. If you can't, then you'll have to wet your pants, remarked the first man. No, thank you. Who are you? Lin Mu managed to utter the classic question that a hostage asks upon regaining consciousness. Hee, kid, that's not a question you should be asking. A hostage must understand their role. Knowing too much jeopardizes the ransom. If we let you go and you know anything, it will only lead to your demise. Lin Mu obediently nodded, choosing not to inquire further. In truth, his inquiry was meant to reassure the kidnappers. If he maintained a demeanor of absolute composure, perhaps the abductors would even reflect upon whether Lin Mu had discerned any of their vulnerabilities. 009, are you still not sober? Lin Mu silently mused. Awakening. 009 crouched in Lin Mu's mind, his head drooping, resembling a child who had erred, awaiting an adult's reprimand. What is this place? Can you perceive it? Typically, 009 observed his surroundings through his own eyes, yet at times he could venture out to accomplish tasks independently. Thus, discerning the environment should pose no challenge. Indeed, we are on the highway. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu inhaled sharply. After the kidnappers issued their warning, he instinctively turned over, angling his cheek to one side. In any case, this would somewhat obscure the subtle expressions on his face. Logically, highways are equipped with surveillance cameras and patrolled by traffic police. How could they be traversing this route? Can you see the license plate? Lin Mu inquired once more. Yes, but I suspect it to be a fake one, Xiao Mu. After some contemplation, Lin Mu concurred. The kidnapper would not likely use his own vehicle for such a crime. There's one more thing I must disclose, Xiao Mu. 009 stated earnestly. What is it? Lin Mu asked. Even if I can memorize the entire abduction route, I cannot relay this information to others, not even to Gu Ziyi. Therefore, it is essentially futile. 009 expressed his frustration. Indeed, 009 could only communicate with himself. If someone else were kidnapped, Lin Mu might have enlisted 009's assistance to covertly observe and then relay the information to others for rescue. However, presently, there was no one else to hear 009's words. Consequently, the information could not be disseminated. Nevertheless, Xiao Mu need not fear. It has only been approximately 4 hours since your abduction. As long as it does not exceed 24 hours, it is not considered perilous. What do you mean? Is it that a missing person report cannot be filed until 24 hours have passed? Lin Mu questioned, bewildered. I can reverse time, you dolt. Have you forgotten? 009 remarked, jabbing a finger at Lin Mu. Oh, it is best not to resort to that just yet. We are not yet at our wits' end. Lin Mu pondered before responding. Very well, but it is advisable not to delay until after the 24-hour mark. Otherwise, even if I reverse time, you would merely return to the kidnapper's clutches. All right then. I still wish to resolve this situation. Lin Mu replied earnestly. Resolve it? 009 exclaimed incredulously, pacing back and forth in Lin Mu's mind, hands on his hips, before pointing directly at Lin Mu's forehead. Do you know who those 3 individuals in the vehicle are? You cannot see them, but allow me to enlighten you. The first, the one who spoke to you, is a man in his 30s, standing at least 185 centimeters tall, and while his weight is difficult to estimate, his musculature is evident, with distinct signs of physical training on his arms. He could lift you as easily as one would a chick. Is Gu Ziyi not also 185 centimeters tall? He usually doesn't seem to take me lightly, yet here he is, bolstering others' ambitions while diminishing his own authority. What about the other 2? Understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in countless battles. Lin Mu aimed to discern the weaknesses of these kidnappers through 009's descriptions. The second speaker, who was seated in the passenger seat, did you discern his location from his voice just now? Was it that obvious? Lin Mu's obscured face momentarily displayed a look of astonishment before he regained his composure. Fool, be mindful of your facial micro-expressions. Unable to contain himself, Nola deviat lightly tapped Lin Mu's forehead. At last, it's my turn to take charge. 009 chuckled internally, realizing that at this moment, there was little to fear. If only time could rewind 24 hours, Lin Mu would be fast asleep at home. Ahem. Lin Mu felt compelled to interrupt 009's moment of triumph. 009 managed to suppress the smirk of schadenfreude on his face and continued earnestly. The second individual is slightly shorter, yet he appears to be a fighter. Both seem likely to have a mercenary background, with calluses on their fingers and notably robust thumbs, indicating considerable grip strength. The third man, seated in the driver's seat, is of similar height to the first, lean in stature, lacking prominent musculature, yet he is certainly not one to be underestimated. From his earlier expressions and the demeanor of the other 2 towards him, I sense he is likely the leader of this small group. Impressive. Lin Mu regarded 009 with newfound respect. It seemed this little system was not as useless as it typically appeared. Naturally. Just wait and see if you continue to underestimate me. 009 lifted his chin with pride. Lin Mu smiled silently at him, gesturing for him to proceed. Do you have any further thoughts? You cannot contend with any of these individuals alone. Therefore, attempting to escape through sheer force is futile. 009 concluded. Indeed, my ability to spar with Gu Ziyi stems from the fact that he always concedes to me. At this point, Lin Mu suddenly found himself reminiscing about Gu Ziyi's warm embrace. He always enjoyed teasing him playfully, yet Lin Mu knew he genuinely cared. 009. Their motives likely do not involve me. Rest assured, I sense it pertains either to Gu Ziyi or the Lin family. I, a mere insignificant person, would hardly believe I could instigate such a grand affair. I share your sentiments. This matter likely revolves around Gu Ziyi, possibly stemming from his commercial rivals. He has been rather ostentatious, particularly during the recent Lin family banquet and in the villa as well. However, the villa is filled with longtime associates of Gu Ziyi. How could? Lin Mu found it hard to believe that this was the leak. How could it not be? 009 glanced at Lin Mu and proceeded. When did you decide to visit the hospital? Yesterday afternoon. Lin Mu replied. Then, that is the crux of the matter. Today's setup. Aside from the alcohol disinfection in the restroom, which may be coincidental, has been meticulously arranged. However, the information regarding your visit was not widely disseminated. Thus, how did the kidnappers become aware? 009 analyzed. Indeed, after Gu Ziyi spoke yesterday, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment about coming to the hospital for this matter. So I merely informed the housekeeper that I had something to attend to and advised an early breakfast. Lin Mu reminisced. It was only after Gu Ziyi persistently urged me to come to the hospital that I finally acquiesced, unable to withstand his insistence. However, Gu Ziyi was also aware of my embarrassment, thus refraining from explicitly stating his intentions. Perhaps it could also be that there was an issue with Gu Ziyi's personal bodyguard. Few people knew where we were headed, Yet the bodyguard would undoubtedly need to accompany us, Lin Mu pondered. If Gu Ziyi's bodyguard encountered problem, would he not be in grave danger? Lin Mu contemplated whether to voice his concerns or to resort to a reversal of time, allowing him to inform Gu Ziyi to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Xiao Mu wishes to reverse time? Lin Mu did not respond. Such a formidable skill of time reversal was not something he desired to utilize unless absolutely necessary. This ability not only rewinds one's personal timeline, but also that of the entire world, meaning that if it were currently 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we would revert back to 1 o'clock yesterday, yet everyone would remain oblivious to the events of that day, save for myself. The experience of time's regression was unprecedented. Thus the Xiao Mu of yesterday must heed my words. Otherwise, we risk retracing our previous misguided steps. In that moment, Lin Mu sensed the weight of 009's wisdom. This world possessed the extraordinary capability to rewind 24 hours. Such a remarkable ability. Hold on, Lin Mu interjected. Let us contemplate this further. In an instant, he was reluctant to sacrifice 009 in such a manner. In truth, to Lin Mu, 009 was merely a host. He need only steadfastly fulfill his responsibilities, without entangling himself in the affairs of this world. Let us refrain from that for now, Lin Mu reiterated, seemingly apprehensive of 009 taking any unilateral action. Henceforth, I shall consider your words as mere guidance. Lin Mu gazed into 009's eyes. Merely guidance, indeed. 009 resumed his usual demeanor, adopting an exaggerated expression. Yes, merely guidance. Therefore, you must exercise caution when contemplating the use of this skill. Should I prove obstinate and you are unable to bring me back, it would be a futile waste of this ability, resulting in a regrettable outcome. Lin Mu stated earnestly. Very well, I comprehend your intent. 009 reclined on the metaphorical couch in Lin Mu's mind, crossing his legs as he inquired, Pray tell, my esteemed host, what strategies do you propose to resolve this predicament? The mental space had been transformed into a quaint apartment by 009 during this time. Chapter 52. Kidnapping. 4. Let us first accompany them to their destination. They may blindfold me or confine me to a room, yet they remain unaware that I have you, my dear 009, who can clearly see their faces and overhear their conversations. In this manner, we can devise a plan based on their intentions. I have no inclination to believe they would transport me to their destination merely to eliminate me, Lin Mu observed, appearing rather unperturbed. According to his words, the chances of success should still be quite substantial. That's good. 009 nodded after hearing this. Yet I cannot stray too far from you. If I do, I would essentially be unable to see or hear anything. No worries. It's not as if you possess omniscience. If you could detach from me and see for thousands of miles, that would be quite extraordinary. Let us proceed with this plan. 009 yawned and remarked, Was the alcohol this morning truly aimed at me? It should not be. After all, who would expect the existence of a system like you? I surmise that the strong scent is merely intended to mislead those who wander in. I thought this restroom was simply out of order. Lin Mu pondered and said. After a moment of contemplation, 009 found this reasoning plausible. The vehicle came to a sudden stop after a sharp turn. Lin Mu rolled within the car, nearly striking his head, and instinctively raised a hand to shield his forehead. Be careful, a more refined voice echoed in his ear. Thank you. Lin Mu's voice was slightly hoarse, the first word emerging somewhat indistinctly. Can you walk by yourself? The man inquired. Is this attitude toward the kidnapper a tad too accommodating? What if I cannot walk? Shall I be carried out? Certainly no problem. Lin Mu appeared to accept this notion rather swiftly, displaying a remarkable awareness of his predicament. Very well. After stating this, he seemed to chuckle lightly. Indeed, the task had proceeded so smoothly, which was certainly a better outcome than his own unfortunate circumstances. After all, his own journey home still felt an eternity away. The road was rather long, winding and twisting, and Lin Mu even began to suspect that the earlier question about walking was actually meant to prevent him from remembering the route in the darkness. 009, do you remember? Lin Mu silently inquired. 009 was busy sketching a map of the route in a notebook, yet his drawing skills left much to be desired. The sight made Lin Mu's scalp tingle. After all, in his previous life, he was a mechanical engineer. He could effortlessly draft an entire machine amidst a pile of components, and his hand-drawn sketches were impeccably precise. Drawing a circle was as simple as using his thumb as the center, with his index and middle fingers gripping the pencil, swinging it left and right without any interruption. However, the straight line that 009 was attempting to draw resembled the work of someone afflicted with Parkinson's disease. I'm documenting each stroke meticulously. 009 gestured for him to examine the manuscript rather than his face. But is this line straight? Lin Mu pointed out a 120-degree angle in the line. There's only one path. Is it necessary to debate whether it's straight? 009 replied, with evident dissatisfaction. Oh, the primary requirement for the map is to avoid choosing the wrong path at intersections and also to account for the time needed. As you can see, I've marked it quite clearly. 009 explained, pointing to the paper bit by bit. Quite right. Lin Mu agreed, acknowledging that it was already commendable and that he should not demand too much. And what about here? On 009's map, not far from a section of the straight path, stood a 3-story building. Upon closer inspection, it seems quite likely that this is the very center of a stronghold, the location where the key figures reside. Regrettably, it is situated too far from your position for me to venture forth and gather intelligence. 009 expressed a hint of disappointment. No matter, this is already quite satisfactory. We can simply await his arrival. Lin Mu sat within a windowless chamber, located on the ground floor, with only a small window on one side, securely covered by a rolling shutter, rendering the outside world invisible. How cruel! Even a prison cell has a ventilation opening. Lin Mu remarked. This must be the vent. But you, my friend, are full of tricks. You tossed your phone from the 9th floor in the restroom to escape the signal jamming. I suspect Gu Ziyi has received the message, 009 observed. That's why they are exercising such caution. They have chosen not to allow you any ventilation. 009 swung his little legs while seated on the sofa. You seem quite at ease. I've already begun my stay in a cell, yet your accommodations remain unchanged. Lin Mu commented, gazing at 009, who appeared to be enjoying himself in his mental sanctuary. What is there to fret about, my dear host? The moment you perish, the mission will be utterly failed, and I can return home. 009 replied with a smile directed at Lin Mu. You wish to return home as well? This was a topic 009 had never broached before, though he had once mentioned visiting some system world and returning with a small doll resembling a bride. Of course, I too possess a grand villa within the system, 009 proclaimed proudly. All of this was purchased with the funds earned from nurturing hosts over many years. A true workaholic, it seems. But what if the mission fails? What then? Will there be no earnings, or will fund be deducted? Lin Mu suddenly became intrigued. There will be deductions from the rewards. Then I shall endeavor to diminish your villa until you are left with nothing to boast about. The two shared a rare moment of levity before resuming their playful banter. A creaking sound interrupted their lively exchange. 009 jumped in fright, quickly turning to look. Calm down. Young one, I didn't realize you possessed such courage, remarked a rugged, muscular man. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Mu certainly could not reveal that he recognized him as the first person to speak in the vehicle. My name is of no consequence. I am not here as a guest, so an introduction is unnecessary. Come, our boss wishes to see you. The muscular man brandished a black hood, preparing to place it over Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu swiftly did. I can put on myself. Very well, suit yourself. The hood was thick, with an elastic band around the neck, leading Lin Mu to wonder if it might suffocate him. Upon donning it, he discovered it was relatively well designed, featuring small, fine holes near the mouth, ensuring he would not suffocate. This was suggested by the elder brother as an improvement. 2 individuals had previously suffocated, which caused quite the troublesome predicament. It seemed his initial suspicion was correct. Being kidnapped is inherently stressful, and should a hostage suffer from a heart condition or difficulty breathing, the addition of such a hood could indeed lead to dire consequences. A heavy weight rests upon my shoulder, a hand pressing down, signifying a guiding presence. Yet also a fear of Lin Mu making an escape midway. The labyrinthine path ascends once more to where I wonder silently in my mind, addressing 009. 009 raises a finger to his lips, conveying a gesture of silence. Chapter 53, The Abduction, Part 5. After a few steps, Lin Mu, shrouded in darkness, unexpectedly steps into a small depression in the earth, causing his foot to twist involuntarily. He falls forward, instinctively bracing himself with his elbow against the ground as he rises. The dirt path proves quite treacherous. The muscular man speaks in a nonchalant tone, yet his gaze remains fixed on Lin Mu's every movement. He has observed the manner of Lin Mu's fall and his reactions. There should be no cause for concern. Is he attempting to test me? Could he possibly be aware of your existence? Does he possess a system as well? Lin Mu inquires inwardly. I am uncertain, but I doubt he knows. My guess is that he fears you may employ other tricks. He deliberately left your hands unbound. Had you fallen intentionally, your hands might have reacted in advance. These individuals are quite perceptive. As long as he lacks a system, we should be fine. Lin Mu breathes a sigh of relief internally. Within less than 24 hours, it seems he has acquired a sort of immunity. However, he does not intend to leverage it. Boss, brother, the individuals have arrived. There are 2 greetings, indicating at least 2 others await inside. The critical question is, who is this boss? Lin Mu mentally assigns a task to 009. 009 nods, but moments later returns, visibly agitated. I can't see him, he exclaims, frustration evident in his voice. Aside from the 2 of you, there are 2 others, the man who drove and the so-called boss. However, I cannot see the boss. What is going on? Is he not in the room? You should be able to perceive everything present. He wears a mask, obscuring his face. He is clad in a pure black suit. His fingers pale, yet his visage remains entirely concealed. My abilities do allow me to see what you cannot, but they are limited to appearances, much like my presence in this room, invisible to them. However, I cannot remove the mask from his face. 009 appears genuinely vexed, stomping his feet in frustration. What kind of person wears a mask, adhering to some medieval Western farce? Lin Mu finds himself at a loss, sensing an odd pattern, as if the circumstances were designed to target 009 specifically. First, the alcohol disinfection in the bathroom, then the probing while covered, and now the mask. Greetings, Mr. Lin. A peculiar voice resonates, presumably that of the boss, employing a voice modulator. Hello, Lin Mu replies coolly. You remain remarkably composed. The boss praises before continuing. How do you find the room? I apologize for the lack of elegance in today as hospitality. We truly had no alternative. An insincere gentleman. What a pretentious act. L'homme critique inwardly. Mr. Lin did not respond to my greeting, suggesting he was perhaps dissatisfied with our surroundings. However, it is of little consequence, as we shall soon depart and not linger here for long. Yet, before we take our leave, I would like to request a small favor from you. Lin Mu seemed to hear a soft chuckle emanating from the voice changer. It appears the boss is in good spirits. I wonder if Mr. Lin has the inclination to assist? Lin Mu inwardly rolled his eyes countless times. 009 had already berated this man 1,000 times over. A faint rustling sound reached his ears. What is that noise? 009. Lin Mu silently inquired. 009 finally ceased its irritable verbal outburst. Peering out to observe and remarked, "It is the sound of someone peeling an apple. The driver is peeling an apple. There is nothing to fear, except that the knife appears rather sharp and curved. Goodness, what is so special about that? This is hardly an apple peeler. It resembles more a knife for slitting throats. What is it? Please speak, boss. I shall act within my means." That is reassuring, yet I can see Mr. Lin is a warm-hearted individual. If he offers assistance, he will undoubtedly give his all. Once again, laughter rang out, and this time Lin Mu heard it distinctly. Teasing a child? Teasing a puppy? Lin Mu felt a twinge of annoyance, but under the roof of another, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He stood at attention, indicating his willingness to help. I have a business matter and would like to request General Manager Gu's assistance. It is nothing extravagant, merely to act as a guarantor for me. A guarantee? A guarantee for what? This fellow does not seem particularly in want of money. What could he possibly need a guarantee for? General Manager Gu? Lin Mu gritted his teeth, feigning ignorance. Of course, it is General Manager Gu Ziyi. Did you not see him this morning? What? You went to the hospital together just this morning, and now you've forgotten? I have not forgotten, but I am not familiar with the workings of the Gu Group. It would be best if you personally approached him for negotiations. Lin Mu bit his lip, stifling the tremor in his voice. General Manager Gu is quite busy. I will send him an invitation, yet he may not return. However, since I have summoned you here, he is likely searching the world for you right now. As for me, I shall not trouble you further. Stay as a guest for a few days. I understand you're concerned about General Manager Gu. How about this? Send him a video message to assure him of your safety. In an instant, Lin Mu comprehended. This was to convey to Gu Ziyi that he was indeed in his clutches. No need for that. Why bother with him? Lin Mu replied anxiously. The boss seemed to question with a hint of amusement. Kyang. The driver finally spoke. The muscular man behind stepped forward, grabbing Lin Mu's arm and leading him a few steps aside, as if turning a corner to sit at a table. They had not exited, but were merely separated from the driver and the boss by a screen. 009 timely remarked in Lin Mu's mind. What lies ahead? Just as Lin Mu was about to inquire, the hood was removed from his head. Having been in darkness for so long, his eyes struggled to adjust to the brightness before him. Lin Mu raised his hand to shield his eyes, gradually discerning the nature of the room he occupied. It was a small compartment partitioned off within a larger space, one side concealed by a screen, behind which two indistinct figures could be faintly perceived. Don't look around, Chang admonished, twisting Lin Mu's head back towards him. Before them, on a table, rested a mobile phone holder, atop which sat a phone that was not connected to any network. Come on, Mr. Lin, record a message. Do you need some time to prepare? A piece of paper was thrust in front of him. Gu Ziyi, this is Lin Mu. I am currently visiting a friend's house, and they are treating me well, so there is no need for concern. Yet, it contained no valuable information. Would you believe it? Lin Mu inquired, gazing into Chang's eyes. Does it matter whether he believes it or not? Chang grinned, revealing his strikingly white teeth against his darker complexion, giving his face a hint of an African mixed heritage. Indeed, it was inconsequential what was said, as long as Gu Ziyi understood that he was in their grasp. Chapter 54. The calm before the storm. Having hastily recorded a few sentences for a plea for help, Lin Mu was once again escorted back to his room. 009. Did you notice anything unusual just now? He heard footsteps retreating from outside the door. Nothing of significance. That individual is quite guarded, remaining out of sight. And the voice was altered. I truly cannot fathom why humans are so full of tricks. 009 lamented, slumping onto the sofa, dangling his small legs. I have a strong suspicion it could be someone familiar, or perhaps, while I do not recognize him now, I may come to know him later. Lin Mu mused, stroking his chin. What makes you say that? Why else would he conceal himself so thoroughly, covering his face and altering his voice? This must indicate a familiarity. He fears I might identify him by his voice, or one day, should I happen to see him, I would instantly recall who he is. Lin Mu contemplated before speaking again. So, does that mean you're still safe? After all, if he's concerned about the future, it suggests you still have a future. 009 reflected on this point. That's true. It can be regarded as good news. Lin Mu had a knack for finding joy amidst adversity. What shall we do now? 009 surveyed the modest room, which consisted of one room and a small bathroom, with a window that was completely blocked, leaving no apparent escape. Lin Mu reached out to feel the walls surrounding them. They were solid, impervious to escape by mere hands. Shall we dig a tunnel? I've seen it done in movies. 009 exclaimed enthusiastically. But this is tiled. How are we supposed to dig? With our fingers? Lin Mu tapped the floor, finding no signs of an underground passage like those depicted in dramas. What now? What do we do? 009 fretted, pacing anxiously. Lin Mu glanced up at the ceiling light. The room aged and the fixture rudimentary, a single wire haphazardly suspended from the foggy ceiling. Assessing the length of the wiring, he turned his attention to the firmly shut door. 009, was anyone watching outside just now? Yes, there was someone. when a Chong came to bring you back. There was indeed another person outside. Although not explicitly stated, it appeared they were meant to keep watch overnight. 009 recalled. Lin Mu glanced at the clock. It was 7:30, far too early. Typically, the guards would change shifts around midnight, and the optimal time would be around 1 in the morning, when individuals were at their most vulnerable. What should we do? 009 inquired with curiosity. Cut the power line. Electrocute him. Lin Mu tightened his grip, his expression impassive as he spoke. What? I urge you not to engage in such foolishness. If you do nothing, I doubt he would harm you. 009 shouted in protest. They have no intention of harming me because the knife hangs over Gu Ziyi's head. If I remain passive, who knows what they might do to him? Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with a hint of hatred. But you cannot resort to such measures. What if he dies from electrocution or if someone discovers he was killed? 009 expressed his disapproval. Isn't there your time reversal ability? With your support, what is there to fear? Lin Mu remarked, addressing the tiny figure in his mind. You, 009, was a loss for words. Why not just play it safe? We could return home and sleep rather than engage in such reckless antics. That won't do. I possess a chance to start over. Being timid would be utterly cowardly. Lin Mu huffed, glancing at the time. It was still early. He collapsed onto the bed, rolling about, feeling ill at ease without his phone. Must we really proceed? 009 was exasperated with his host's disobedience. Yes, but keep an eye on me. Pull me back before I get killed. By the way, your spell doesn't have a delay, does it? If so, how long is it? No, it only takes a few seconds. 009 replied in a muffled tone. Lin Mu appeared to contemplate this. A few seconds? Would he die if struck by the severed power line? You truly are a source of worry. 009 mimicked Lin Mu, pulling the covers over his head in his mind. My dear, Lin Mu reached out to ruffle 009's head, thinking to himself, I am hastening to escape precisely because I do not wish to rely on your time reversal. Time passed slowly, and the silence in the unfamiliar place was unsettling. Outside, not a sound could be heard. The ticking of a decrepit electronic clock became the sole sound of the night. Fearing he might oversleep, Lin Mu engaged in a game of finger-tapping, finding it dull to play alone, and urged 009 to join him. The latter remained motionless, wearing a stony expression. Finally, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Mu rose. The room was quite low, resembling some makeshift structure. Despite his own height of only 178 centimeters, he managed to reach the dangling incandescent bulb-S power line by standing on a stool. 009, observing in his mind, was filled with trepidation, drawing a cross in air with his hands while chanting endlessly for protection. You believe in this? Lin Mu inquired, touching the power line, which felt relatively secure, though a rough joint not far off seemed precarious. A tug could certainly cause it to snap. I do not believe, 009 asserted firmly. Then why are you still chanting? Lin Mu was curious about what the system's world truly believed in. It was undoubtedly in your favor, so this must be recited. With a faint crackle, the lights suddenly dimmed. The wires had been successfully severed, and in that fleeting moment, Lin Mu quickly threw it away, landing precisely at the doorway. Above the entrance, Lin Mu hung a bathing towel from the ceiling with a belt, its whiteness stark against the dimness of the room, likely to startle anyone who might glance inside. Is someone there? What is happening in the room? Lin Mu shouted while the young guard outside, having only just taken his post less than an hour ago, hesitated. He had no intention of looking inside, but recalling the orders from his superior to keep a vigilant watch over the young man inside, he was torn between duty and apprehension. Just then, a loud bang echoed from within, as if something had fallen, followed by an eerie silence. Could he be dead in there? The young guard pondered, unable to bear the suspense any longer. Gripping his knife, he opened the door, intending to sneak a glance. However, as the door creaked open, moonlight flooded the dark space, momentarily blinding him. Why isn't the light on? He muttered, and to his shock, his gaze was drawn upward to a white object swaying gently from the ceiling. Oh no, someone has hanged themselves. In a moment of panic, he failed to consider where such a sturdy beam could be found in this room capable of supporting a person. He stepped inside, inadvertently stepping on the severed wires at the doorway. He screamed, stumbling and falling to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 55, a new twist outside the house. There was a thicket of bushes and several tall poplar trees. Lin Mu followed the route previously provided by 009, jogging briskly. At this point, he was entirely unconcerned about the presence of surveillance. "It's great to have someone backing us," he remarked, realizing that the location was a repurposed abandoned factory. This was a relic from an unknown era, and the three-story small building must have served as the factory's office. While Lin Mu found himself in what used to be a duty room, the path wound in curves until he reached the entrance. Lin Mu spotted a rusted iron gate. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that anyone still resided within the dilapidated factory. "Climb over?" 009 inquired, eyeing the gate. "It seems impossible to scale." Lin Mu glanced around. The factory's entrance and walls were exceedingly tall, and as a weakling, he was already breathless from running. Climbing over was essentially out of the question. What now? Is it all in vain? "Little Mu, look. It seems someone is pursuing us from behind. What if we get caught?" "Forget it. I'll use my abilities." "Just don't be stubborn," 009 shouted, pointing towards the flickering lights in the distance, indicating the presence of surveillance. "No rush. I have a plan," Lin Mu replied urgently. "What is it?" "The situation has become dire. Should someone approach and strike with precision, the consequences could be fatal. I wonder how you would cope with that?" 009 clenched his teeth in frustration. The entrance is characterized by an antiquated iron gate, not entirely enclosed, but supported by vertical pipes and adorned with an intricate pattern of welded rebar. Some of the smaller rods, due to years of neglect, have already fallen away. Lin Mu stepped forward, extending his leg and twisting his body, managing to squeeze through one of the modest openings. Behind him, the pursuers continued to search with flashlights, evidently lacking surveillance along this route, which led to their confusion regarding his direction of escape. "Impressive, you're quite adept," 009 commended in admiration. "Thank goodness." Lin Mu glanced back at the beam of light from the flashlight and made his way down the path. This factory is clearly situated far from the city center. If he continued running, it wouldn't be long before he was caught. The roadside was lined with dense bushes, towering above a person, growing thickly along the path. "If I conceal myself here, there's no way they can find me amidst such foliage," Lin Mu thought, sliding down and nestling into the underbrush. He curled up to retain warmth while observing the vehicles passing on the road. At this moment, it was imperative not to flag down a passing car for help. One could never be sure which vehicle might belong to his captors. "Little Mu, you've had quite the luck," 009 remarked, acknowledging Lin Mu's ability to navigate through such a narrow opening. "Likewise, encountering a host like me is your good fortune," Lin Mu responded without hesitation. Not long after he hid, 3 cars sped past. Though their makes were unknown, their urgency suggested they were likely pursuing him. "Thank goodness I didn't continue running. No human legs can outpace wheels." Lin Mu mused. "Is this truly safety?" 009 questioned, somewhat incredulous. By dawn, he could simply flag down a passing vehicle and call Gu Ziyi to come and collect him. "Yes, for now we are safe. But I have a feeling those 3 cars won't turn back for long," Lin Mu whispered. "Indeed, they will calculate that even if I were an athlete, I couldn't cover much distance in such a short time. Let us hope they return without finding me. After all, in such darkness, locating a living person is no easy task." As Lin Mu anticipated, mere minutes later, the 3 vehicles roared back, one after the other. Now it was the true test of luck. Lin Mu smiled faintly. In this darkness, how could they possibly find someone? 009 remained skeptical. "Boss, that kid incapacitated the guard and escaped." An hour prior, the guard monitoring the surveillance had stepped away for a moment, inadvertently missing Lin Mu's escape. Upon returning, I discovered the door ajar with a guard sprawled inside, only his feet visible outside the entrance. After searching for an hour, I found nothing. "What now, boss?" The few subordinates glanced nervously at their superior. "Mr. Zhou, what is your perspective?" The boss observed the refined young man seated nearby, tall and possessing an elegant demeanor, utterly devoid of any traits associated with this line of work. "Let us employ infrared detection as well. I surmise that the culprit cannot have fled far. Being of slender build, he likely slipped through the gap of the main door." Therefore, we can afford to search within the premises later. What is imperative now is to conduct a thorough search along the roadsides while it is still dark. The likelihood of him having ventured too far is minimal. The subordinates exchanged glances, and upon the boss's nod, they gathered their equipment and departed the factory grounds. This approach may prove ineffective. Lin Mu had covered himself with a layer of branches and leaves. What to do? Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 2 in the morning. With dawn still far off, in the distance, headlights flickered to life as a speeding vehicle approached. A gamble, then. This time, no other cars trailed behind. It was merely a solitary vehicle. Lin Mu dashed out, mindful of not straying too far from the road, for if the other party deployed infrared detection with drones, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Only during the brief intervals when the searching vehicle returned could he hope to hitch a ride with another car and truly flee. The remote road did not guarantee that vehicles would pass by at such an hour. "Please stop," Lin Mu called out, vigorously waving a small branch by the roadside. Just as he thought the vehicle would ignore him, it unexpectedly halted beside him. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a young man's voice. "What are you doing here at this hour?" The man glanced around, noting the absence of any broken-down vehicles, which implied that he had ventured into the wilderness on foot. "I was out with friends," Lin Mu fabricated. "He was driving, and I stopped at a gas station to use the restroom. When I returned, I found he had driven off, leaving me behind, and my phone is still in his car." He observed the man inside the vehicle, concocting a story, knowing that if anyone realized he was being pursued, they would not wish to get involved. The gas station? That's 30 kilometers away. The man appeared to ponder this, and Lin Mu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the pursuing vehicles would catch up, not only jeopardizing his own safety, but also endangering this man. Chapter 56. The Escape Look. Lin Mu gestured to his clothing, still donned from his visit to the hospital the previous morning, now wrinkled and disheveled from his recent escapades through iron gates and dense thickets. "Did you fall into a ditch?" The man observed the grass clippings clinging to Lin Mu's attire. "Indeed, it was so dark that I inadvertently stumbled off the road." Lin Mu was becoming increasingly anxious, concerned that this man might be overly wary and unsure whether they would be pursued. Beneath the glow of the headlights, the man observed Lin Mu's evident distress, and a faint smile emerged on his lips as he nodded and said, "Get in. I'll give you a ride for a while." With a sigh of relief, Lin Mu hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. In her mind, 009 exclaimed, "Little Mu, your luck is simply extraordinary." Gently calming 009, Lin Mu turned to the man inside the car and said, "Thank you so much. Would it be possible for me to make a call to my family? I left my phone in my other car." She offered a cautious smile. "Oh, a phone call? Is it to Gu Ziyi?" The man tilted his head slightly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, a subtle curve gracing his lips. "How do you know?" Lin Mu gasped, glancing around, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. "Don't be nervous. I saw you at the Lin family banquet. You seemed unwell at the time, so I doubt you noticed me," he said, deliberately softening his tone to convey his benign intentions. "Oh, right. The Lin family banquet again. Just how many people did Lin Dahong invite?" "Lin Mu pondered. I'm acquainted with Gu Ziyi, so you need not worry. If I had recognized you on the roadside earlier, I wouldn't have had to ask for so long. By the way, would you like some water? There's some in the back seat," he added with a smile. "No, thank you. I'm not thirsty right now." Having just escaped a perilous situation, she was hesitant to drink water offered by a stranger. The man turned his attention back to the road, focusing intently on driving. Lin Mu felt a wave of tension as she frequently glanced at the rearview mirror on the passenger side, relieved to see that no one was in pursuit. "Is there something behind us?" the man asked, smiling as he glanced back and found nothing amiss. "No, it's just..." Lin Mu fidgeted, feeling a bit awkward. "Ha ha. There's no need to feel embarrassed. If you're tired, you can take a nap. It might ease the awkwardness of being with me." His understanding suggestion offered Lin Mu a chance to close her eyes and alleviate her anxiety, even if she didn't truly fall asleep. "No, thank you. That would be somewhat rude." Lin Mu smiled and replied, "By the way, may I ask your surname? How should I address you?" She inquired of her savior. "My surname is Ning Jiqing," he said with a smile, reaching for a business card in the car and handing it to Lin Mu. "Ning Yiqing. president of the Ning group. You know Gu Ziyi? Lin Mu remarked, realizing they were all part of the same social circle. Actually, we played together as children, but he went abroad for school, so our contact has dwindled over the years. As you might know, Ning Jiqing spoke with a warm, magnetic voice. Lin Mu tilted her head, scrutinizing this benefactor. He had a fair complexion, his facial features not too pronounced, and as he spoke, his lips slightly parted, revealing his bright teeth. "Oh, do come visit my home sometime." Lin Mu instinctively extended an invitation, only to suddenly realize that she had no home to return to. Could it be the villa on Jingxi Street belonging to Ziyi? I had indeed visited it before, though what has been so many years. With no cars pursuing them from behind, Lin Mu gazed at the increasingly close cityscape, feeling a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed they had escaped without incident. I wonder how Gu Ziyi is faring. Is he frightened? A phone was thrust towards her side. Perhaps she should call him. He must be quite anxious. All right, thank you. A familiar set of numbers was dialed, ringing several times before the call was answered. Hello, Jiqing? The voice on the other end was tinged with fatigue and agitation. It's me, Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu replied. Xiaomu. The voice on the other end rose several octaves, and the previously chaotic background noise suddenly quieted. Xiaomu, is that you? Where are you? Gu Ziyi sounded exceedingly anxious. I'm in Mr. Ning's car. I encountered him on the highway outside the city, and he just brought me into town. Lin Mu explained succinctly. All right, I will come and get you right away, Gu Ziyi said, reaching for the car keys. A few bodyguards immediately understood the cue and followed him out. Very well, I will ask Mr. Ning to drop me off at a suitable location. Lin Mu observed the increasingly bustling streets of the city. It seemed safe to disembark here. Wait, Gu Ziyi shouted from the other end. Wait a moment. Where is Ning Jiqing? Hand a phone to him. Lin Mu turned and passed the phone over. Ning Jiqing took it, wedging it between his shoulder and ear. Z? It's me, Jiqing. Jiqing, could you please stay with Xiaomu for a while? I don't want to leave him alone. Find a more populated area. I'll be there soon. Gu Ziyi appeared to have already entered his vehicle, the sound of the engine revving audible through the call. All right. How about I meet you near the Longwan shopping mall on Zilla Street? The vehicle was headed toward one of the city's renowned large shopping centers. Although it was the middle of the night and the mall was closed, several 24-hour convenience stores nearby still marked it as a vibrant area of the city. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Gu Ziyi concluded before requesting Ning Jiqing to hand the phone back to Lin Mu. Xiaomu, wait for me for half an hour. I'll be there shortly. Drive slowly. It's safe now. Be careful. Lin Mu cautioned. Despite it being late at night, with few cars on the road, safety was paramount. Understood, came the simple response, and the call ended. The sound of rushing wind still echoing from the other end. Lin Mu stared at her hung-up phone, deeply concerned for Gu Ziyi. Gradually, she handed the phone back to Ning Jiqing. Do not worry. Ziyi likely has a driver with him. Even if he is anxious, the driver will ensure their safety. Ning Jiqing reassured her. Lin Mu acknowledged with a brief response. It seemed Ning Jiqing had discerned that her abandonment at the gas station was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, he wisely chose to remain silent on the matter. Lin Mu naturally did not elaborate further. Half an hour later, Gu Ziyi's car indeed appeared at the end of the street, accompanied by a convoy of several vehicles. Although not all of them disembarked, Ning Jiqing was still taken aback. Chapter 57. Homecoming, it was Ning Jiqing who first stepped out to greet them. Nothing much. Just taking a stroll. Gu Ziyi hurriedly uttered before turning his gaze to Lin Mu, who had emerged from the passenger seat. After a day's absence, Lin Mu appeared as if he had been drained of vitality. His lips were cracked, and he bore remnants of hay in his hair and on his clothing, with a layer of dust settled on his trousers and a patch of dirt on his brow. Gu Ziyi instinctively embraced him, a feeling of having regained something precious enveloping his heart. Caught up in the moment, Lin Mu had not thoroughly assessed his own appearance and was embarrassed to realize how unkempt he was. The thought of having conversed with Ning Jiqing in such a state was indeed mortifying. Ning Jiqing chuckled from behind. It's getting late. And since Ziyi has picked you up, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. Gu Ziyi gently released Lin Mu. Yet his hand remained firmly clasped around Lin Mu's, their fingers entwined, a strong hold that spoke of their bond. I truly appreciate Jiqing for this. The day is waning, and I will host a banquet to express my gratitude properly. Ning Jiqing, observing their clasped hands, smiled and remarked, "Earlier, young Master Lin even invited me to his home." Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi's smile broadened. "If little Mu extends an invitation, I shall certainly comply and ensure to send out the invitations in advance." "Very well. I shall await your summons." Ning Jiqing laughed as he entered his vehicle and departed. One eventful day this has been. In the car, Gu Ziyi continued to hold Lin Mu's hand tightly, their pinkies gently intertwined, their bodies closely pressed together. Gu Ziyi's other arm draped over Lin Mu's shoulder, resting his head against his own. I noticed something amiss when I finished in the restroom. The signal was blocked, which is why I threw my phone out the window. "By the way, did you receive my message?" Lin Mu's head nestled against Gu Ziyi's shoulder, a sense of security enveloping him. "I did receive it. You're quite clever." Gu Ziyi praised, eliciting a blush on Lin Mu's cheeks. While he considered himself somewhat astute, receiving praise from the esteemed so brought him great joy. "What about your phone? Did you manage to find it?" Lin Mu pondered whether Gu Ziyi had located the device that had fallen from the building. In a moment of urgency, he had not been able to leave behind more for Gu Ziyi. Later, while in the clutches of the kidnappers, Lin Mu even contemplated why he had not left a farewell message for Gu Ziyi. What if he did not return? How could he not come back? Little Mu is overthinking. The voice of 009 intruded at an opportune moment. "What are you doing? Ruining the mood." Lin Mu scolded mentally. "What else can I do? Just erase me from your thoughts?" 009 retorted playfully. "Little brat, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lin Mu gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Not sleeping. I have been anxious all day to assist you. How could I simply fall asleep?" 009 remarked, adopting a rather precocious demeanor. "I am intentionally creating a spectacle. There may be some inappropriate content shortly, so to safeguard the mental and physical well-being of the youth, I must activate the mandatory offline system. My dear 009, I apologize." He. After a few sinister chuckles, Lin Mu suddenly lifted his head to gaze at Gu Ziyi. "I found it, but when I consulted the technicians, there was no additional information inside." What does little Mu intend to do?" Gu Ziyi observed Lin Mu as he abruptly raised his head and began rummaging through the vehicle. "Is there any alcohol in the car?" "Ethanol would suffice." "Alcohol? Ethanol?" Gu Ziyi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation. "Is little Mu injured? Where? Let me see." "No, I was just asking." Lin Mu replied while getting up to search the front of the car. "Here, a first aid kit." Zhang Yuan swiftly retrieved a small box from beneath the seat. "Thank you." Lin Mu accepted it and extracted a small bottle of medical alcohol. He promptly opened it and poured a little into his palm, covering his nose. Gu Ziyi was taken aback by this sight, then quickly realized, "I haven't bathed all day. Do I smell awful?" He hastily pulled his shirt up to his nose to check and indeed detected a faint odor of sweat. "Little Mu, keep your distance. I will shower as soon as I return." Gu Ziyi hastily shifted away from Lin Mu. "No, no," Lin Mu exclaimed. "Am I in any better condition? I'm covered in grass and dirt, having rolled around for quite some time, not to mention I've been hiding in the bushes for a while. It's just that my nose itches. I fear the kidnappers may have left something on me." Lin Mu fabricated a reason, envisioning 009 already inebriated, rolling over and snoring. "Really? Let me see." Gu Ziyi pulled Lin Mu closer, using the vehicle's interior light to inspect Lin Mu's complexion. He was already quite pale, and the dirt on his face had been wiped away by Gu Ziyi, revealing no apparent abnormalities. "I am fine. I just need to sleep at home." Lin Mu smiled reassuringly. "I have called the family doctor. They will check on you once we return home." Gu Ziyi remained unconvinced. Understanding that he would not be at ease without a thorough examination, Lin Mu acquiesced. "Young master, we have arrived." As the car turned into the villa, Lin Mu finally felt a sense of relief. "It is indeed better here. Isn't this home?" Gu Ziyi chuckled from behind. "Who was it that invited Ning Jiqing to our home earlier?" Lin Mu replied, a bit embarrassed as he hurried inside. Most of the inhabitants of the villa were still awake, and the butler was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing their safe return. "All right, Uncle Zhang, prepare some porridge. Let's have a bit before resting," Gu Ziyi instructed. The family doctor stepped forward to conduct a brief examination of Lin Mu's condition, confirming there were no external injuries or discomfort. He concluded with advice to observe Lin Mu closely over the next few days. After the two had bathed, Lin Mu initially refused a wash with Gu Ziyi, but Gu Ziyi was quite insistent. During the bath, Gu Ziyi scrutinized Lin Mu several times, finally reassured upon confirming that aside from a small cut on the back of his hand caused by a branch, he bore no injuries. "Do not be afraid," Lin Mu said, taking Gu Ziyi's hand and placing it against his chest. "I am perfectly fine. I was truly frightened when I received your message." Once they had dried each other off, Gu Ziyi embraced Lin Mu and they settled into bed, recounting the day's events. A person with a voice changer? Lin Mu thought to himself, unable to mention the mask, which would have revealed a significant flaw in his account, particularly concerning the existence of 009. Honesty was not an option yet. Yes, it seems he was afraid I would remember his voice. Lin Mu nestled against Gu Ziyi's shoulder, feeling the embrace tighten around his waist. Chapter 58. The Kidnapper's Video. Do not worry. During this time, I will arrange for 2 bodyguards to accompany you whenever you go out. Gu Ziyi tightened his hold, contemplating before continuing, if there are no further incidents. It might be best to refrain from going out for a while. I've already sent someone to the police station to file a report. They are conducting an investigation. Soon, I will take a few individuals to that factory, although the likelihood of finding anyone there is slim. Gu Ziyi leaned down and kissed Lin Mu on the forehead just as his phone rang. He reached for it, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. "Young master, the personnel are ready, and the police have arrived. Shall we proceed now?" "Yes, let us go right away. I will be down in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Gu Ziyi affectionately ruffled Lin Mu's hair. "I'm heading to the factory now. If we can catch them, I will ensure they face the full extent of the law. You just rest well at home, and do not worry. Be good." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu grasped Gu Ziyi's sleeve. "Where are you going? It's still early morning. Can't we wait until dawn?" "Be good." Gu Ziyi kissed Lin Mu again. "If we wait until morning, they will escape. We must go now while there is still a chance to apprehend them. I will not let those who dare to kidnap you get away." Once more, Gu Ziyi affectionately stroked Lin Mu's head, which soon made him drowsy. Before long, Lin Mu felt as though the person beside the bed had already left. He wanted to open his eyes to take another glance, but found that the day's earlier tension and fatigue swiftly lulled him back into slumber. When Lin Mu awoke again, daylight had fully broken. The bedroom curtains were not drawn tightly, allowing beams of light to seep through the gaps and illuminate the room. Awake, Gu Ziyi entered, dressed in casual home attire. "What? Weren't you supposed to be at the factory? Am I dreaming?" Lin Mu felt a bit disoriented. "I returned early. It's already 2 in the afternoon." Gu Ziyi gestured for Lin Mu to look at the clock in the bedroom. Indeed, he had slept for 7 or 8 hours. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere that aches?" Gu Ziyi sat at the head of the bed, gently caressing Lin Mu's cheek as he inquired. "Nothing feels amiss. Have you managed to apprehend them?" Lin Mu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yet, he surmised that if they had indeed caught the culprits, Gu Ziyi would presently be at the police station assisting with the investigation. "We found the place deserted upon our arrival. We observed your towel hanging in the confinement room and the severed electrical wire. You truly are audacious to have torn the wire without regard for your own safety. Quite reckless indeed." Gu Ziyi appeared somewhat shaken, especially after encountering the live wire lying on the ground and recalling the iron door through which he had escaped. If there had been even the slightest misstep, you could have been recaptured. The investigating officers remarked on how fortunate we were. Had there been any error, the consequences would have been dire. I was left with no choice. They made me record a threatening video for you yesterday afternoon. I fear that if I delayed further, they might resort to something more heinous. Honestly, Gu Ziyi sighed, pulling Lin Mu's head into his embrace, affectionately ruffling his hair, perhaps as a means to release his pent-up frustration or affection. "Be gentle. This is a head, not a pom-pom," Lin Mu retorted, gazing at Gu Ziyi, whose eyes were slightly reddened, as if he had just bathed, yet clearly deprived of rest. "Aren't you tired? You should take a moment to rest," Lin Mu said with concern. "At least you possess a shred of conscience." Gu Ziyi replied, planting a kiss on Lin Mu's lips while holding his hand. "In the future, should you encounter such situations, Promise me you will comply with their demands, prioritizing your safety above all else. Money can be earned again, material possessions can be replaced, but a life lost is irreplaceable. But people can be found again. Lin Mu murmured discontentedly. That is not permissible. Gu Ziyi cupped Lin Mu's face, gazing earnestly into his eyes. If you were lost, I would be heartbroken. I would be distraught. These words resonated within Lin Mu, striking a chord deep in his heart, causing it to flutter violently. His cheeks flushed ever so slightly as he gazed at the strikingly handsome man before him, pondering why Gu Ziyi treated him with such kindness. Gu Ziyi embraced him fully, gently stroking his back, soothing the treasure nestled in his arms. Did you receive their threatening video? Lin Mu struggled to find a topic of conversation while nestled in Gu Ziyi's embrace. Not at all. Gu Ziyi's voice rang above him. Really? Lin Mu questioned with confusion, recalling that the video had been recorded the previous afternoon. Could it be that it hasn't been sent yet? What video? What does it contain? Gu Ziyi released Lin Mu, seated on the bed, inviting him to straddle his waist as he leaned into his embrace. Lin Mu succinctly recounted the details. It was merely a simple greeting video, yet it contained threats regarding my situation in their grasp. I suspect that the latter part of the video will include additional conditions to fulfill their extortionate aims. Having received nothing, or perhaps it has yet to be sent. Or maybe Gu Ziyi had not finished speaking. He furrowed his brow. What could it be? Lin Mu inquired, looking up at him. It's nothing. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety from now on. Gu Ziyi replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Lin Mu's hair. Lin Mu pulled his hand down and said, You need not blame yourself. Their preparations were simply too meticulous this time. Who would have thought they would strike in a hospital restroom? I had been wandering about for days, sometimes sitting by the roadside for an entire afternoon. Why didn't they capture me then? Lin Mu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, during that period, Lin Mu had been preoccupied with arranging blind dates for Gu Ziyi, spending idle hours observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, all while bidding farewell to this world. Yet, at that time, not a single kidnapper had emerged. Now, however, on 2 occasions when he had ventured out with Gu Ziyi, once to a banquet at the Lin family and nearly meeting a dire fate, and once to the hospital, where he was indeed abducted, Lin Mu could not bear to witness Gu Ziyi's self-reproach. That foolish man, so lacking in perception. It is my fault. This is likely due to me, Gu Ziyi declared, pulling Lin Mu close and planting a kiss on his lips. What do you mean this time? Isn't he at just this instance? Besides, it might not even be the case. Wasn't he at Lin Su last time? Oh, I hope it's not him again. If so, I would truly have made an enemy of him, and it would never end. Lin Mu looked at Gu Ziyi and asked, No, he is still undergoing reform. How could he possess such ability? Chapter 59. Kidnapper's video 2 ding ding ding. Gu Ziyi's phone rang. Hello, young master. Your personal email at the company just received a message. It contains a video, presumably sent by the individuals who kidnapped young Master Lin. Zhang Yuan stated from the other end of the line. At the company, Lin Mu had a personal email, not entirely confidential, yet not completely public, as it generally contained work-related matters, allowing Zhang Yuan access. Gu Ziyi quickly opened his computer and checked. There was an email sent 5 minutes ago from a newly registered address. Upon opening it, he saw the video Lin Mu had just described, filmed in the very room he and the police had visited that morning. This is the video. The kidnapper and his employer were right here. Lin Mu pointed to the right rear of the video, where he was seated, where a corner of a screen could be faintly discerned. They were behind that screen. It's quite thick, yet one could still make out shadows. When I recorded the video, they did not leave. Lin Mu explained. Let me take a look. Gu Ziyi meticulously saved the video, replaying it several times without discerning any clues. I suspect they intended to propose certain demands, but upon witnessing my escape, they refrained from doing so, Lin Mu noted, glancing at the video's conclusion and the email, finding no signs of ransom demands, as if it were merely a greeting video. Is that so? Gu Ziyi furrowed his brows, pausing the video to scrutinize a corner of the frame. What is this? Lin Mu inquired, glancing over. This video was recorded by him yesterday, and he had failed to notice anything amiss during the actual filming. Gu Ziyi pointed to a spot in the video where, amidst the camera's tremors, A glimmering object seemed to fleetingly appear. What is that? Lin Mu pondered, attempting to recall the moment. The phone used for recording was positioned slightly high, and his subordinate, a Chong, had adjusted the angle by moving the device up and down. However, in the final footage, that motion had been largely eliminated. Lin Mu reflected, so that initial second must be when he adjusted the camera, capturing something above the room. Gu Ziyi retrieved his phone to compare the location in the video with photos he had taken at the scene that morning. The two of them leaned closer, meticulously searching for the glimmering object, yet it was conspicuously absent from the room in the photographs. Was it taken away? Gu Ziyi speculated. No. I seem to recall something. It might have been a clock. Lin Mu contemplated. He remembered glancing around, as a Chong had cautioned him to behave and not to look around too much, but he distinctly recalled seeing a clock hanging on the wall. It must be a clock, Lin Mu confirmed. A clock? Why would it be taken? Gu Ziyi furrowed his brow. I don't know. I only glanced at it briefly, and since a Chong advised me not to look closely, I didn't pay much attention. Could that clock reveal the identity of the kidnapper? Lin Mu mused. Let me take another look. Gu Ziyi imported the video into a software program, transforming it into a sequence of frames. As they flipped through the images, Lin Mu spotted a clear shot. A shadow resembling a human figure was reflected on the clock-like object. Is it a person's silhouette? Gu Ziyi scrutinized it closely. This position? Lin Mu closed his eyes once more, contemplating. At this height, it's likely that the shadow was cast through the top of the screen. Is it the kidnapper or someone behind the scenes? Given the angle, it could only be the head of the kidnapper, because I know from 009 that the mastermind doesn't sit in that direction. It must be the driver. However, he found it difficult to articulate this to Gu Ziyi, fearing it might reveal how astute his observations were. 009, take a look. Is this the driver? The kidnapper's leader? 009, still sulking after being deliberately intoxicated by Lin Mu that morning, only approached the computer when called, his expression cold. I can't tell, he replied. Haven't you seen that person's face before? Lin Mu asked. But the shadow in this video looks ghostly. How could I possibly identify it? 009 was clearly still upset. Lin Mu, feeling somewhat helpless, leaned closer and said, Don't be angry. I was thinking this morning about how hard you worked all day and stayed up late with me. So I wanted you to get a bit more sleep. Lin Mu shook 009's arm, half in a playful manner. What a joke. 009, though still sulking, had softened his tone considerably. You're the one joking, Lin Mu blurted out. You. 009's face flushed with anger as he lunged forward, grabbing Lin Mu by the neck and shaking him vigorously. Hey, cough, cough. Stop it. I was just trying to make you laugh. You're really going too far. Lin Mu felt his breath nearly escape him, his body frozen in place, his face turning crimson. Xiaomu, Xiaomu. Gu Ziyi called out twice, receiving no response. Turning his head, he was startled. What is wrong? Are you choking? Breathe. Gu Ziyi hurriedly patted Lin Mu's back. Simultaneously, Lin Mu yanked 009 down and pinned it beneath him, finally subduing the little imp. I'm fine, just lost in thought. Lin Mu gasped for air. Lost in thought? What kind of thoughts could leave your face so flushed and you frozen in place? Were you thinking? Gu Ziyi shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. What did you ask me earlier? Lin Mu, feeling embarrassed, deftly sidestepped the question. I just sent the video to the police. They have professional sketch artists. I wonder if they can recreate the kidnapper's appearance. Oh, that's good. However, I feel that even if they find them, it might take some time to catch them. They probably fled long ago. By now, they must be close to escaping the country. What if they don't realize they left clues? Gu Ziyi remarked. By the way, what about that childhood friend of yours? What was he doing there so late? Lin Mu casually inquired. He said he was rushing back from Fuzhou due to a meeting, which is why he passed by there. Gu Ziyi replied. This morning, Zhang Yuan verified it. There is indeed an important project happening in Fuzhou. It's plausible that Ning Jiqing hurried back overnight. Chapter 60. Fuzhou Real Estate Tendero? So it truly was a coincidence? Lin Mu had indeed suspected Ning Jiqing at first, questioning how fortuitous it was for him to appear at that exact moment. Moreover, throughout the journey, Lin Mu had not seen any kidnappers pursuing him in the rearview mirror. Had they genuinely given up, or had they simply failed to catch up with Ning Jiqing's vehicle? The real estate tender in Fuzhou was underway, with the Ning group participating. This project attracted many qualified enterprises. So Ning Jiqing's overnight drive back to prepare for the bidding materials wasn't particularly suspicious. Gu Ziyi affectionately ruffled Lin Mu's hair, the half-open collar still exuding the fresh fragrance of a recent shower, quite pleasant. Will the Gu group also participate in the bidding? Lin Mu asked, tilting his head back, his fluffy hair brushing against Gu Ziyi's chest, causing a tightness in Gu Ziyi's heart. Yes. However, the Gu group has numerous projects at the moment. This one isn't essential. Gu Ziyi replied with a smile. Are you trying to repay a favor? Lin turned to gaze into Gu Ziyi's eyes and inquired. It's nothing. I have mentioned before that money can be earned again if lost, but you, once gone, cannot be replaced. Gu Ziyi embraced Lin Mu's upper body, gently caressing his back. Do not worry, I will handle everything here, including matters at the police station. Lin Mu nestled into Gu Ziyi's embrace, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sensation that brought immense comfort. The computer screen continued to replay the video sent by the kidnappers. Yet the person he had been so concerned about was right beside him at that moment. This was Gu Ziyi's greatest wish since learning of the abduction. Young Master, someone from a police department has reported that there are no valid fingerprints in the city aside from young Master Lin's. Additionally, I have submitted that video to the authorities. It may take some time before we see any results, Zhang Yuan announced as he entered after knocking. Witnessing Gu Ziyi's unwillingness to release Lin Mu, he truly felt how deeply his master cared for Lin. Thankfully, Lin Mu reciprocated these feelings. Otherwise, the pain that Gu Ziyi would endure in the future would be unimaginable. Understood. Please follow up closely on this matter, and if there is anything needed, inform me immediately. Gu Ziyi was determined not to let the kidnapping of Lin Mu go unpunished. Yes, young master. Zhang Yuan nodded and exited. Gu Ziyi. When Ning Jiqing brought me back this morning, we discussed inviting him over sometime. Let's arrange a date, Lin Mu suggested, still nestled in Gu Ziyi's embrace. When Zhang Yuan had come in, he had attempted to extricate himself, but Gu Ziyi's arm held him firmly, as if reluctant to part for even a moment. Your eagerness for this matter makes me slightly envious, Gu Ziyi teased, playfully tapping Lin Mu's nose, his captivating eyes widening as they drew nearer. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Do not be unreasonable, Lin Mu retorted. I understand, Gu Ziyi replied with a smile, gradually lowering his head. As Lin Mu beheld Gu Ziyi's face so close, he intended to offer further explanation, but his voice dwindled, ultimately stifled in his throat. A soft, lingering sound filled the afternoon room, as autumn sunlight blazed through the villa's windows, the indoor temperature steadily rising, nearing a point of ignition. Gu Ziyi, I feel a bit. Lin Mu's words emerged in fragmented sounds, barely forming coherent sentences. A bit of what? Gu Ziyi raised his head, securing Lin Mu's hands above him, the pajama top having been pushed up to his neck. Lin Mu's mind felt hazy. There seemed to be something he wished to refuse. Yet the words eluded him as they hovered on the brink of his lips. When did refusal require the embellishment of euphemisms? Lin Mu pondered in a daze. If there was nothing to say, perhaps it was best to simply indulge in the moment. Gu Ziyi let out a light laugh, seemingly quite pleased with his partner's performance beneath him. This playful, cat-like allure struck a deep chord within Gu Ziyi's heart. His trousers hung loosely around his ankles, and a sudden chill enveloped him, momentarily clearing Lin Mu's mind. The door was unlocked. Lock the door. Just moments ago, Zhang Yuan had entered after merely knocking. Who would have imagined that someone would brazenly indulge in such acts in broad daylight? If caught, what would happen to their dignity? In one's own home, why bother locking doors? Surely, anyone who wishes to enter would knock first. Stay still. Gu Ziyi, with an arrow drawn, was in no mood to concern himself with the door lock. The household servants were all elderly and knew their boundaries. No. Zhang Yuan had entered without waiting for a response. Lin Mu was in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I responded, and that's when he came in. Gu Ziyi explained. No, it simply wasn't so. At such a moment, with the deed already in progress, Lin Mu's fixation on trivialities was severely hampering their connection. Very well, I shall lock the door, but you must accompany me, Gu Ziyi said with a hint of mischief. At first, upon hearing Gu Ziyi's intention to lock the door, Lin Mu lifted a leg in cooperation, but upon hearing the last statement, his eyes widened in shock. How could we possibly go together at a time like this? I want to go with you. Before he could finish, he was swept up into Gu Ziyi's arms. His upper body precariously balanced. Lin Mu, startled, clung tightly to Gu Ziyi's neck, his entire being rigidly held in Gu Ziyi's embrace. As they made their way to the door, the tension in his muscles was palpable. He could hardly measure the distance, his heart racing. Hurry! Lin Mu could no longer endure this inhumane torment, glancing back at the increasingly distant bed while estimating the distance to the door. It was not until the sound of the lock clicking into place echoed in his ears that his heart finally settled. You are truly beautiful. Gu Ziyi's compliments, though often repetitive, seemed to spill forth in moments of overwhelming emotion. Having you is even better. I am so fortunate at this moment. A young master, raised in luxury, could also reflect on the simple joys of life. Lin Mu, sweating and sprawled across the bed, mused that love could indeed render one ordinary, allowing for the equal enjoyment of life's utmost happiness. Chapter 61. In this world, nothing compares to you. It's like a mere needle. 3 days later, a guest arrived at the villa. Hello, Mr. Ning. Thank you so much for your assistance the other day. Lin Mu, dressed in a light gray loungewear, extended his hand in gratitude to Ning Jiqing. It was a mere trifle. No need to dwell on it. Ning Yiqing replied, sucking Lin Mu's hand. Gu Ziyi, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy. Ning Jiqing turned to glance at his childhood friend, noting that he must not have slept well the previous night. As his eyes were twitching, has Ziyi been busy lately? Ning Jiqing inquired with a smile. Not all. The Gu Corporation doesn't have any major projects at the moment. Gu Ziyi replied, his tone somewhat frigid. Lin Mu glanced at Gu Ziyi, playfully poking him in the lower back, urging him to behave and not act like an immature child. The poke sent a tingling sensation through Gu Ziyi's back, instantly alleviating the spasm in his eye, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he reached behind him to grasp the mischievous hand, holding it firmly in his palm and gently kneading it. Is Gu Corporation planning to bid on the real estate project in Fuzhou? Ning Yiqing inquired. No, it's too far, and Gu Corporation lacks sufficient manpower. Gu Ziyi replied with a smile, guiding Ning Jiqing to the sofa in the living room. Lin Mu initially intended to sit on a smaller side sofa and merely listen, feeling that business matters were beyond her comprehension. Thus she refrained from interjecting. However, after Gu Ziyi took his seat, he insisted on having her sit beside him, their legs brushing against each other, hands entwined. Ning Jiqing's gaze flitted between the two before he continued. For such a substantial project, Gu Corporation can simply opt out? That is quite bold. Are other companies aware of this? Not yet. We haven't officially issued any letters or public statements. Is there something Ning Corporation needs my assistance with? Does that imply you are open to collaboration? Ning Jiqing shook his head, responding, the competition is fierce this time. If Gu Corporation doesn't withdraw, you, Z, would have the highest probability of success, but as it stands, it's hard to predict where the project will land. Do you have other competitors? Gu Ziyi frowned and asked, knowing that Ning Corporation had significant connections in Fuzhou and that his withdrawal would enhance their chances. Yes, there's the Sun Corporation. I've heard they are quite prepared. Ning Jiqing remarked, glancing at their clasped hands. Sun Corporation? Sun Jin? Gu Ziyi inquired. Yes, that SM. Initially, when the bid was announced, Gu Corporation had indicated they might not participate due to their overseas business commitments, making Sun Corporation the industry favorite, especially since Ning Corporation isn't what it used to be. Ning Yiqing Tuklet, the former president of Ning Corporation, passed away unexpectedly last year, and Ning Jiqing had planned to wait 2 years before formally entering the core management of the group. However, due to the sudden turn of events, he found himself thrust into the role. After his ascent, he faced a significant drop in stock prices, with industry insiders questioning the company's stability amid a mass exodus of senior executives who opted to branch out or join rival firms. Consequently, Ning Corporation has seen a decline from its former glory. Sun Corporation dares to compete with you? Gu Ziyi understood that in business, survival of the fittest was the prevailing principle. The notion of daring or not daring held little weight. In competitive bidding, it was the capable that triumphed, an entirely reasonable outcome. Flowers and beauties have always been the favorites of heroes. So, will you simply wait for your defeat? Gu Ziyi adjusted his posture on the sofa, finally adopting a more serious demeanor, shedding the earlier jealous and petty attitude. Lin Mu observed the atmosphere between them and said, "I'll go wash some fruit for you. No need to go through such trouble. I'll call Zhang Ma." Gu Ziyi kissed Lin Mu's hand and gently pressed down on his shoulder before rising to leave. He truly cares for you. He is unwilling to let anyone else touch you or allow you to play a supporting role in any situation. Ning Yiking remarked, gazing at Lin Mu. In such a setting where discussions ensue and I find myself unable to interject, I naturally play the role of an accessory. Lin Mu replied with a smile. Ning Jiqing chuckled softly without uttering a word, as he observed Gu Ziyi returning and addressed Lin Mu, saying, "I just asked Zhang Ma to prepare more of your favorite mangosteen, freshly purchased today, particularly succulent." "Wonderful," Lin Mu exclaimed, playfully pinching Gu Ziyi's palm. "You may discuss your matters while I indulge in some fruit. It serves both purposes." Gu Ziyi, understanding the sentiment, refrained from being overly affectionate and turned back to Ning Jiqing, continuing, "There's really no need for assistance. If necessary, Gu Corporation could serve as your collaborative entity, the secondary party. In that case, the Sun Corporation should be unable to compete with you, correct?" With that statement, Gu Ziyi essentially placed the financial resources directly into Ning Jiqing's hands. Might such a declaration be too conspicuous? Ning Jiqing pondered the scenario, frowning slightly. What does it matter? If you and I are willing, who could possibly object? Should anyone wish to intervene, let them come find me. The blatant threat elicited a chuckle from Ning Jiqing, who remarked, "It seems you are not merely informing others. You are also conveying that you are willing to relinquish this project for my sake. If anyone dares to touch Lin Xiaoya, you would certainly be prepared to pay a higher price to silence them." "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Gu Ziyi unabashedly affirmed, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Since you are assisting me so fervently, I shall not appear inept." Ning Jiqing replied with a smile. Zhang Ma's dishes were now prepared, and seeing that the others had no further matters to discuss, Gu Ziyi lazily reclined on the sofa, half embracing Lin Mu as he peeled mangosteen for him. Gu Ziyi's fingers were flushed, and Lin Mu's lips were also tinted red, while Ning Jiqing sipped his tea, observing the display of affection across from him. "Gentlemen, dinner is served," Zhang Ma called out. After a meal at the villa, Ning Jiqing noted that Lin Mu had nearly become immune to the atmosphere. From initially blushing as Gu Ziyi fed him, he had progressed to nonchalantly requesting Gu Ziyi to peel shrimp for him. Your childhood friend seems to have had his fill of dog food, rather than the meal itself. I had intended to invite him to express my gratitude for saving my life. Yet look at him now, he has barely eaten a few bites." Lin Mu complained to Gu Ziyi. He is not eating as he is already sated from the Fuzhou project and is eager to return home to revise the proposal. Gu Ziyi replied, ruffling Lin Mu's hair. "I understand. I am merely curious about the monetary value of this project that so many are vying for." Lin Mu inquired, looking up at Gu Ziyi. "It is not a vast sum. Businessmen are profit-driven. Even a single needle is worth contention. Do you not realize this?" Gu Ziyi chuckled. "What are you laughing at? If this were a needle, there would be none so thick in this world." Lin Mu retorted, attempting to swat away the mischievous hand that was ruffling his hair as if he were a mere ball of fluff. "In this world, everything in comparison to you is but a needle." Gu Ziyi jested, playfully grasping Lin Mu's outstretched hand, and with a gentle tug, he pulled Lin Mu to roll onto his lap, whereupon he ruffled the back of his head once more. Chapter 62. A sense of familiarity. The two of them had been playfully wrestling on the sofa for quite a while when Gu Ziyi finally answered a phone call and stepped outside. "He is truly busy. No wonder he is the CEO," Lin Mu remarked with a smile as he observed Gu Ziyi driving away. Though his words carried a hint of irony, they were tinged with a playful tone. "Xiao Mu, you haven't stepped out at all these past few days." 009 lounged on a small sofa in Lin Mu's mind space, swinging his little legs leisurely. "You know the situation well enough. How could I dare to go out with so many people looking to cause me trouble? Lin Mu replied, glancing at 009. Then are you not planning to return home? If you don't, just sign a task failure report so I can report back. 009 wrinkled his nose. Stop being troublesome. Lin Mu playfully pinched 009's cheek. It's not that I don't want to go back. It's just that given the current circumstances, I wouldn't dare to venture out. After paying 19,800, it's been over a week, and not a single female guest has been recommended to me. It's simply a scam. Lin Mu felt a surge of anger at this thought, especially since he couldn't even discuss it with Gu Ziyi. If he did, there would surely be an uproar. Don't you have a backup guest? 009 asked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu. If you're not keen on completing the task, why make so many excuses? Are you referring to Lin Xian? Lin Mu had nearly forgotten about her during this time. Yes, her. But it seems Gu Ziyi isn't particularly interested in her. Who is Gu Ziyi interested in, then? Lin Mu pondered, realizing he knew too little about his social circle. He had yet to be introduced to any of Gu Ziyi's friends. How ungrateful, 009 retorted, looking at Lin Mu. You've been here for 2 months and have already stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Gu Ziyi is practically broadcasting to the world that you are his beloved, yet he doesn't take you out. Stir up trouble? It's not like I'm the one with a sword hanging over my head. If it weren't for completing the task, I would have had to resort to taking medicine myself at the Lin family residence, almost to the point of disaster. Lin Mu exclaimed. What can we do about it? 009 had no solution and shifted the topic. What do you think of that Ning Jiqing from today? Lin Mu glanced at 009 and replied, he is quite handsome, tall, and fair-skinned. As for his eyes, while they don't possess the charming allure of Gu Ziyi's, they're still a fine example of almond-shaped eyes. When we chatted yesterday, I noticed there was a certain elegance in the way he looked at people. He clearly comes from a well-bred background. 009 was taken aback by Lin Mu's description, feeling a wave of disbelief. Could it be that Lin Mu had completely turned? Would he still be able to return to his former self after going back? What do you mean? Lin Mu questioned innocently, not sensing anything amiss. Did you just look at his face yesterday? Or was it in front of Gu Ziyi? 009 felt that Lin Mu was becoming increasingly audacious, seemingly unafraid of Gu Ziyi's potential fury, as if he could transform into a monstrous creature and devour the two of them on the spot. How could that be? Lin Mu replied with a cheerful smile, his eyes forming delightful arcs, exuding an air of cunning triumph. Are you teasing me again? In an instant, 009 realized and promptly leapt onto Lin Mu's shoulders, shaking his head vigorously. All right. Ha ha ha. Lin Mu laughed heartily as he playfully removed the small creature clinging to his neck and pressed it onto the sofa, observing its futile struggles. If you promise to stop causing a ruckus, I will let you go, Lin Mu remarked with a grin, looking at 009 firmly held under his control. This sensation was splendid. During his time with Gu Ziyi, he had always been the one under control. Now, he finally reveled in the feeling of being the master. Boo-hoo. Oh, fine. 009 finally relented. Ha ha, that's the spirit. Lin Mu released 009, who then got up, adjusted his attire, and sat upright on the sofa. This little rascal certainly had a sense of pride. I wasn't joking. Today, did you not sense anything unusual? That felt somewhat familiar. Lin Mu pondered aloud. Familiar? 009 mulled over the meaning of that statement. You mean he resembles someone, right? 009 interjected. Yes. I can't quite explain it, but I feel he bears a certain resemblance to someone. No, not a resemblance in the traditional sense, but rather an instinctual feeling. If it were a resemblance, I would have had to have met him before. Yet, I have not. I merely possess this sensation, which is why I insisted on inviting him to the villa today. The feeling is akin to what I experienced that night when I first laid eyes on him after stopping the car. Although today, it seems somewhat muted. It is as if a mermaid has gained legs and ventured into the realm of humans. On that night, I encounter a mermaid taking her first steps, while today, he seems to have acclimated to the use of his legs. Lin Mu reflected thoughtfully. You claim you are not lustful, yet even your metaphors involve mermaids. Why not mention a fat-headed fish? 009 began to nitpick. Can a fat-headed fish possess legs? Lin Mu queried, gazing at 009. Well, it could be a Chinook salmon. But Chinook salmon do not have legs either. Lin Mu continued. You, 009, was at a loss for words in frustration. Besides, the crucial point now is not the species of fish he resembles, but rather whether he is familiar. Lin Mu adjusted 009's head, affirming yes. 009 pouted. I share that feeling as well. The difference is that I have seen him before, so my intuition may be stronger than yours. When I first laid eyes on him that night, I nearly activated my time reversal ability, fearing you might be suddenly attacked by him wielding a knife. Ha ha ha. You are being rather exaggerated. He is a person, a businessman. Even if I were to stand before him and berate him, he would first calculate the benefits. Lin Mu remarked with a smile. How do you know that? 009 inquired, puzzled. It is what Gu Ziyi said. Businessmen prioritize profit. Therefore, he would never kill me on the spot, but he might consider packaging me for a good price. Lin Mu replied, blinking playfully. You are truly bewitched, trusting Gu Ziyi so blindly. You remember every word he uttered so clearly? 009 expressed dissatisfaction. Moreover, there is something I have not disclosed to you. As for me, I am not afraid of death, for when I realized that my captors were not my enemies, as long as I have buyers, my life is not in jeopardy. Chapter 63. Lin Xion's visit enough chit-chat. Make a call, and have her come. 009 said sternly, resembling a school principal. All right, my little Gio. Lin Mu responded, having been in a state of disarray, noticing that he was on the verge of becoming quite disheveled. However, dear Gio, the sky is already dark. If Lin Xion arrives, we might miss dinner. We certainly cannot let her come and share a bed with Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu chuckled at 009. Vulgar. 009 reprimanded with a stern face. Fine, I'm vulgar. How about we postpone this matter until tomorrow? Okay, it's settled. 009 immediately assumed the role of the Nine Emperor. Alas, when will Gu Ziyi return? Lin Mu mused, having pacified 009 and slumped onto the sofa like a lazy cat. Young master is back. A car sound echoed from the courtyard outside the villa. Gu Ziyi has returned. Lin Mu sprang up, not even bothering to put on his clothes, and dashed outside. Children grow up too fast. How tragic, truly tragic. 009 rolled over on the sofa in his mind. Xiaomu. The autumn night breeze was already quite cold. As Gu Ziyi stepped out of the car, he spotted Lin Mu in his loungewear, slippers on his feet, rushing towards him. Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words, as if responding instinctively. Come here. Gu Ziyi wrapped Lin Mu in the warmth of his overcoat, lifting him effortlessly, cradling him at the waist. Lin Mu rested his head on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, observing Zhang Yuan carrying Gu Ziyi's handbag behind them. At some point, it seemed he no longer cared about the opinions of those in the villa, and everyone there had grown accustomed to his presence. It's so cold. Don't come out to greet me next time. Gu Ziyi set Lin Mu down on the sofa, leaning down to plant a kiss on his lips. I was actually going to fetch you. Lin Mu suddenly realized. I feared you might encounter danger. Things have been rather unstable lately. Lin Mu bit his lip, bowing his head. I have brought many bodyguards. There is no need for concern. If you wish to go out, just let me know. It's not about controlling you. I have arranged for a few bodyguards and instructed Uncle Zhang to accompany you when you go out, so I can rest assured. Gu Ziyi held Lin Mu's hand firmly. All right, I understand. I am not being unreasonable. Lin Mu promised. Very obedient. Gu Ziyi planted another gentle kiss on Lin Mu's forehead before rising to head to the restroom. 009. I seem to have developed a fondness for this life. Lin Mu mused softly to himself. Oh, shall I return to complete my task then? 009 replied from the recesses of his mind. No, I was merely speaking whimsically. 009 rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him and retreating into slumber. Gu Ziyi, I would like to invite Lin Xion over tomorrow. After all, being kidnapped can also be seen as a reason for celebration. Lin Mu fabricated an excuse. Gu Ziyi, towel in hand, was drying his hair while knitting his brows. Why must everything be shared with Lin Xion? The jealousy bubbled within him, but he suppressed it. Feel free to invite her, but I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Please keep your cousin company at home. Gu Ziyi forced a smile, genuinely concerned that the two might quarrel again, which could jeopardize their relationship. He resolved to persuade Zhang Yuan to introduce a suitable partner to Lin Xin with a boyfriend. She would have less time to linger at her cousin's home. All right then, but what is it that you're busy with? Lin Mu inquired, propping himself up on Gu Ziyi. It's about my work. Gu Ziyi found a flimsy excuse. Oh, in that case, I shall ask her to come, but if you're not home, it would be awkward for me to do so. Lin Mu rolled off, his voice muffled. Is this an attempt to avoid suspicion? Gu Ziyi's mood lightened at the thought. Well then, it is not impossible to handle my matters from home tomorrow. If you wish to invite her, go ahead. He turned and wrapped his arms around Lin Mu's waist, pulling him closer. Very well. Lin Mu laughed, struggling momentarily before attempting to slip away. Gu Ziyi tightened his grip, pressing down on Lin Mu's head for a fervent kiss. It seemed they were sharing kisses at any moment, and Lin Mu lamented that his lips now appeared more plump than before, glistening and enticingly moist. That evening, Lin Mu sent a text to Lin Xin, who replied promptly, completely unaware of Lin Mu's recent ordeal. Gu Ziyi had kept the incident under wraps, and the rescue operation had concluded within a day and night. So, Lin Xin, being a mere junior employee at the Lin family subsidiary, was oblivious to the entire affair. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Xin was taken aback as Lin Mu recounted the kidnapping incident. Naturally, he omitted many details, simply stating that the case was still under police investigation and therefore could not be disclosed. Lin Xin nodded in understanding, glancing around Lin Mu and noticing he bore no visible injuries. Relieved, she exclaimed, about whatever the outcome, as long as you were safe. Gu Ziyi, equally concerned for Lin Mu's safety, noted Lin Xin's genuine care for him, which improved his demeanor considerably. Throughout the conversation, Lin Mu exchanged knowing glances with Lin Xin, who subtly nodded in agreement. Gu Ziyi was aware of their covert exchanges beneath his watchful eyes, yet he perceived this as a mere reflection of their sibling bond. Even as a lover, he felt it was inappropriate to interfere excessively. Xiao Mu, Xiao Xin, what shall we have for lunch? Gu Ziyi stammered, inquiring. Zin Mu chuckled softly, amused by the foolishness of his companion, finally showing a semblance of understanding. Look at Xiao Xin, he remarked, reclining against the armrest of the sofa with a smile. As for me, I am quite indifferent. I do not have particular preferences. Lin Xin quickly replied. Gu Ziyi, looking down from his elevated position, reached out, intending to assist Lin Mu in sitting up. Lin Mu presumed he was about to inquire about the dish he desired, so he said, let us prepare that garlic shrimp from the other day. I simply could not get enough of it. You haven't had enough these past 2 days, you little lazy cat. Gu Ziyi teased, gently poking Lin Mu's nose. However, Lin Mu was aware that Gu Ziyi harbored intentions of affection, yet Lin Xin was seated directly across from them. Hurry, keep your hands to yourself. Lin Mu playfully pushed against Gu Ziyi's thigh. A mere hint of pressure was sufficient to send him away, while a look of tender amusement lingered in Gu Ziyi's eyes. Xiao Xin, do not mind him. He is simply like that, Lin Mu said, feeling a touch embarrassed. It's fine, Lin Xin replied with an understanding smile. This garlic shrimp is truly delectable, Lin Mu exclaimed at the dining table. President Ning enjoys it too. Lin Xin chimed in with a smile. How do you know he likes it? Lin Mu inquired with curiosity. How do you know he is President Ning? Gu Ziyi questioned Lin Xin, gazing into her eyes. I heard it from people in the company. Ning Jiqing is the president of the Ning Corporation. Lin Xin Zipli lowered her gaze. Oh, and what about Xiao Mu's question? Gu Ziyi set down the shrimp he was holding. I guessed. You just mentioned that this dish is to invite President Ning, so it must be something he loves. Very observant. Gu Ziyi picked up another shrimp, expertly peeled it, and placed it in Lin Mu's bowl. Chapter 64. Clearly in discomfort, yet remaining silent. You little rascal. Lin Mu savored the shrimp meat that Gu Ziyi had peeled for him, suddenly noticing a peculiar detail. It seemed that Lin Xin knew Ning Jiqing. Ning Jiqing was the sole heir of the former president of the Ning Corporation, having officially taken charge of the company only last year. Thus, did Lin Xin have an opportunity to meet him prior to this? Or was it during the banquet hosted by Lin Dahong? Lin Mu felt a surge of curiosity. A warm hand clasped his beneath the table, and when Lin Mu glanced outward, he found Gu Ziyi behaving as though nothing were amiss, still attentively serving him dishes. "Oh, Xiao Xian, feel free to eat more," Lin Mu said with a smile. "All right." Lin Xian's smile seemed to carry a hint of awkwardness. Throughout the entire process, Gu Ziyi appeared completely unfazed, his demeanor markedly different from the previous two occasions. Whenever Lin Xian visited before, Gu Ziyi had shown considerable resistance. However, this time, he displayed no signs of displeasure. His demeanor was consistently polite and cheerful, leading Lin Mu to ponder whether a different kind of bond had begun to form between the two. Although he had been the one orchestrating their connection, he now felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, as if a pot of vinegar had been overturned at home, filling the air with its sour scent. "What has Xiao Xian been up to lately?" Gu Ziyi inquired, taking the initiative to ask Lin Xian. Lin Xian appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing into Gu Ziyi's eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. "I've been working a lot lately. Regarding the kidnapping incident involving Xiao Mu, had it not been for the phone call yesterday, I would have been completely unaware. However, seeing Xiao Mu in good spirits now puts my mind at ease." Lin Xian's eyes seemed to shy away from directly meeting Gu Ziyi's gaze, her responses coming forth in a somewhat hurried manner. Lin Mu understood that this was a manifestation of nervousness, stemming from the fear of saying something amiss in the presence of someone she was infatuated with. As for the kidnapping incident, it remains unresolved, with many details and individuals still unclear. Thus, I advise Xiao Mu to refrain from going out too freely for the time being, and the same goes for you, Lin Xian. Gu Ziyi took out a tissue to wipe away the residual juices left from peeling shrimp, smiling as he said, "All right, thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu." Lin Xian's face turned as red as a ripe apple. "Call me Ziyi." Gu Ziyi chuckled, nudging the bowl of bird's nest porridge on the table, adding, "This is good for girls." Observing the shifting dynamics at the table, Lin Mu suddenly felt that the shrimp in her mouth had lost its flavor. She reached out and tossed a few uneaten shrimp shells onto the table. Lin Xian noticed this and cast a few questioning glances. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Mu explained, "They weren't peeled cleanly. The shells are prickly." Lin Xian nodded in understanding and turned to Gu Ziyi with a smile. "Say, Mr. Gu." Gu Ziyi raised an eyebrow slightly, prompting Lin Xian to amend her address. "Ziyi, you must also exercise caution at work. We are mere individuals. The kidnappers may not truly focus on us, but you are a significant figure in the Gu group, even in the entire capital. Please prioritize your safety." "Thank you for your concern. I'm always very vigilant at work," Gu Ziyi replied. Lin Xian cautiously inquired, "What about that day at the hospital?" "The situation was highly confidential, and I didn't want to involve too many people, which unfortunately left room for vulnerabilities," Gu Ziyi responded with a smile. "Oh, one must still be cautious. Sometimes, threats can be quite insidious," Lin Xian expressed, showing signs of lingering fear. Lin Mu observed the exchange between the two with a sense of discomfort. It was evident that she was the one who had been kidnapped, and it was she who had invited Lin Xian. Yet Lin Xian seemed solely concerned for Gu Ziyi. "Xiao Mu, what do you have to worry about? As long as you stay inside the villa, how could the kidnappers possibly come to your house?" 009 reclined on the sofa in her mind space. Her small legs crossed as she swayed her little feet back and forth. But what if Gu Ziyi also stays inside the villa? Wouldn't that ensure safety? Lin Mu expressed her dissatisfaction. "Hey, that is indeed a splendid idea. Then the president of the Gu group would become a reclusive little bride, hiding at home while the entire company starves, wouldn't it?" 009 scoffed at Lin Mu. "That's impossible." Lin Mu retorted defiantly. "Moreover, this is precisely what you have longed for. Lin Xian has successfully connected with Gu Ziyi. If something were to blossom between them, wouldn't you be able to return home triumphantly?" Lin Mu was acutely aware that this was the outcome she had always desired. So why did she now feel a twinge of discontent? Lin Mu felt a twinge of disdain for himself, pondering why he was so disturbed. "Xiao Mu, Xiao Mu." It seemed as though someone was calling his name. Lin Mu abruptly lifted his head and glanced around. It was Lin Xian. "Xiao Mu, what's wrong? There's a banquet tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Lin Xian asked shyly. "Should I go?" Lin Mu's mind was in disarray as he observed the two people before him, suddenly realizing that their gazes were remarkably synchronized. I want to be going. I need to avoid risks. The words avoid risks and avoid suspicion seemed to muddle on Lin Mu's tongue. However, Lin Xin appeared completely oblivious to this situation, smiling as she responded, all right then, it will just be Ziyi and me tomorrow. But once we arrive at the venue, I can't just casually call him by his name. I must address him as Mr. Gu. Otherwise, who knows how the media will report it. Oh, as long as you are happy, Lin Mu replied, his cheeks somewhat stiff. Do you have a dress? Gu Ziyi slightly lowered his head to ask Lin Xin. I haven't been to such an occasion before and don't know what to prepare, Lin Xin replied softly. That's all right, this afternoon. Ask Zhang Yuan to help you select one, Gu Ziyi said, glancing at his watch. I have a meeting later, so I cannot accompany you. That's fine. Company matters are more important, Lin Xin said understandingly as she set down her chopsticks. Gu Ziyi nodded, turning to Lin Mu, instructing, Xiao Mu. Rest well at home and don't wander about. Millimetrov, Lin Mu replied mechanically. The two departed, with Lin Xin leaving the villa in Gu Ziyi's car. Lin Mu remained at the dining table alone until Zhang Ma approached and inquired, Young Master Lin, the dishes are getting a bit cold. Shall I heat them up? Lin Mu smiled and stood up, responding, I'm full. You may clear the table. Zhang Ma, noticing the coldness on Lin Mu's face, instinctively sensed that he might have quarreled with the young master. 009. I might go home. Are you happy for me? Lin Mu lay back on his bed, asking. Of course. You're returning home, and I'll have completed my task. It's a double joy, isn't it? I'll discuss with my boss about arranging some compensation for you in your original world, perhaps something beyond mere abilities. How does that sound? What could that be? Lin Mu asked absent-mindedly. Well, it won't grant you superpowers, but perhaps winning a lottery jackpot. When you return home, you won't have to worry about food and drink. That would be wonderful. Absolutely. I-009 am the most protective in the system. Every time I complete a task, I'll present a substantial gift. Given our close relationship, I assure you that your later life will be free from worries. If I'm so good to you and you still hold grievances, once you return, I'll be sulking. 009 made a fist, only to discover Lin Mu silent, without any response. Upon closer inspection, he realized Lin Mu had fallen asleep. How carefree. Even when distressed, you remain silent, little rascal. Chapter 65. Quarrel in the evening. When Gu Ziyi returned from a meeting, he found Lin Mu already undressed and asleep. Why are you sleeping so early today? The two had not engaged in intimacy for several days. During this time, due to the incident of kidnapping, Gu Ziyi had been exceedingly busy, while Lin Mu was in the process of recuperation. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, the experience had left him deeply shaken. Thus, apart from the day they returned, an astonishing week had elapsed without any closeness between them, and now, unexpectedly, Lin Mu had fallen asleep so early. Little rascal. I wonder if he will wait for me. Gu Ziyi, reluctant to awaken him, merely placed gentle kisses on Lin Mu's brows and then lay back down, his arm instinctively encircling Lin Mu's waist. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes, surveying the dimly lit bedroom and feeling the warm breath emanating from behind him. It dawned on him that he had grown accustomed to the presence of this person in his life. He subtly extended his hand, intending to remove the arm resting upon him. I knew you weren't asleep, came the teasing tone from behind, as Gu Ziyi suddenly rolled over, pinning Lin Mu beneath him. Don't move, I'm tired. Even Lin Mu did not notice the slight hint of displeasure in his eyes. Gu Ziyi glanced at him and rolled off, lying on his back while casting a sidelong look at Lin Mu. What is wrong? Are you unhappy at home? Upset that I didn't keep you company? No, Lin Mu replied somewhat defiantly, attempting to turn away from him. Suddenly, it struck Lin Mu that since Gu Ziyi had developed feelings for Lin Xin, how would he still lie beside him? With this thought, Lin Mu sat up, picked up a pillow, and prepared to move to the guest room. What are you doing? Gu Ziyi grasped Lin Mu's wrist, his eyes narrowing as he inquired. What is the meaning of this? The moment I return you, adopt that attitude. Is there something you cannot say directly? Must you be so awkward? Gu Ziyi had been busy all day with matters of the company, and with Lin Xian's arrival. He had always disliked the presence of others in this villa, even as guests. Previously, Gu Ziyi had often entertained clients at the company or in other residences. He owned countless properties in the capital, yet this particular one was truly his home. Now, this home was meant solely for sharing with Lin Mu. Yet Lin Mu persistently sought to invite others into their unique space and time. "I'm not being difficult. Since you're so busy, why come back at all?" Lin Mu blurted out, immediately sensing the impropriety of his words. This was Gu Ziyi's house. What right did he have to chase him away? "Why can't I come back? This is my home too. I am tired and frustrated. Can't I return home to rest?" Gu Ziyi pondered why Lin Mu was so fixated on inviting others back while trying to send him away. The more he thought about it, the more it troubled him. He did not wish to argue with Lin Mu, but recently Lin Mu had seemed prickly, like a little hedgehog. He was unsure if the fright had caused him to erect his defensive spines, making it painful for those who longed to touch him. "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Gu Ziyi softened his tone, placing his hands on Lin Mu's shoulders as he asked. "Nothing." Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief. But the next question sent blood rushing to Gu Ziyi's head. "What is the status of your relationship with Lin Xian?" "What?" Gu Ziyi asked in bewilderment, as if he did not comprehend Lin Mu's inquiry. "I'll ask again. When are you and Lin Xian getting engaged or married?" "Engagement? Marriage?" Gu Ziyi released Lin Mu's shoulder, gazing at him as if he were a stranger. "How could you possibly think that I would be engaged to Lin Xian?" Gu Ziyi regained his composure, his mind racing. He was no fool. Lin Mu's persistent attention to Lin Xian had far surpassed his concern for any member of the Lin family, including his uncle, the president of the Lin Corporation, and his indulgent father. Gu Ziyi had always convinced himself that Lin Mu's interest in Lin Xian stemmed from a desire to find a semblance of normalcy amidst the dysfunction of the Lin family, a longing for familial connection often accompanied by fear. Thus, every time Lin Mu suggested inviting Lin Xian over, despite his own discontent, he acquiesced. But now, it all seemed like a cruel joke. "You're not implying that I have feelings for Lin Xian, are you?" Gu Ziyi sneered. Lin Mu met the gaze of the man sitting on the bed, who towered over him, remaining silent. Yet, the expression in his eyes spoke volumes. "Ha ha ha, ido. Itrudido." Gu Ziyi repeated emphatically, each utterance sharpening the intensity in his gaze. "If you truly like her, then do not let her down. Give her a proper title soon," Lin Mu remarked indifferently, attempting to rise from the bed. Gu Ziyi seized his wrist, yanking him back onto the bed. "Have you harbored this intention all along? Why would you do such a thing? For the Lin family? I refuse to believe that you would offer up Lin Xian for their sake. Speak. What is your reason?" Lin Mu had not anticipated Gu Ziyi's vehement reaction. It was as if a dam had broken. "There is no reason." Lin Mu found himself unable to confess. "I did this to return home." Admitting such would make him feel selfish. "No reason." Gu Ziyi scoffed, his gaze piercing into Lin Mu's. "Then why Lin Xian? I sensed something amiss in previous encounters, but I thought it was merely a quirk of yours. I respected it. I complied, yet now you present me with this revelation. And you still refuse to explain?" Gu Ziyi's laughter was tinged with an unusual hint of despair. "If you want to explain, then so be it. Do not attend tomorrow's banquet." With that, Gu Ziyi rolled off the bed and stormed out, slamming the bedroom door behind him. Lin Mu stared at the closed door, momentarily lost in thought. "What? He plans to take me to the banquet tomorrow? Isn't he going with Lin Xian?" No one answered his unspoken questions. The dim room left him alone in his musings, the warmth of the other person still lingering on the bed beside him. "How warm? So warm." "Xiaomu." 009 cautiously called out. 009. Does he truly have affection for me? Lin Mu slowly leaned down at the spot where Gu Ziyi had lain moments before, whispering his inquiry. 009 was at a loss for words. The answer was evident yet contradictory. "I have wounded his heart." Lin Mu concluded, gazing out at the midnight window where snowflakes danced gracefully, realizing that winter had indeed arrived. Yet, even in winter, he remained warm, an everlasting source of comfort. Chapter 66. The Winter Charity Gala. At the Winter Charity Gala in Jing City, Lin Dahong had anticipated seeing Lin Mu accompanied by Gu Ziyi. To his surprise, he instead found Lin Xin entwined with Gu Ziyi's arm as they made their entrance. What was this situation? Di Ming, is that Lin Xin? Lin Dahong inquired, eyeing the crowd at the center of the venue. Indeed, it is Miss Xin. Di Ming nodded in affirmation. What transpired? Has Lin Mu fallen from grace? Even if Lin Mu has lost favor, how did Lin Xin ascend? The younger generation of the Lin family seemed to be filled with hidden talents, leaving Lin Dahong to ponder why his own child appeared so ineffectual. I haven't heard any news suggesting the third young master has fallen from grace. Last week, he seemed to have been kidnapped, and I heard that President Gu went to great lengths to find him, Di Ming whispered to Lin Dahong. Lin Dahong was somewhat aware of this incident, but the following day, Gu's company had sealed off the news, prompting Lin Dahong to feign ignorance to avoid arousing Gu Ziyi's suspicions. Just a week ago, their relationship had seemed stable, yet now Lin Mu was disregarded. Lin Dahong contemplated this briefly, concluding that it was not unusual for men to be fickle. However, Lin Xin, that impudent girl, had latched onto President Gu without so much as a word to him, treating him with utter disregard. Xiao Xin, Lin Dahong greeted her. Lin Xin, faced with her uncle whom she hadn't seen in over a month, found it difficult to muster any spirited pleasantries. Yet, with so many attendees present, maintaining appearances was essential. Uncle, she replied, forcing a smile. Lin Dahong then glanced at Gu Ziyi, seemingly unfazed as he remarked, what has President Gu been busy with lately? Xiao Xin used to visit our home frequently. I found it peculiar not to see her for a month. Seems she has been with President Gu. His words cast an ambiguous light on the relationship between Lin Xin and Gu Ziyi. Many in the crowd were already aware that Gu Ziyi's previous companion had been a man named Lin Mu, also a young master of the Lin family. Now, it appeared the young master had grown weary and replaced him with a young lady. Whispers circulated behind their backs, yet such absurdities were commonplace among the affluent. Countless individuals longed to ingratiate themselves but found no avenue, leaving them to grumble in secret. I happened to encounter Miss Lin and decided to accompany her for a look, which may have led to some misunderstanding on President Lin's part, Gu Ziyi stated nonchalantly. Had anyone else attempted to distance themselves so publicly, it would surely have embarrassed Lin Xin. However, facing Gu Ziyi only incited envy among onlookers. Indeed, young Xin is still in her formative years. Should she have the opportunity to gain experience alongside President Gu, it would be her utmost honor. Lin Dahong refrained from hastily solidifying the matter, skillfully navigating the conversation with a smile. A stir arose from the crowd behind him, prompting Lin Dahong to turn and observe the arrival of the newly appointed president of the Ning Group from Jing City. Ziyi, Ning, Jiqing greeted the pair, who were linked arm in arm. Are you not busy today, Jiqing? Gu Ziyi inquired nonchalantly. The progress of this project is not solely within my control. For now, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Ning Jiqing replied with a smile. Lin Dahong quickly discerned that their discussion likely pertained to the Fuzhou project, in which the Lin family sought to have a stake. However, the venue was crowded, and the project's primary competitor was the Sun Group. Previously, President Sun had agreed to grant Lin Mu a substantial portion of the project in exchange for Lin Dahong's machinations at the Summer Charity Gala, intending to introduce Lin Mu to the elder President Sunday. Yet, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, as Lin Mu had allied with Gu Ziyi, and the project appeared to have reached a predetermined conclusion due to Gu's intervention. Nevertheless, rumors began circulating that the Ning Group had unexpectedly gained the upper hand, with whispers that the Gu Group was willing to act as the Ning Group's partner, fully supporting their bid for the Fuzhou project. The intricacies of this development were unclear to anyone in the industry, and despite Lin Dahong's prolonged inquiries, he could not ascertain the accuracy of the information. Thus, he had intended to seize an opportunity today to inquire with Lin Mu about the situation. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Lin Xin had taken the place of Lin Mu by Gu Ziyi's side. Fate has intervened. Jiqing should no longer be so modest. Gu Ziyi remarked with a smile, clinking his glass. Those gathered around him were taken aback. Many were aware of the project, Yet nearly everyone believed it would ultimately belong to either the Gu or Sun groups. Had it not been for last year's upheaval, the Ning group might have had a chance to compete with the Sun group, but the prospect of the young President Ning contending against these established figures seemed rather implausible. Greetings, President Ning. I am Lin Dahong from the Lin family. Despite the significant age difference, the Lin family's standing in the business realm was not to be underestimated compared to the others present. You are the uncle of young Master Lin? A pleasure to meet you. Ning Jiqing extended his hand to shake Lin Dahong's. Lin Dahong was momentarily taken aback. Ning Jiqing referred to him as Lin Mu's uncle, not Lin Xian's. Could it be that Lin Mu had not lost favor in Gu Ziyi's eyes? The notion of siblings serving one man sent a shiver down Lin Dahong's spine, making him realize how absurd his own years had been in comparison to these young, unassuming individuals. President Ning, you are too courteous. This is indeed the era of youth. My own son is rather unambitious, remaining abroad and reluctant to return. The household is left with only Lin Mu and Lin Xian, both of whom are kind enough to assist this old man, lest I fall apart from exhaustion. Lin Dahong conservatively hedged his bets. Oh, Lin Mu, Lin Xin. Ning Jiqing cast a knowing smile towards the woman beside Gu Ziyi. Lin Xin, with an air of confidence and a gentle smile, greeted, "Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Lin Xian." Ning Jiqing chuckled softly, clinking his glass before sipping his red wine. Gu Ziyi observed the room, noting the calculating glances, the sycophantic flattery, and the playful banter, suddenly feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. He longed for Lin Mu and wished to return home. After their quarrel the previous day, it was the first time he had not returned to the villa, and he wondered if Lin Mu had felt afraid or missed him that night. Reflecting on their argument, he regretted it. Lin Mu might have simply been seeking reassurance, fearing that Gu Ziyi could be involved with another woman, prompting him to seek a matchmaker to win his favor. Whenever you have time, let us arrange an afternoon tea. There are many matters I would appreciate your assistance with. Ning Jiqing directed at the two across from him. All right, you arrange it and coordinate the time with Zhang Yuan. Ning Jiqing nodded, casting a glance at the haughty Lin Xian before diverting his attention to mingle elsewhere. Gu Ziyi typically made a brief appearance at such soirees due to his busy schedule, and today was no exception. As Ning Jiqing moved on, Gu Ziyi checked the time, preparing to leave early. Chapter 67. The scene, are you really not going to take a look? Aren't you concerned? 009 remarked, glancing at Lin Mu, who was lounging on the sofa. What purpose would that serve? To interrupt his date? I am not so inconsiderate, Lin Mu stated, clutching a plush doll, a little male figurine, with a large Q-version head, adorably crafted. It was a gift from Gu Ziyi, who had teased him for resembling a little girl after Lin Mu had mentioned a bride doll he had seen 009 with. Lin Mu had grown fond of the doll, often squeezing its cheeks as if he were playfully pinching Gu Ziyi. Look at you, sulking like a spurned lover. If others saw you, they would surely embarrass me, 009 admonished, exasperated by Lin Mu's behavior. Oh, since when did I know of anyone else who could mock you? Besides me, who even knows you exist, let alone ridicules you? Such fanciful thinking, Lin Mu retorted, stifling his frustrations, aware that anyone could throw a jibe. 009, feeling a mixture of irritation and helplessness at Lin Mu's demeanor, sighed, ready to engage in further debate, when Lin Mu's phone rang. At this hour, the only callers could be the matchmaking agency or Gu Ziyi. Which of the two would be more preferable? Resigned, Lin Mu pressed the answer button, tossing the phone aside without glancing at the caller ID, burying his face into the sofa and muttering, "Hello, who is it?" 009 rolled his eyes at Lin Mu's antics, finding it absurd that he would inquire who was calling when there were only two possible contacts. It seemed entirely unnecessary. It might even be a telemarketer. Lin Mu mouthed silently to 009. For a moment, 009 was left speechless, unable to respond. May I inquire if this is Mr. Lin Mu? We are from the Traffic Police Brigade. An accident has occurred at the intersection of Sinan Road and Changpu Street, involving a Ms. Lin Xian. Her recent contacts indicate that you are her brother. Could you please come to the Central City Hospital? A gentle-voiced female officer spoke. What? Lin Mu was taken aback. Were there others in the car? No, only Ms. Lin. Can you come now? Yes, I will head there immediately. Lin Mu's tone conveyed a hint of relaxation that he himself did not recognize. Rising and dressing, within a few minutes, he was on his way to the hospital. Is this a trap? Shouldn't you call Gu Ziyi first? 009 frowned, sensing the uncanny coincidence. Wasn't Lin Xin at a banquet with Gu Ziyi this afternoon? If you go out alone in the dark, risking abduction would be unwise. There's no need for concern. I am familiar with that hospital. It's in the city center. It's not dangerous. Besides, look, there's a security vehicle following us, Lin Mu reassured, glancing at the rearview mirror. Still, it feels unsettling. 009 expressed her apprehension. We're almost there. Let's evaluate the situation upon arrival. Lin Mu exited the car and briskly approached the emergency room, noticing 2 police officers stationed outside. Are you Mr. Lin? The female officer inquired first. I am Lin Mu, he replied. Is my cousin Lin Xin inside? What has happened? He gazed at the tightly shut emergency room door. There has been a rear-end collision at the intersection of Sinan Road and Changpu Street. The specifics are still under investigation. Attending to the injured is our utmost priority. The female officer succinctly stated. Do you have any photographs from the scene? May I take a look? Lin Mu, uncertain if Lin Xin was indeed inside, sought to verify through the images. Certainly. The male officer retrieved his phone and showed Lin Mu several pictures. More on the camera. But it's inconvenient to access them right now. Lin Mu scrutinized the images, initially focusing on identifying any injured parties to confirm Lin Xin's condition. However, as he flipped to a photo capturing bystanders at the scene, 009 suddenly exclaimed in his mind, Wait, stop. This one. What is it? Lin Mu asked, intrigued. This one. The tall man. 009 nearly pressed her face against the screen, her finger pointing at a man partially obscured by the crowd. He was situated several meters from the accident site, seemingly drawn by the commotion, his gaze profound. He even held a small shopping bag, appearing to be an onlooker. That man? Lin Mu pondered the somewhat blurred figure in the photograph. He should be a bystander. Look, he's carrying something. Typically, when such incidents occur, many people are inclined to observe from a distance without interfering with the scene. The male police officer leaned over to examine the photographs, remarking that these images could only be considered casual snapshots, as the true documentation of the scene was captured with professional cameras. Consequently, many bystanders did not feel the need to conceal their observations. He is indeed the ringleader of the kidnappers, declared 009 with unwavering conviction. Although Lin Mu had never encountered the ringleader, 009 had. In the aftermath, Lin Mu had attempted to persuade 009 to describe the individuals involved, hoping that an artist might render their likenesses. However, 009 declined, citing a straightforward reason. If someone inquires, how would you respond? How could a blindfolded hostage possibly know what the captors looked like? Upon hearing this, Lin Mu had to abandon his efforts. Yet now, astonishingly, he had spotted the very kidnapper in plain sight. Who is he? Lin Mu inquired, pointing to the man in the corner of the photograph. Didn't I just say? He is merely a passerby. The male officer frowned, exasperated. Why is the family so concerned about a bystander rather than the patient in the emergency room or the cause of the accident? He is not a passerby, Lin Mu insisted, magnifying the photograph with his fingers, revealing more details. Look at his fingers. They clearly do not belong to an ordinary office worker. There are calluses on his palms, and his face does not resemble that of someone who engages in manual labor. Something is amiss. Lin Mu was merely conjecturing, as the image had become somewhat blurry when enlarged, making it difficult to discern such intricate details. Nevertheless, his straightforward assertion compelled the male officer to scrutinize the image once more. He is likely the perpetrator, Lin Mu proclaimed. Not at all. The officer rubbed his temples, evidently weary from dealing with numerous obstinate relatives daily. The actual perpetrator did not flee. He is currently at the police station giving statement. Rest assured. So they feared the perpetrator might abscond, the officer mused. No, he is not the perpetrator. This man is. Lin Mu asserted earnestly. We will reach a conclusion on that matter. But for now, the perpetrator has confessed, and the surveillance footage is exceedingly clear. Please, family members, do not become overly agitated. The officer replied with a serious demeanor. Confessed? Lin Mu asked, a note of surprise evident in his voice. Indeed, the perpetrator did not attempt to flee, nor did he offer any excuses. He voluntarily called the police and has been cooperative throughout the investigation. He is still at the station providing his statement, so please, family members, remain calm. The officer's lips twitched as if he wished to say more, but was interrupted by the female officer who restrained his arm. Lin Mu could discern that the unspoken words were likely. This accident was merely a mishap. It was now past midnight, and the hospital lacked the bustling crowds of the daytime. The dimly lit and elongated corridors felt somewhat eerie, and Lin Mu gazed at the flickering motion-sensitive lights in the distance, his brow furrowed in concern. He reached for his phone and dialed a number, only to hear the persistent busy tone, which seemed to herald an impending omen. "How is she?" Lin Mu asked, his eyes fixed on the emergency room before him. The female police officer paused for a moment, seemingly recalling that Lin Mu had been there for quite a while. However, she had yet to inquire about the condition of the injured in the emergency room. They should be fine. When they were brought in, the surgeon had assessed the situation and indicated that there was no imminent danger to life. "That's good," Lin Mu remarked, a hint of relief evident in his voice. The female officer cast a discontented glance at Lin Mu. Her earlier words had been somewhat reassuring, considering that if there were no serious issues, they wouldn't have been in the emergency room for an hour without any updates. Yet, it appeared that Lin Xian's brother was not particularly close to her, only remembering to express concern after a long while. And even then, it was just that solitary remark. "How proficient are you two in combat?" Lin Mu's unexpected question took both officers by surprise. What was he implying? The male officer stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the female officer, who instinctively retreated a step, adopting a standard fighting stance. "Don't misunderstand. It's still about 6 or 7 hours until dawn," Lin Mu stated, glancing at the time on his watch, which indicated 11:45 p.m. "We all need to stay vigilant. See you in the morning." With that, Lin Mu cast one last look at Lin Xian in the emergency room, thinking perhaps it was safest for her to remain there for now. As Lin Mu turned and descended the stairs, the two officers exchanged bewildered glances. "Is he really leaving just like that?" the female officer questioned, skeptical of Lin Mu's retreating figure. "What did he mean by that?" The male officer furrowed his brow in contemplation. "What does 11:45 signify?" The female officer instinctively checked her phone for the time. It was accurate. However, why is there no signal? She inquired, looking up. The male officer produced his phone, revealing a conspicuous lack of signal. Hadn't he just made a call moments ago? As he voiced this concern, he realized something was amiss. Lin Mu's call had not connected. Yet how could it ring for so long without a signal? Was he acting? The female officer seemed to grasp a sudden realization, glancing at the time again. 6 or 7 hours. We're trapped. Stay still. Do not act rashly. Maintain composure. That was his intent. We are not the target, which is why he left so hastily. We must remain calm. The male officer tightened his fists nervously. Normally, they would return home once the family arrived, but now that the family member had come and gone, should they leave or remain here until dawn? It seemed far more perilous outside. A thin sheen of sweat formed on their backs as they wavered in uncertainty. Is it the same group as last time? 009 pondered in his mind. I don't know, but it's highly probable. However, this time it seems the scope and deployment are much larger. Last time, it was merely a small restroom on the 9th floor. But now it appears the entire building has been compromised, Lin Mu remarked as he traversed the staircase on the 3rd floor. How is it possible? In human society, if one were to describe the most bustling places, hospitals would undoubtedly rank among the top. If one were to conceal a small restroom within, it might be feasible. But an entire building? How could that be? Surely others must be aware of this? 009 was incredulous. Was this madness? Were the kidnappers of the human world so audacious? Lin Mu found it equally perplexing, pondering why he was always targeted for abduction in such a crowded place as a hospital. If one were to speak of kidnapping, it would be far simpler to have several vehicles corner him on the way to the hospital or even to be forcibly overturned on the road. Was there something within the hospital that provided an advantage to the abductors? The 1st floor was within sight. Once he reached it, Gu Ziyi's bodyguard would be waiting there. Lin Mu felt an inexplicable intuition that being on solid ground was far safer than being above. He resolved to exit first. Whether Gu Ziyi was also captured or merely unreachable due to a lack of signal was uncertain, but he needed to proceed. With a sense of urgency, Lin Mu hurried down the remaining steps, only to pause momentarily at the sight of a large circular number 9 affixed to the wall of the stairwell. "Why have you stopped?" 009 inquired. Curiosity piqued as he followed Lin Mu's gaze. "Are we on the 9th floor? Were you ascending just now?" Upon uttering these words, 009 sensed something amiss. Unless Lin Mu had lost his mind, why would he choose to ascend at such a critical moment? "I did not ascend." Lin Mu inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts. "How many steps did I just take?" "From the 3rd floor to the 1st, assuming 24 steps per floor, that would amount to approximately 48 steps. However, ascending from the 3rd to the 9th floor requires a total of 144 steps. How could I have failed to notice such a discrepancy? How could I remember? Were we not engaged in discussion just moments ago? In that case, how could you possibly keep track of how many steps you took? Besides, does the sensation of ascending not differ from that of descending? Is that not perceptible?" After voicing his thoughts, 009 too began to recognize the peculiarity of their circumstances. With such strange occurrences unfolding, the feelings associated with ascending and descending could not be judged by conventional logic. 009. "There is something I have yet to inquire of you. You may choose to respond or remain silent." Lin Mu gazed at the illuminated safety exit sign above the fire door. "What is it?" 009 paused momentarily before responding. "Ask away. Should I be unable to disclose certain information, I will tell you directly, without evasion." Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction and posed his question. "In one world, can there truly be only one system involved?" Lin Mu had always been a staunch materialist, and even for an extended period after arriving in this world, he envisioned the possibility of awakening one day to find himself in a hospital room, realizing that everything around him, including 009 and Gu Ziyi, was merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps he was simply a deep closet, dreaming an absurd dream while gravely injured and unconscious. However, as time progressed and the threads of reality unraveled further, Lin Mu increasingly recognized that this was no dream. There truly existed systems like 009 in this world, and he had genuinely traversed into an alternate realm. Chapter 69. Back to the 9th floor. 009 appeared to be organizing his thoughts, pondering for a moment before speaking. Generally, a world is governed by a singular system, yet this is not a rule. This implies that extraordinary circumstances do not contravene your regulations. Lin Mu seized upon the implication in 009's words and inquired. "Indeed, however, what you remain unaware of is that there exist billions of worlds in this realm. We need not congregate, for such an arrangement stifles our capabilities." 009's voice dwindled, as if he too recognized that, regardless of the circumstances, existing within a singular world does not breach the established guidelines. Lin Mu sighed. "What repercussions does your time reversal ability entail? Or rather, what are its costs?" 009 seemed somewhat taken aback, perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation. "Are you wishing to return to 24 hours prior?" "It is not my desire, but rather someone else's." Lin Mu closed his eyes and replied. "What?" 009 appeared oblivious to the crux of the matter. "How many dangers have we encountered altogether? Or rather, how many times have you contemplated employing this skill?" "A few." 009 was utterly flummoxed, his small hands fidgeting as he attempted to count. "3 times, including this instance." Lin Mu replied, exasperated. "I had no intention of using it this time." "You mentioned it first," 009 retorted. "Very well, this time it is on me. But the first instance was when I ingested the potion at the Lin family banquet. At that time, I assigned you a task to observe how many suitable candidates there were for Gu Ziyi's blind date." Lin Mu reminisced. "Indeed, you did request my assistance. Yet that occasion was purely your own fault. Had you not taken the initiative to consume the potion, I would not have suggested the time reversal." 009 expressed her dissatisfaction. "It was indeed my fault, so I apologize," Lin Mu said contritely. "I do not require your apology. Sigh, it is of no consequence." 009 caught off guard by the unexpected apology, waved her small hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Sigh. My apology is not for what you presume. Lin Mu gazed at 009 and clarified. Oh, what do you mean? Regardless, we are partners. There is no need for such formality. 009 declared with magnanimity. Lin Mu chose not to linger on that point and continued. The second instance was that kidnapping over a week ago. I had always believed it was aimed at Gu Ziyi, particularly concerning the bidding for the Fuzhou real estate project. However, I now sense that while there may be elements targeting him, it is not entirely so. Subsequently, there was this incident. Each time occurred within a hospital, each pressing us to the brink of despair. What is the significance of this? 009 still did not comprehend. Someone is eager for you to utilize your time reversal skill, yearning for it. Thus, I inquired what the cost of this ability is for you. Lin Mu questioned, his gaze cast downward. Oh, it appears that 009 has comprehended the situation, albeit at the cost of a year's slumber, 009 murmured. However, that reckoning shall only come after the mission's conclusion. Until then, I cannot return to the realm of the system. Presently, I do not even embody my true essence. Thus, all rewards and punishments shall be settled post-mission. Therefore, even if I were to utilize my capabilities, Xiao Mu would have no reason to fear my sudden disappearance. Regardless, I shall accompany you until the mission is complete. Has Xiao Mu gone to the hospital? Gu Ziyi inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded the butler. Indeed, around 10 o'clock in the evening, young Master Lin received a call stating that Miss Lin Xin had been involved in an accident and was undergoing emergency treatment. He departed with several bodyguards. So do not worry. He took 8 bodyguards along, which should suffice for most situations, Uncle Zhang replied nonchalantly. 8 trained bodyguards should be more than adequate to ensure that Lin Mu could not be discreetly abducted unless the adversary possessed significant modern weaponry. Yet, Lin Xin had been in an accident? Gu Ziyi recalled that during the banquet, he had found the atmosphere rather tedious and had left prematurely. At that time, it was just past 10 o'clock, and Lin Xin was still present. So, did she leave shortly after his departure? Do you recall the exact timing? Gu Ziyi glanced at the clock, which read midnight. Lin Mu had yet to return. He contemplated making a call, but hesitated, as they had been at odds lately, and he wondered if incessantly calling would only irritate him further. The time? The butler pondered momentarily before responding. The driver, old Ding, called me just then to inform me that he needed to take leave tomorrow. Let me check the call logs. The butler retrieved his phone and noted 10:20. Young master, 10:20. I left at 10:10. In a mere 10 minutes, not only had Lin Xin departed the venue, but she also encountered an accident. Considering the time it took for the police to notify Xiao Mu, doesn't this seem rather tight? Gu Ziyi mused aloud, his fingers unconsciously navigating to the call interface on his phone, dialing the most recent contact. Beep, 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 until the call was terminated without being answered. Gu Ziyi's expression grew increasingly grim. The butler, observing this, felt a pang of alarm and attempted to console him. Young master. Perhaps young Master Lin is at the hospital visiting a patient. His phone may be on silent. Gu Ziyi swiftly scrolled through his contacts until he found Lin Xion's number and pressed it. After a few rings, a somewhat drowsy female voice responded, "Hello, Mr. Gu. Is there something you need at this late hour?" It appeared Lin Xion was already in her slumber, her voice slightly muddled. "Can we do a video call? Is it convenient at this moment?" Gu Ziyi stated directly. "Huh." Lin Xion seemed taken aback by his straightforwardness, laughing as she responded, "I'm currently without makeup. A video call with a barefaced girl is quite the test." Before she could finish her thought, Gu Ziyi interjected, "I am not seeking to invade Miss Lin's privacy. I have something of great importance to discuss. I kindly request your cooperation." Upon hearing the gravity in Gu Ziyi's tone, Lin Xion instantly became alert, realizing that his call was not of a flirtatious nature, and proceeded to connect the video call. In the video, Lin Xion appeared in a light blue cotton nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled, as if she had hastily gathered it. The angle of the video shifted, revealing what seemed to be Lin Xion's home. Although Gu Ziyi had never been there, it was undoubtedly not a hospital ward. "What is happening? Can you confer it's really me?" Lin Xin asked with a hint of seriousness. Xiao Mu might have been kidnapped. Gu Ziyi replied. Chapter 70. The Art of Stillness. What? Lin Xin was momentarily taken aback. Her fleeting reaction did not escape Gu Ziyi's notice, who recognized he was speaking the truth. When did this happen? Tonight? Lin Xin in Guit? Xiao Mu received a call from the police, stating you were involved in a car accident at the intersection of Southwest Road and Changpu Street, and that you were being treated at the Beijing City Center Hospital. Therefore, Xiao Mu rushed over. Gu Ziyi, holding the phone in one hand, was simultaneously messaging Zhang Yuan to arrange for the retrieval of relevant street and hospital surveillance footage. Southwest Road and Changpu Street, Lin Xin a goal, realizing that was indeed the route from the charity gala to her home. But I'm perfectly fine. Nothing unusual has occurred. What time did you leave the gala? Gu Ziyi asked directly. What time? Lin Xin pondered briefly before responding. When I departed, Mr. Ning insisted on taking a photo with me and some industry peers, which he later sent to me on WeChat. The time was. Lin Xin clearly searched for the chat record. Here it is. Gu Ziyi's phone received a photo featuring several gala attendees, a mix of men and women, all from affluent families, with Lin Xin being the sole exception. The photo was time-stamped at 11:23. And what about the time interval for the photo? Gu Ziyi inquired. Approximately a few minutes, no more than 10. Lin Xin a sut gone feed in. After I left? Gu Ziyi contemplated. He had departed the venue around 10:10. After his departure, Lin Xin, feeling a bit bored, had considered leaving. But Ning Jiqing approached her and suggested taking a photo together. Typically, such gatherings, populated by the affluent and noble, do not permit casual photography. However, it was evident that Ning Jiqing's suggestion met with no objections from the others in the picture, and they proceeded to snap the photo. Why was the photo necessary? Gu Ziyi hung up the phone, and Zhang Yuan arrived, standing in the living room of the villa, having overheard Gu Ziyi's remark. What do you mean, young master? Gu Ziyi casually handed his phone to Zhang Yuan. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Zhang Yuan accepted the phone, which displayed Lin Xin's chat window, prominently featuring the recently sent group photo. He zoomed in to examine it closely, stating, this includes Mr. Ning, young Master Ding, young Master Zhang, and Miss Lin Xin? Correct. Gu Ziyi affirmed. Was this group photo requested by Miss Lin Xin? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. No. It was suggested by Ning Jiqing. Gu Ziyi pressed his hand against his temple and remarked, isn't it peculiar? Among these individuals, Ning Jiqing has ascended to the position of president of a Ning family, while Ding Xin and Zhang Rui are heirs of their respective families. Yet, Lin Xin stands apart, having no affiliation with the affluent elite. Perhaps it is simply because Miss Lin is a lady. Zhang Yuan surmised that Ning Jiqing might perceive Lin Xin as a potential candidate for marrying into a wealthy family, which would render a group photo quite reasonable. However, I have an inkling that this photograph was specifically taken for Lin Xin. Just look. Gu Ziyi pointed to the image, where Lin Xin occupied the front row, almost fully visible, with Ning Jiqing directly behind her and Ding Xin and Zhang Rui flanking her sides. An unremarkable woman. Yet she occupies the central position in such a prestigious gathering. Could it be that President Ning has a fondness for Miss Lin? Zhang Yuan could only conclude this. Not necessarily. Gu Ziyi seemed to harbor his own thoughts, frowning as he pondered on the sofa. A year of slumber? Lin Mu expressed surprise. A day equating to a year. What a hefty price to pay. Do not fret, little Mu. Our system's lifespan far exceeds that of humans. Otherwise, how could I afford to spend time here with you? 009 remarked nonchalantly. Do you have any enemies in the realm of systems? Is that why they pursued you here for revenge, compelling you to expend your skills and return slumber? Lin Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could that be? Here, we are not our true selves. Our essence is difficult to transport. My arrival in this world is akin to what you humans might refer to as immortals. Even if I am not omnipotent, I am certainly not someone who can be easily trifled with. 009 responded skeptically. Moreover, a year of slumber is hardly significant for our systems. Some systems are lethargic and can sleep for a decade or more, while others are industrious. awakening after merely 10 or 8 days to resume work. In any case, I see no need to orchestrate a scheme for this. If someone wishes for me to sleep, they might as well return and offer me some money to reduce my workload, and I would gladly cooperate for a lengthy slumber. Lin Mu's expression darkened. Encountering a system that defies logic was indeed troubling. If it were truly one of their own, they likely would not have anticipated 009's unreliability. Bribing for cooperation? Indeed. If sufficient funds were offered, Lin Mu would also prefer to comply and sleep at home. But little Mu, think about what we should do now. 009 gazed at the large circular 9 emblazoned above the safety door. What else is there to do? 2 options. First, we could remain here, refusing to leave. Damn it. I shall employ the turtle technique, remaining utterly still and observing what they can do. Lin Mu squatted down, leaning against the stair railing. And the second option? 009 inquired. Looking at the squatting Lin Mu, we could open the door and step outside. We visited the 9th floor just last week. Let us ascertain whether this truly is the 9th floor. Then we can squat at the stairway entrance without moving, absolutely avoiding the restroom. 009 contemplated the gray-white safety door before him, deliberating whether to remain inside or venture outside. Upon opening the door, the situation remains uncertain. Perhaps it is best to remain still. 009 feels it is wiser to avoid taking risks. After all, descending from the 3rd floor could lead directly to the 9th. And the scene beyond the door is unknown. What if it reveals a gruesome sight, a veritable sea of corpses and skulls scattered about? I share this sentiment. A turtle strategy, remaining motionless, is advisable. Lin Mu glanced at his watch under the faint light of the stairwell. It read 12:03. 18 minutes had elapsed since he left the 3rd floor emergency room. He hoped the 2 policemen would also remain inactive, for they were not the targets. As long as they feigned ignorance, they should be safe. Before his departure, he had deliberately set off his phone alarm, simulating an unanswered call rather than a lack of signal, wishing to prevent those lurking in the shadows from realizing that the officers had noticed something amiss. Leaving the 3rd floor had been a last resort. Had he remained, the policeman would likely have found it difficult to stay uninvolved. Time ticked away, with Lin Mu nearly counting the seconds on his watch. Each passing second signified a moment of safety. Suddenly, the sound of clattering footsteps reached his ears, leading him to question whether he was merely hallucinating in the dark, silent corridor. Chapter 71. The Hospital of the Night. However, he soon grasped that the security door offered no true safety. The stillness could provide at most 5 minutes of security. Just as the minute hand reached 12:08, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Is that a person? Lin Mu pondered internally. How could that be? Who walks like that? 009's head seemed to sink into the recesses of his mind, his shoulders trembling, clearly shaken. I do not know. My soul is nearly fleeing back to the system world. The sound grew nearer, seemingly approaching the door. It is the sound of high heels. Lin Mu's eyes brightened. It must be a woman in high heels. This suggests that the person outside is likely a nurse or a family member of a patient, not a kidnapper, as no kidnapper would wear high heels. Suddenly, Lin Mu stood up, striding to the security door, gripping the handle with intent to pull it open. No, 009 exclaimed, springing up. Wait, check for a signal. Yes. Check the phone. Lin Mu retrieved his phone, illuminating the screen, but the signal bar displayed a dismal gray. What is happening? No recovery? His finger trembled, and the screen darkened. In the interplay of light and shadow, a figure was cast upon the screen behind him. Who? Lin Mu spun around abruptly, feeling a hand resting upon his shoulder. Young master, we cannot reach President Ning by phone. His assistant informed me that President Ning left the banquet to escort Miss Lin Xian home and did not return with the assistant. He is currently unreachable. Zhang Yuan reported to the man before him. Gu Ziyi furrowed his brow and inquired, What about Ning's residence? Have you called? I did. It was the butler who answered, stating that President Ning has not returned. However, he has been preoccupied with the Fuzhou project lately, often working late at the company. So it is not unusual for him not to come home. Zhang Yuan continued, I just sent someone to visit the Ning group, and we should receive a response shortly. Could it be that Mr. Ning has also gone missing? Not necessarily. Assistant Ning Jiqing mentioned he was escorting Lin Xian home. Indeed, it struck me as peculiar to see Miss Lin alone at home. Is it possible that Mr. Ning is on a date with her, and she prefers to keep it discreet? Zhang Yuan was baffled as to how Ning Jiqing could also be unaccounted for. Were they not seen leaving the venue together amidst the crowd? Gu Ziyi pondered aloud. Yes, there were many witnesses at the venue, and since Miss Lin arrived with the young master, it seemed natural for Mr. Ning to accompany her home. No one suspected anything amiss. Everyone assumed Mr. Ning was merely doing a favor for the young master. Zhang Yuan remarked, I have a feeling that Miss Lin may not have been entirely truthful. She certainly did not mention that Mr. Ning escorted her. However, we did not inquire about that. Gu Ziyi pressed his fingers against his forehead, feeling the situation grow increasingly complex. Initially, he believed that even if Ning Jiqing had kidnapped Lin Mu, it was solely to secure the Fuzhou project. By voluntarily conceding, he aimed to quell unrest while ensuring Lin Mu's safety, retreating to advance later. Yet, it appeared that the adversary's intentions extended beyond that. Get des suffisants personnels. We will head to Lin Xian's residence, and then to the Ning group. Gu Ziyi donned his coat and pressed the call log. Hello, Lin Xian. The situation is quite complicated. I am on my way to your home to pick you up. Please prepare to accompany us to the Ning group shortly. Do not hang up. Upon connecting, Gu Ziyi spoke directly. However, the video call revealed only the ceiling of Lin Xian's home, devoid of any response. Hello. Gu Ziyi's brow furrowed deeper. Hello, Lin Xin. Lin Xin. The screen remained unchanged, as if the phone's owner had carelessly tossed it aside after answering the call. What is it, young master? Zhang Yuan arrived in the car, observing Gu Ziyi with the phone. Lin Xian's call was connected, but there is no response. How is that possible? Have you located Lin Mu's phone? Yes, it shows she is out of service area. The phone emitted 2 beeps as Zhang Yuan retrieved his device, suddenly freezing upon reading a new message. Young master, he said, glancing back at Gu Ziyi with alarm, tremblingly extending his left hand holding the phone, which displayed a recently received message. It's me, young master Lin. A gentle voice echoed from behind, and Lin Mu mechanically turned his head to see the man standing in the shadows behind him, a voice so familiar he had only heard it days prior. Did I startle you, young master Lin? Ning Jiqing pulled open the safety door, a beam of light illuminating everything in the secure passage, revealing that the very person standing beside Lin Mu was indeed Ning Jiqing, the president of the Ning group, the man who had visited the villa days ago and brought him back to the capital a week earlier. Mr. Ning, what are you doing here? Lin Mu's voice trembled slightly, and he nervously swallowed a lump in his throat, feeling somewhat unwell. He had come to the hospital to seek assistance. Young Master Lin, are you also feeling unwell? Ning Jiqing inquired with a smile. No, I just came to take a look. Lin Mu's response was somewhat disjointed, yet Ning Jiqing appeared unfazed, maintaining his warm smile and silently gesturing to Lin Mu, as if to ask whether they should step outside. The safety door loomed close, and the bright lights outside illuminated the narrow corridor, revealing nothing particularly noteworthy. Should they go or stay? Lin Mu found himself at a crossroads, while Ning Jiqing patiently awaited his decision. The 9th floor housed apartments related to certain medical specialties. Could it be that Ning had a concealed ailment? Lin Mu was perplexed by the rapid beating of his heart. Encountering a familiar face in such a place should have brought him comfort. In an effort to alleviate the inexplicable anxiety, Lin Mu began to ramble aimlessly, seemingly to buy himself a moment of that elusive time. What specialty? Ning Jiqing inquired with a smile, seemingly not grasping Lin Mu's words. Men's issues, of course. Don't you know? Lin Mu retorted, biting his tongue. Men? Issues? Ning Jiqing pushed the door handle with one hand while stroking his chin with the other, saying, I believe I now have an inkling of which department young Master Lin is visiting. With a narrowed gaze, Ning Jiqing burst into laughter. I apologize. It was not my intention to laugh. I was merely coughing. Chapter 72. Inside and outside the door, the man beside him covered his mouth and continued. I am here to consult the neurology department due to the tight schedule of my project. However, the doctor suggested I might also try the psychology department. Hypnosis could help alleviate my fatigue. Tight schedule. Alleviate fatigue? Lin Mu unconsciously repeated, recalling conversations he had previously had with Gu Ziyi about the bidding for real estate in Fuzhou. The Ning group was involved, and many qualified enterprises sought to participate. Thus, it was hardly suspicious that he had driven back overnight to prepare bidding materials. Perhaps he was merely returning a favor. Is it indeed a project in Fuzhou? Lin Muosket, Ning Yiking. Oh, Ziyi told you, didn't he? It is indeed a project in Fuzhou. The pressure is immense. Although the Gu group has withdrawn from the bidding, the Sun group remains. As the overall head of my group, I feel inadequate. Ning Jiqing chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. The pressure is overwhelming, yet I must still present myself as the competent president of the Ning group. Otherwise, before securing the bid, I might find myself in need of medical attention. Would the project leader still entrust the project to me? Unlike Z, who took over the Gu group at just 22, younger than I am, he has never felt as powerless as I do. He always seems to handle everything with such ease. Why do you say that? Lin Mu looked up at the man beside him, pondering the possibility that he too had sought the help of a neurologist or psychologist late at night. Oh, is that so? A faint smile blossomed at the corners of her lips, a subtle curve that seemed to harbor a glimmer of silvery light in her eyes. Indeed, Lin Mu spoke with an air of certainty, as if she genuinely comprehended the situation. That essay relief. I thought I was the only one inept in this world. Inheriting a family business and resorting to psychological counseling. What a source of ridicule. Ning Jiqing remarked, seemingly unfazed, as he stood in the narrow corridor, conversing with a childhood sweetheart whom he had only met twice. If you were to be ridiculed, what does that make me? Lin Mu retreated discreetly, as if merely shifting her stance from fatigue. Ning Jiqing's eyelids fluttered slightly, interrupting the conversation. Shall we go inside? Isn't it a bit chilly standing here? Lin Mu, gazing at the 4 characters spelling safety passage in the stairwell, replied with a smile, My doctor advised me that my condition requires physical exercise to improve. So I'm standing here. 1, to toughen my body against the cold, and 2, to cultivate courage, to not fear the dark. After her whimsical declaration, she cast a playful glance at Ning Jiqing, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as though her nonsensical words were indeed the doctor's orders. Is there really such a therapy? Ning Jiqing's expression appeared to cool slightly. Indeed there is. Why not give it a try, Ning? Lin Mu responded playfully. Ning Jiqing seemed to stifle a curse under his breath, yet when he looked at Lin Mu again, a smile resurfaced on his face. I don't require such treatments. After saying this, he gazed at Lin Mu with a teasing glint in his eyes, as if momentarily taken aback. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, this time resembling something less like high heels, more akin to a stick tapping against the floor. What on earth was that sound? Just moments ago, Lin Mu had contemplated opening the door to investigate, but after such a lengthy conversation with Ning Jiqing, her curiosity had waned. Whatever the noise, let it come to the safety passage and seek her out. If it couldn't, then it should stop the incessant tapping, which was quite bothersome. Should we go take a look? Ning Jiqing, having contained his earlier emotions, reverted to his gentle, refined demeanor. No, I must prioritize my health. I cannot disregard my doctor's advice. Lin Mu resolved firmly to remain still. If there was indeed a presence, it ought to come to her. She would not deliver herself willingly. Such terrifying antics were merely attempts to instill fear and disrupt her composure. If they possessed any real capability, there would be no need for such theatrics. They could simply seize her the moment she entered the hospital. Well then, Ning Jiqing twirled his fingers thoughtfully. Safe travels. No need to see me out. Lin Mu took another step back, playfully nudging him towards the exit. Ning Jiqing stumbled forward, 1 foot crossing the threshold of the safety door. Under the light's illumination, that foot appeared to transform in an instant, gray and pallid, resembling a plastic mannequin-esque foot from a clothing store. Keep moving. With a swift kick to Ning Jiqing's rear, Lin Mu forcefully slammed the safety door shut. It seemed as though he had drained every ounce of his strength, half collapsing against the stair railing as he gasped for breath. The pent-up frustration that had been lodged in his chest finally began to ease, though his gaze remained fixed on the safety door. apprehensive that it might suddenly swing open to reveal something terrifying. You nearly scared me to death, 009, Lin Mu said, gently rubbing his chest. I was almost frightened to death myself. Just moments ago, you were speaking so calmly, and then you suddenly erupted. I thought you had become possessed, 009 replied, peeking out from behind the sofa. What? Lin Mu was utterly speechless. Despite his painstaking efforts to stall for time, 009 had not perceived any of it. It seemed he genuinely believed he was conversing with Ning Jiqing. You're truly foolish. Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words, unable to restrain such a direct remark. What? You dare to call me foolish? 009 exclaimed, shaking off the small blanket draped over him and leaping off the sofa, seemingly forgetting his fear of the outside environment. In a fit of exasperation, he declared, I am the 9th system. Do you know how we rank in our system? It's based on strength. My abilities, without exception, are earned through sheer might. Anyone who doubts me shall be made to submit. It appeared that calling him foolish had genuinely angered 009. This was likely a widely accepted consensus in the system world. Otherwise, he would not have been so indignant. Lin Mu mumbled under his breath. It seems you are indeed foolish. You, after I bare my heart to you, you show such ingratitude, 009 replied, his face cold, as he began to gather his belongings. Little blankets, small toys, everything was being hastily collected as if he intended to run away. Wait, are you really planning to run away? Lin Mu inquired curiously, pondering where he could possibly go. I will return to announce my mission failure and face the consequences, 009 replied, still focused on packing. Hey, if you fail the mission, how am I supposed to get home? Lin Mu asked, bending down to look at 009. Who cares about you? Facing fines. I can't worry about whether you get home or not. You might as well go live with Gu Ziyi. Chapter 73. The peril outside, oh? So you do care. Just that you've already found me a replacement. But that 1T do. I'm not into that. If you find me a wealthy woman, I could manage. But Gu Ziyi 1T work. Lin Mu mused, stroking his chin. You're not into that. I'm almost embarrassed to tell my system friends. What state you're in, dreaming of going home. I should have left this place long ago and taken on another mission to earn money and cover your debt sooner. 009 declared stubbornly. Hey, I'm a straight man. How can you mock me for being otherwise? Lin Mu protested, a hint of displeasure in his voice. I'm not mocking you. You just didn't notice, 009 retorted, lifting his gaze and catching sight of Lin Mu's teasing eyes. All right. I did not intend to label you as foolish. You mentioned that I am bent, so I suppose we are even now. Do not be upset, if you please. Lin Mu crouched down, gazing at 009's indignant little face. I have gathered all my belongings. 009 fidgeted with her fingers, reluctant to let go of her bundle. Well, everything here is merely virtual. The only item you brought is that little doll. What else can you take back with you? Lin Mu reached out to tousle 009's hair and continued. In truth, I was not mocking you. I merely sought to verify whether it was indeed the inhabitants of your system world who were responsible. Lin Mu resumed her casual banter, which 009 found quite endearing. You truly did not mean it? 009 inquired, lifting her gaze to Lin Mu. Of course not. Lin Mu swore, exasperated. Very well, I shall forgive you this once. With that, 009 spread out a small blanket and leaped onto the sofa, crossing her legs as she asked, Are you so certain? Can you ascertain which number system it is? If so, upon my return, I shall block the door and confront him. How dare he cause chaos in my world without considering his own rank? Her audacious demeanor and inexplicable confidence prompted Lin Mu to muse internally. If the 8th system were to cause trouble, I wonder if he would be able to handle it. Suddenly, a scratching sound echoed from outside the door. The sharp noise of nails scraping against metal, sending chills down their spines in the eerie stillness of midnight. What? I do not know. Lin Mu swallowed hard, fearing that Ning Jiqing, whom they had just expelled, might have returned as a specter. How about your fists? Can you fight? No, I am afraid of ghosts. 009's eyes widened in alarm. But you are not even human. Lin Mu retorted, exasperated. Yet I am not a ghost either. Besides, what if upon opening the door, we are greeted by a bloodied visage, with hollow eyes dangling from the chest. Are you not frightened? 009's hair stood on end, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. Shall we take a look? 009 inquired, barely able to contain her curiosity. No way, absolutely not. Lin Mu replied, her palms clammy with anxiety, glancing around for any makeshift weapons. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from behind, accompanied by the sound of satisfied belches. 009 let out a sigh of relief, but quickly tensed again. What is that? She exclaimed. Reacting swiftly, Lin Mu grasped the stair railing and prepared to leap down. A deafening crash resounded as a massive axe struck the ground near her hand, its downward trajectory narrowly missing the stainless steel post of the railing, sending sparks flying. That was close. I almost split in two, Lin Mu exclaimed, sweat beading on her forehead as adrenaline surged through her body. Lin Mu, watch your feet, 009 warned, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as she pointed downwards. Lin Mu glanced down, and amidst the flaring sparks, she noticed a floor bristling with glinting spikes on the next level. This is strange. I just ascended from below. How could it be like this? We must ascend. 009 tumbled off the sofa and lay on the ground, gazing up at the staircase of the 8th floor, exclaiming, we must ascend, no matter what. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, aware that adrenaline could only serve as a temporary boost. Within mere seconds, he felt his arms tremble. In his previous life, he could effortlessly perform 30 pull-ups in one breath. Yet in this existence, his frail form struggled to manage even 3 push-ups. Gather your strength, 009 urged, pounding the floor of Lin Mu's mind for encouragement. With great effort, Lin Mu managed to climb up, resting his legs on the staircase railing, gasping for breath. The sounds of thumping and hiccups seemed to fade into silence. What is happening? Was that just one strike? As he turned to the ground, Lin Mu cautiously avoided the axe, contemplating whether to retrieve it as a weapon. However, upon observing the shattered floor from its descent, he estimated its weight to be no less than several dozen pounds. Better to leave it be. Even dragging it would prove arduous. Perhaps we should head to the 9th floor instead. Lingering here outside the door is too terrifying. If another axe strikes, who knows what might happen? 009, with sweat beading on his forehead, rose to his feet. Little Mu is still too weak. If only I could reclaim my original form, I could devour that axe, rather than hide in fear. I feel I can hold on a bit longer. Before he could finish, 2 gusts of wind startled 009's hair to stand on end. Quick, crouch down. In Lin Mu's mind, 009 pressed down with both hands, as if attempting to physically reach him through the void. Lin Mu found his strength waning, unable to evade any longer. Just as his legs buckled, he felt his knees give way, collapsing to the ground. 2 chilling gusts swept past, and 2 bone-cutting steel knives embedded themselves into the wall, their resonant hum still reverberating in Lin Mu's ears. Had he truly been granted another chance at life? You are remarkable, 009 exclaimed, saliva pooling in his mouth, unable to swallow. This is even more thrilling than fighting myself. I can't go on. Can you really fall here? Crawl inside, 009 said, his eyes slightly reddened. What joke? A man must never admit defeat. I can still fight for 800 more rounds. Lin Mu, supporting himself on the railing, stood up, feeling weak and unsteady. Is that so, young sir? A melodious laugh, like silver bells, seemed to whisper in Lin Mu's ear, accompanied by a sensation of something soft and fuzzy against his lower back. Warmth, softness, and gentle breaths brushed against Lin Mu's ear. Lin Mu's eyes widened, goosebumps rising all over him. Unable to endure any longer, he pushed open the safety door to the 9th floor and rushed inside. Suddenly, time seemed to still. Lin Mu immediately glanced at his feet, relieved to find they had not turned gray. There was no change whatsoever. What is the matter, young Master Lin? He abruptly looked up to find Ning Jiqing observing him with a composed demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chapter 74. The true form revealed. What are you doing here? Lin Mu felt his heart racing. Wasn't it young Master Lin who just pushed me in? I am here, waiting for you. Ning Jiqing chuckled softly and glanced at Lin Mu, who stood a few paces away. Waiting for me? Yes, indeed, waiting for you, ha ha ha. Lin Mu forced a few awkward laughs, bracing himself to explain, I was just delayed for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for your patience. Otherwise, After uttering several I's, Lin Mu struggled to find a coherent conclusion. Ning Jiqing seized the moment to interject. In that case, let us proceed together. He took a few steps forward and paused slightly in front of Lin Mu. Lin Mu swallowed nervously, fearing that Ning Jiqing might utter the dreaded words. Let's go to the restroom together. Having suffered an unfortunate experience in that restroom previously, he vowed never to return, even at the cost of an accident. How about we go in and take a look? Ning Jiqing suggested with a smile. Look at where? Which department? Lin Mu's eyelids fluttered as he felt a strong aversion to accompanying this enigmatic figure. The psychological counseling department. Ning Jiqing replied leisurely, though there seemed to be a hint of urgency in his tone. I have no psychological issues, Mr. Ning. If you wish to go, I can wait here for you. Feel free, feel free. He thought that if he could send this nuisance away, he would feel significantly safer. 009 also wished fervently in the recesses of his mind for this calamity to depart quickly. Since young Master Lin is unwilling to go, I shall not rush into it either. Ning Jiqing smile vitenet considerably. This is not good. A warning bell rang in Lin Mu's mind. What do you mean? 009 asked. Startled. He's smiling. Lin Mu replied. Hasn't he always been smiling? 009 responded, puzzled. His smile has grown larger. Lin Mu clarified. That is indeed unusual. Who can maintain a standard smile indefinitely? Look, has he not returned to that subtle smile? 009 pointed towards Ning Jiqing. Ning Jiqing had reverted to his slight smirk, gazing at Lin Mu with a calm demeanor. No, you weren't paying attention, Lin Mu began, but was cut off as Ning Jiqing asked. Since young Master Lin is not going, I shall forego it as well. There is little point in observing if it will not yield any results. Perhaps, as you suggested. I'm not so inadequate after all. In that case, shall we return? It is already. Lin Mu glanced at his watch. It is already 12:40. The gleaming dial reflected the lights from the hospital corridor above, which were not ordinary LED lights, but rather a bioluminescent jellyfish-like creature clinging to the ceiling. Lin Mu suddenly jerked his head up, his neck frozen in mid-motion, nearly biting his tongue as he swallowed the rest of his sentence. What? Ning Jiqing appeared not to have heard clearly, and tilted his head to look at Lin Mu. Nothing. A bead of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, a few stray hairs sticking to his brow. It's just that this hospital is quite bright. I wonder how much the electricity bill will be for a night. The dry laughter seemed to reveal his unease. Ning Jiqing appeared taken aback by Lin Mu's inquiry. Are you considering investing in the hospital, young Master Lin? That was the only conclusion he could reach, as Lin Mu's concern for the hospital's expenses seemed rather peculiar otherwise. Certainly, I can assist with that. Here is the refined translation. Indeed, I have some intriguing ideas. I am contemplating investing in an aquarium to house sharks and jellyfish, which would be quite delightful. Ha. After Lin Mu spoke, he subtly lifted the corner of his eye, noticing that the jellyfish above seemed to sway gently, followed by a flicker of the lights. This notion is truly unique. Is Z willing to invest? Ning Jiqing appeared to glance at the jellyfish overhead, which instantly stabilized its form, and the lights ceased their flickering. I shall persuade him upon our return. It should pose no issue. Lin Mu replied with a smile. A place of tender affection, Ning Jiqing instinctively remarked. A hero's tomb? I do not possess such grand ambitions. I wish neither for his demise nor my own. Lin Mu stepped forward, speaking softly. That was not my intention. Ning Jiqing retreated slightly in response. I suspect this hospital is no longer the central hospital of Jing City. Lin Mu mused inwardly. What do you mean? 009 eagerly inquired. Did you not observe that the lights in this corridor transformed into jellyfish just now? I did, Xiao Mu. If you cannot escape this hospital, fret not. I shall return to the system world and bring your original self back to exact vengeance. Rest assured, I will obliterate all these people, creatures, and anomalies, leaving not a trace of them behind. What? Lin Mu's expression turned grim. Do you not possess the ability to reverse time? We are still within a mere few hours. How did it escalate to such chaos? I wish to live. I do not seek your vengeance. No need for gratitude, Xiao Mu. As the host of 009, Even if I cannot fulfill my mission, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. That gift, dear friend, is my unwavering commitment to avenging you. No thanks necessary. 009 proclaimed confidently. No, Brother Gio, how about you wait for my return and allow me to win the lottery instead? Lin Mu was reluctant to provoke 009's combat fervor any further. If it continued, it would be his own folly for not restraining 009 from seizing an opportunity to unleash havoc. Do not call me brother. Actually, I find it amusing. If you must, then Brother Gio shall protect you. Lin Mu chose to disregard 009's self-adoration and exuberance. Let's return. Lin Mu smiled at Ning Jiqing, having regained a semblance of calm. What is it but a mere monster? If worst comes to worst, I can always consume myself. After all, I have 009 to avenge me. Very well. Ning Jiqing grinned, revealing his small fangs, his scarlet tongue flickering momentarily. Is he a ferocious beast? Lin Mu speculated discreetly. 009, having emerged from his self-indulgent reverie, anxiously began counting his fingers while gazing outside. Why did you not come over when I called? Must I always seek you out? A female voice resonated from behind, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking rhythmically. Is this the voice that has echoed all along? Lin Mu turned to see a young nurse dressed in scrubs approaching. He was unaware from which department she had emerged, her long, slender legs swaying gracefully, the sound of her high heels echoing in the corridor. Zin Mu chuckled softly, observing those legs, remarkably straight and elongated, yet they seemed wild and untamed, swaying rhythmically as if accustomed to walking on four limbs. It appeared that this was a rather awkward transition, akin to a creature thrust into an unfamiliar situation. Why are you laughing? One must maintain silence in the hospital, admonished the nurse, casting a fierce glare over her shoulder. As she pivoted, her heel nearly snapped, her pupils dilating momentarily before swiftly returning to their human form. Chapter 75. The true form of 009. What on earth is this? Lin Mu mused quietly, eyeing the nurse ahead. Perhaps it is a cat, 009 remarked, observing the nurse's feline gait. Could this possibly be a zoo? Lin Mu wandered aloud, scanning the pristine white walls of the hospital corridor, devoid of mirrors. The only reflective surfaces hinted at revealing their true forms, and he felt a simultaneous urge to look and a trepidation that held him back. What a pity. Lin Mu pouted slightly. A collection of creatures, perhaps? Cats and jellyfish? Pondered 009, resting his chin on his hand. Have you gleaned some insight? That seems rather unlikely, 009 stammered, appearing to struggle with his thoughts, as if the CPU was overheating. It seemed he had stumbled upon some realization. Lin Mu, how about I step away for a moment? Can you manage here on your own? 009 tentatively inquired. What? You plan to slip away at a time like this? Lin Mu was infuriated. You don't truly believe it's one of your systems at work, do you? Are you frightened and considering escape? Lin Mu scoffed. You were so bold just a moment ago, ready to confront anything, and now you cower. No, you don't understand. This could very well be 009 faltered, his ineptitude at lying obvious. It was clear that one of the entities from System 18 had arrived, likely an earlier model, which was understandable cause for fear. There is no need to offend an old friend over this fleeting visitor. Retreating was indeed the wisest course of action. Go on. Lin Mu's eyes darkened. Lin Mu, it's not as you think. I might have grasped something important. You need not fear. There will be no danger. Think of it merely as a form of cosplay. How does that sound? Before 009 could finish, the nurse turned sharply, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Mu. No loud noises allowed. But I was only contemplating in my mind. I didn't speak aloud. Lin Mu protested, but he noticed Ning Jiqing beside him, stifling laughter, his little tongue nearly slipping from his mouth. This is quite difficult to assess. There is no need for explanations. They can hear your thoughts, 009 said, his head drooping in defeat. What? Lin Mu was taken aback. Since his arrival in this realm, no one had ever heard his conversations with 009. Alas, 009 sighed. No more hiding. In that moment, it seemed as though a mischievous child had run afoul of their parents. A flash of silver-green light darted before Lin Mu, and a youth, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, appear before him. A face of exquisite oval shape, framed by long, ebony hair cascading to her shoulders, with large eyes shimmering like emeralds under the light, as if she were a flawless jadeite. She donned a silver-white ensemble, complemented by matching trousers. As she raised her hands, Lin Mu noticed that her left hand bore jade rings on her thumb, index, and middle fingers. A pair of exquisite jade earrings chimed softly with her movements. And around her neck lay a necklace of alternating silver and green gemstones. "Who are you?" Lin Mu marveled at this astonishing apparition, taken aback. "Xiaomu," came the hesitant voice of 009, tinged with a hint of shyness. 009? Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the real entity did not exist in this world? Tentatively, Lin Mu approached and touched the shoulder of the specter, pinching her arm. "Solid. You've come? Your Highness." Suddenly, respectful voices resonated from all directions. Lin Mu, astonished, watched as Ning Jiqing stepped back and knelt on one knee, while the nurse before 009 mirrored the gesture. Enough, rise. The jellyfish lights on the ceiling. You need not descend. Everyone else, remain still. Do not move from your positions." Lin Mu gaped in disbelief, realizing how formidable 009 truly was. "Where are you taking us?" 009 inquired, tilting her chin slightly towards the nurse. The nurse replied with deference, "Your Highness, our Lord has summoned us to assist you in completing your task. The orchestrator of this event is Huiya." Her gaze shifted towards Ning Jiqing. "So, the principal conspirators are here." Lin Mu turned to the man beside him, who bore Ning Jiqing's visage without a hint of alteration. "Your Highness, I too have come at the behest of my master to escort you back." Huiya dared not meet 009's gaze. No wonder the situation was so precarious earlier. This fellow had refrained from acting, evidently fearing retribution from 009, directing his underlings to play the villain. "Did the second brother send you? Is he unaware that I am on a mission?" 009's demeanor shifted from that of a petulant child in her mental realm to one of authority, her gaze lowering slightly, causing the nurse's high heels to wobble in fright. "And no, Your Highness, it is simply that the Lord has been absent from the palace, and with pressing matters at hand, he has sent us to invite you. We feared delaying your task, which led us to take the initiative to expedite its completion." Thus, Huiya's eyes darted towards Lin Mu, his meaning unmistakable. Apply pressure to hasten the task, allowing 009 to return. "Very well, I understand. We shall discuss this matter later. Now that I have revealed myself, should you persist in these frightful antics, I shall devour you all and inform the second brother that I am famished. You volunteered for the extra course." With a cold expression, 009 waved her hand, and in an instant, the entire building disintegrated into ashes, the surroundings plunging into darkness, amidst the continuous sound of crashing debris. It was reminiscent of flesh falling to the ground, yet none dared to utter a cry of pain. "Isn't this the central hospital?" Lin Mu gazed in astonishment at the surrounding darkness, which resembled a wild, untamed landscape. "No, merely a technique of spatial evasion," came the reply. 009 pouted and said, "Jellyfish, illuminate." Instantly, several clusters of jellyfish lit up, casting a brighter glow around them. Lin Mu glanced around, realizing that it resembled the abandoned factory from the previous kidnapping incident. "Why here?" Lin Mu inquired with curiosity. "They must have had a hand in it last time." "Gray Tooth, do you know Ning Jiqing?" 009 asked, looking at him. At this moment, Gray Tooth had reverted to his original form, a large dog of deep blue hue. To be candid, Lin Mu had never encountered a dog of such color. But given the presence of jellyfish serving as lights on land, a blue dog seemed less strange. "Returning to your Highness, I indeed had contact with Ning Jiqing, albeit for a brief period. Less than a month, the dog spoke, its mouth moving in a way that made Lin Mu feel as if it could devour his head like a candy ball. Unconsciously, Lin Mu took a step back, distancing himself from the large dog. 009 seemed to sense Lin Mu's apprehension towards Gray Tooth and said in a deep voice, "Transform back into your human form." Gray Tooth looked around, uncertain whether 009 meant for him to revert to his own human shape or to that of Ning Jiqing. So foolish. Chapter 76, Illusion Dispelled. 009's frustration was evident, revealing sharp teeth that made the surrounding creatures tremble. Gray Tooth, in a flurry, transformed into a palm-sized puppy, nearly vanishing in the brilliance of the jellyfish light. Your original form would suffice. There is no need for such fear, Lin Mu remarked, observing the diminutive puppy, which was quite adorable. He seemed to be less frightened now, and stepped forward to look down at Gray Tooth. See? I told you you're foolish. Little Mu is clever. 009 stamped his foot, as if something had embarrassed him. Where's Ning now? Lin Mu asked, filled with curiosity. Gray Tooth's mind began to race. Realizing 009 held Lin Mu in high regard, he cautiously replied, he is not in danger, merely cooperating with us. He is hiding at Lin Xian's home, and we transformed into his appearance to come here. As for Lin Xian, she is certainly safe, likely enjoying a date with Ning Jiqing at home. Gray Tooth stole a glance at 009, relieved to find no change in his expression. What about the car accident? 009, having surmised the situation, still prompted Lin Mu to ask. That was due to a creature called a Tako. Gray Tooth replied. What is that? Lin Mu had never heard of such a creature. It is akin to an octopus in your world, possessing extraordinary vitality. It can survive being severed into pieces. However, it can fly, and with their abilities, they likely had to sacrifice several limbs to make the car accident appear more realistic. That is hard to judge. It seemed Gray Tooth had truly exerted himself to fulfill his master's task. They are not clever enough, hence the multitude of them, creating such chaos. What a disgrace. 009 admonished. Gray Tooth, resembling a certain type of creature, lay still on the ground. It appeared that what 009 stated about the hierarchy in the system world being based on strength was indeed true. Moreover, 009 seemed to belong to the category of those whose intellect was lacking, relying instead on brute force. 009, it's rather chilly. Perhaps we should return, Lin Mu remarked, surveying the surroundings. After all, it was already November, and standing outside at this late hour was truly an ordeal. Oh, are you cold, little Mu? Fireflame, come here. At the sound of 009's call, a creature resembling a sheep darted forth. Its fur was a striking crimson, and from a distance, it appeared as though waves of fire danced upon its body. Radiate some warmth, 009 instructed, tapping the tips of his toes. Yes, your highness. The creature, named Fireflame, instantly emitted a more comforting heat. What is this? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Of course it exists. Otherwise, how could the hospital have been so warm in such an environment? 009 replied, his pride swelling as he momentarily outsmarted Lin Mu. Call Gu Ziyi and have him come over. Although I could escort you back, it's best not to let too many people in on this. All right, Lin Mu responded. Retrieving his phone, he pressed the screen, which displayed full signal, with dozens of missed calls and messages that he had yet to review. Just as he was about to dial, the unmistakable sound of car brakes echoed from outside the factory, suggesting that numerous vehicles had come to a halt before the iron gates. Not good, Gu Ziyi is here. 009 glanced around at the scattered creatures and whispered urgently. We must leave. Ensure no one sees us. Raising his right hand, an unseen force erupted and a tempest swirled around them, while Lin Mu remained undisturbed amidst the chaos. I'll create a gust to help them depart. Little Mu, I must return to your mind-s realm. No sooner had he spoken than a silver-green light surged forth, elongating 009's figure before he vanished into Lin Mu's brow. Hey, 009. Lin Mu barely had time to bid farewell before 009's presence had disappeared. In the realm of Lin Mu's mind, 009 reclined on an ethereal sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs. A blade of grass that he had plucked from reality perched between his lips. You left so swiftly. I hardly had enough time to admire you. Lin Mu lamented, realizing he had been too engrossed in conversation to properly appreciate the creature's features. We cannot linger. Do you understand the trouble we would face if others spotted us? 009 retorted with a frown. But with so many creatures emerging together, and having encountered Ning Jiqing, won't that pose even greater complications with your second brother, the 002 system? Lin Mu inquired. Puzzled. What is the issue with that? 009 dismissed nonchalantly. If something goes awry, we simply consume it. After a brief pause, 009 glanced at Lin Mu. Winking as he said, the one arriving outside is likely Gu Ziyi. If you're unconcerned, I could step out to greet him, and after that devour him, and all would be well. Let us not. There is no need to resort to that. Lin Mu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. He yearned to pose more questions to 009, but the distant beam of a flashlight caught his attention. His finger hovered over Gu Ziyi's contact, and after a moment's hesitation, he pressed down. After several beeps, Gu Ziyi's anxious voice crackled through, "Little Mu, where are you? We located the abandoned factory based on our geographical positioning. Where are you?" "You asked. I'm coming to find you." Before the call concluded, Lin Mu stepped out from the shadows beneath the trees within the factory. "Gu Ziyi," Lin Mu shouted. Instantly, all the flashlight beams converged upon him, overwhelming him with a dazzling brilliance that made it difficult to open his eyes. He raised a hand to shield himself from the light. He had never before called Gu Ziyi's name so loudly in front of so many people. "Xiao Mu." A slightly hoarse voice accompanied the firm embrace of Gu Ziyi around Lin Mu. "Gu Ziyi," he repeated softly in Lin Mu's ear. "Ie me fine." Lin Mu struggled to break free, but could not. "Let me go, Gu Ziyi." All right. Gu Ziyi responded repeatedly, releasing Lin Mu. He glanced around, relieved to find no signs of injury on himself, his clothes clean and untouched, unlike the last time he returned from being kidnapped, dirty and disheveled. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back," Gu Ziyi exclaimed, lifting Lin Mu into his arms and signaling to the others to return. 009, who had been leisurely kicking his legs on the sofa in his mind, was startled when Lin Mu was suddenly lifted. He quickly looked up, fearing another mishap had occurred. "Xiao Mu," it seems this time Gu Ziyi was genuinely frightened. "I feel that my mission, your home, is becoming increasingly distant." "How could that be? Don't say such things." Lin Mu replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I somewhat regret it now. If I hadn't shattered the illusion earlier, perhaps Grey Tooth could have caused enough chaos to delay Gu Ziyi's wedding. Then we both would have completed our missions." 009 lamented. "That's out of the question. Wouldn't you be in trouble if you were discovered?" Lin Mu hurriedly interjected. "We cannot let Gu Ziyi get hurt. What does it matter? It was Grey Tooth and his crew who caused the disturbance. If they can't control it, let them face the consequences." 009 said dismissively. Chapter 77. Return scared. Were you? After showering, the two lay exhausted on the bed, Lin Mu's hand still firmly clasped in Gu Ziyi's. "A bit." Gu Ziyi gently caressed Lin Mu's brow with his left hand, and under the soft light, everything appeared so clear. Dawn was approaching, just as it had last time. They had been restless throughout the night. Lin Mu contemplated 009's words, realizing there were many things he could not clearly express to Gu Ziyi. The turmoil didn't matter. He merely wished not to be frightened like that again. Warm lips lingered on Lin Mu's forehead as Gu Ziyi pressed gentle kisses for a while before releasing his embrace. "What happened? Can you tell me?" Gu Ziyi asked, gazing down at Lin Mu with furrowed brows. Lin Mu longed to clarify everything to Gu Ziyi, believing it would ease his concerns. His right hand brushed across the man's chest, feeling the strong, rhythmic heartbeat resonating through the muscles. Lin Mu leaned in, burying his cheek against Gu Ziyi's chest, absorbing the tension, worry, and affection emanating from him. 009, is it all right to speak now? Lin Mu's voice was muffled. Has he caught a cold? What is with his tone? 009, leisurely playing with a small toy in hand, nonchalantly remarked, "Of course. Why not? From now on. In this world, with me, 009, guarding you, little Mu shall reign as the undisputed king." Truly, in a moment of joy, Lin Mu's nose collided with Gu Ziyi's firm chest, the softness brushing against his nostrils. "What?" Lin Mu pushed back slightly to take a look, the solid pectorals causing his cheeks to flush instantly. "How's that? Is it nice to touch?" Gu Ziyi quipped with a smile as he lowered his gaze. "I'm tired." Lin Mu hurriedly closed his eyes, suddenly recalling that Gu Ziyi had just been asking him questions. "If only I could speak freely, I would." Lin Mu once again confirmed with 009. "I ate." 009 cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mu, the meaning in his eyes clear. Oh dear, how do I cover this lie? Lin Mu scratched his head. I don't care. 009 tossed aside the small blanket, barefoot on the floor, heading toward the little bedroom to sleep. Hey, you can't just leave me to deal with this. Lin Mu chased after him. What should I do? Just speak boldly, and I'll handle the aftermath. But my handling involves either consuming him or letting Gray Tooth take care of him. You saw Gray Tooth, right? That's just a miniature version. In his true form, he would tower several stories high. 10 Gu Ziyis wouldn't suffice. 009 tucked himself under the small quilt, declaring, No. Lin Mu looked up at Gu Ziyi, who had already closed his eyes, seemingly having escaped a disaster for the night, but he would inevitably need to explain himself later. Don't sleep yet. Lin Mu reached out to lift 009's blanket. Talk to me. Gu Ziyi is asleep now. 009 rolled over in the blanket, seemingly resigned with a sigh. Go ahead. What do you want to know? Anything I can't say, I want otherwise if I consume my own host. I would be the laughingstock upon my return. 009 ruffled his hair and sat up against the headboard. Firstly, what has to deal with Gray Tooth? Are they part of 002? Lin Mu inquired. Well, the second brother, that is the second system 002, has a fondness for small animals, hence he commands many creatures. He usually doesn't like to meddle, so most of the time, the eldest brother oversees the system world. Although the eldest doesn't really manage much, he still holds authority, and no one dares to act out of line. However, a while back, when I visited the eldest brother's palace, he insisted on playing a game with some challenger. I thought, why not just play? But he had to personally participate. The moment I saw him stepping in, I knew it was bad. With him in the game, the system world would be unguarded. I had no desire to take charge, so I hastily left to accept the task. 009 yawned. It was past 3 in the morning, and he was exhausted. What? You hurriedly accepted a task? Lin Mu seized on the critical point. Of course. Otherwise, how could I, as the ninth system, simply find a host? It's clearly a game, allowing participants to play while I oversee. 009 disdainfully inquired. What game? Something like your elder brothers? Lin Mu responded, it could be anything depending on one's mood. Werewolf, roulette, the king's game, role-playing. The possibilities are endless. Lin Mu felt a twinge of surprise. These games were predominantly competitive in nature, and if they escalated to the level of life and death, it would indeed be quite terrifying. What's wrong? Are you frightened, little Mu? 009 teased. There's no need to be afraid. I sometimes take on tasks like yours. It simply depends on my mood. What is your true form? Was what I saw just now it? Lin Mu inquired with curiosity. Of course, I'm not some small creature under the command of the second brother. 009 shot Lin Mu a glance. With Gray Tooth being so large, would he really fear you? Strength reigns supreme. If he weren't afraid of me, he would be the ninth system, and I wouldn't stand a chance. 009 replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, Lin Mu acknowledged, then asked, how much do Gray Tooth and the others actually cooperate with Ning Jiqing? Do you know? I'm not sure, but rest assured, Gray Tooth's mind is rather simple. He is unlikely to engage in anything too complex. It's probable that he merely promised that Ning's boy would serve as his muscle, while the real machinations are orchestrated by that lad named Ning. I'll summon Gray Tooth tomorrow to see what he knows. 009's eyes were growing heavy, his spine slumping. Lin Mu reached out, gently tucking 009 back under the covers, then posed one final question. What is your name? Is it something you can share? It must be more than just 009. As soon as the words left his lips, 009's eyes fluttered wide open, the pupils shifting from their usual small blackness to a faint green luminescence. I cannot divulge that. The green light dimmed, and 009 closed his eyes again, mumbling, if I say it, I will truly be in trouble. Just call me 009. After all, I will always be 009. All right, Lin Mu replied, sleep now. 009's head drooped completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found Gu Ziyi had fallen into a deep slumber beside him, the tranquil rhythm of his breathing resonating in the silence, his left hand still firmly clasping Lin Mu's, showing no signs of letting go. Lin Mu felt a flicker of fear. Was he afraid of fading away silently from Gu Ziyi's world? The bedroom was enveloped in darkness. The contours of the man before him entirely consumed by shadows. Relying on memory, Lin Mu endeavored to sketch the features of Gu Ziyi's face in his mind. How wonderful it was to remember your visage. Thus, even if I were to return, I could forever hold on to the memory of you. Chapter 78. After awakening, ouch, Lin Mu groaned as he opened his eyes, taking a while to shake off the haze of discomfort. Drowsily, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He stretched, rubbing the back of his neck, feeling soreness throughout his body. Little Mu, what's wrong? 009 had awakened, sporting a tousled hairstyle, sitting on the couch and watching Lin Mu as he moved his neck. Don't tell me that after I fell asleep yesterday, you and Gu Ziyi had a little adventure? 009's eyes were wide with disbelief, having thought Lin Mu was frightened by the previous day's events. To his surprise, Lin Mu seemed rather content, returning and stirring things up. That's not the case. Lin Mu turned over and sat up, hissing as he drew in several sharp breaths from the pain. It's that damned gray tooth of yours. The illusions he conjured in that fake hospital nearly terrified me to death. While I was climbing up that handrail, I strained my muscles, and now my whole body aches. Lin Mu remarked, shaking his arms. Is that so? 009 rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. With that level of intensity, Lin Mu shot him a sidelong glance, prompting 009 to quickly amend his statement. When there's time, let's find a secluded spot, and I'll help you take it out on Gray Tooth. Now that sounds more reasonable, Lin Mu inquired. The hospital was merely an illusion, devoid of any tangible elements. Yet it felt so real. While I was lying on the staircase, I genuinely felt as though I were suspended in midair. Indeed, it was as if you were suspended. Gray Tooth sourced some rubber worms. These creatures are enormous, capable of being as pliable as water or as solid as iron. Often, they can be shaped into various forms. To enhance the realism of the illusion, since Gray Tooth couldn't achieve true realism, he used these worms to create the necessary scenes. Thus, the part of the scene you experienced was indeed real, albeit transformed by the rubber worms, which is why you felt such a genuine sense of emptiness beneath your feet when you fell down the stairs. And what about the axe and the dagger? Were they truly embedded in the rubber worms? How ruthless! Did the worms feel no pain? Not quite. It's not that the rubber worms are impervious to piercing. It's just that if they were to strike you for real. What? Lin Mu was puzzled. Gray Tooth isn't foolish. At that moment, I was restricted, existing in your mind, so everything depended on your senses to perceive this world. However, if I had provoked him, just like yesterday, if I had emerged from your mind, things would have been different. I would have instantly recognized that the hallway lights were a mass of jellyfish, with the walls on either side and the floor beneath being transformed by rubber worms. If he had truly killed you, I would have been compelled to retaliate against him for the sake of face. He is not foolish, you know. Haven't you realized? He has merely been intimidating you, inflicting no real harm. The varying floors were likely intended to evoke memories of your previous abduction, instilling fear. The sound of high heels was merely the 8th floor's sharpness, or those few strikes with the axe or dagger, none of which harmed you. Thus, his aim was to lead you to the 9th floor clinic, not to kill you. What lies within the 9th floor clinic? Lin Mu pondered aloud. I didn't truly enter to take a look yesterday. I should ask Gray Tooth about it next time. What could there possibly be that requires inquiry? After a brief rest, 009's intellect seemed to have surged. It should be a type of snake, perhaps called Amijuan. Its venom is quite potent, with several varieties, one of which induces hallucinations. Hallucinations? Lin Mu asked, astonished. Such a snake exists? Indeed. I suspect he may take the opportunity while treating you to administer a bit of poison. This sedative has a peculiar characteristic. It must penetrate the skin directly. Ingesting or drinking it is ineffective. That's why Gray Tooth, that fool, must meticulously deceive you into seeking treatment. Then why doesn't the Mijuan just come out directly? Why hide in the clinic? Lin Mu posed a fundamental question, pondering why one would choose to seek medical assistance when opportunities to administer remedies were at hand. The rationale escaped him, yet it was clear that Mi Tung was astute. Upon my arrival yesterday, he was reluctant to flee outright, instead opting to linger at a distance, hesitant to approach. Had it not been for Gu Ziyi's swift arrival, I would have taken the opportunity to confront him. The audacity of his refusal to come forward and express contrition was a blatant disregard for my presence. 009 exclaimed in frustration. Lin Mu increasingly recognized that the world of the system was indeed a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where even trivial matters could offend superiors. Fortuitously, he was not ensnared within this system. Otherwise, he might have long since met a dire fate. Perhaps he feared that approaching would obstruct your view. After all, amidst the myriad of creatures present yesterday, only that gray-toothed one and the cat dared to draw near, right? Indeed, 009 quickly acquiesced to Lin Mu's assertion. Thus, had you remained stationary yesterday, the axe and knife would have transformed into mere phantoms as they passed by you. 009 clapped his hands in agreement. Who could have known? Yesterday nearly frightened me to death. It truly awakened my latent potential, and now my muscles ache terribly. Lin Mu complained. Where's your muscle? 009 retorted, scrutinizing Lin Mu's slender arms and legs, effectively undermining his claim. In a flash, Lin Mu erupted, intent on teaching this little system a lesson. Little Mu, you're awake. The door creaked open, revealing Gu Ziyi, who entered with a plate of grapes. Have one. It will replenish your strength and hydration. A peeled grape was offered to Lin Mu's lips. Lin Mu opened his mouth, allowing the fragrant, sweet grape to invigorate his entire being. Delicious. Lin Mu licked his lips, expressing his delight. If it's tasty, have another. Gu Ziyi smiled, his eyes curving in amusement as he presented another grape. After consuming it, Lin Mu felt as though the fatigue from the previous night's exertions had dissipated entirely. Can a few grapes really have such an effect? 009 questioned incredulously. Puffed. Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. This 009, clearly coveting the fruit, continued to prattle on. What is so funny? Gu Ziyi, unaware of Lin Mu's thoughts, felt his heart soften at the sight of Lin Mu's joy over a simple grape. His little Mu had always been so kind and easily satisfied. Yet, why did misfortunes continually befall him? It's nothing. Lin Mu quickly masked his expression. How did you know I was missing yesterday? Did you find out when you returned home? The recent unpleasantness seemed to fade as neither mentioned it again. Upon my return, I heard Uncle Zhang mention that Lin Xin had been in a car accident and that you had been summoned by the police. Gu Ziyi gently wiped the corner of Lin Mu's mouth and leaned against the headboard, feeding him grapes one by one. Oh, Lin Mu recalled something. What became of those 8 bodyguards? Are they still at the central hospital in the capital? As my associates made the call, they were still stationed on the first floor of the hospital, completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding your disappearance and having seen no suspicious individuals ascend. Gu Ziyi remarked to Lin Mu. Chapter 79. Little Mu, you seem lost in thought again. It was only upon receiving my call that they ascended the stairs, only to realize that you were not on the 3rd floor. I had someone investigate the surveillance footage from the central hospital of Jing City, which confirmed that you were indeed seen at the entrance of the emergency room on the 3rd floor, lingering for approximately 10 minutes before one individual descended. However, the footage from the emergency exit reveals that you inexplicably vanished while transitioning from the 3rd to the 2nd floor. Little Mu, do you comprehend? It was as if in one frame, you were distinctly lifting your leg to descend, and in the next frame, you had vanished without a trace. The image appeared as though it had been deliberately erased. Even the most elite network specialists could discern no clues. Gu Ziyi unconsciously twirled a grape with his fingers, betraying the fear he had felt at that moment. Do not be afraid, I am fine now. Lin Mu leaned in closer, resting her head on Gu Ziyi's shoulder. Yes, all is well, he replied, a smile gracing his lips as he offered her another grape, allowing the muscles in his shoulder to relax a fraction. I attempted to contact the police station to inquire about the situation today, since it was the police who directed you to the hospital, and they indeed saw you on the 3rd floor. What did you communicate with them before you descended? Perhaps they do not know either, Lin Mu replied, resting her chin on Gu Ziyi's arm. Indeed, they are unaware of your disappearance. However, they mentioned that you likely had a premonition before descending, subtly implying that they were feigning ignorance, intending to wait until dawn to depart. Therefore, Little Mu, Could you enlighten me as to why this is so? What did you observe that alerted you to this impending crisis? Gu Ziyi had not slept well the previous night. He sensed that Lin Mu was withholding something from him. Even after he closed his eyes, her breathing remained unsteady, tinged with both anxiety and a hint of joy. Early in the morning, Gu Ziyi arose, and while seated on the sofa in the living room, he gazed out at the barren flower trees, reflecting on all that had transpired the day prior. He could not shake the feeling that Lin Mu possessed knowledge of everything, but was inexplicably reluctant to share it with him. Last night, on the third floor of the Jing City Hospital, I noticed that the signal on my phone was non-existent. Thus, I surmised it could be akin to the previous kidnapping incident. However, in that instance, the abductors had only disrupted the signal in a small restroom, whereas this time, they controlled the entire third floor of the hospital, indicating a far more extensive operation. My intuition led me to believe that this matter was unrelated to the two police officers, which is why I advised them to feign ignorance. This way, the abductors would not focus their attention on them, possibly averting an unwarranted calamity. Lin Mu spoke, blending truth with artifice. However, after descending the stairs for a mere 10 minutes, the two police officers noticed the unusual silence emanating from the resuscitation room. The patient had been inside for over an hour, yet neither doctor nor nurse had emerged. Consequently, they attempted to knock on the door of the resuscitation room. After several unanswered knocks, the officers opted to seek assistance from hospital staff to forcibly open the door. To their astonishment, there were no injured individuals inside. The doctors and nurses lay unconscious on the floor, only regaining consciousness that very morning, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired within the resuscitation room. Gu Ziyi inquired, "What about the surveillance footage? Has it also failed?" Lin Mu frowned and replied, "Indeed, it has malfunctioned. The footage captured no irregularities, merely showing the two doctors and two nurses yawning before collapsing into a deep slumber while preparing for surgery." "What about Lin Xin?" Lin Mu asked. Gu Ziyi chuckled as he recounted the inexplicable events. As for her, the surveillance footage reveals a similar mystery. One moment, she was covered in blood, and the next, she vanished without a trace. Truly unfathomable. Lin Mu laughed awkwardly, his mirth tinged with disbelief. "Oh, is that so?" Gu Ziyi observed the anxious man leaning against his shoulder, fidgeting with his fingers. "Yes," Lin Mu replied, lowering his gaze. "I'm unsure how it happened, but I found myself on the 9th floor. Terrified, I lingered in the emergency exit, afraid to step outside. It was only when I noticed your flashlight that I realized I had fallen asleep. Upon waking, I was in that pitch-black factory, nearly frightened to death." Lin Mu cautiously glanced at Gu Ziyi, whose account appeared exceedingly simplistic, devoid of detail, as if he had merely appeared there out of nowhere. Such a story would typically invite skepticism. Yet the absence of evidence to suggest Lin Mu left the city in the dead of night, coupled with the inexplicable disappearance from the third floor of the Jing City Hospital, rendered disbelief futile. "Fear not. No one could take you from my side." His tone, both commanding and tender, swiftly calmed Lin Mu's frayed nerves. Such grandiloquence. 009, seated cross-legged on the mental floor, rolled his eyes. Children should refrain from interjecting. Lin Mu chided, unable to tolerate 009's teasing of Gu Ziyi. "Xiao Mu, you dare to side with him?" 009 exclaimed, leaping to his feet, ready to flick Gu Ziyi's forehead. Startled, Lin Mu felt his muscles tense as he quickly reached out to intervene. "Do not flick. Do not flick." He was acutely aware of 009's formidable strength from the previous night. A flick could easily lead to severe consequences. "Let go of me. I must flick. I must." 009 wriggled in Lin Mu's grasp, desperate to escape. "No. What if something happens?" Lin Mu struggled to contain the spirited child. "How about this? You flick me instead. Is that acceptable?" Lin Mu leaned forward, presenting his head towards 009. 009 pouted, his large, watery eyes stirring an involuntary tremor in the hearts of those who beheld him. I, 009, parted my lips, my gaze fixated on Lin Mu's smooth forehead, which loomed before me. I could flick him, but should I do so? It would render me unable to retaliate. He cannot hear your words. To flick him like that is merely an act of bullying. Lin Mu murmured, lowering his head. A moment later, a gentle flick landed upon his forehead, causing no discomfort, yet silence ensued for quite some time. Is that all? Lin Mu inquired curiously, lifting his gaze. Indeed, 009 had reclined back onto the sofa, crossing his legs in a manner that suggested someone owed him a considerable fortune. Truly, such childishness. Lin Mu shook his head and glanced at Gu Ziyi. Xiao Mu, you've drifted off again. I recalled that during our time together, you often lost focus. Except when we were engaged in certain activities, then it seemed you were entirely devoted. Gu Ziyi remarked, pulling Lin Mu onto his lap, gazing up at that exquisite visage. Chapter 80. Is it good? No. Lin Mu, feeling rather embarrassed under his scrutiny, opened his eyes to respond. What is it that you lack? Is it devotion? Or is it solely during our activities that you are devoted? Gu Ziyi pressed on, observing the blush creeping up Lin Mu's cheeks to the tips of his ears. I lack devotion only during our activities. Lin Mu replied in a hushed tone. Oh, is that so? Gu Ziyi appeared somewhat skeptical, his hand gliding slowly along the hem of Lin Mu's nightgown, gradually brushing the skin of his waist and abdomen. Lin Mu squirmed slightly, seemingly attempting to reject the advances. Yet his efforts were feeble at best. You've considered it too, haven't you? Gu Ziyi grasped Lin Mu's slender waist, lifting him effortlessly. Please help me remove my clothing. I do not wish to be the only one to do it, as it feels as though I am compelling you. Gu Ziyi spoke softly, locking his gaze with Lin Mu's. You're the one compelling me. Do you think of yourself as the good one? 009 exclaimed in indignation, springing up from the sofa. This startled Lin Mu, who found himself in a situation where adult intimacy is interrupted by a child, a scenario many must have encountered. Lin Mu swiftly seized a small blanket from the sofa, draping it over 009's head, and hoisted him into the bedroom, tucking him snugly into the small bed, ensuring the covers were secured tightly. Children should not look indiscriminately. Beware of corrupting thoughts. Lin Mu's cheeks flushed as he prioritized calming the older one outside. This system has existed for over 1,000 years. Still a child. 009 protested, attempting to lift the covers and confront Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu was prepared, having tucked the corners of the blanket securely and giving a firm rub to the sizable lump beneath the covers. Be good, take a nap, and all will be well. What is well? It will take a while. Last time, we were at it for ages. 009 grumbled from beneath the covers, though he did not attempt to pull them away. Lin Mu, feeling uneasy, glanced back. The large lump on the bed lay in utter silence, suggesting that it had capitulated. Let us go. Indulge in your antics. I shall not watch. A voice emerged from beneath the blankets, tinged with irritation. Lin Mu scrambled out of the mental space, only to meet Gu Ziyi's gaze, which held a hint of dominance. Once again lost in thought, my dear Mu. Not really. Lin Mu felt increasingly guilty, his earlier surge of adrenaline now seemingly directed towards him. Was that for me? Gu Ziyi's fingers grazed Lin Mu's slender waist. What? Lin Mu was confused. Was that passionate rush truly for me? As the fingers continued to roam, they ventured ever higher, the buttons of his pajamas remaining stubbornly fastened, until Gu Ziyi effortlessly pulled them over his head. Lin Mu felt distinctly uncomfortable. It had been years since anyone had undressed him in such a manner. So slender, such a narrow waist. Let us indulge in a drink. Once intoxicated, only I shall be in your eyes, little Mu. Lin Mu was not accustomed to drinking shirtless. Yet with the situation escalating, he had finally managed to tuck that little imp 009 beneath the covers. Now, to venture out for a drink. Gu Ziyi reached for a glass of red wine on the table, taking a hearty gulp before leaning in to kiss Lin Mu's lips. The wine trickled down his throat, its spiciness overwhelming, decidedly unpalatable. I had intended to share whiskey with you, little Mu, but fearing you might not take to it. How about this red wine? I specifically brought it from France, planning a candlelit dinner with you. What do you mean, how about it? It's simply not good at all. Far from it. Lin Mu had never particularly enjoyed alcohol and had a poor tolerance for it. After a few rounds, he felt a bit dazed, aware that he had concealed many things from Gu Ziyi. Yet, he found himself unable to share these truths, silently allowing his companion to take charge. "My clothes are still on. I want to sit on you," Lin Mu declared, gazing into Gu Ziyi's slightly irritated eyes. "Sit on me?" Gu Ziyi chuckled softly. "Very well. Shall we proceed like this?" His warm breath brushed against Lin Mu's ear, sending waves of intoxication coursing through him once more. "This is exhausting, isn't it? Let me help you. How are you feeling? Still tired?" Lin Mu's mind was already clouded with inebriation, his muddled thoughts recalling Gu Ziyi's earlier request. "My clothes are still on. First, let's remove them." Lin Mu struggled to reach forward, clumsily attempting to unfasten the buttons. The more he rushed, the more chaotic it became, as if the buttons were resisting him. After much effort, not a single one had budged. "Perhaps we should try the bottom ones first?" Gu Ziyi intended for Lin Mu to experiment with a different button, but Lin Mu tilted his head, glancing at Gu Ziyi's cheek, then at himself. His upper body was already bare, leaving only a pair of pants, and did Gu Ziyi mean for him to keep his shirt on while removing his trousers? Lin Mu nodded in understanding. One finger hooking into the waistband of Gu Ziyi's pants, he tugged with all his might, but the waistband snapped back after reaching its limit. A sharp sound echoed as it struck Gu Ziyi's abdomen. "Ha ha ha!" 009, nestled in the recesses of Lin Mu's mind, stifled a laugh. Thankfully, the shield he had conjured earlier had shielded him from the intoxicating scent of the wine. How delightful! Lin Mu lowered his gaze and once again reached out to tug at the waistband of Gu Ziyi's pajama bottoms, administering a playful punishment. The sound of slapping echoed incessantly, much to the delight of 009, who entertained a mischievous thought. Shaking Lin Mu's shoulder, 009 pointed at Gu Ziyi's exposed shorts and declared, "I want that." What a splendid idea. Lin Mu had forgotten that conversations with 009 need not be verbalized. What splendid idea. Gu Ziyi assumed Lin Mu was addressing him. With a serious demeanor, Lin Mu replied, his eyes brimming with earnestness, "Are you truly going to punish yourself?" As he pondered this, Lin Mu had already begun to tug at Gu Ziyi's trousers, staring at him with wide, innocent eyes, as if to suggest that if he did not lift his hips, Gu Ziyi would break down in tears on the spot. All right, how about I take them off myself?" Gu Ziyi, feeling somewhat helpless, regretted having allowed Lin Mu to drink. He had intended to glean some insights from him under the influence of alcohol and in the enchanting atmosphere, to uncover what secrets he was hiding. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to muster the heart to interrogate him. "Taking them off is fine, but please refrain from snapping that waistband at me. If you break it, you'll be the one crying." Gu Ziyi flipped over, pinning Lin Mu beneath him, and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Self-absorbed, 009 spat a few playful curses at Gu Ziyi, pulling the quilt over his head to shield himself from the inappropriate scene. Chapter 81. I believe your future certainly holds me. Waking up at noon, Lin Mu succumbed to sleep once more after a mere 2 hours. His first day back was practically spent in bed. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he turned to his side and found Gu Ziyi's arm draped protectively around his waist, a blend of dominance and tenderness. Lin Mu tilted his head to admire Gu Ziyi's sleeping visage, sunlight delicately illuminating the tip of his nose, casting a warm, golden glow that highlighted the bruises beneath his eyes. "I slept all day yesterday. Did you not rest well?" Lin Mu gently caressed the man's eyebrows, his palm gliding across the prominent bridge of his nose, the long eyelashes brushing against his soft skin, sending a ticklish sensation through him. "Awake now?" Lin Mu turned to lie on his side, facing Gu Ziyi as he inquired. "Yes, I initially wished for you to continue caressing my face for a while, but I simply couldn't resist." Gu Ziyi opened his eyes with a hint of helplessness, gazing at the youthful figure before him. His features appeared remarkably fresh-faced, his skin exceptionally fair, resembling a boy who had just entered high school rather than a 22-year-old carrying a backpack. "Did you not rest yesterday?" Lin Mu felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Ziyi's slightly fatigued expression, recalling that the previous afternoon's antics should not have occurred. Thus it was not his intention to instigate such chaos. "You just returned, yet there are still many matters left unattended. However, everything is fine now." Gu Ziyi affectionately patted Lin Mu's head, his fluffy hair inviting a gentle ruffle. "How could everything be fine?" Did Ning Jiqing cause trouble again? Lin Mu replied with a hint of irritation. Again? Has he troubled you before? Gu Ziyi's brow furrowed, his tone laced with a hint of intensity. Not at all. With a forced smile, she suddenly burst into laughter, reaching out to caress Gu Ziyi's cheek. Xiao Mu, do not conceal anything from me. If there is something you need to share, even if you doubt my ability to resolve it, I should at least be informed. I am your man. Gu Ziyi's repressed emotions surged forth after several days, and the arm resting around Lin Mu's waist instinctively tensed. No, Lin Mu chakeld awkwardly. There really is nothing, I swear. Observing Gu Ziyi's expression, she felt an inexplicable urge to prevent him from frowning. I swear, if I were to hide anything from you, I would, in an instant. Gu Ziyi covered Lin Mu's mouth. Do not make rash oaths. Be wary of their fulfillment. Still do not believe me? Lin Mu felt a pang of discomfort. I will swear. She reached up to pry away the hand covering her face, ready to make a solemn vow to quell Gu Ziyi's unfounded anxieties. Do not. There is no need for such between us. After speaking, Gu Ziyi leaned in and captured Lin Mu's lips with his own, their warm breaths mingling, melting away the tension in their bodies. Let us refrain from swearing, shall we? He released Lin Mu, but kept one arm around his back. Do you believe me? Lin Mu retorted with a question, burdened by the weight of her many secrets, knowing anyone would harbor doubts. I do. To her surprise, Gu Ziyi's response was unequivocal. I understand you may have withheld certain matters from me, but in business, I know that collaboration requires not only skill but also trust, which is the foundation for enduring partnership. Gu Ziyi reclined back, hands clasped behind his head, gazing up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. At times, when new projects or products are in development, the core team prefers to keep things under wraps. Firstly, the research process is fraught with challenges, and a single misstep could negate all prior efforts, so they wish to spare those who cannot assist from unnecessary worry. Secondly, everyone possesses their own pride. They desire to present their finest outcomes to their partners, yet are reluctant to reveal their vulnerabilities. Regardless of the circumstances, they strive for the benefit of the entire company and team. Thus, we, the support staff, must trust and encourage them. I also believe that everything you have left unspoken is for our future, and I will wait for you, trust you, and believe that you envision a path that includes me. Gu Ziyi had not once turned his gaze towards Lin Mu, and she could not discern the emotions swirling within his eyes. However, her ultimate goal remained to return home, a path that diverged sharply from his. Thus, her future was destined to be devoid of him. At that moment, Gu Ziyi's phone rang. Who could it be? Lin Mu collected her thoughts and glanced over. Oh. Gu Ziyi took a look and remarked, It's Ning Jiqing. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, having yet to inquire with Grey Tooth about the assistance they provided to Ning Jiqing. 009. When can we get in touch with Grey Tooth? Lin Mu asked discreetly. In truth, whether or not to seek him out seemed unnecessary. With my presence, the next time he sees you, he will undoubtedly take a detour. 009 pouted with its tiny feet in the mental realm, displaying disdain for Gu Ziyi's recent speech. Stop pretending. When can we make contact? Lin Mu expressed dissatisfaction with 009's evasive remarks. Well, Grey Tooth has fled. 009 exclaimed in frustration, leaping up and flailing its limbs at the air. That kid ran off too quickly. When I left the night before last, I was in too much of a rush to leave a message for him to wait. So he took off with that bunch of critters overnight. Yesterday, when I tried to reach him, I discovered he had vanished. You know I can't stray too far from you. Unless you encounter them again, in this vast world, I can't possibly know where they are. 009 sounded quite aggrieved. So every time 002 summons them, you have to search for them? Lin Mu expressed skepticism. Not all. If I were in my complete form in this world, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Finding someone would be as easy as pie. Issuing a decree would also be simple. But Haven T, I mentioned to you that my true form is not in this realm. However, I distinctly felt your arm the other day. It was solid. Lin Mu was puzzled. Of course, unlike Grey Tooth and the others, who find it exceedingly difficult to materialize illusions and rely on rubber worms to do so. We can sometimes manifest even as a single soul. That's why they fear me so much. 009 nestled into Lin Mu's embrace, nuzzling against him. Lin Mu could discern that this little creature was somewhat bashful. All right, after all, he is your second brother's pet. It would not be appropriate for you to interfere too much. We shall not seek him out, as long as they do not cause trouble in the future. That will suffice. Rest assured, Greytooth is not particularly intelligent, but he is adept at reading situations. Otherwise, he wouldn't do so well in front of your second brother. Lin Mu could not agree. For what he observed that day, Greytooth seemed to possess some intelligence, while his own little system appeared genuinely lacking in that regard. However, Lin Mu refrained from voicing this, knowing it would likely infuriate 009. Chapter 82. All right, I agree. Have you finished the call? Lin Mu looked up to see Gu Ziyi returning with the phone in hand. You've been zoning out a lot lately. Are you feeling overly fatigued? Gu Ziyi inquired, furrowing his brow. Huh? Lin Mu laughed awkwardly. No, just feeling a bit bored. What did Ning Jiqing call about? Lin Mu shifted the topic. He wanted to invite me to discuss the Fuzhou project at the company. Would you like to join us, Xiao Mu? Gu Ziyi smiled as he half-embraced Lin Mu, gently rubbing his back. What do you think? Do you want to go? I've noticed you've lost quite a bit of weight lately. But Lin Mu, with his face buried against Gu Ziyi's shoulder, was enveloped in the man's distinctive scent. What's wrong? Gu Ziyi patiently awaited the response of the little one nestled in his embrace, his heart laden with concerns. Will it be inconvenient for you to be with me? Lin Mu lifted his head, gazing intently into the handsome features before him, captivated by his allure. He was indeed my man. In what way? Gu Ziyi leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Mu's soft lips, finding them sweet and delightful. For instance, how will others perceive our relationship? Lin Mu, feeling a flutter of shyness, turned his head away, avoiding his gaze, yet still feeling the warmth of the man's breath against his neck. Let them think what they will. Gu Ziyi shrugged indifferently. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. Very well. He soon smiled in understanding. When the time comes, we shall openly declare our relationship as lovers, regardless of what others may say. Gu Ziyi discerned the emotions swirling within Lin Mu's gaze and, with a surprising promise, turned the tide of their conversation. No, Lin Mu blurted out. Why? Gu Ziyi was taken aback, surprised at his disapproval. Once we announce it, we can be together openly, and no one will dare to belittle you. Why shouldn't we? Is it because it lacks formality? My fault. Gu Ziyi looked deeply into Lin Mu's eyes, enunciating each word. It's not that. Lin Mu broke free from his embrace. This embrace will not belong to me forever, nor will you always look at me this way. What does that mean? The long-held secrets and reservations in Gu Ziyi's eyes stem from his failure to provide a proper relationship. Why then did Lin Mu persist in this manner? The Fuzhou project is crucial. We could discuss our matters later. Lin Mu could no longer meet his gaze, fearing the shards of broken starlight within Gu Ziyi's eyes would pierce his heart. Those sparkling eyes, now dimmed by his resolve, seemed to wither away. How could he inflict such pain upon him, shattering his heartfelt sincerity? It's all right. If you don't want to, it's perfectly fine. In his bittersweet eyes lay a tolerance for his lover's reluctance. For Lin Mu had seen two words reflected there. I love you, because I love you. I never questioned your prolonged moments of distraction, because I love you. When you said you didn't want to, I stepped back, because I love you. I am willing to wait endlessly for your agreement. Please don't. Lin Mu cupped Gu Ziyi's face, planting a soft kiss upon his forehead. From now on, regardless of who is involved, we must prioritize our own well-being, all right? No. Gu Ziyi pulled Lin Mu's head closer, taking control of the kiss, deepening it with fervor. Without you, nothing in my life would be right. As he released his lips, amidst Lin Mu's breathless gasps, Gu Ziyi declared possessively, I have this persistent feeling that you might vanish at any moment. Thus I yearn to bind you to me, to mark you, and to proclaim to the world that we have made a promise. So even if one day we become separated, you will remember that there is someone waiting for you, steadfastly hoping to grow old together. Xiaomu, do you think we will? Gu Ziyi's voice dropped to a whisper, revealing that even the wealthiest man in the capital could display such humility, feeling tense and helpless in front of his beloved. We must not agree. 009 interjected. reminding them of the inevitable separation. With an unusual seriousness, 009 seemed intent on jolting Lin Mu back to reality. Very well. Gu Ziyi's eyes sparkled with hope. I will accompany you to Fuzhou. The corners of his lips curved into a faint smile, yet the glimmer of anticipation in his gaze slowly faded. All right, you can join me. Consider it an opportunity to experience the beauty of Fuzhou, though the snow there is not as abundant as in the capital. Lin Mu remarked. Her beauty reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden. Gu Ziyi hastily declared, I must find Zhang Yuan to make arrangements. All right, I agree. Lin Mu softly spoke to the empty room. 009, observing the silent sorrow from within the confines of his mind, was at a loss for words of comfort. Did you not promise me you could accomplish this? Ning Jiqing said, addressing the imposing figure before him. The man stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a long face and a wide mouth, clad in a black work uniform. His deep blue eyes gleaming with intensity, exuding an aura reminiscent of a predatory beast. Situations have changed. This is not uncommon. Ning Jiqing continued. What? Are you intending to breach our agreement? The man's slightly parted lips revealed sharp teeth, instilling a sense of dread. No, Mr. Hui. Cannot you exercise a modicum of discretion? Ning Jiqing replied, Froning. Discretion? Does this not resemble humanity? Hui Yaritortif. Must one become a pretty boy to warrant consideration? Hui expressed his dissatisfaction, recalling how, in the abandoned factory, Prince Jiao had erupted in fury due to the presence of that young man, Lin Mu, leaving his subordinates trembling even now. I have no desire to breach our agreement, but when you mentioned you no longer intend to return to the capital, what did you mean? Ning Jiqing was genuinely perplexed. Overnight, what seemed like a sure victory had turned into confusion, with Hui and his men suddenly fleeing the capital and declaring their intentions to abandon the city altogether. Under the emperor's reign, fortune flourishes. Hui proclaimed. What? Ning Jiqing was incensed. In this day and age, such cryptic rhetoric was absurd. Do you not believe me? Hui shot a glance at Ning Jiqing. The individual opposite is not human. One cannot approach him as one would an ordinary person. Ning, whether you believe it or not, I shall not return to the capital. I shall not bother to concoct excuses. However, should you dare to stir trouble, I, Hui, would admire your audacity. Hui grinned, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. I truly do not understand the appeal of this beverage, he remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Chapter 83. Drinking milk tea, what can a mutt like him possibly enjoy? Ning Jiqing muset observing Hui drinking tea. Oh dear, how long must we wait? Lin Mu asked, clad in a thick, white down jacket. We will arrive in 3 hours. It will be swift. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Ziyi, who was walking ahead, and interjected, oh, wouldn't tea that be uncomfortable? Perhaps akin to motion sickness? Lin Mu attempted to steer the conversation. Young Master Lin has never flown before? Zhang Yuan asked, somewhat astonished. Lin Mu was uncertain whether the original owner had ever taken a flight, but in his own life, spanning both his past and present, he had indeed never boarded an aircraft. He was but a local from Beijing, never having ventured far. Gu Ziyi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, turned back and pulled Lin Mu's arm, positioning it in front of himself. You're not upset anymore? Lin Mu secretly glanced up at him, admiring his smooth jawline, devoid of stubble, and felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. When have I ever been angry with you? Gu Ziyi awkwardly turned his face away, casting his gaze aside. If you're not angry anymore, may I steal a kiss? Lin Mu said, somewhat flustered, knowing that once they boarded the plane for a 3-hour flight, it would be difficult with so many people around. Lin Mu successfully noticed Gu Ziyi's lips gently pressing together, his ears gradually turning a rosy hue, and the arm draped over Lin Mu's shoulder instinctively tightened. Zhang Yuan, go buy a cup of milk tea with tapioca and coconut, sweetened at 50%, quickly. Zhang Yuan glanced at the remaining 20 minutes until boarding and decisively headed to the nearby tea shop. As he departed, Gu Ziyi's ears reddened even further. Oh, and then? Lin Mu teased him. You mentioned that the VIP lounge is quite empty. Lin Mu discreetly observed and, feeling mischievous, pulled down the head of the man beside him, drawing the large hood of his down jacket over them to create a small private space. Their warm lips urgently met in a fervent kiss, filled with yearning, release, consolation, and an unspoken apology for their earlier disagreement. It's almost time. We should board soon. Let's not keep anyone waiting. Lin Mu panted breathlessly from beneath the hood after a moment. Just one more kiss will suffice, he added. No need to fret, young Master Lin. We still have 7 minutes. Zhang Yuan's voice chimed in nearby. Lin Mu, suddenly feeling bashful, pushed Gu Ziyi away, causing him to tumble out from under the hood, leaving only Lin Mu's flushed face, resembling a boiled lobster, concealed within. Did you bring it back? Gu Ziyi asked, adjusting his clothing and eyeing the milk tea in Zhang Yuan's hand. I did, young Master Lin, Zhang Yuan replied to the still shrinking figure beneath the hood. Good. Lin Mu, however, had no desire for milk tea at that moment. He felt entirely warm. Gu Ziyi, you drink it. I'm not thirsty. Lin Mu murmured softly. Gu Ziyi had never been fond of such beverages, let alone one sweetened at 50%. Suddenly, a furry head emerged from the hood, leaning over the milk tea cup to take a sip. A flash of bright red tongue darting out to lick the corner of his mouth, like a kitten before retreating back into the hood. We have 3 minutes left. We need to allow 3 minutes for boarding, came Lin Mu's voice from within the hood. Initially, Gu Ziyi had considered letting Zhang Yuan drink it, but now, having witnessed Lin Mu take a sip, he was resolutely determined to prevent Zhang Yuan from having any. Gazing at the imposing cup of 750 milliliters of milk tea before him, Gu Ziyi inhaled deeply and took several hearty gulps before finally finishing it. So sweet, he complained, casting a glance at the adorable little creature hidden beneath his hat just before the last sip. Zhang Yuan had already made his way to the boarding gate, clearly wishing to indulge him a little. Oh, is that so? Gu Ziyi blinked inquisitively. You have half a minute, drink up. Not a drop should remain. The mischievous little rascal was ever so charming when teasing, and Gu Ziyi, captivated by the wide eyes rolling around in the hat, suddenly hatched a playful idea. He lowered his head and drained the cup of milk tea completely, wrapping his left arm around Lin Mu's waist while his right hand swiftly removed the down jacket's hood, causing their lips to gradually meet before Lin Mu's astonished eyes. Slow down, don't choke. Gu Ziyi adjusted Lin Mu's head, ensuring he didn't assume a subordinate posture. Lin Mu's throat bobbed as he swallowed the milk tea, finally clearing his mouth. You scoundrel. Lin Mu's cheeks flushed with indignation as he fixed his hat and strode toward the boarding gate. Wait, don't be angry. Are you really upset? Gu Ziyi tossed the empty cup into the trash bin and hurried to grasp Lin Mu's hand. I just wanted you to taste the sweetness too. And so you forced it upon me? Lin Mu shot him a sidelong glance, attempting to pull his hand away, but to no avail. How can that be considered forcing? This is feeding. Mouth-to-mouth feeding. What kind of feeding is that? Gu Ziyi protested, trying to pacify him. Don't be angry. Wipe your mouth. There's some cream. After saying this, he instinctively glanced toward the distant boarding gate, ignoring the piercing glare he received in return. Young master, Zhang Yuan waved from ahead, observing the seemingly tumultuous interaction between the two before boarding the plane. For a full 3 hours, Lin Mu did not exchange a word with Gu Ziyi. Watching the irritable little fellow, Gu Ziyi's heart warmed, and his affection deepened uncontrollably. Mr. Gu, Mr. Ning has sent me to pick you up. A 7-seater business vehicle was parked at the airport entrance, and Lin Mu climbed in without hesitation. Gu Ziyi followed closely behind, taking a seat beside Lin Mu, while Zhang Yuan settled into the front passenger seat after stowing the luggage. Mr. Gu, Mr. Ning has arranged accommodations for both young masters. Shall we head there? The driver inquired, glancing at the rearview mirror. No need, I have property in Fuzhou. Gu Ziyi replied, looking ahead. Oh. The driver was momentarily astonished, but quickly regained composure as Zhang Yuan swiftly relayed an address. Lin Mu gazed out at the swiftly passing trees, noting the difference from Jing City. Fuzhou was still in bloom during this season. Are you tired? Want to lie down for a bit? Gu Ziyi asked, draping his arm around Lin Mu's shoulders, aware that the journey would take over 40 minutes. I'm fine. Lin Mu was still unaccustomed to being too intimate with Gu Ziyi in front of others. Is that so? Gu Ziyi, seemingly lost in thought, cast a quick glance at the driver, smiling gently. Lin Mu preferred to remain silent. Very well. The large hand resting on her waist gently kneaded and alleviated Lin Mu's fatigue. It was inappropriate to tease her at the airport. After sitting rigidly for 3 hours on the plane, she was undoubtedly exhausted. Chapter 84. Boundless Indulgence. Xiao Mu. I just received a call from Ming Jiqing. He wants to meet with several executives tonight to discuss the Fuzhou project. You should stay home and take care of yourself. No matter who calls, just ignore it, all right? Gu Ziyi said while stroking Lin Mu's head, observing how she was so tired that her head kept drooping. Good girl. In a couple of days. Once we finish our business, I'll take you to enjoy some leisure time in Fuzhou. There are still many delightful places to explore. It's snowing heavily in the capital now, and my little lazy cat doesn't like to go out when it's cold, Gu Ziyi continued. So, we'll extend our stay in Fuzhou, allowing you to get some fresh air and exercise. As Gu Ziyi pinched the tip of Lin Mu's nose, she felt a ticklish sensation. Struggling, Lin Mu crawled towards the inner side of the bed, wrapping her slender arms around the pillow, burying her entire cheek into the soft cushion. I'm leaving, Gu Ziyi said, gazing at the fluffy head nestled in the blankets. Don't. Lin Mu's face was still pressed against the pillow, her voice muffled. What's wrong? Do you not want me to go? Gu Ziyi teased, gently pulling away the fluffy mass to gaze upon her fair cheek. Must we really go out tonight? Lin Mu asked, still in a daze, her words somewhat disjointed. Why don't you want me to go out today? Gu Ziyi embraced Lin Mu while sitting at the edge of the bed, speaking softly. I don't know. I just feel like I'll be captured the moment you leave. Lin Mu's voice was low and hoarse, still tinged with sleepiness. Ha ha ha. Gu Ziyi was utterly enchanted by Lin Mu's adorable demeanor. That one tea happened. I have bodyguards in Fuzhou. I've arranged for quite a few, all quite capable, and several are former mercenaries. They are quite reliable and can handle any situation. Gu Ziyi leaned down and kissed the tip of Lin Mu's nose. And what good will that do? Lin Mu pushed away the lips that were playfully disturbing her face. Last time, those 8 bodyguards were useless. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the intruders, and I ended up crawling around an abandoned factory all night. Lin Mu sighed. Gu Ziyi was unaware that the Gray Tooth Gang was not something that could be thwarted merely by numbers. What should we do then? At this point, Gu Ziyi's gaze sharpened with vigilance. Their previous quarrel had stemmed from Lin Mu's concealment regarding this matter, and now revisiting it made him somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Mu felt a sudden increase in the pressure of his hand beneath her, and she jolted awake. Why are we talking about this again? It's infuriating. I should have been more awake. Ha ha! Roar! 009 in her mind laughed uproariously. For some reason, he always enjoyed watching Lin Mu and Gu Ziyi argue. And whenever they did, 009 would stoke the flames from behind. Enough of that. Be careful, or I'll grab you by the scruff. Lin Mu hastily threatened, quickly glancing at Gu Ziyi. The corners of her lips maintained a subtle smile, yet her brows bore an air of cold severity, resembling a modern-day Mona Lisa. My eyes darted about, searching for a suitable retort, but to no avail. I was mistaken. Ultimately, I managed to utter those few words. With lowered brows and eyes betraying no other emotion, Gu Ziyi drew his arms inward and said, I'm not angry with you. You have done nothing wrong. And there's no need for an apology. I was among those kidnappers. I conducted extensive investigations, scrutinizing both surveillance footage and witness testimonies, all of which were impeccable, as though you had vanished from the central hospital only to reappear at that factory, located several dozen kilometers away. Thus, I have felt utterly powerless and infuriated by this situation. However, my anger is not directed at you. It is a frustration with myself. I prided myself on being able to protect and cherish you in all circumstances, yet I find myself at a complete loss regarding this matter. Gu Ziyi was entirely engulfed in self-reproach, and the sight pained Lin Mu deeply. 009 lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, reveling in Gu Ziyi's emotional turmoil. Happily cracking open pine nuts, the crisp sounds reminiscent of sunflower seeds. You should eat less. Lin Mu glared at him, irritated by the chaos caused by that gray tooth. Although the gray tooth dared not trouble him now, Lin Mu found it impossible to voice his concerns. Gu Ziyi, do not blame yourself. This incident is in the past and will not recur. I cannot articulate much to you, but I assure you that such a thing will not happen again. Lin Mu rose to embrace Gu Ziyi's head, kneeling before him, gently soothing his back. Are you certain? Gu Ziyi, not one to display vulnerability in front of others, raised his gaze to the boy before him, whose features resembled a painting. Absolutely, Lin Mu replied with a soft smile, caressing the man's hair. Very well, but I cannot fathom the reasons behind this. I'm terrified of anything happening again. Gu Ziyi struggled with this feeling of helplessness. Sure. Lin Mu raised a finger to his lips, the delicate touch calming Gu Ziyi's restless heart. It won't happen. The sound of her voice faded amid their shared gaze. Yet Gu Ziyi could discern the words "my beloved" from her lips. In that moment, it felt as though the universe had bestowed upon them an abundance of courage, which Lin Mu grasped firmly and conveyed to Gu Ziyi. This was intertwined with a tenderness known as affection, akin to the snowflakes of Beijing, slowly melting in the palm of one's hand, imprinting their essence upon the strings of the heart. Very well, I shall not inquire further, Gu Ziyi promised. No, it is not about ceasing to worry. Lin Mu leaned in, pressing his forehead against Gu Ziyi's. That may be a bit challenging. I shall never stop worrying about you. Gu Ziyi replied with a gentle smile. Well then, let's take a step back. The kidnappers will not reappear, so there's no need to worry about this matter. Is there? You may continue your investigation into Ning Jiqing and Lin Xin, but the issue of the kidnappers need not be pursued further. Additionally, there is no need to investigate how I disappeared from the central hospital or how I ended up at the abandoned factory. These matters are best left untouched. It is not that I wish to shield anyone. Rather, it is a fruitless endeavor. Even if we uncover some leads, we would be unable to apprehend the perpetrator. Lin Mu held Gu Ziyi's face in his hands and said earnestly, the Gray Tooth Gang would not dare to harm him. Yet if Gu Ziyi were to uncover any clues, it was likely that they would cause him trouble. Despite the playful banter with 009, it was difficult for 009 to oversee the safety of others beyond his own. All right, I promise you, I will heed your words. Gu Ziyi lifted his head and gently kissed Lin Mu's lips, wrapping his arm around his waist. Rest now. You must be exhausted from the flight today. His gaze brimmed with indulgence, and no matter what Lin Mu said, Gu Ziyi was willing to believe him. Chapter 85. The Veil of Modesty. Okay. I will await your return. Lin Mu reached for Gu Ziyi's head, planting a kiss before adding, if you encounter anything perplexing, just send me this emoji on your phone. Lin Mu took Gu Ziyi's phone and pulled up a little bomb emoji in their chat. What does this mean? Gu Ziyi furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Mu had been apprehensive since arriving in Fuzhou. Oh, it's nothing. If you would only listen to me, such matters would not arise. However, Lin Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reclined on the bed, gazing up at Gu Ziyi. Go on, be good. All right. Gu Ziyi happily took the phone and stepped outside. What are you up to? 009 suddenly appeared with a sinister grin. What? Not sleeping at this late hour? Be careful not to stun your growth. Lin Mu ignored the system's frantic outburst and closed his eyes, leaving a little bomb emoji. 009 moved closer, tugging at Lin Mu's pajama collar and shaking him playfully. Just for fun, a little flirtation. What else could it be? Lin Mu dismissed 009, pushing him aside and firmly placing him at the edge of the bed. Return to your own bed. I only share a blanket with Gu Ziyi. My focus is singular. Lin Mu said with his eyes still closed. Do you think I want to share a blanket with you? Dream on. I fear you might steal my blanket in the middle of the night. 009 sat at the head of the bed, watching Lin Mu's breathing stabilize, seemingly already fast asleep. Even if you send 100 little bombs, don't expect me to assist Gu Ziyi. Humph. In a huff, 009 returned to his own bed, pulling the covers over his head, rolling around a few times until he was cocooned in his blanket like a rolled omelet. Lin Mu peeked open one eye and wondered, why can't we get along like Gu Ziyi and I do? In the reception room of the Ning group in Fuzhou, Ning Jiqing sat on the right side of the central sofa, next to Gu Ziyi, flanked by key shareholders and important business partners on either side. Ziyi, have some tea. Ning Jiqing extended his hand to pour tea for Gu Ziyi. Is it still uncertain? Gu Ziyi inquired after taking a sip. There is still a bit to go. I inquired about the bidding for the Fuzhou real estate project last time I visited. Due to some incomplete planning for the project, It may be postponed for around 2 months. This delay is likely to push things to after the new year, Lin Mu remarked while sipping his tea. Uncertainty breeds hesitation. They must remain perpetually prepared, as many matters can take unexpected turns when left unattended. Gu Ziyi was acutely aware of the underlying intricacies. Delays could lead to changes. Yet without directives from above, these businessmen could only wait. Did they specify which part? Gu Ziyi expressed skepticism towards these statements. I have visited several times, but since the project is still in the pre-bidding phase, much remains confidential. Ning Jiqing frowned, and one of his shareholders chimed in, evidently having faced similar obstacles alongside Ning Jiqing. It's also my lack of capability. I suspect those in charge are cautious and prefer a more secure approach. Ning Jiqing waved his hand dismissively at the shareholder. Lack of capability? Gu Ziyi scoffed. The Gu family has already withdrawn. Is there anyone more suitable than the Ning family? The Sun family? In truth, Gu Ziyi had never held the Sun group in high regard. The head of the Sun family was notoriously entangled in indulgent relationships. Yet one person's folly does not imply that all are similarly flawed. To be honest, Sun's niece is quite favored by the higher-ups. Ning Yiqing, he spit it, partially covering his mouth. Niece? Gu Ziyi had always disapproved of such matters, though he was not entirely ignorant. Yes, her name is Sun Ke. She is exceptional in both figure and appearance, and I've heard she studied abroad and even learned classical dance as a child. Her aura embodies a rare blend of Eastern and Western qualities, Ning Jiqing remarked, gazing at Gu Ziyi. A blend of East and West. What purpose does studying classical dance abroad serve? Are there even programs for classical dance in foreign countries? Gu Ziyi found it perplexing that such effort was expended merely to impress elderly gentlemen. The men in the room felt a twinge of embarrassment, pretending to sip their tea at Gu Ziyi's words. Is this not a matter understood by all? In ancient times, even Wang Zhaojun ventured forth. Does anyone truly care about the thoughts of those young women as the sun sets on their prime? Gu Ziyi composed himself, tapping the table and inquiring, is it confirmed? Essentially, Ning Jiqing replied, taking another gentlemanly sip of tea, seemingly reluctant to dwell further on the topic. If you ask me, beauties are abundant. If he sends a classical dancer, we shall send a Latin dancer. Let us see who can outmaneuver whom, though somewhat coarse. This sentiment resonated with most of the men present. More than women, Gu Ziyi surveyed the room and asked, in bidding, one competes with financial strength, technical expertise, connections, timelines, and costs. Yet now we must also compete over women? If the main bidder were a female leader, would we then need to compare men? Are the gentlemen present prepared for such sacrifices? Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Although a few individuals cleared their throats and ventured to comment. If merely enduring a few nights of discomfort could secure the project, I dare say none among us would decline. Indeed, I have perceived that. However, it seems the few capable of discerning your worth are likely devoid of the ability to secure the bid in the first place. The speaker's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he lowered his gaze to sip his tea, choosing silence thereafter. No one would bestow such a significant project upon an inept company merely for the sake of a woman, unless, of course, the company possessed inherent capabilities, with the woman merely serving as an embellishment. Gu Ziyi surveyed the surroundings and remarked, furthermore, this woman may serve as a mere fig leaf for other unsuccessful competitors, albeit of little use. Ning Jiqing felt a flush of heat on his face, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Did Ziyi possess any alternative? The Ning Corporation could forfeit this bid and willingly become the foremost supplier for the Gu Group, forever following Gu's lead. This declaration was made by Gu Ziyi a fortnight prior, when Ning Jiqing rescued Lin Mu from abduction on the outskirts of the city. Following that statement, the Gu Group had formally withdrawn from the competition. Yet, unexpectedly, even after their withdrawal, they found themselves unable to secure the Fuzhou project in the subsequent round. Had you opted for the Gu Group to compete, we needn't be convening at this late hour to devise strategies, Gu Ziyi remarked to Ning Jiqing, asserting that the Sun family stood no chance against the Gu family, unless his cousin could overshadow all, rendering everyone blind to her shortcomings. Ning Jiqing pushed his teacup aside, utterly unable to shift the tide of the situation. Chapter 86. The talisman let us continue to advance, maximizing our own advantages, and present a proposal so compelling that the decision-makers cannot refuse. Should you require my assistance in establishing any connections, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Ziyi set down his teacup, glancing at his watch. It was already past 11 at night, and Xiao Mu awaited his return home. Very well. Ning Jiqing hastily placed his cup down and stood, addressing Gu Ziyi. It is unsafe at night. Why not stay here for the evening? Nearby was a hotel operated by the Ning Corporation, well-appointed and frequented by important clients conducting business with them. Initially, when Ning Jiqing sent a driver to fetch Gu Ziyi and Lin Mu from the airport, he had intended to arrange their accommodations there for convenience and proximity. However, Gu Ziyi had a sudden change of heart and returned to his own residence, which lay a 40 to 50-minute drive from the Ning Corporation and would delay his arrival until after midnight. No, there are those awaiting me, Gu Ziyi replied with a smile, his spirits evidently lifted, as a few individuals followed him out of the conference room. The entire Ning Corporation building was enveloped in a tranquil silence at midnight, the sound of their footsteps echoing crisply on the top floor. That sounds rather imposing, chuckled the shareholder who had spoken earlier, rubbing his hands together. For some reason, there lingered an unsettling feeling. President Zhang is simply exhausted. He should return and rest properly. Managing a department and uttering such remarks, Ning Jiqing was evidently displeased. Inviting Gu Ziyi and several suppliers for discussions was intended to secure the project, not to engage in superstitions to sway people's minds. Gu Ziyi cast a sidelong glance at Zhang, who was of short stature and somewhat rotund, his hands nervously rubbing together. A red string hung around his neck, clearly holding a pendant of some sort. The elevator had reached the 17th floor, and the group entered, 7 individuals crammed into a single lift, the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. Gu Ziyi shifted slightly to the side, feeling a bit uneasy. The security has locked the other elevator. Otherwise, we could have descended separately. Ning Jiqing remarked with a forced smile. It's too late. No one wishes to wait for the elevator to ascend, so it's better to descend together. Even if it may seem a bit cramped. The security is quite diligent. It's best for us to go down together. Gu Ziyi replied with a grin, glancing at Zhang's neck. What is that around your neck, Mr. Zhang? Oh, this. Zhang was taken aback by Gu Ziyi's direct inquiry, momentarily flustered, and he tugged at the red string, pulling out a small bundle. This is something my beloved sought for peace and safety. It is said to ward off evil spirits. A petite red cloth bag dangled from the string, adorned with golden thread stitching, the inscriptions indecipherable, possibly some form of runes. Your partner is quite thoughtful, Gu Ziyi commented with a smile. Women tend to believe in such things. I'm not particularly superstitious myself, but since she went to the trouble of acquiring it, I wear it. Zhang chuckled, revealing a fondness for his partner. Ning Jiqing frowned, feeling embarrassed that a leader in the real estate sector would indulge in such superstitions. Intentions are priceless, Gu Ziyi said. The others readily echoed his sentiments, while Zhang, visibly pleased, lifted the red cloth bundle, examining it under the elevator's overhead light. Glancing left and right, suddenly convinced he saw something within that seemed to move. Startled, Zhang jumped, realizing the object he carried appeared to be stirring. He anxiously attempted to open the bag to discover its contents, but suddenly recalled his wife's warning when she handed it to him. It had been consecrated, and he should not open it. In the dimly lit elevator, fatigue seeped into everyone, and no one noticed his actions. Yet, Zhang unfastened the bag, ready to pour out its contents for inspection. Just then, the elevator jolted violently, and the lights flickered erratically. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "What is happening?" Initially, Gu Ziyi assumed the inquiry pertained to the elevator's malfunction, but soon he noticed something amiss. Zhang had unexpectedly slumped against the corner of the elevator, his shirt front inexplicably ablaze. Is he smoking? Gu Ziyi pondered, suspecting that perhaps Zhang had attempted to light a cigarette in the elevator, but had fainted, failing to handle his lighter properly, thus igniting his clothing. Who could tell? Someone shouted in panic, hurriedly removing their clothing to extinguish the sparks on their chest. The flames were minor and were quickly quelled. Yet soon, some sensed that something was amiss. "Is the elevator stopped?" someone inquired. Gu Ziyi glanced at the elevator's display screen, which indicated the 9th floor. But it had indeed ceased its descent. "Is it malfunctioning? Or has it detected smoke within?" Gu Ziyi frowned and remarked. Upon hearing this, many individuals felt a wave of relief. If that were the case, a simple call to security would suffice to restart the elevator. All this trouble was due to old Zhang's foolishness in smoking inside the lift. Ning Qiqing leaned against the elevator wall, silent, and even as the crowd quieted, he remained furrowed in thought without uttering a word. "Qiqing? General Ning?" Several called out to him. "Oh, I'll call security," for some unknown reason. Gu Ziyi noticed that Ning Qiqing's fingers trembled as he retrieved his phone. 9th floor. Again, the 9th floor. "Also, if you encounter anything incomprehensible, just send me that emoji." The message Lin Mu had left for himself before leaving that evening echoed in his mind. What did it mean? Instinctively, Gu Ziyi pulled out his phone and opened the chat window, which contained conversations with 2 other individuals. However, there was no signal. Although mobile service in elevators is generally poor, at that moment, there was not a single bar. What could be happening? Gu Ziyi quickly glanced at Ning Qiqing, who had also taken out his phone. "Has Qiqing managed to contact anyone?" Gu Ziyi asked. "General Ning, it's better to make a call. Sending a message now will likely be futile." "I'm trying." Ning Qiqing nervously opened his contacts and dialed a number. The urgent, busy tone echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the elevator. No signal? How can that be? Immediately, someone else pulled out their phone to check, only to find the signal bar completely empty. "What should we do?" "Press the alarm button." Someone stepped forward and pressed it several times, but no one answered. "What's going on? Is security asleep?" Panic began to spread among some, but others remained more composed. "Don't panic. This elevator isn't entirely sealed. Air can still come through, so we won't suffocate. It's best we stay inside overnight. Surely someone will notice our situation by tomorrow morning." This was indeed a comforting thought. Even if it got a bit uncomfortable or cold, as long as there were no fatalities or injuries, it could be tolerated. Yet, Gu Ziyi's heart remained heavy. Why had Zhang suddenly fainted? While it was common for the signal in elevators to be poor, this elevator was not entirely enclosed and was not in motion, yet it had lost all connectivity. What could be the reason? Moreover, why was security unreachable? Gu Ziyi stared at the number 9 lingering on the display screen and suddenly recalled Lin Mu's earlier encounters. Could this be what Lin Mu had been so reluctant to discuss? A supernatural event? What role did Ning Qiqing play in all of this? Ning Qiqing was attempting to reassure the other passengers trapped in the elevator, while Gu Ziyi cast a cold glance across the way and swiftly sent a small bomb emoji in the chat. Despite the emoji spinning in circles, it remained undelivered. "Ning, do we have any options left?" a supplier inquired anxiously. "The critical issue is that Zhang hasn't regained consciousness yet. We may be fine, but could he be in trouble?" Ning Qiqing's expression grew grim as he crouched down to check Zhang's breath and carotid pulse. Rising, he remarked, "His breathing is relatively stable, and his temperature is normal. He should be all right." The group fell silent, knowing that even if everything appeared normal now, the unexplained fainting and lack of medical attention could lead to unforeseen complications. Some individuals were incessantly trying to make phone calls, while others pressed the emergency button, but it seemed as though their efforts were swallowed by the abyss. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, someone questioned, "What was that sound?" "What?" Others replied impatiently. "Don't speak. Listen." The intervals of the thuds seemed to shorten and grow closer. Many could hear it now. "What is it?" Someone felt a chill run down their spine. Could it be that those outside have noticed our predicament and are checking to see if we are safe? "Really? Hey, we're stuck in here. Please open the door." Many voices cried out, while Gu Ziyi continued to watch the elevator door, sensing that it might be better if it remained shut. Ning Qiqing remained silent, his complexion pale under the flickering lights, appearing almost ghostly. What was happening? Did I just see a flash of blue light in his eyes? Is Ning Qiqing of mixed heritage? No, both his mother and father lack foreign ancestry. Gu Ziyi tightened his grip on his phone, observing as everyone inside the elevator began to pound on the door. Some caution, don't hit too hard. You might damage the elevator. Others complained, why do we only receive thuds in response without a single word? At last, the thudding seemed to reach the elevator door, resonating through the metal barrier. Stop knocking for now. Gu Ziyi could no longer contain himself. In moments of crisis, one's temperament tends to revert to primal instincts. Just as someone was about to retort, another voice interjected, wait, if this is indeed the sound of rescue, why does it seem to come from afar and grow closer? Could it be that they initially couldn't determine our location? At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present darkened instantly. Indeed, rescue operations do not occur within the elevator shaft. How could the knocking be so orderly, taking such a long time to pinpoint our exact location? What could this possibly be? The speaker turned to Ning Jiqing, who now appeared a ghostly shade of blue, startling the speaker under the harsh light. Ning, are you all right? Are you lacking oxygen? The speaker reached out to touch Ning Jiqing, concerned he might have fainted. Just as the hand reached out, the knocking ceased abruptly. The hand, suspended in midair, hesitated to lower, and for a moment, everyone held their breath. The elevator lights flickered once more before the doors slowly opened. Outside lay an expanse of darkness, the scene indistinguishable, as though they had already departed from the Ning Group's building. The illumination within the elevator became the sole source of light in the entire space. No one was foolish enough to be the first to step out in such an ominous moment. What is happening? A supplier concerned for Ning Jiqing asked, his lips trembling. Silence enveloped them, no one daring to respond. Suddenly, a violent convulsion erupted from behind, prompting everyone to turn and look. President Zhang's face contorted in distress, his eyes bulging. Gasping for breath. This is serious. Clearly, his condition has worsened. Ning Jiqing declared. I must help him out. Staying here is not an option. Old Zhang is in danger. Taking the initiative, Ning Jiqing reached out to support President Zhang, half dragging him along. Ning Jiqing. Gu Ziyi interjected, positioning himself in front of Ning Jiqing. We cannot act alone. Yet, President Zhang was on the brink of collapse. We know not what awaits outside. You all encountered this situation only after arriving at the Ning Group. I shall scout ahead. Ning Jiqing resolutely stepped forward. Ning, wait. Many reached out in an attempt to restrain him, while others were curious to see if any peril would befall Ning Jiqing outside. However, those within the elevator watched as Ning Jiqing gradually assisted President Zhang out, and the outside world seemed eerily tranquil, as if the elevator doors had merely opened onto a desolate wasteland. What is that? Someone exclaimed, as they spotted Ning Jiqing in the night, seemingly hailing a taxi, which swiftly vanished into the darkness. President Ning is fine, someone shouted in relief. As Gu Ziyi had attempted to stop Ning Jiqing, he suddenly noticed something. An immense hole burned into President Zhang's shirt, precisely where the so-called talisman was located. Gu Ziyi looked down to see a piece of red string lying on the floor. Picking it up, he examined the charred ends and pondered what might have transpired to ignite such a fire. Is this the string from President Zhang's talisman? Someone recognized it. Gu, we should leave. This place feels ominous. Outside, there are taxis. No matter where we are, we can surely find a way back. Returning may prove difficult, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than the elevator shook violently, emitting urgent beeping sounds. What is that noise? It resembles the alert before a subway door closes, someone remarked. At that moment, no one could remain calm. If the elevator doors stayed open, they might have continued their discussions, but should they close, who could predict when they would open again? Chapter 88. Wait for me, I will save you. Humans possess an inherent psychological tendency to amplify fear in enclosed spaces. Let us go, Mr. Gu, a supplier urged, pushing Gu Ziyi forward, prompting everyone to surge out. The moment the last person stepped beyond the threshold of the elevator, chaos ensued. The elevator doors abruptly slammed shut, followed immediately by a startling sound of free fall, as if the elevator had plummeted the moment the doors closed. The resounding noise echoed in everyone's ears, and each individual wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Regardless of the circumstances, they had emerged unscathed, and that was a blessing. Ding! A message notification pierced the stillness of the night, remarkably clear. Whose phone was it? Had the signal returned? People anxiously checked their devices, but the signal bars remained conspicuously empty. Gu Ziyi also took out his phone. As he illuminated the screen, a message marked baby appeared. Xiaomu had messaged him? How could that be? He swiftly glanced at the signal bar, still devoid of any reception. Opening the chat, he discovered that a small bomb emoji had been sent just a minute earlier, followed by Lin Mu's response, "Do not move. Do not trust anything you see or hear. Everything may be an illusion. I will come to save you. Wait for me. Do not move." Gu Ziyi turned to look at the now-closed elevator doors and pressed the button, but there was no response. "Oh dear, Mr. Gu. Why are you pressing the elevator? Did you not hear the sound of the cabin falling? We are truly fortunate. It fell only after we exited. Had it been just a few seconds earlier, we might have found ourselves in the underworld," one supplier remarked. Gu Ziyi stared at the unresponsive elevator button, suddenly enlightened regarding Lin Mu's message. It wasn't he that the elevator had finally succumbed and fallen. Rather, the sound had only emerged after everyone had exited. Now that the elevator doors were shut, no one could ascertain whether the elevator had indeed fallen or remained safely inside. An illusion? Do not trust anything you see or hear. Thus, the persistent knocking they had heard earlier might not have been a rescue attempt at all. Was it true that someone had seen Ning Jiqing assisting President Zhang into a taxi? Gu Ziyi became increasingly perplexed, but for some reason. It seemed that Lin Mu had anticipated this situation, not only leaving a hint, but also messaging that she would come to save him. What was the reason behind this? 009. Lin Mu had spent the entire night wide awake, fixated on her phone without a moment's distraction. Just moments ago, her phone suddenly received a small bomb emoji sent by Gu Ziyi, prompting her to swiftly dispatch a pre-prepared message. Following that, when she attempted to make a call, her phone displayed out of service. "Damn it," Lin Mu cursed through gritted teeth. "Get up, 009. She grabbed him under the arm and hoisted him up, shaking him vigorously back and forth. Hey, stop shaking," 009 exclaimed, feeling as if his brain was about to scatter, his small hands clumsily gripping Lin Mu's arm to steady himself. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Gu Ziyi?" 009 muttered with half-closed eyes, as nothing else could possibly drive Lin Mu to such a frenzy in the middle of the night. Indeed, Gu Ziyi is currently unreachable, Lin Mu exclaimed into the ear of 009. "Oh dear!" 009, clutching its ears, was jolted awake. While rubbing its ears, Lin Mu had already dressed in a whirlwind, with a phone and car keys in hand. "Help me rescue him," Lin Mu implored 009. "I cannot save him." 009 leaned back, prepared to lie down once more. "Come back." Lin Mu grasped 009's small hand firmly, saying, "If you don't help, I won't let you sleep. He is not my host. How can I assist?" 009 replied with an expression of indifference. "Then you shall acknowledge him," Lin Mu generously proposed. "After all, 1 is manageable, 2 is as well. An extra makes no difference to me. I do mind. I wouldn't want him." 009 retorted with irritation. "Then how can we save him?" Lin Mu inquired, gazing at 009. "It's not that I refuse to help. This world has its own rules, and I cannot intervene at will." 009 sighed. "But you saved me last time." Lin Mu frowned. "Aren't you my host? There's a distinction in our relationship. Stop pushing me to accept Gu Ziyi. I find it bothersome," 009 stated. "Very well. You say you cannot intervene freely, yet Gu Ziyi has gone missing. Then report it. If something happens and you don't report it, what good is it to seek a deity?" 009 threw up its hands. "But what if this matter is indeed the work of a minor spirit, and we don't seek the deity?" Lin Mu looked at 009. "A minor spirit? Are you referring to the gray tooth and the others?" 009 finally acknowledged the situation. "Indeed, if it were a human abduction, I wouldn't involve you. But if it's the gray tooth and their doing, reporting it may be futile." Lin Mu said, "What does that gray tooth intend to accomplish?" 009, evidently a bit exasperated, scratched its head. "How would I know? Didn't he say he was following the orders of 002 to bring you back?" Lin Mu responded thus. "This incident arose because of you, and you must take responsibility." 009 jumped down from the small bed, pacing anxiously for a few circles, seemingly irritated, saying, "Let me see if Gray Tooth is in Fuzhou. If not, it's not the work of minor spirits, and it's not my concern. Lin Mu quickly nodded. We're going now. I know that Gu Ziyi went to the Lin group last night. Let's go check. Very well. 009 acquiesced somewhat reluctantly. Lin Mu descended the stairs, accompanied by 8 bodyguards as they exited. In truth, no matter how many people they brought, it would be of little use against Grey Tooth and his ilk, but fortunately, after their last encounter, Grey Tooth should be wary of confronting Lin Mu. Where's this place? Why are there no taxis? A trembling supplier remarked, gazing at the desolate darkness surrounding them. The fear within was no less than that felt earlier in the elevator. Earlier, no one would have expected the elevator ride to lead them to such a remote wilderness. I clearly saw President Ning get into a taxi. Why is there not even a road now? Another person commented. Gu Ziyi stood motionless by the elevator, while the other 4 had thoroughly scoured the vicinity without finding any means of escape. Should we venture a bit further? One suggested, but the notion was swiftly dismissed by the others. They dared not tread in the darkness where their phone lights could not reach. Who could ascertain if they would be able to return once they strayed beyond this boundary? Are we to remain here? Someone asked, discontent evident in their voice. Presently, this location appeared devoid of danger, a far safer option than staying trapped in a malfunctioning elevator. Moreover, they could wait until dawn, when visibility would improve, allowing them to survey a wider area. Another individual spoke, articulating a sensible viewpoint that, amidst such perilous fear, was a rare manifestation of composure. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Look at the sky. Gu Ziyi interjected. What? Today is the 14th of October, according to the lunar calendar. Gu Ziyi added. Initially, the remaining 4 felt no particular concern, but gradually, unease began to set in. Are you suggesting that there is no moon tonight? Queried one of the suppliers. Indeed, today is the 14th of the lunar month. We often overlook the moonlight in our urban nights, where numerous lights obscure its presence. However, observe around us. Gu Ziyi gestured toward the pitch-black surroundings. There is not a single streetlight in sight, nor a trace of the moon. Tremors of fear tinged the supplier's voice. Does this mean the sun may not rise tomorrow? Despair began to permeate the group, and some were on the brink of breaking down. Suddenly, in the farthest reaches of their vision, a flicker of light seemed to appear. The glimmer was directed at Gu Ziyi, while the others appeared oblivious to it. Gu Ziyi blinked. The light remained unwavering. He pulled an executive beside him. Chi, your eyesight is sharp. Can you see what lies ahead? Gu Ziyi pointed forward, prompting the others to look in that direction. What is that? Light, Chi exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. That is indeed light. The presence of light signifies there are people nearby. At the very least, it could be a road. This revelation was undeniably exhilarating. Even if they could not yet see anyone, the mere existence of an uninhabited road suggested the possibility of others passing through. Shall we approach? Should we go now? The supplier glanced anxiously at the elevator door that loomed ominously behind them, unsure if they would find their way back should they discover nothing. Why not split into 2 groups? 2 of us could go ahead. If it seems promising, we can signal with our phone flashlights to guide the others over. Chi suggested. That is inadvisable, Gu Ziyi frowned. If that light is genuine, it will undoubtedly be far brighter than our phone flashlights. If we wave ours around, those in the light may not see us at all. What then? The vendor appeared to be somewhat anxious, and the darkness had cast a pall over the mood. My suggestion is to wait, Gu Ziyi stated, averting his gaze. Wait? The 4 exchanged glances. Yes, of course, you are free to act as you wish. I am uncertain about many things, but I choose not to move for now. Gu Ziyi felt a twinge of apprehension, questioning whether this strange predicament was solely due to his presence. If others were to step out of his sight, would they find salvation? Yet, remaining close to him might also bear its advantages. Perhaps when Xiao Mu arrived, they could all be saved together. Thus, Gu Ziyi refrained from interfering with their decisions, allowing them to act according to their own inclinations. Not far away, Zhang lay perfectly still on the ground, wrapped snugly in a blanket to avoid freezing. Damn it! Ning Jiqing, clad in a white shirt with his suit jacket discarded carelessly to the side, had one sleeve rolled up to his bicep. casually fastening 2 buttons on his chest. Despite the chilly November night breeze, he felt no chill, his deep blue eyes glancing across the way as he cursed. Hey, should we apply some pressure on him? A small creature resembling a firefly flitted before Ning Jiqing, its wings agitated. Get lost, Gu Ziyi retorted angrily, reminding the creature of its previous blunder that nearly resulted in disaster. If you had truly set him ablaze, I would have feasted upon you. Yes, yes. The little firefly's wings trembled even more, its buzzing irritating Gu Ziyi's head. Silence. Keep it down. You can't even manage a silent flight? Haven't you mastered it yet? Gu Ziyi. Why I get nervous? I tend to lose control. This is silent. The firefly adjusted its frequency and suddenly fell quiet. Hold eye. Keep an eye on that old fellow. Don't let him freeze to death. If he does, I'll roast you and send your lamb skewers to his highness. Gu Ziyi shot a sidelong glance at the sheep-like creature, which promptly acknowledged. Frustrated, Gu Ziyi waved his hand, sending another jellyfish slinking away. She and Gu both looked ahead, where the vendor pointed, revealing a light flickering in the distance, bright and striking against the darkness. Aren't you going? The vendor seemed unable to contain his impatience. Not going. As I said, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you, but I will remain here, awaiting rescue. Gu Ziyi declared nonchalantly. Truly, Gu is a man of business. Yet this moment is a matter of life and death. I shall go first. The other two glanced at each other and stepped away from the elevator door. Is Gu not leaving? She observed Gu Ziyi's calm demeanor, sensing he must have some underlying assurance. Why didn't she leave with him earlier? Gu Ziyi tilted his head to the pitch-black sky, calculating the time since he received the information. I do not believe that is rescue, she stated coolly. How so? The long, dreary night prompted Gu Ziyi to engage in conversation with the astute. Ning seems rather unusual today, she remarked. Oh, Gu Ziyi was somewhat surprised. He had managed to identify the issue so early on. We found ourselves trapped in his company, and he offered no words of comfort. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he whisked away General Zhang, completely disregarding the others. It might have been that General Zhang's situation was too urgent, and Ning, in his own territory, was genuinely concerned about any mishap occurring, hence his hasty departure. Gu Ziyi remarked with a smile. Earlier, we had deliberated here for quite a while. Yet no one dared to step into that darkness until we finally spotted the light, which proved irresistible. Indeed, humans are instinctively fearful of darkness and the unknown. Thus, if one is confronted with both, and still dares to forge ahead without hesitation, it can only mean two things. Either they face imminent demise in that very spot, or they possess knowledge of what lies behind that darkness and unfamiliarity. Chapter 90. Seeking Gu Ziyi greetings. I am here to find your esteemed General Ning. Lin Mu arrived at the Ning Group, accompanied by bodyguards. This facility serves as the branch of the Ning Group in Fuzhou, where security personnel are typically on duty around the clock. The guard, observing a young man accompanied by a substantial entourage of bodyguards requesting to see General Ning, felt a twinge of unease. Good day. Do you have an appointment? It is generally during General Ning's rest period now. If you lack an appointment, perhaps you could return tomorrow morning. The guard glanced at the clock, which read midnight, quite late for anyone to be at the office. And he wondered who they might be. I do not have an appointment, but I am with Gu Group, and we possess credentials. Lin Mu signaled for one of the bodyguards to present their identification. All 8 belonged to the security department of Gu Group. The guard meticulously verified the documents before stating, "It is not that I am unwilling to grant passage. Rather, my position is too junior to discern the validity of these credentials. Given the hour, how about this? Please contact General Gu or someone close to him to come down. Or call the security office, and I will let you through." The guard was exceedingly diligent in his duties. Lin Mu was about to explain that General Gu was currently unreachable by phone when he suddenly remembered Zhang Yuan. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found Zhang Yuan's number, dialing it. "Hello, Zhang Yuan, this is Lin Mu. What is it, young Master Lin?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the time, noting it was already midnight. He wondered what could warrant such a late call. "I am at the Ning Group, currently outside the main entrance. Could you come and escort us in? I will explain further once inside." The public area was crowded, and Lin Mu felt it best to keep details to a minimum. All right, I will be there shortly. Zhang Yuan was perplexed about what could have prompted Lin Mu to seek him out at such an hour. Young Master Lin, a receptionist from a Ning group appeared, guiding Zhang Yuan outside. Come, let us proceed inside. Lin Mu led his entourage alongside Zhang Yuan. Where's Gu Ziyi? Lin Mu inquired as they walked. General Gu, along with General Ning and several other executives, are engaged in discussions in the conference room on the top floor. I shall wait in the lounge for now, Zhang Yuan replied. Oh, how long have they been up there? Lin Mu asked. It has been approximately 3 to 4 hours. But young Master Lin need not worry. Business discussions can last for 10 hours or more, which is hardly unusual. Zhang Yuan assumed that Lin Mu was anxious about Gu Ziyi's late return, hence the visit. Let us proceed to the lounge, Lin Mu suggested. Young Master Lin, allow me to arrange a lounge for you. There are several on the 7th floor designated for esteemed guests, the representative from the Ning Corporation remarked. No need. I shall simply sit in Zhang Yuan's lounge for a while and wait for President Gu. Lin Mu declined. Please prepare another room for these gentlemen. He gestured towards his bodyguards. Young master, we are here for your personal protection. One bodyguard interjected. A room nearby will suffice. We cannot all fit in one space. Lin Mu insisted. The bodyguards, left with little choice, acquiesced to his request. What is the matter? Zhang Yuan inquired as the door closed behind them. Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings, and Zhang Yuan, understanding his intent, explained. The lounges of an incorporation are devoid of surveillance cameras to ensure the privacy of our esteemed guests. Lin Mu nodded, then inquired, I cannot reach Gu Ziyi. Something has happened. What? Zhang Yuan quickly fished out his phone and dialed. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Stop calling. Something has indeed happened, Lin Mu stated gravely. Call the police now. Zhang Yuan was about to press the emergency number when Lin Mu swiftly intervened. The previous incident remains unresolved. Such unnatural occurrences fall outside the realm of investigation. Let's hold off for now. We have more pressing matters at hand, Lin Mu directed. Please, call Ning Jiqing and see if he answers. Understood. Zhang Yuan dialed. But the response was still that of being out of service, with no one answering. Could he have also encountered trouble? Are all those at the meeting in jeopardy? Let's investigate. Lin Mu urged. Leave the bodyguards behind. Too many people will be of no use. Zhang Yuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, nodded, and called the attendant who had greeted them earlier. Minutes later, the attendant from the Ning Corporation appeared. Thank you for your assistance, Assistant Xiao. Zhang Yuan expressed courteously. Not at all. I just called our president Ning. It seems there may be an issue with the signal on the upper floors. However, the 7 executives are in a meeting and have not descended, as the meeting is confidential. Therefore, the 17th floor has been cleared, and there are not many working late tonight, Assistant Xiao explained with a smile. The 3 arrived at the elevator and pressed the button. After a brief wait, the elevator reached the 7th floor. As the doors opened, a peculiar smell wafted out, reminiscent not of someone smoking, but of something having been burned. What is that smell? Zhang Yuan could not help but inquire. Oh, perhaps someone burned their clothing while smoking. I will arrange for someone to check the surveillance tomorrow and ensure they receive a formal reprimand. Assistant Xiao furrowed his brow and remarked that there were not too many people working overtime at night. This elevator, in particular, provided direct access to the 17th floor, distinguishing it from the one used by ordinary employees on the 16th floor. Wait. Lin Mu bent down to pick up a burnt piece of red string from the elevator. What is this? Zhang Yuan was startled by the sight of it. Is this the source of that burning smell? Are there other elevators? Lin Mu inquired of Assistant Xiao. There is one more, but it has been locked by security. Generally, there are not many people going to the 7th floor or above at night. So one elevator is locked after work hours, leaving one for use. Ordinary employees primarily occupy the 16th floor, which has a larger elevator. Is there surveillance in the elevator? Lin Mu asked. Yes. Assistant Xiao felt a twinge of unease. Hurry, call. Lin Mu was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly exclaimed, We need to go downstairs now to check the surveillance room and see what else we can find. We'll head back upstairs afterwards, quickly, without delay. Lin Mu turned and walked toward the elevator they had just ascended, pressing the button while internally pondering, 009, is it safe for me to enter the elevator now? 009, lounging on the sofa, replied nonchalantly, do as you wish. Very well. With 009 on duty, I feel much more at ease. The three of them descended to the ground floor and arrived at the surveillance room, where Assistant Xiao promptly requested access to the footage from elevator A2. Soon, the footage was retrieved, and the time moved forward with each click of the mouse, revealing an unexpected scene within the elevator. Were those the 7 executives? Assistant Xiao was taken aback. The footage indicated that the time was only 11:42, marking 50 minutes prior. Chapter 91. Is this truly how it is for me? Not only that, but I also possess beauty, and there is Gu Ziyi. Had Gu, the CEO, finished his meeting 50 minutes ago? Zhang Yuan could hardly believe it. Was Gu already missing for an hour? Look again. Lin Mu urged. The time continued to advance. Around 11:25, a group entered the elevator, and shortly after, Zhang, the CEO, retrieved a talisman from around his neck, seemingly explaining its significance to the others. Was there no sound? Zhang Yuan asked the security guard. Normally, there is audio. Although it's not of the highest quality, it should still be audible. However, for some reason, it was silent today. Continue watching. Lin Mu decided to let the matter rest. Subsequently, the elevator inexplicably halted on the 9th floor, and the occupants began frantically pressing the buttons, repeatedly hitting the door open button. The elevator oscillated between the 18th floor and the 9th. Each time it reached a floor, the doors would open. Yet none of the occupants exited. During this time, Zhang unexpectedly fainted, and his talisman mysteriously burned away completely. Finally, at 11:42, when the elevator doors opened on the 9th floor once more, Ning, the CEO, was the first to assist Zhang out. After several minutes of commotion, the remaining occupants, unable to contain themselves any longer, finally exited. What were they doing on the 9th floor? Assistant Xiao was quite perplexed. Why would several company presidents engage in such peculiar behavior? What was the 9th floor for? Zhang Yuan inquired. It is merely an ordinary office, but currently, no business departments are operating there, Assistant Xiao explained. An empty office? What purpose does it serve? No one knows. However, the surveillance shows that all 7 executives went to the 9th floor. We should head there to find them, Assistant Xiao said. Yan Zhong expressed suspicion. Could it be that they were drinking during a meeting and became too inebriated to find their way down? Rest assured, our company's security measures are quite effective. Even if they have fallen asleep there, they will be perfectly safe, Assistant Xiao reassured, promptly summoning a few bodyguards to search the 9th floor. Zhang Yuan intended to join them, but noticed Lin Mu standing motionless in the surveillance room. Young Master Lin, what is the matter? Let us go to the 9th floor and bring the young master back. I'll stay here for now. You go ahead. Lin Mu replied. Ternin to Zhang Yuan. 009. What is the situation? Can we confirm anything? Lin Mu asked. That is clearly a diversion. The people inside cannot see, thinking the elevator doors never opened, but in reality, they have opened on every floor, 009 remarked, observing the surveillance footage. However, look at the final frame. 009 pointed to the scene of the group exiting. Do you notice anything amiss? What's wrong? Lin Mu asked, scrutinizing the computer screen. Indeed, observe how each individual exit is visible on the surveillance. Yet the moment they step out, it cuts off here and here. Once a person leaves the elevator, the footage can no longer capture them. That is illogical. 009 stretched lazily. The surveillance room is positioned directly opposite the door. As long as there is no obstruction, part of the scene outside must be visible. Yet it shows nothing. So, it's not the 9th floor, but rather an illusionary space? Lin Mu pondered. Exactly, it's an unfathomable distance away. In truth, once they sensed something was amiss, they merely had to remain still, regardless of the elevator's movements. They would be fine unless Greytooth forcibly ejected them like he did with President Zhang, in which case it would be brazenly in broad daylight. 009 remarked nonchalantly. I should have advised Gu Ziyi before he left to remain still if anything seemed off. I shouldn't have only instructed him to set off a small bomb. Lin Mu felt a pang of guilt. Come on, look at you. 009 leapt off the sofa and pinched Lin Mu's cheek. In reality, There's nothing to worry about. Gray Tooth and the others are going to great lengths to avoid causing harm. So rest easy. Gu Ziyi will be fine. He'll likely just come back after getting married. Aren't you happy? Xiao Mu? 009 teased. Happy? Lin Mu asked, bewildered. Yes. Gray Tooth has executed his task rather well. He must have kidnapped someone and pressured Gu Ziyi into marriage before returning him. As for that child, surnamed Ning, it's a case of cleverness backfiring. He believed he could manipulate Gray Tooth, while in truth, Gray Tooth was operating right under second brother's nose. 009 pointed to his head, indicating a notable evolution. Lin Mu observed 009 bouncing up and down on the sofa, yet he felt no joy. Don't be like that. Cheer up. Your mission might soon reach its conclusion. Are you reluctant to part from me? 009 pulled Lin Mu to the front of the sofa, assuring him, it's all right. I will visit you when I have time. Also, my promised after-sales gift package still stands. You will have wealth, leisure, and beauty, and perhaps even a charming girlfriend. Was always so attractive? Lin Mu suddenly declared. What? 009 was taken aback by the unexpected remark. I mean, before I became Lin Mu, I was particularly good-looking. In my past life, I had a decent physique, was into fitness, had an 8-pack, and was taller than I am now. My profession? I was a mechanical engineer, always busy at work, frequently putting in overtime, and when not working, I was at the gym. My colleagues often joke that if I continued with both work and fitness at this pace, I would end up with a splendid corpse. Haha. Lin Mu had hardly ever shared such detailed accounts of his past with 009. Today, for reasons unknown, sitting in the empty surveillance room, he felt a tinge of loneliness and melancholy. The November night wind howled as it weaved between the buildings, producing eerie, shrill sounds. Later, as I passed by a river, I heard someone mention a child had fallen into the water. I thought to myself, see, exercising really pays off. My stamina would be better than others. If I could rescue that child, perhaps I would earn a banner for bravery. Lin Mu chuckled. I wonder if I receive one in that world. Yet, I failed to hold on and ended up in this world, which resembles my original one in some ways. When I once signed up for a blind date for Gu Ziyi, I sat by the road and watched the bustling life around me. I even tried the local street food, which was indistinguishable from what I knew. Sometimes I even begin to doubt whether I merely dreamt of saving a drowning child, which has led me to blur the lines between reality and dreams. Because I find myself somewhat attached to everything here. You just mentioned that if I return, I would have wealth, leisure, beauty, and a lovely girlfriend. But I am living that life now. Not only that, I also possess beauty and Gu Ziyi. Chapter 92. Come on. 009 was left speechless, realizing that returning home was no longer his greatest desire. Have you been here too long that you've begun to lose your sanity? 009 observed the man before him, with exquisite features, now sitting in confusion and helplessness, unsure of which path to take. All right, I respect your wishes. If you want to go, we shall. If not, we can wait here until they return. 009 sighed. Return? Lin Mu understood that even if they searched the 9th floor, they would not find a single soul, with a series of disordered footsteps echoing. Zhang Yuan was the first to rush forward. The rapidity of his actions left both 009 and Lin Mu momentarily astonished. Have you found him? Lin Mu's voice carried a hint of excitement. No, but I have come down first. Young Master Lin, you should return home and not linger here. Zhang Yuan gasped as he spoke. What? Lin Mu was momentarily perplexed. We found nothing on the 9th floor. But in the lounge of General Ning's office on the 17th floor, we discovered him unconscious. Assistant Xiao has just taken him to the hospital with team. A few individuals remain on the 9th and 17th floors to search, but I fear there is little hope. The surveillance clearly shows General Ning went to the 9th floor with everyone, yet he ended up in the office on the 17th floor. It's evident that something unusual has transpired. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Yuan's forehead. With the current situation, the young master had already gone missing, and he could not allow any harm to befall Lin Mu as well. Let us depart, young Master Lin. I will lead the search for the young master. I will not leave. I can find Gu Ziyi. Lin Mu resolutely replied, gazing at Zhang Yuan. It has been over an hour. Are we to continue waiting? General Qi expressed his impatience, glancing at the distant clusters of light that had multiplied from 1 to 6. From afar, they appeared like a row of evenly spaced street lamps. Is this the road to the Yellow Springs? If we wait any longer, those lights will soon be upon us. And will we not then see the emissaries of death come to collect souls? Cold sweat had soaked General Chi's back several times. The night breeze chilled him to the bone, causing his teeth to chatter. Do not worry. If it were truly the emissaries of death, would they be so patient as to illuminate our path? They would have already taken us away individually, assured Zhang Yuan. Just remain calm. Damn it. The lights are nearly at our feet, and they still haven't arrived. Gray Fong's nostrils flared with anger as he surveyed the 5 large men sprawled on the ground behind him, while a fiery creature resembling a ram stood among them. Radiating warmth. Fire fierce. Be careful not to roast him alive. Gray Fong admonished, glancing back at his companions. Understood, Gray brother. They are far too intolerant of the cold. Fire Fierce remarked, bemused by the fragility of the humans surrounding him, having to handle them with utmost caution. Gray brother. Shall we advance? There's only one human near him. Let Mijing slip past and bite that human. Then capture Gu Ziyi and proceed as rehearsed. A cat with golden fur and silver patterns leaped forward to suggest. Let's go, Gray Fong pondered, stroking his chin. It is indeed better than waiting idly for an opportunity. Mijing, sneak over and ensure no one sees your true form. A large snake, as thick as a bowl, coiled at a distance. It was a deep-sea ice serpent, typically averse to warm environments. In order to prevent the humans lying on the ground from freezing, Fire Fierce raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Understood, Gray brother. The enormous serpent spoke as it swam away, its form gradually shrinking until it became no larger than a thread over 100 meters distant. Its speed surged dramatically, vanishing into the night almost in the blink of an eye. How did I find myself in such a bizarre predicament? To this day, I remain perplexed about what went awry. Could it be that the feng shui of the Ning group is unfavorable? Or perhaps the Fuzhou project truly lacks divine favor? General Qi also appeared somewhat rattled, his mind fraying under the intense pressure of darkness. In such moments, one can become a bit neurotic. Gu Ziyi found General Qi's ramblings rather exasperating. Could he not remain calm for just a moment? The night was silent, and Gu Ziyi surveyed his surroundings, slowly absorbing the reality of his environment. Was everything here an illusion? Or was it a blend of truth and deception? Was the elevator door behind him not real? General Qi, what if we pry open this elevator door and see if it leads to the original lift? Gu Ziyi suddenly pondered. General Qi? Silence enveloped him. An eerie stillness. General Qi? Gu Ziyi turned, illuminating his phone, and found the area utterly deserted. General Qi had vanished. In an instant, Gu Ziyi grasped the situation. The other 5 must have been caught in the turmoil he had stirred. Uncertain of their safety now, he felt the moment of revelation had arrived. He possessed no weapon for defense, yet the adversaries in the darkness had yet to reveal themselves. Ghostly lights flickered before him, and beneath the dim glow, an ethereal silhouette began to materialize. What is that? Gu Ziyi breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Come fort. He seemed not to have comprehended. Come fort. Ah. A voice, as sharp as silver bells, echoed around him, emanating from all directions. Where to? Gu Ziyi's throat tightened instinctively, swallowing hard. Come fort. Ah. The luminous orb ahead shifted colors, transforming from a bright white to an eerie blue. Clusters of light resembling the ghostly flames of the road to the underworld, as General Qi had described. The dim, flickering figure gradually took shape, a slender youth-esque silhouette. Not particularly tall, but remarkably slender, with elongated limbs. It drifted along the path formed by the blue lights. Xiaomu, Gu Ziyi called out, involuntarily uttering a name upon seeing the vague figure. Xiaomu. It's Xiaomu. That is Xiaomu. Gu Ziyi could no longer restrain himself. All reason, composure, and strategic thinking seemed to have been cast aside. Xiaomu, come back. Don't go. The apparition seemed to quicken its pace upon hearing the cry, almost slipping out of sight. Wait for me. Xiaomu, wait for me. Just as the figure was about to vanish from his view, Gu Ziyi could no longer contain himself and sprinted forward like the wind. In the distance, Gray Fong discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, gesturing for the multitude of creatures surrounding him to retreat, transforming the area in an instant. Chapter 93. The truth revealed. Gu Ziyi stumbled forward, and a magnificent radiance finally unveiled itself before him, a luminous entity resembling a deep blue lotus. As Gu Ziyi glanced at it, he found it difficult to ascertain its true nature. The translucent flower bud seemed to encase a liquid substance, undulating like swirling water plants. The petals, which had already unfurled, displayed faint crimson veins. Was this an artificial lamp? Gu Ziyi marveled at the petals swaying gently in the breeze. He felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it, to discover what this entity truly was. However, a piercing howl of the wind from afar abruptly interrupted his movement. Despite the fierce winds outside, within the realm of this light, only a gentle zephyr could be felt. What was happening? The surroundings remained enveloped in darkness, with only this small patch illuminated. The path he had come by had vanished into obscurity, and the sky above was devoid of stars, as if concealed beneath an immense curtain. The phantasmal figure ahead had dissipated, and Gu Ziyi calmed himself. He understood that all of this was merely a lure to draw him in. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to confront whatever had been scheming in the shadows. Twice had they abducted little Mu, and now they were turning their attention toward him. "Gray brother, that old fellow is coming," the silver-striped cat announced as it approached. "Everything is fine. They have transformed into human forms," Gray Fong replied, surveying the area. "Have the rubber worms been arranged?" "All set, though there aren't too many who can write. You'll have to handle that, Gray brother," the golden cat responded. "Keep watch here. I'll head to the back. You lot, move these individuals to a less conspicuous location. Don't cause any trouble." Several burly men complied, each tucking one under their arm as they sauntered into the darkness. At the end of the ethereal blue light, Gu Ziyi beheld an exceedingly tall structure, its form reminiscent of medieval European spires, yet the lower half exhibited the intricate artistry of classical Chinese architecture. Gu Ziyi frowned at the sight, only able to utter 4 words, a jarring amalgamation. Before him stood 2 immense, intricately carved wooden doors, and just as he reached out, the doors appeared to be slowly pulled open from within. Is anyone there? The darkness had been entirely dispelled by the light, revealing towering lamp columns adorned with carvings of soaring birds, while a colossal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The interior of the building radiated brightness akin to daylight. Gu Ziyi cast a cold glance around, noticing a grand screen at the opposite end of the room, with a wooden table and 2 chairs facing each other. "Is anyone there? I have arrived. Will you not reveal yourselves?" Gu Ziyi doubted the other party's reluctance to disclose their intentions. A soft chuckle echoed from behind the screen at the back of the room. Mr. Gu is as perceptive as ever. The voice was remarkably familiar. "Ning Yiking?" Gu Ziyi inquired, gazing ahead. "Excellent hearing, indeed." A figure emerged from behind the screen, revealing Ning Jiqing. "What business do you have, Mr. Ning?" Gu Ziyi replied with a cold smile. "Nothing much. It was a crowded affair earlier, and some matters were not suitable for discussion. I have taken the liberty to prepare a few cups of fine wine for you, Mr. Gu. I hope you won't find it lacking." The last 2 words were pronounced with particular emphasis. Gu Ziyi cast a glance at Ning Jiqing as if he had not perceived the weight of his words. "Please, have a seat." Ning Jiqing clapped his hands, and once again, footsteps echoed from behind the screen, this time the distinct sound of high heels. A statuesque beauty sauntered forth, gracefully balancing a large tray. The tray was adorned with 8 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 2 sets of cutlery and a flask of wine. Gu Ziyi's eyelids twitched slightly. With such strength, she could easily be a weightlifting champion. Suma. The tall beauty greeted Gu Ziyi with a playful wink, her round, gem-like eyes sparkling as she effortlessly set down the dishes. Ning Jiqing coughed heavily from one side of the table, causing the beauty to retract her flirtatious gaze and elegantly retreat with her feline stride. "Since when did you acquire such an assistant?" Gu Ziyi asked, eyeing the full wine glass before him. "Just a few days ago, haha. As a major CEO, How could you possibly know everyone? Ning Jiqing responded with a smile. Let us enjoy the food. It's all exquisite fare. Do have a taste. Gu Ziyi looked at the lavish spread before him, untouched, and raised his eyes to inquire. Mr. Ning must have a purpose for summoning me. Shall we get to the matter at hand? Ning Jiqing seemed to arch an eyebrow. Observing Gu Ziyi, set down his chopsticks, and remarked, Indeed, I recalled something. Mr. Gu, you are no longer young and yet remain unmarried. As a brother, I feel somewhat remiss. This caught Gu Ziyi off guard. He had anticipated Ning Jiqing to present some extravagant demands regarding their business collaboration, most likely concerning the Fuzhou project. However, as he scrutinized the individual across from him, the bright illumination of the room revealed that Ning Jiqing's mouth appeared slightly larger than before. What's the matter? Ning Jiqing felt somewhat uneasy under Gu Ziyi's stare. It seems Mr. Ning's mouth has indeed grown a bit larger. Gu Ziyi remarked with a smile. And your eyes seem. Gu Ziyi lowered his head and cleared his throat, lifting his wine glass to take a sip. The wine was indeed exquisite. The person across from him appeared visibly tense, casting a quick glance at the chandelier above, followed by a cough. The lights dimmed several degrees in response. Still voice activated. Ning Jiqing explained, attempting to redirect the conversation. Given the busy nature of projects, it is only natural for one to change. What do you think of the suggestion I made earlier? Marriage, perhaps? Indeed, Mr. Gu has reached the age of 26 this year. As the saying goes, establishing a family and a career early on is the rightful path. Though Mr. Gu has now assumed control of the Gu Group, the notion of establishing a career seems somewhat exaggerated. However, with the elder Mr. Gu aging and having gone abroad for recuperation 4 years ago, he has not returned during the festive seasons. My younger brother is also concerned. Should the day come when Mr. Gu, like my own father, departs unexpectedly, it would be a profound regret to witness Mr. Gu not having settled down and embraced the joys of fatherhood. Ning Jiqing appeared to be moved by his own words. Raising his hand to wipe his eyes, breathing heavily with his mouth slightly agape, Gu Ziyi found the sight of the tearful man across from him rather amusing. Yet in this moment, surrounded by unknown adversaries, a smile could provoke anger from them. Mr. Ning, perhaps you could calm your emotions, and we might discuss something else to alleviate the mood? Gu Ziyi ventured to suggest. No. Ning Jiqing wiped his eyes and fixed his gaze on Gu Ziyi, declaring, Today, I must assist Mr. Gu in resolving this matter. Before anything else, he insisted. The rest could wait. Could this be their intention? Why would it come to this? Gu Ziyi pondered, struggling to comprehend why a creature masked as a businessman would be intent on matchmaking. I truly do not have a suitable partner for marriage. Perhaps I should return home and keep an eye out for someone appropriate? If their intentions were not for wealth or life, but merely to play matchmaker, surely there must be room for negotiation. Return and keep an eye out? Ning Jiqing seemed to contemplate that notion. Very soon, Gu Ziyi adjusted his posture, seeking the most comfortable position as he regarded the person opposite him. No. Ning Jiqing raised his head to meet Gu Ziyi's gaze, articulating each word with conviction. Upon your return, Mr. Gu, you may easily forget important matters. As for the marriage prospect I mentioned earlier, I have already identified someone suitable for you. Of course, if you find someone more fitting, that would be even better. Why is it that Mr. Ning insists on being this matchmaker? Gu Ziyi inquired with a furrowed brow. Certainly because Mr. Gu is quite the catch, and given our family's long-standing friendship, I cannot allow Mr. Gu to experience the same regret my father faced in not seeing his grandchildren before passing. As the family nephew, it is my duty to prevent such a fate for Mr. Gu. Ning Jiqing spoke with a righteous fervor, displaying no hint of selfishness. Yet I cannot simply marry a stranger without due consideration. That would not only be irresponsible towards myself, but also towards the woman involved. Gu Ziyi stood his ground firmly. At this, Ning Jiqing appeared quite agitated, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Furthermore, I already have someone I care for deeply. If I were to marry, it would only be him. Gu Ziyi cast a glance at Ning Jiqing. A curious exclamation escaped Ning Jiqing's lips. You have someone you like? His eyes sparkled, as if the very lights in the room had flickered in response. Had I known earlier, Ning Jiqing remarked with a chuckle, I would have said that General Gu, with his remarkable demeanor and charm, could not possibly be without admirers. Rising to pour more wine into Gu Ziyi's glass, he added, "This is Luzhou Laojiao, my favorite. One sip, and it's simply exhilarating." After downing his own glass of liquor, he filled it again and looked at Gu Ziyi, inquiring, "When shall the esteemed General Gu celebrate his nuptials? I would like to offer a gift, tailored to your preferences, of course." With a broad smile that suggested a great weight had been lifted, Ning Jiqing continued, "Initially, I planned for my parents to meet during the new year. As for the wedding, I must consult with my beloved." Oh, General Gu is indeed a man of honor, a true gem among men. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically as Gu Ziyi disclosed his intentions of marrying. The previously oppressive tension dissipated, replaced by a buoyant spirit. Too kind, Ning. When two people are in love, it is only natural to formalize their bond. As for external pressures and rumors, let them come my way. Pressures? Rumors? Ning Jiqing straightened in his seat, gazing at Gu Ziyi with earnest curiosity. What pressures? What rumors? Allow me to assist you. I guarantee no one will dare to speak at your wedding. Gu Ziyi observed Ning Jiqing, noting the transformation from a cautious heir of a prominent family to one emanating such audacity. By the way, there were 7 company owners at today's meeting. With the night dark and the moon high, we may have inadvertently scattered. I wonder if the others have returned home. Indeed, they have arrived home safely. Gu Ziyi smiled at Ning Jiqing, one of the 7 present that evening. Why wait for Uncle Gu? Let us proceed with the wedding. I have already prepared the rings for you. Ning Jiqing clapped his hands, and a tall beauty emerged from behind the screen, carrying a small tray, which held an open ring box. Inside sparkled a magnificent diamond ring. It's an adjustable ring, ranging from size 12 to 16. If it doesn't fit, I can have it resized to match your beloved's finger perfectly. Gu Ziyi felt somewhat speechless. However, he mused that Xiaomu's ring size was likely around 18. I must prepare accordingly. Is there anything else you require, General Gu? I can assist with everything. A wedding in Fuzhou would be splendid, especially since Beijing is currently blanketed in snow, making a winter wedding rather stark. Fuzhou is still blooming with flowers. If you have any specific requests, I can arrange those as well. Requests? It depends on my beloved's preferences. As for the timing of the wedding, he is still quite young. If he prefers to wait a couple of years, I shall not rush him. Gu Ziyi replied. What? Not of age yet? This is quite a dilemma. Ning Jiqing scratched his head. If one is not of age, then one must seek foreign lands. It is said that in certain corners of the world, the legal age for marriage is quite young. However, persuading Gu Ziyi to venture abroad is fraught with peril, as it may provoke individuals of significant influence whom one cannot afford to offend. Gu Ziyi pondered. Lin Mu is merely 22 years old this year, just reaching the appropriate age for marriage. Had I encountered him sooner, it would indeed have been a case of an old bull courting tender grass. Oh! Ning Jiqing let out a hearty sigh and exclaimed, "What splendid news! In that case, General Manager Gu, do enlighten me as to the identity of the future Mrs. Gu. I believe there is no better day than today. After all, General Manager Gu must heed his wife's wishes. I shall invite her forthwith. Who knows, upon hearing your intentions, she may disregard all else and be ready to wed tonight." Ning Jiqing was positively jubilant, eagerly gesturing for someone to summon the lady. Gu Ziyi observed the creature before him, which was barely maintaining its human form, and pondered silently. This peculiar individual seems to revel in matchmaking. Was it possible that Lin Mu's previous abductions were orchestrated by this matchmaker? Perhaps Lin Mu refrained from divulging the details upon his return for that very reason? How then did he manage to escape? Did he acquiesce to some request? General Manager, do reveal the name, so I may extend an invitation. Ning Jiqing leaned in with a grin. Oh, his name is Lin Mu. Gu Ziyi blinked and replied. Lin Mu. Ning Jiqing nearly toppled from his chair in shock. Chapter 95. Coercive matchmaking what? General Manager Ziyi fancies him? Ning Jiqing could not restrain his curiosity. Indeed, did you not dine at my residence? Gu Ziyi replied with a composed demeanor. A fleeting glimmer of realization crossed Ning Jiqing's mind, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared That simply cannot be. Old Mr. Gu is eagerly awaiting a grandchild. Of the three unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. If General Manager Z has affections, courting is permissible. Yet marriage should be sought with a woman. Not at all. Gu Ziyi interjected, playfully waving a finger before him. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but him. Ning Jiqing's face turned ashen with indignation. Then it is no wonder I must intervene with a firm hand. After declaring this, Ning Jiqing slammed the table, causing a nearby screen to topple. Several burly men rushed forth to lift the fallen screen and table, hurling them towards the tightly shut window. Just as they were about to collide, Gu Ziyi beheld an astonishing spectacle. The window, seemingly operated by an unseen force, opened wide to either side, allowing the screen, table, and various dishes to crash to the ground outside with a cacophony. In a concealed corner, the fallen screen and table contorted and folded upon themselves, transforming into a colossal, worm-like creature that swiftly slithered away. Is Mr. Ning truly advocating for an all-out brawl? Gu Ziyi inquired with a bemused expression. How could that be? We are family friends. Ning Jiqing retorted through gritted teeth. Since General Manager Gu has no particular interest, I have already prepared someone for you. The tall beauty approached, a woman tucked under her arm, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Mr. Gu, this is Miss Lin. I hear you two have dined together on more than one occasion at home. It seems there may be some mutual affection. So we've taken the liberty of bringing her here for you. It's hardly a great injustice. After her declaration, the tall beauty cast a triumphant glance at Gu Ziyi's expression, which remained notably calm, suggesting some level of acceptance. Hardly a great injustice? So, it is an injustice. Then, Ning Jiqing was utterly exasperated. This insufferable woman, with her poor command of language, was spouting nonsense. Miss Jean, put Mrs. Gu down. Ning Jiqing commanded. The wedding is to be held tonight, and the marriage certificate is to be obtained first thing tomorrow morning. This schedule is utterly pressing. Absolutely not. Gu Ziyi stood and addressed the man across from him. At this juncture, you needn't continue speaking with someone else's face. Is your own countenance truly so unpresentable? His words were blunt, inciting fury in a man known as Gray Tooth, who was unaccustomed to such direct rebuke from anyone aside from the lords of the system world. The words seeking death were swallowed back forcibly. Business is paramount. Business is paramount, Gray Tooth repeated, turning his head. What are you waiting for? Bring forth the divorce agreement. You two, prepare for the photograph. A group of burly men swaggered over, one slight man shouldering a camera, while a red curtain was swiftly drawn up behind them. Miss Jean advanced and hoisted the unconscious Lin Xan, squatting behind her to support her waist. Quickly position Mr. Gu for the photograph. Hurry! Ning Jiqing, losing his patience, directed the proceedings. This creature not only reveled in matchmaking, but also took pleasure in orchestrating weddings for others. Gu Ziyi was at a loss for words. However, this was not the time to be maneuvered. With a swift kick, he sent a burly man, who was about to interfere, tumbling to the ground. The man rolled several times, dazed. Gray Tooth. The man clutched at Gray Tooth's pant leg, struggling to rise. Get off me. Gray Tooth kicked him like a cannonball toward the window. The 200-pound man flung through the air. Fortunately, just as he was about to crash into the window, it opened automatically, allowing him to fly out before closing again. Listen, I have no desire to escalate matters, but today you will marry, whether you wish to or not. Gray Tooth fixed his gaze on Ning Jiqing, reaching out with intent. Gu Ziyi retreated swiftly, seizing a chair he had just vacated, preparing to strike. However, upon lifting it, he was startled to find the texture had transformed. It no longer felt like solid wood, but instead was soft, squirming like some creature. What is this? Gu Ziyi's grip faltered, and the chair fell to the ground with a dull thud, resembling flesh rather than the crisp sound of wood hitting the floor. The chair remained silent, rolling a full circle on the ground until it reached the feet of the Gray Tooth. Gray Tooth, seizing the opportunity, delivered a swift kick, launching another projectile from the window. Outside the window, several insects and a large sloth bear lay sprawled, submissively rubbing various parts of their bodies. That kick really hurt, muttered the sloth bear. Who told you to call out Gray Brother's name in public? If not you, then who? An insect wriggled in the corner, awaiting orders. Huh, General Gu, perhaps you should just go with the flow. I truly do not wish to resort to violence. Greytooth was wary of Lin Mu reporting him to 009. Neither do I, Gu Ziyi exclaimed before dashing towards the door, exclaiming, this is no ordinary building. It's a den of thieves. The tables, chairs, screens, and even the lights above were monsters. The entire house itself could very well be one. Upon reaching the door, he kicked it with force, but it did not budge, remaining steadfast. This only reinforced his suspicion that both the house and its inhabitants were indeed monstrous. What to do without a weapon? In a moment of desperation, Gu Ziyi retrieved his mobile phone, which contained a self-destruct mechanism. By pressing specific keys, the internal program would completely collapse, and in dire situations, it could even cause a physical explosion. Grasping the phone tightly in his left hand, he pressed the hidden keys thrice on each side before hurling it at the door, banking everything on this gamble. Gu Ziyi was uncertain of the monster's resistance to explosions, but the chair had softened merely at his touch, suggesting that these creatures likely had formidable transformation abilities but lacked resilience to impact. Behind him, Ning Jiqing and 3 burly men watched as Gu Ziyi launched an object forward. What is that? One of the brawny men asked, his pronunciation terribly off. Is it a phone? Greytooth, with his keen gaze, was puzzled as to why Gu Ziyi would throw his phone. As the device made contact with the door, a thunderous explosion shook the entire house. And as the smoke cleared, Gu Ziyi was astonished to find that the door was of remarkable quality, with not a single shard of debris in sight. The rubber worm braced against the door, trembled slightly, but such an explosion was insufficient to harm them. Chapter 96. Escape, ha ha ha. Just give up. Truth be told, anyone in this room could best you, but they dare not offend you. Greytooth paused before continuing, we're good buddies, so how about doing me a favor? If you truly dislike that young lady, why not divorce her the day after tomorrow? I won't stand in your way. I can even present you with a divorce gift package. The Fuzhou project, with the Ning group withdrawing, will be entirely taken over by the Gu group. How's that sound? The Fuzhou project was initially abandoned by the Gu group. I have no interest in backtracking. Gu Ziyi remained unmoved. 009, where are you? Haven't you found him yet? Lin Mu shook 009, seeking answers. He is nearby. It's unmistakably the scent of Greytooth and his crew. Since last night, it's already past 2 in the morning, and 009 was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. Xiaomu, how about resting for a while before searching for someone? I assure you that Gu Ziyi and his ilk would not dare to harm Gu Ziyi. 009 gazed at Lin Mu with pitifully large eyes, pleading for understanding. No, it's almost 3 o'clock. If we don't find him soon, something unfortunate may occur. Lin Mu grasped 009's shoulder tightly. Just as 009 was about to retort, a thunderous explosion echoed in the distance. While the sound was not overly loud to Lin Mu, 009 heard it distinctly. Damn, could that have been caused by that scoundrel Gu Ziyi? 009 felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. What was that noise? Is someone setting off firecrackers? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. Why would anyone be lighting firecrackers at 3 in the morning? We should hasten our search for Gu Ziyi. I believe I have sensed Gu Ziyi's precise location, 009 said, perspiring. All right. Lin Mu was eager to find Gu Ziyi as soon as possible. Why is he so stubborn? Gu Ziyi flexed his wrist, contemplating that after completing this task, he should find a place to hide for a while. He would return once Prince Jiao forgets about that little brat Lin Mu. With a swift retreat, Gu Ziyi crouched low, his movements akin to a shadow as he aimed to grasp his opponent's shoulder and subdue him. Brother Gu Ziyi is truly formidable. He can fight so effectively while standing. The lazy bear peered in from the window. Indeed, Brother Gu Ziyi has reached a level of mastery where he leaves no traces in human society. A rubber worm remarked enviously. Gu Ziyi watched as the figure approached like a bolt of lightning, quickly ducking and extending his long legs, intending to sweep down Ning Jiqing as he had done to the stout man earlier. However, Ning Jiqing proved to be more adept, lightly leaping over the sweeping legs and maneuvering gracefully in midair. Can you change direction without leveraging? Gu Ziyi was somewhat astonished. What is this, haha? Gu Ziyi laughed maniacally in midair. If it weren't for the numerous restrictions imposed upon him, this would not be so troublesome. They belonged to a category of beings that had intruded upon this world, and as such, they were, in principle, mere spectators, unable to alter the course of events significantly. The greatest taboo among them was to harm the innocent. To injure others would inevitably lead to self-harm, which is another reason they resorted to intimidation. The moment Gu Ziyi rolled away from Gu Ziyi's grasp, he found himself beside another chair, seizing it in a similar position. Yet this time, he did not hurl the chair at Gu Ziyi. Instead, he deftly tossed it out the window. Indeed, just as the chair neared the window, the sash opened of its own accord. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Ziyi leaped, clutching the chair's rear leg as he soared outside. Look out! The onlookers outside immediately scattered. A loud thud and the sound of Gu Ziyi hitting the ground followed. The chair valiantly maintained its form as it rolled slightly upon landing. Gu Ziyi swiftly rose and dashed in the direction he had come from. Brother Gu Ziyi, how did he manage to escape? Lin Mu remarked, watching Gu Ziyi's retreating figure. It's nothing, Gu Ziyi said, inspecting his hands. He directly harmed Gu Ziyi, and both hands remained unscathed. Running away is for the best. It spares us the agony of witnessing his injury. Shall we not proceed, then? How could that be? With a smile, Gray Fong inquired. Has Meeting awakened? Not yet, Lin Mu replied, glancing toward the rear of the room. He had bitten that General Qi, administering the hallucinogenic venom. But he too suffered a backlash. It was likely he would not regain consciousness until dawn. That's good. Let him sleep a few more days, Gray Fong chuckled. Lin Mu suddenly comprehended. Poison had been introduced into the food and drink earlier. Gu Ziyi had imbibed a glass, after all. The toxin acted slowly, subtly, rendering one defenseless. Once it manifested, the victim would become a mere puppet, obedient to the poisoner's will. Ha ha ha. The more Gray Fong considered this, the more delighted he became. The toxin would take about an hour to take effect, which was why he had engaged Gu Ziyi in idle chatter, attempting to buy time. Now, even if he fled, it wouldn't be long before the poison took hold, compelling him to obey the commands of the one who had administered it, with a duration of 24 hours. Originally, this was intended for Gu Ziyi at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now, it could serve the same purpose. What about her? Lin Mu asked, glancing at Lin Xian, who lay languidly behind him. She and Ning Jiqing were both lost in a spell. According to the rules, they were mere spectators in this world, unable to partake in causality. However, if someone were to invite them to participate, then they would be exempt from those constraints. They would transform from passive observers into active participants in the unfolding drama. After all, as the saying goes, one should refrain from invoking deities and spirits. Once summoned, one relinquishes control over their fate. Gray Fong gently tapped Lin Mu's forehead with a grin before turning to leave. I am not human. What need have I for deities? Lin Mu remarked, wiping his forehead. Ah, but you haven't mentioned how we shall deal with this matter, he called out, hastening after Gray Fong. We'll take her back. She is the protagonist today. Lin Mu calculated the operating hours of the Civil Affairs Bureau, currently 3 o'clock, with the bureau opening at 8. He wondered if Lin Xian would still be asleep by then, and if she awoke early, whether she would cause a ruckus. Approaching Lin Xian, he gestured. Gray Fong likely has no use for this place anymore. Let us withdraw. With a flurry of movement, the massive structure vanished without a trace. Lin Mu pursued the figures of Gray Fong and Gu Ziyi, as countless beings silently dissipated into the night. Oh no, Xiao Mu, they just fled from here. Lin Mu exclaimed as he arrived. It's my fault for being too slow. It took me so long to get here. He panted. At the start of his journey, Lin Mu had driven, but as he progressed, the terrain became impassable. Unlike Jing City, Fuzhou was surrounded by mountains and forests. Ultimately, he relied entirely on 009 for navigation, walking the distance on foot. Chapter 97. The escape. Which direction are they headed now? Lin Mu inquired, leaning against a tree trunk. It matters not which direction it is. Gray Fong has 4 legs, while Gu Ziyi, even with 2 legs, runs like the wind. Xiao Mu cannot catch up? 009 rested his chin upon his hand and remarked, I cannot simply stand by while Grey Tooth abducts Gu Ziyi. I must pursue him. Indicate the direction. Lin Mu insisted. Perhaps you should contemplate where Grey Tooth intends to take Gu Ziyi, replied 009. Rest assured, you are aware of Grey Tooth's motives. Alas, to disregard the opportunity at hand. Have you truly made up your mind to never return? Lin Mu responded, we shall address future matters later. Even if I am entirely convinced that Grey Tooth will not harm Gu Ziyi, I cannot allow such an event to transpire unchecked. I must witness Gu Ziyi's safety to feel at ease. I understand. No one can bear to place someone they cherish before a ferocious dog. Very well. I shall guide you to him, 009 said, somewhat resigned. However, it is already past 3 o'clock. In a few hours, the Civil Affairs Bureau will commence operations. I trust you grasp my meaning. Indeed, Lin Mu cleared his throat. You imply that Grey Tooth will escort Gu Ziyi to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate and hold a wedding. Precisely. The scale of the wedding is secondary. What truly matters is acquiring the marriage certificate. The couple could even exchange rings in the lobby of the Bureau, thus fulfilling their objective. 009 gazed intently at the man before him. If your sole concern is ensuring Gu Ziyi's safety, should you fail to locate him before 8 o'clock, will you still endeavor to prevent him from marrying at the Bureau? Lin Mu fell silent for a few seconds before stating, let us first find him. That is our priority. He ground his teeth together, biting deeply into his lower lip. Finding him is paramount. Safety comes first. Lin Mu reiterated emphatically. Then let us return home. 009 glanced at the moonlit sky as it descended in the west. Gu Ziyi's direction leads us back. We shall pursue that route. Agreed. In the dark of night, Gu Ziyi stumbled and ran, having just exited the room. The night had transformed. It was no longer pitch black, and the moon hung askew in the sky. Ignoring the plight of the other 5 executives, Gu Ziyi relied on the faint stars above to discern his bearings. He was utterly oblivious to his current location. His phone had been destroyed in the recent struggle, leaving him devoid of any means of communication or ability to ascertain his whereabouts. Who were those individuals? Or rather, what monstrous beings had they been hired by? Would they harm Lin Mu? Gu Ziyi's mind was in disarray, and his legs felt weak. Exhaustion had set in, after an entire night without rest and under extreme stress. He had also consumed a glass of liquor. Yet, why did he feel a slight dizziness? Was he running a fever? Gu Ziyi reached up to touch his forehead, sensing a peculiar dullness in his perception, as if he could not feel the heat of his skin. What was happening? He halted, examining his palm for any issues. There seemed to be none. He clenched his fist and pressed his fingers firmly against his palm, yet he felt no pain. Had he lost his sense of pain? Gu Ziyi shook his head, and suddenly, under the hazy moonlight, it seemed as though a figure was approaching. What was happening? Was his vision failing him? Gu Ziyi. That was Lin Mu's voice, differing from its usual coolness. It was gentle, calm, yet tinged with anger. This time, there was a hint of urgency and fear in her tone. Xiaomu, Gu Ziyi called out to the approaching figure. Why are you here? It's very dangerous. How did you find your way here? He gazed at the slender silhouette rushing towards him, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a pure white spirit, so ethereal, so beautiful. Right? You mentioned you would come looking for me. You even cautioned me not to act recklessly, that everything was an illusion. I listened, but in the end, when I saw a phantom resembling you, I couldn't help but follow it. I was scared. What if that 1 in a million chance was truly you? It turned out, it was merely a trap to lure me. Nevertheless, seeing your illusion again brings me joy, for I am uncertain if I can escape this forest. I suspect that the house I encountered earlier harbored some trap. Perhaps it was the air inside, or that cup of wine. His bewildered eyes lost all their luster, leaving behind a silence akin to that of a dead fish. He had finally succumbed. The effects of the enchantment arrived 3 minutes later than anticipated. Jin Mao emerged from behind a tree, observing the person sprawled on the ground. I never expected you to be so infatuated. What did you see in those last 3 minutes? Care to share? Jin Mao squatted down, looking at the wide-eyed figure. What else could it be? That kid named Lin Mu. Huya, still dressed in Ning Jiqing's suit, maintained an air of a dashing young master when silent. but his facade crumbled with the first words spoken. This is where I fail to imitate. Human emotions are profoundly rich and intricate. We often lack such fervent feelings. Your feelings for the second prince are quite loyal, aren't they? Jin Mao remarked, glancing at Hui. A dog is forever loyal to its master. It shall never betray its owner. Hui said, pricking his fingertip until a drop of blood fell, landing on Gu Ziyi's lips and seeping into his mouth. After a moment, those grayish eyes, once shrouded in silence, regained their former brilliance. Where am I? Gu Ziyi inquired as he rose. Why am I lying here? Ning Yiking. He looked at the two figures, one crouching and the other standing. It's nothing much. After the meeting today, you drove off. And my assistant informed me that your driving seemed off, so I hurried after you. Coincidentally, when I caught up, your car was parked at the roadside, apparently damaged. We just moved you here. Ning Jiqing's explanation was riddled with inconsistencies. Yet Gu Ziyi had no one else to verify it. Oh, is that so? Then I must ask Jiqing to take me back. I shall express my gratitude upon our return. Gu Ziyi smiled as he grasped Ning Jiqing's outstretched hand and stood up. It is only natural. Had it not been for our Ning Group's project in Fuzhou, General Manager Gu would not have come to the Ning Group for a meeting in the dead of night. Nor would such an incident have occurred after enduring excessive fatigue behind the wheel. Just a short walk of 10 minutes ahead leads to the highway, where my vehicle is parked. We could drive back, Ning Jiqing remarked with a smile, while the tall female assistant beside him remained silent, stifling a laugh with a subtle smirk. Chapter 98. The puppet. Is this assistant truly wearing high heels all this way? Gu Ziyi mused as he glanced down at the pair of black stilettos resting upon the withered leaves and twigs. She had not had the chance to change. Ning Jiqing responded with a grin. Shall we depart? Inquired the tall female assistant. Let us go, Gu Ziyi replied, casting a glance at the two of them. Moments later, a black car came to a halt at the roadside, and the three of them entered. Where are we? Gu Ziyi asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. An inexplicable pain throbbed within his head, yet upon closer inspection, everything seemed to be in order. This sensation was akin to that of a nightmarish dream, feeling utterly awake while simultaneously ensnared in slumber, as if a fragment of memory had been lost, yet everything appeared normal. I am unsure. We followed you here, but it is not too far from Fuzhou. Perhaps 2 or 3 hours should suffice for our return, Ning Jiqing mentioned while driving. 2 or 3 hours. At the current speed of around 80, that translates to a distance of 160 to 240 kilometers. It is difficult to fathom that I ventured so far in the dead of night. When did you catch up with me, Ning? Gu Ziyi casually inquired. Around 3 in the morning. Your vehicle was parked by the roadside, and when we found you, you had already fainted. The time now is 3:40, meaning this transpired 40 minutes ago. We left the meeting yesterday, just past 11 at night. 2 or 3 hours aligns perfectly. Could it be that I truly lost my sanity and drove out here? Gu Ziyi harbored doubts about having gone mad, yet everything seemed so plausible. Are the other executives all right? Gu Ziyi asked. They are all well. At least I have not received any notifications regarding others. Nor have I heard of any executives fleeing after the meeting at Ning. If another one had gone missing, we would certainly need to consult a master for assistance. Ning Yiking took it. No one else is in trouble. Gu Ziyi reached for his pants pocket, finding it empty, as well as his jacket pockets. Where was his phone? What are you searching for, Ziyi? Ning Jiqing glanced at the rearview mirror, inquiring. Where's my phone? Gu Ziyi pressed, furrowing his brow. His phone was a highly confidential device, equipped with self-destruct and explosive mechanisms. How could it have vanished? Oh, perhaps it fell from the car? Ning Jiqing suggested. Where's my vehicle? Where's it parked? Gu Ziyi asked. Here. Ning Jiqing slowed the car, pointing to a black Mercedes parked by the roadside. Let's check if Ziyi's phone is still in the vehicle. Gu Ziyi reached into his pocket and retrieved the car keys, only to realize that the car door was ajar. Ning Jiqing swiftly opened the door and observed the interior, remarking, it seems to be unlocked. Ziyi, could you take a closer look? The exterior of the vehicle appeared unscathed, but the scattered leaves left everyone perplexed about the situation. No, nothing. Gu Ziyi searched the car thoroughly, but found no sign of his mobile phone. Would you mind if Xiao Jin assists you in driving the car back? Given your current state, I truly cannot trust you to drive alone. Alternatively, I could take your vehicle, shout Jean. Ning Jiqing called out, prompting the tall beauty to approach. You can drive my car while I take Mr. Gu's. Just follow behind. Assistant Jean took the keys and got into Ning Jiqing's vehicle. Do you dare to drive my car? Gu Ziyi felt a twinge of admiration for Ning Jiqing's audacity, as he was still unclear about his own erratic behavior, but was willing to drive his car, which had just been in an accident. What is the worry? Since there's been no collision and no harm done, it's merely a jaunt outdoors before the wedding. What could I possibly fear? Ning Yiking Yistet. Wedding? Gu Ziyi appeared somewhat bewildered. Indeed, in the rearview mirror, their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. Oh, right, I'm indeed getting married. Gu Ziyi seemed to instantly embrace the notion. Yes, I am to be wed today. But who is my fiancé? His head throbbed, as if a great hammer were pounding against his temples. Miss Lin Xin, the president's niece. You even introduced us. Ning Jiqing remarked with a smile. Yes, Lin Xin. We are to marry today. Gu Ziyi proclaimed jubilantly, yet a smile failed to grace his lips. You mentioned that as soon as the Civil Affairs Office opens, we would obtain our marriage certificate, and that we would exchange rings right there in the hall. I was quite astonished, yet you insisted it was your wish. Their gazes met once more in the rearview mirror. The pounding in his head seemed to fade, gradually dissipating. Gu Ziyi lowered his head and felt his pocket, saying, I can't recall where I placed the ring. I hope it hasn't been misplaced like my phone. How could that be? You told me yesterday that the ring was with the bride. Ning Jiqing remarked while driving. With Xiao Xin? Gu Ziyi seemed utterly oblivious to that detail. Huh? So you privately refer to her as Xiao Xin? How enviable. Is it? It's merely a common nickname, Gu Ziyi replied, momentarily taken aback, pondering who had prompted him to call her that. How could I forget? It must have been Miss Lin Xin who requested you to address her thus. What does she call you? Just Z? Ning Jiqing swiftly redirected the conversation. No, she insists on using my full name, not omitting a single character. Gu Ziyi chuckled helplessly, as if he were compelled to indulge her. It seemed Lin Mu had been calling him Gu Ziyi in private. Perhaps this confusion would allow him to exert better control over his feelings. The bond between them is truly enviable. If you ever host a grand wedding, I shall certainly present you with a generous gift, remarked Ning Jiqing. In truth, it is often he who accommodates my temperament. As you are aware, my disposition can be quite unappealing. Were it not for his affection, I would find it exceedingly difficult to win his heart. Gu Ziyi seemed to have fully embraced this hasty decision. Is that so? She must possess remarkable insight. Indeed, he is exceptional in every regard. Gu Ziyi did not hesitate to lavish praise upon him. Huya glanced at the time. It was past 6 o'clock. With the 9th prince, having suddenly, since the completion of his task in the capital, returned to me so soon, the master is still awaiting the 9th prince's return to assist in managing affairs in the system world. If he remains unwilling to return, it could become quite problematic. In that case, I would have to request the master to come personally, for I dare not present myself before the 9th prince. Suddenly, the phone emitted 2 beeps. Huya looked down, his pupils widening in shock. Brother Hui, the lazy bears have been captured by the 9th prince. They're about to be roasted. What should we do? Chapter 99. I cannot be said to discriminate against them. Rather, I must confess my preference for you. Damn. Ning Jiqing swiftly turned the steering wheel and slammed the brakes. The vehicle lurched forward, and the occupants inside were certainly not spared from a jolt. Gu Ziyi, steadying himself against the front seat, inquired what happened. Is everything all right, mister? Ning. It's nothing. Ning Jiqing gritted his teeth and replied, sending a message to Jin Mao with one hand. Disclose our whereabouts to Lin Mu. He will undoubtedly intervene with the 9th prince. Upon receiving the message, Jin Mao glanced at it and deliberately slowed the vehicle. Once the car had vanished from the rearview mirror, he promptly parked, opened the door, and leaped out, transforming mid-air into a grand feline creature adorned with golden and silver patterns. He swiftly darted through the forest, racing back in the direction from whence he came. Tell me, where has Huya gone?